Magic mirror, has Cece ever liked me? No, duh. Not even a little. Not even for a moment. No, duh. That's impossible. If Cece doesn't like me, why does she always ask me to order takeout? Why not any other guy? Because you're the easiest to fool, duh. In a cramped university dorm room, a messy-haired young man stared blankly at the small mirror in his hand. It was only as big as two palms put together, dull gray all over, the surface cloudy and blurred. But every time the young man asked something, lines of text would slowly appear on that blurry surface, answering him. The problem was the answers were nothing like what he wanted to hear. His face turned bloodless. The more he asked, the more hopeless he felt. Cece. His expression twisted with pain. His mood swung wildly between anger, disbelief, and despair. He never expected that the girl he had poured his heart and soul into had been playing him the whole time. Right then, a sharp pain stabbed through his chest. On my meds. He clutched his chest, gasping, and looked toward the special medicine bottle on the table. He had suffered from congenital heart disease since childhood and had to rely on that medicine every month just to stay alive. He staggered over, grabbed the bottle, and froze. Empty. I forgot. This month's medicine money. I used it to buy Cece that bag she wanted. His vision blurred. The young man collapsed over the table. His consciousness dimmed, the world turning darker and darker. Soon he stopped moving. No one knew how long had passed. A finger twitched. Then, the young man's eyes snapped open. I'm not dead. He sucked in a lungful of air. I'm Su Yuan. His last memory was of crossing a road, looking up, and seeing a truck roaring toward him. Then his body flew through the air. And after that, nothing. Where is this? Su Yuan forced himself to calm down. With that kind of impact, even if he somehow survived, he should be lying in a hospital bed. Not here. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Wait! His mind buzzed. A torrent of unfamiliar memories poured into his head, almost making him stagger. A few minutes later, Su Yuan let out a slow breath. So, I transmigrated. He silently organized the information in his mind. This world was almost identical to the Earth he knew. Same history, same culture, even familiar city names. The city he lived in was called Magic City, the most prosperous metropolis in Xia country. The original owner of this body was also named Su Yuan, an orphan from a remote city who grew up in an orphanage. He had fought his way through 3 tough years of high school and finally got into an average university in Magic City. Right now, it was summer break of his 2nd year. He'd be starting his 3rd year soon. With no parents to rely on, the original Su Yuan had learned to be tough and independent since childhood, working part-time whenever he could, surviving with the help of grants and subsidies. Life wasn't easy, but he could barely manage, until he met her by chance. Zhao Cece, his so-called goddess. At first, he never dared to think too much. Someone like him and someone like her belonged to different worlds. But one day, Zhao Cece took the initiative to talk to him. They even exchanged contact info. From then on, she often confided in him, saying she was hungry but had no money, saying she saw a bag she really liked but couldn't afford. Of course, he couldn't bring himself to ignore her troubles. In just a few months, he spent every cent he had saved over the years working part-time, all on her, until he couldn't even afford his medicine anymore. You really were licking her boots way too hard. Su Yuan's mouth twitched. Looking at everything as an outsider, the original Su Yuan was basically the textbook definition of a broke simp. And that wasn't all. Su Yuan's eyes fell on the gray mirror lying on the table. The original owner had picked it up from an antique street not long ago. Back then, it had been tossed by the roadside like trash. Thinking it was a waste to leave it there, he casually picked it up and brought it back to the dorm, where it sat in a dusty corner. Until today. Until the moment Zhao Cece deleted him and blocked him. Heartbroken and desperate, he glanced around and noticed the mirror. So he grabbed it. At first, he didn't take it seriously. He just treated it like a silent listener and started venting about Cece. He didn't expect that when he muttered, "Why did Cece delete me?" The dead, lifeless mirror suddenly rippled. Then a line of text slowly appeared on the blurry surface. Because you're out of money, Doc. He was terrified at first. But after asking a few more questions, he found that the mirror would respond every time. That was when he completely broke down and started asking everything he'd been bottling up about Cece. The answers hit harder than any truck. The emotional shock triggered a heart attack, and without his medicine, he died. A mirror that can answer any question. Su Yuan's expression grew serious as he focused on the gray little object. If it really could answer anything, this thing's value was beyond imagination. Should I give it a try? He thought for a moment, then decided to test it himself. What should I ask? His eyes fell on the empty medicine bottle. Then he touched his chest. His heartbeat was still irregular, weak, and strained. Clearly, when he transmigrated, he had inherited the original body's heart disease as well. How can I cure my heart disease? Su Yuan stared at the hazy mirror and asked quietly. Buzz. The surface trembled with faint ripples. Then text appeared one line at a time. Method 1. Go to Magic City Zhongshan Hospital. Have Lu Fuxing perform heart surgery on you. Afterward, stay in a special care ward for 2 months. You'll be cured. Method 2. Go to the 4th Research Institute in the Imperial Capital. Take the newly developed gene potion there. After 1 month of recovery, you'll be cured. Method 3. 90,000 meters underground in the Arctic lies a drop of Earth milk essence. Consume it to completely transform your body, curing. More and more lines appeared. Su Yuan read them, stunned and speechless. The first method, Zhongshan Hospital in Magic City. That was one of the top hospitals in Xia, and even world-class. Getting a normal appointment, there was a miracle. Having the deputy director personally perform surgery? Totally unrealistic. As for Lu Fuxing, the original memories told him that this man had long stopped taking on operations himself. Then there was Method 2, the 4th Research Institute, a gene potion. He had never heard of either of those things. Even if they were real, they were not something an ordinary student like him could dream of touching. The hundreds of methods that followed were even more ridiculous and out of reach. They weren't solutions he could use. Su Yuan forced his thoughts to settle and looked at the mirror again. How can I cure my heart disease? Condition. It has to be something I can easily do. After thinking it through, he asked again, this time adding a restriction. Buzz. The mirror went hazy again. A moment later, new text appeared. Perform the following set of movements. Do them for 30 minutes every day. After 3 months, you'll be cured. It actually gave an answer. Su Yuan's heart trembled as he quickly read the steps shown on the mirror. The movements were a bit complicated, involving stretching and rotating joints all over the body, but they weren't beyond his ability. Soon, half an hour passed. Su Yuan followed the instructions exactly and completed the full routine. Because it was summer break, the dorm building was almost empty, so no one noticed even if he made some noise. He had specifically applied to stay on campus, so he could keep working part-time. Huff! He panted lightly, sweat beading on his forehead. But underneath the fatigue, he felt a strange lightness in his chest. His heartbeat seemed smoother, stronger. It's really working. A rush of joy surged through him. Ever since realizing he'd inherited the heart disease, he'd been subconsciously afraid of when it might flare up again. But now, according to the mirror, as long as he kept doing this routine for half an hour every day for 3 months, he'd be completely cured. It really can answer anything. He calmed himself down. That set of movements wasn't in the original Su Yuan's memories. It wasn't some random exercise he had seen online. It could cure heart disease? If this spread, it would shake the entire medical world. Can answer any question, huh? He fell silent, his eyes slowly brightening with a different kind of excitement. After a long moment, he asked his next question. How can a person become immortal, whether it was back on Earth or now on Blue Star? One thing had never changed. Humanity's obsession with living forever. From ancient times onward, emperors, princes, nobles, and ministers had all chased the same dream, searching for ways to escape death. Yet in the end, all of them turned to dust. Su Yuan was no different. If there really was a chance to live forever, of course he wanted it. The surface of the gray mirror turned misty again. Su Yuan fixed his eyes on it. Method 1. Temper the body to the immortal realm and obtain physical immortality. This grants narrow sense immortality. Method 2. Temper the will to the unquenchable realm and obtain undying consciousness. This grants narrow sense immortality. Method 3. Merge the soul with the great Tao and exist eternally within it. This grants narrow sense immortality. Line after line floated up on the mirror. Su Yuan went quiet. He didn't think the mirror was lying. In fact, he had a faint feeling these methods might really exist. The problem was simple. He couldn't do a single one of them. Immortal body, undying will, soul merged with the great Tao. He didn't even understand what those realms meant, let alone how to reach them. How can I achieve immortality? Condition. It has to be something I can do right now. Su Yuan stared at the mirror again and changed the question. The mirror blurred once more. Then new text appeared. Method 1. Click this link, enter the corresponding web page, and fill in your personal information to register. Tomorrow, personnel will come to collect you to participate in a consciousness transfer experiment. Your consciousness will be uploaded into Blue Star's network and transformed into information life. After roughly 100 years, Blue Star's network will connect to the human empire's macro network. If your information successfully merges with the macro network's information matrix, you will obtain narrow sense immortality. Method 2. Offer 10 million humans as a blood sacrifice to summon an extra cosmic evil god. Your will shall be devoured and assimilated by the evil god. You and the god will share one existence. You and me, and I in you. This grants narrow sense immortality. Su Yuan's lips twitched as he read. Compared to the previous vague, immortal realms and great Tao, these methods were at least understandable. They were even technically doable. But just one look, and he knew they were full of pits. Method 1 would upload his consciousness into the network, turning him into an information-based life form. No body, no senses, no real world. What will be the point of living forever like that? And after merging into some macro information matrix, would he still be Su Yuan? Method 2 was straight up insane. Sacrifice 10 million people to summon an evil god, and then let it eat his will? Who would be immortal then, the god or him? After that, Su Yuan tried asking about immortality from different angles. He kept adding the condition that it had to be something he could currently accomplish. The mirror gave him plenty of answers, but every method was either full of harsh prerequisites or carried huge hidden dangers, all demanding he give up his selfhood in exchange. Forget it. Su Yuan sighed in his heart. Take it step by step. He forced himself to calm down. After a brief pause, he asked again, I want a cultivation method or evolution path that ultimately leads to immortality. Requirement. It must be the method or path most suitable for my current state. Requirement. Fast cultivation, no hidden dangers, no side effects on me. Requirement. Infinite potential. Immortality can be just a side effect. Su Yuan adjusted his goal. Instead of directly chasing immortality, he asked for a cultivation method or evolutionary route pointing toward it. From the hundreds of questions he'd already asked, he was sure of one thing. Blue Star was not the ceiling. Outside this world, there existed civilizations far above it. Somewhere out there, in the vast universe, there were terrifying individuals who could casually erase stars. To become that kind of existence, there were only two paths. Be born that way, or cultivate and evolve step by step from a lower form of life. He obviously couldn't choose his birth, so he could only walk the latter road. The mirror grew hazy again and started spitting out more text. All right, enough. Stop. 2 hours later, the mirror still hadn't finished listing everything. Su Yuan quickly stopped it. With the amount of information pouring out, his current memory simply couldn't hold it all. I can't remember that much. Let's start small. Show me just the part from level 1 life form to level 10 life form. As soon as he spoke, the text stream gradually slowed down. Then it restarted from the beginning, now focusing only on that segment. According to the gray mirror, level 1 to level 10 life forms were its basic classification for individual life strength. It was also a common preliminary life tier standard used by many civilizations out in the cosmos. At the peak of level 10, a life form could temporarily leave its home planet and drift among the stars. Of course, Su Yuan himself wasn't even a level 1. To be precise, most beings on Blue Star were still level 0. By the standards of true cosmic civilizations, they weren't even qualified to be called life. Level 0 life form to level 1 life form. Su Yuan carefully read through the mirror's detailed, step-by-step guide for evolving from level 0 to level 1. If I follow this, I can reach level 1 in about half a month, but he shook his head. I need money. The essence of evolution was simple: using external substances to push your life form to transform. And those external substances had to be rich in pure, high-quality energy, like 100-year ginseng, rare spirit herbs deep in the mountains, and similar treasures, all of which were frighteningly expensive. Hundreds of thousands, millions, way beyond what he could afford. Money, huh? Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror again. If this thing really knew everything, there was no way he'd stay poor. I just have to ask the right way. He thought over. Making money wasn't the hard part. What mattered was that it had to be legal and carry no hidden dangers. The lottery? His eyes brightened. He suddenly thought of the easiest get-rich-overnight route. Lottery winnings were every Xia citizen's dream. Legal, clean, taxed, recognized by the state. The perfect path to sudden wealth. I remember the double color ball draw is at 6 tonight, right? He picked up his phone and checked. After confirming the time, he turned back to the mirror. For double color ball draw number 2025910, one of the first prize winning numbers. Su Yuan stared at the mirror without blinking. The next instant, the mirror blurred and quickly produced a string of numbers. 1125312423. Got it. Seeing the answer, Su Yuan was sure. He immediately took all the money he had on hand, a grand total of 238 yuan, and placed his bet. According to the payout rules, if I hit the first prize, the jackpot will be over 96 million. After taxes, I'll still clear 50 million. A faint smile appeared on his face. That was the kind of money most people never saw in their entire lives. Now I just have to wait. He glanced at the time. There was still more than 2 hours until the 6 o'clock draw. While waiting, he continued to quiz the gray mirror. What's the highest life form level currently in Xia country? Right now, the strongest individual in Xia country is a level 4 life form. What about worldwide? What level is the strongest person on the planet? Level 4. The mirror kept feeding him answers, one line after another. Time slipped by. Soon, it was 6 o'clock. Su Yuan took a deep breath and focused on the lottery results page. At this moment, millions of people across Xia country were staring at the same numbers. Click, click. As each number was revealed, Su Yuan's expression shifted from anticipation to confusion, to doubt, then outright disbelief. Why are they different from the numbers you gave me? He snapped his head toward the gray mirror. The official winning numbers were completely different from the sequence he had written down. The surface of the gray mirror rippled again, and new lines of text slowly appeared.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
If you don't buy this set of numbers, the final first prize numbers won't change. The answer given by the gray mirror was quite concise. It also shattered Su Yuan's dream of becoming instantly wealthy through the lottery. Is this shooting first and drawing the target afterward? Su Yuan realized. First of all, the gray mirror definitely wouldn't make mistakes. Since transmigrating to this world until now, he had asked the gray mirror no less than 800 or 900 questions. The answers ultimately provided by the gray mirror covered all aspects, even including those powerful civilizations deep in the universe. There was no need to deceive him about mere lottery winning numbers. After calming his emotions, Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and began asking questions again. How can I quickly obtain money? Restriction. The money obtained must have no risks, hidden dangers, or dangers. Restriction. The method to obtain money must be simple, something I can easily do. After posing the questions, Su Yuan stared at the gray mirror surface, waiting for a response. Method 1. At 7:45 p.m., go to corner number 63 in the University District, find a small white dog, put the dog in your backpack, dial this number 1232, inform them that Wonkai has been found, then wait on the spot. 10 minutes later, the dog's owner will arrive. Hand the dog over to them, and you will receive 1 million in reward. Method 2. Arrive at Yunfu Antique City at 11 o'clock. Stand in front of stall D18 at 11:15 by the wooden Buddha in the lower right corner for 20 yuan. Inside this wooden Buddha is a golden Buddha from the Tang Dynasty, with a market price of 1.86 million. Method 3. At the bottom of Pujiang River, the gray mirror surface swirled mistily, with characters continuously emerging one after another. Let's take them one by one. The gray mirror surface swirled mistily, continuously revealing character after character, making Su Yuan's eyes dazzled. Let's go find that dog first. Su Yuan looked at Method 1, made some quick preparations, brought his backpack, and went straight out. It was only 6:14 now, still some time before the 7:45 given by the gray mirror. Time-wise, it was still quite ample. University District number 63. Su Yuan opened his phone navigation and searched for the destination. 52 minutes later, Su Yuan successfully arrived at University District number 63. Fortunately, there was still some money left on my bus card. Su Yuan thought to himself that he had already bet all his assets on the double color ball, and now he had no money at all, his pockets cleaner than his face. This should be the place. Su Yuan came to a storefront. This place probably hadn't been open for business for a long time, with weeds growing between the brick cracks of the entrance, plus no lighting, making it appear eerie and terrifying. Su Yuan didn't mind. The precondition he set for the gray mirror was that during the process of obtaining money, he would be absolutely safe and without any hidden dangers. As long as he followed the steps given by the gray mirror, nothing unexpected would happen. Where's the dog? Su Yuan searched around for a long time, but didn't find any trace of the small white dog mentioned by the gray mirror. That's right, it should be at 7:45. Su Yuan remembered the specific time given by the gray mirror. It was at 7:45 p.m. that he would find a small white dog at this location. Right now, there was still over half an hour until the specified time. Realizing this, Su Yuan casually found a step to sit on and wait. At the same time, he opened his phone and looked at one of the hot searches. The hot search title was, "Whoever can find this little dog will receive 1 million in reward." Below the title was a photo of a small, white, curly-haired dog. On the bus ride here, Su Yuan had roughly figured out. The reason for Method 1, given by the gray mirror, originated from this hot search from 3 days ago. In fact, this hot search had caused quite a stir in Magic City circles. After all, who wouldn't be envious of getting 1 million just for finding a dog? Moreover, those spreading this hot search were mostly well-known big bloggers, so there shouldn't be any issues with credibility. When Su Yuan saw this hot search at the time, he also had the idea of looking for the dog, but he ultimately gave up. Magic City is so big, trying to find one dog in it? What difference is there from finding a needle in a haystack? Maybe this dog had already died. On the road opposite Su Yuan School, stray dogs got run over every day. Among them were plenty of white, curly-haired stray dogs. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it was 7:44. Su Yuan had long been intently observing his surroundings, not missing any movement. Just as the time reached exactly 7:45, squeak! A faint sound came from a corner not far away. Su Yuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately approached. This was an area covered with weeds. Su Yuan pushed aside the weeds and discovered a dog hole at the base of the wall. Right at that moment, a white dog head suddenly emerged from the dog hole. The white dog head had just begun surveying the surroundings when it noticed a large figure staring intently at it. Ow! The white dog head immediately sensed something was wrong and tried to retreat back inside. But then, a large hand descended from above and pulled it out. Trying to leave, Su Yuan looked at the small, white, curly-haired dog he was holding. Actually, it couldn't really be called a small, white, curly-haired dog. Since it hadn't been cleaned for a long time, it looked more like a small, gray, curly-haired dog. Ow! The curly-haired dog looked timid and fearful. Su Yuan noticed that around the curly-haired dog's neck was a name tag with the characters Wonkai written on it. So this dog's name is actually Wonkai? Su Yuan thought to himself. Don't worry, you'll be home soon. Su Yuan composed himself and quickly placed the 1 million, should be the curly-haired dog, into his backpack. Then he immediately took out his phone and dialed the phone number given by the gray mirror. In a luxurious hotel room. Miss, Wonkai will definitely be fine. You've already contacted major bloggers to post the reward offer. No one can refuse 1 million. A middle-aged woman said softly. Sitting on the sofa in front of her was a young woman. The young woman had delicate features, though she currently appeared haggard. Wonkai was the dog she had raised for many years, with whom she shared deep affection. Just a few days ago, while shopping at mall, she had accidentally let Wonkai get lost. In order to find Wonkai, she didn't hesitate to offer 1 million as a reward. I hope so. The young woman sighed. Logically speaking, indeed no one could refuse exchanging a dog for 1 million. But what she feared was that Wonkai wouldn't be recognized or might have died due to some other accidental reason. Wonkai. The young woman closed her eyes, although the middle-aged woman didn't say it out loud. She also felt that her beloved Wonkai was probably in grave danger. Although with the reward spreading, people called every day, claiming they had found Wonkai. But when she went to check, they were mostly fake. Some people even dyed a black curly-haired dog white. With no news about Wonkai for so long, the outcome was basically already determined. Just as the young woman was secretly grieving, the phone beside her rang again. The young woman rubbed her temples but still picked up the phone. As soon as the call connected, the young woman heard a deep voice say, "Your Wonkai has been found by me. The address is University District number 63. After saying these 2 sentences, the phone was hung up. The young woman stood there stunned for a moment. Miss, another message about finding Wonkai came through. The middle-aged woman nearby immediately spoke up. Where's the address? I'll have someone go confirm right away. These past few days, too many people had falsely reported finding Wonkai to claim the 1 million reward. At first, the young woman went to confirm in person. But later, with too many fake messages, she had her subordinates go identify instead. No need. I'll go personally. The young woman suddenly stood up, her beautiful eyes showing excitement. Go personally? The middle-aged woman didn't quite understand. This time it might be real. The young woman looked at the middle-aged woman. He knew Wongsai's name. University District number 63. Ever since finishing the phone call, Su Yuan had been staring at the time on his phone. According to the answer provided by the gray mirror, in 10 minutes, the owner of the white curly-haired puppy would arrive here. Then they would settle the money and dog transaction. Very quickly, the distant roar of engines suddenly echoed from afar. Immediately after, a pink supercar sped over, then abruptly stopped not far away. Whoosh, the car door opened, and a young woman with exquisite makeup stepped out, along with a middle-aged woman who looked very efficient. That should be University District number 63 over there. The young woman glanced around and was about to walk toward the number 63 storefront in the distance. Miss, wait a moment. The middle-aged woman beside her immediately stopped her. She looked at the slightly shadowy number 63 storefront and whispered a few words. The young woman hesitated briefly, but ultimately stayed in place without walking over. Not long after, several black cars arrived. More than 10 bodyguards in black suits stepped out from them. Only when the bodyguards were present did the middle-aged woman breathe a slight sigh of relief. The young woman had mentioned that the caller knew Wongsai's name, but who could say whether it was genuine or fake? The information that the lost white curly-haired puppy was named Wonkai had not been disclosed in the reward notice. Indeed, not many people knew about it, but there were still some. What if someone was using this as a trap? Therefore, regardless of whether it was truly Wonkai, the middle-aged woman had to prioritize the young lady's safety. In the shadows, watching the several black cars behind the pink supercar, along with the more than 10 black-suited bodyguards radiating cold authority, Su Yuan felt somewhat apprehensive, if not for the gray mirror's assurance that the method was absolutely safe with no hidden risks. The current Su Yuan would probably be considering whether to slip away. Tap, 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 the young woman walked over gently, the black-suited bodyguards behind her looking extremely vigilant. Su Yuan steadied himself, immediately stood up, pulled the white curly-haired puppy from his backpack, and stepped forward. Oh, the white curly-haired puppy seemed to smell a familiar scent and immediately let out an excited cry. Wonkai. The young woman immediately recognized the voice and looked towards Su Yuan. Since Su Yuan's back was still in the shadowy area, the young woman couldn't clearly see Su Yuan's appearance. However, although she couldn't see Su Yuan clearly, she instantly recognized the curly-haired puppy held in his arms. Even though the puppy's fur was now gray instead of white, the young woman was absolutely certain. This was her Wonkai. Let me take a look. Suppressing her joy, the young woman spoke. Su Yuan paused for a moment, then proactively placed Wonkai from his arms onto the ground. Oh, the curly-haired puppy immediately dashed into the young woman's hands. Wonkai, you've gotten so thin. The young woman felt heartache, carefully examining Wonkai and finding that aside from being thinner and dirtier, there were no other issues. Auntie Yi, the young woman happily hugged Wonkai. Give him money. Yes. The middle-aged woman beside her nodded, then looked at Su Yuan standing in the shadows and smiled, saying, How should we give you the reward? My bank card number is... Su Yuan immediately recited the bank card number he had memorized beforehand. It's been transferred. A moment later, the middle-aged woman Auntie Yi spoke. Simultaneously, Su Yuan also received a notification that 1 million yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Forcing down his excitement, Su Yuan nodded and said, Received. After speaking, Su Yuan directly turned around, entered the shadowy area, and disappeared from sight. During the more than half hour of waiting, Su Yuan had already explored the surrounding area and knew there was a small path behind leading to the nearby food street. Inside the pink supercar, the young woman was playing with Wonkai, her face full of smiles. The middle-aged woman Auntie Yi asked beside her, Miss, should we investigate that person from earlier? After so many days, Wonkai suddenly being found made Auntie Yi instinctively suspicious. Investigate what? The young woman shook her head and said, As long as my Wonkai is safe, that's all that matters. Don't bother with anything else. That's true. Auntie Yi nodded, feeling that she had overthought things, mainly because Su Yuan had been too straightforward. If someone had truly set up a trap using Wonkai to scheme against the young lady and what stood behind her, why would they only ask for 1 million? Under the night sky, Su Yuan walked along the Pujiang River, repeatedly checking his bank account balance. 1 million. For Su Yuan, this was absolutely a huge sum, whether in his previous life or current one. Perhaps many people, many families have assets exceeding 1 million. But that includes all property, including real estate and other fixed assets. Having 1 million in actual cash is still quite rare among ordinary people. And this 1 million was only the beginning for Su Yuan. Su Yuan collected his thoughts, looking toward the distant skyscrapers and vibrant nightlife. For the first time, he felt that these towering buildings were so magnificent and the dazzling nightlife was so beautiful. Before, when Su Yuan worked part-time jobs shuttling between these skyscrapers, he could only look up at these behemoths, feeling nothing but suffocating pressure. Su Yuan gazed calmly. With the all-answering gray mirror, Su Yuan was confident that soon enough he would become one of the masters of this prosperous magic city. By the way, this is exactly where the Pujiang River is. Su Yuan's thoughts stirred. He remembered that among the many methods provided by the Gray Mirror, several were related to the Pujiang River. From ancient times to the present, Magic City's Pujiang River had witnessed countless events, with too many treasures sinking to its bottom, remaining undiscovered to this day. And these treasures and wealth were no secret to Su Yuan, who possessed the Gray Mirror. Of course, most of the numerous treasures and wealth sunk in the Pujiang River's depths came with certain dangers and risks. For example, those sunk in the Central River area where the water is deep and very conspicuous. If Su Yuan went to retrieve them, first, he couldn't guarantee he could swim there, and second, he could easily be discovered. Truly risk-free and safe options weren't too plentiful. That location, in the shallow waters near the Pujiang riverbank, has a box of gold bars sunk there. Su Yuan looked along the Pujiang River toward a certain spot. This box of gold bars came from the war-torn era over 100 years ago, and its owner and descendants were long gone. As long as Su Yuan could retrieve it, there would be no disputes or risks. As for diving, the shallow areas of the Pujiang River weren't deep, only waist-high, and with careful movement, there would be no problems. Moreover, the Gray Mirror had given a clear answer. Retrieving that box of gold bars was absolutely safe, with no unexpected incidents occurring. 2 days later, in the dormitory, Su Yuan sat cross-legged on the floor, with a several square meter mat spread out before him. On the mat were placed various rare treasures and curios. Jade pieces, statues, gold items were everywhere. Additionally, Su Yuan's bank account balance had skyrocketed to 9.38 million yuan. 938,000 was the bank card's limit, not Su Yuan's limit. Over the past 2 days, the Gray Mirror had answered far too many questions for Su Yuan. Among them were numerous secrets related to bank cards. For example, once the balance in a personal bank card exceeds 10 million, it automatically triggers manual review. Simply put, specialized bank staff would start monitoring him. They might even trace the origins of the money in his account. This was exactly what Su Yuan wanted to avoid. Although every cent in his bank account was obtained legally and compliantly. It wasn't dirty money, but it contained too many coincidences, sky-high bounties, fulfilling elderly people's dreams, and so on. If it were just 1 or 2 instances, it could be written off as good luck. But when so many coincidences gathered around one person, even if nothing seemed suspicious, it would be enough to make observant people suspicious. 938,000 in cash, plus these. Su Yuan looked at the rare treasures arranged on the mat before him. In terms of value, the latter far exceeded 10 million. If converted to money, it wouldn't be less than 30 million. That meant Su Yuan's current total assets exceeded 40 million. Even in the money-burning Magic City, 40 million in assets qualified as wealthy class. This money is enough for me to cultivate to level 1 life form. Su Yuan thought to himself. In fact, even without the bank card restrictions, Su Yuan would have chosen to stop at this point anyway. Wealth and money were just numbers to Su Yuan, who possessed the all-knowing magic mirror. Not to mention Xia country, even in Magic City alone, no one knew how much wealth was buried in unknown corners. And in Su Yuan's eyes, these treasures and riches could be obtained effortlessly. Wealth was merely external. Only personal strength and life evolution were what Su Yuan valued. No matter how much wealth and money he accumulated, it all served life evolution. Next, it's time to find a new residence. Su Yuan glanced at the time. Whether for personal cultivation or the rare treasures before him, he needed a safe, hidden place. And this was something the school dormitory clearly couldn't provide. It was fine for now, being summer vacation with few people in the entire dormitory building. But what about after school started in over a month? Regarding changing living arrangements, Su Yuan had already begun preparations. As for how to prepare, naturally by consulting the Gray Mirror. And 2 days ago, the Magic Mirror had provided the most suitable living place for Su Yuan currently. Jinshan Villa District, Magic City suburbs. This was Magic City's famous wealthy residential area. Though located remotely, It had beautiful surroundings, high security, and considerable distance between villas, fully protecting residents' privacy. RNOE. Su Yuan sat in a coffee shop outside the villa district, observing the distant entrance gate. He hadn't come here to buy a villa in this area. Su Yuan couldn't afford it anyway. Standalone villas in Jinshan Villa District started at least 100 million. They were specifically prepared for those super wealthy. Su Yuan's goal was to rent a villa to serve as his daily residence and cultivation place. In 15 minutes, Professor Qin will come out, pass by this coffee shop, then faint at the shop entrance due to low blood sugar. Su Yuan thought silently to himself. Professor Qin, 71 years old, professor at Magic City University, expert in life sciences, and also a property owner in Jinshan Villa District. But due to his sons urging from across the ocean, Professor Qin would take a flight today and wouldn't return for at least 2 years. The above information was naturally told to Su Yuan by the Gray Mirror. Additionally, the Gray Mirror informed Su Yuan that Professor Qin had traditional thinking. He didn't want his house to sit empty after going abroad, so he'd been wanting to rent out the villa. But time was too tight, and Professor Qin wasn't willing to rent the villa to complete strangers. 15 minutes later, a white-haired old man indeed walked out from the villa district. When he reached the coffee shop in trance, the old man looked pale, felt dizzy and lightheaded, and instinctively collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Su Yuan happened to be preparing to leave the coffee shop. Seeing this scene, he immediately rushed forward to support the old man. Sugar. The old man pointed tremblingly to his pocket. Su Yuan immediately understood, took out a piece of candy, and fed it to the old man. After eating the candy, the old man clearly improved significantly. Su Yuan helped the old man into the coffee shop and sat him down at a random table. "Thank you, young man." The old man recovered and immediately expressed gratitude. "No problem. It's what I should do." Su Yuan waved his hand, then spoke with some hesitation. "Are you Professor Qin?" "Oh, you know me." The old man looked at Su Yuan with interest. He had always been reclusive, and few people in Jinshan community knew his identity. "My name is Lin Haichuan, a student in Magic City University's School of Biological Sciences. I've attended many of your lectures, Professor Qin." Su Yuan said immediately. "Is that so?" The old man's expression immediately softened. Although he didn't recognize Su Yuan as a Magic City University professor, the old man naturally felt closer to Magic City University students, especially since Su Yuan claimed to have attended many of his lectures. This was equivalent to a half-teacher-student relationship. Seeing Professor Qin lower his guard, Su Yuan felt reassured internally. Clearly, everything he had just said was completely fabricated. The purpose was to build rapport between himself and Professor Qin. As for whether he was actually a Magic City University student or had attended Professor Qin's lectures, this would be difficult to verify immediately. "Your lectures are very profound, Professor Qin. I remember one class where you discussed CAR T-cell therapy to suppress and eliminate cancer cells in the human body. It was so innovative." Su Yuan appropriately showed a hint of excitement on his face. "You understood that lecture?" The old man was startled. CAR T-cell therapy was exactly his main research direction, and he had indeed mentioned it once in a class. Thinking of this, the old man no longer doubted Su Yuan's identity. Besides a genuine Magic City University student who had actually attended his class, who would know he had once discussed CAR T-cell therapy. "I understood a little," Su Yuan replied. "The so-called CAR T-cell therapy involves extracting the patient's T-cells, genetically modifying them in vitro, installing a navigation head (SAR) that can precisely identify cancer cells, massively expanding them, then reinfusing them into the patient to eliminate cancer cells. What do you think about the prospects of CAR T-cell therapy? Is there potential for realization?" The old man immediately became interested and asked. Once the cancer problem is solved, countless patients could be saved, and the method to conquer cancer would undoubtedly win a Nobel Prize, and the most prestigious one at that. "I think it's possible." Su Yuan nodded, "but we need to address the side effects of this therapy. CAR T cells release large amounts of inflammatory cytokines in the human body, which could potentially lead to multiple organ failure and death. For the next half hour, Su Yuan continuously discussed CAR T-cell therapy topics with Professor Qin. For every question Professor Qin raised, Su Yuan provided his own insights with slight depth, and these insights coincidentally aligned with Professor Qin's philosophy. This caused Professor Qin to like Su Yuan more and more the longer they talked. Over the years, he had mentored many doctoral students, but none could compare to the current Su Yuan. What a pity, what a pity, what a pity. Professor Qin said, pity, 3 times consecutively. Why did he encounter such an outstanding student right before going abroad? By the way, Xiao Chuan, what brings you here? Professor Qin glanced at the time and asked. It's like this. Su Yuan sighed helplessly. My parents are returning from abroad in a few days and plan to stay in Magic City for half a year. They're getting older and don't want to stay in hotels, so I came to rent a villa for them. Rent a villa? Professor Qin looked at Su Yuan, then glanced at the distant Jinshan Villa district, slapping his thigh. What a coincidence. Actually, I'm about to go abroad for a while, so the villa will be empty for half a year. Would you like to rent it? Professor Qin asked directly. Originally, even if he rented it out, he would only rent it to acquaintances he knew well. But Su Yuan, although Professor Qin hadn't known Su Yuan for long, they had hit it off immediately. Moreover, Su Yuan was a student at Magic City University, and Professor Qin had taught at Magic City University for decades. In Professor Qin's view, he knew Su Yuan quite well. As for Su Yuan's character, that was even more impeccable. If his character were even slightly worse, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to help him up. Given the current social atmosphere outside, what normal person would dare help an elderly person? Is this appropriate? Su Yuan asked hesitantly. What's inappropriate about it? The more Su Yuan acted like this, the more reassured Professor Qin felt. But I'm pressed for time and need to go to the airport soon, so I probably can't sign a formal rental contract with you. Professor Qin thought for a moment, then waved his hand generously. How about this? You move into the villa first. I'll charge you 50,000 a month, and we'll settle the rent when I return in half a year. Without a formal rental contract, Professor Qin felt embarrassed to collect payment first, so he simply let Su Yuan stay first and pay later. In fact, given the housing prices in Jinshan Villa District, 50,000 a month was practically giving it away. Professor Qin wasn't short of money. His main concern was not letting the house sit empty. Now that he had found a satisfactory tenant, money was secondary. The homeowners who could afford to live in this villa district weren't short of money either. Maybe I should pay first, Su Yuan said. No need. Professor Qin shook his head. I have great faith in the credibility of Magic City University students. It wasn't just the Magic City University student status. Through their earlier conversation, Professor Qin had also discovered Su Yuan's unique insights in the field of life sciences. Such promising talent would likely achieve accomplishments not far below his own in the future, making him completely trustworthy. Thank you, Professor Qin. Su Yuan stood up and said, No need to thank me. Professor Qin immediately led Su Yuan to the villa district's main gate. Xiao Wang. Professor Qin waved toward the security booth. Immediately, a middle-aged man with an upright posture walked out. Elder Qin. The middle-aged man bowed slightly to Professor Qin as a sign of respect. I won't be in the country for this period. The person living in my villa is a junior relative of mine. Professor Qin introduced Su Yuan. Having Su Yuan pose as his junior relative was to resolve things quickly. Only this way could they avoid various security inquiries and prevent missing his flight. My name is Lin Haichuan, Su Yuan said immediately. Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. Later, take Xiao Chuan to register his fingerprint and iris. Professor Qin instructed. In high-end residential areas like Jinshan Villa District, entry and exit required iris and fingerprint verification. Even every security guard in the district had memorized the homeowner's information. If you weren't a homeowner, you simply couldn't get in. Even if you sneaked in, you'd be discovered by patrolling guards. Half an hour later, Professor Qin had roughly sorted out matters in the residential area. After exchanging contact information with Su Yuan, He immediately headed to the airport. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, led by security, arrived at Villa number 66. Beep. After passing the iris and fingerprint recognition, Su Yuan successfully entered the villa. The villa had 3 floors, with its own garden, lawn, lake, and 2 basement levels, covering an area of over 5,000 square meters. After entering, Su Yuan glanced around briefly before sitting on the living room sofa. Everything went smoothly. Su Yuan let out a soft sigh of relief. From the moment he appeared at the coffee shop outside the residential area, every action, movement, expression, and word he spoke had strictly followed the answers provided by the gray mirror. Only by doing this could he, upon first meeting Professor Qin, get the other party to proactively rent the villa to him. If any step or action had been wrong, it would have caused Professor Qin to hesitate, thereby affecting the final outcome of renting the villa to him. All of Professor Qin's reactions were within the gray mirror's predictions, allowing Su Yuan to know how to respond, build rapport, and gain the other's trust. One could say that Professor Qin, as a person, had no secrets before the gray mirror. He was completely transparent. The reason he chose Jinshan Villa District as his residence was mainly because of the timing. Since Professor Qin was in a hurry to catch his flight, there was no time to sign a rental contract, so Su Yuan managed to move in smoothly without any identity verification, which meant, aside from Professor Qin, no one else knew Su Yuan had moved into Jinshan residential area. As for the Lin Haichuan that Professor Qin knew, that was also a fake name Su Yuan made up on the spot. It couldn't be traced externally. For the next 2 years, this place belongs to me. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Professor Qin said he would only be abroad for half a year. But the gray mirror told Su Yuan that Professor Qin would, due to certain unexpected events, stay abroad for at least 2 years. Is this the method of omniscience? Waves of emotion stirred in Su Yuan's heart, strategizing from a command tent, leaving no detail unaccounted for. Every action taken, every word spoken carried profound meaning. By my estimate, the Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng I bought should have arrived by now. Su Yuan glanced outside the villa. Over 2 days ago, after receiving his first million-yuan bounty, Su Yuan began selecting various Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng to prepare for his cultivation practice. Since it was an online purchase, transporting these Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng here took time. As for the delivery address, Su Yuan had decided 2 days ago through the gray mirror that his residence would be here. So the delivery address for all the purchased Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng was Jinshan Residential Area, Villa number 66. Security Office. Manager Wang, the middle-aged man, was informing all security guards about the latest homeowner information in the Villa District. The current homeowner of Villa number 66 is a junior relative of Elder Qin, named Lin Haichuan. You all need to remember this, so you don't fail to recognize the name when you see him. Manager Wang looked at the numerous security guards and said solemnly, Elder Qin's junior relative? I remember Elder Qin has a son, but he went abroad. Yeah, I didn't expect Elder Qin to have a junior relative. The security guards couldn't help murmuring quietly. Enough. Manager Wang frowned. Another discussion about homeowners, and it's a 1,000 yuan fine. As soon as he said this, all the security guards quieted down. Right at that moment, a voice came from outside. Package delivery for the homeowner of Villa number 66. Manager Wang walked out and saw 7 or 8 large boxes. Did Mr. Lin purchase these? Yes. The delivery person nodded. Should you deliver them? Or should I? We'll handle the delivery. Manager Wang said. This was also the rule in Jinshan Villa District. Any food delivery or packages were delivered to homeowners by the security property management. It seems Mr. Lin really is Elder Qin's junior relative. Manager Wang thought to himself. These packages were clearly purchased before today, and having filled in the delivery address as Jinshan Villa District, Villa number 66 before today, without a doubt, Mr. Lin had already known he would be living here. Otherwise, wouldn't these purchased items fail to reach him? Under these circumstances, Mr. Lin and Elder Qin must have an exceptionally close relationship. Half an hour later, the 7 or 8 large boxes were delivered to Villa number 66. Su Yuan opened the boxes one by one, arranging the various Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng around him. Then he took a deep breath. Cultivation began. Villa number 66 meditation room. Su Yuan took out a half-meter-long wooden box. He gently opened it, revealing dozens of silver needles neatly arranged inside. These dozens of silver needles were also casually purchased by Su Yuan online, delivered together with the Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng. As Su Yuan looked at the silver needles before him, the cultivation method provided by the gray mirror surfaced in his mind. The transformation and evolution of life naturally couldn't be completed simply by relying on some Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng. The main issue was that normal human physiques couldn't absorb much of the nutrients and energy contained within Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng. If an ordinary person consumed a 100-year-old Lingji mushroom, they would waste at least 90% of its nutrients and energy. The cultivation method provided by the gray mirror required acupuncture stimulation of the body to significantly enhance the body's absorption of external energy. This solved the problem of normal human bodies being unable to perfectly absorb the nutritional energy within Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng. After all, under acupuncture stimulation, Su Yuan's body would temporarily elevate to an inhuman level. Then using this inhuman body to absorb energy naturally wouldn't be difficult. Simply put, it was equivalent to boarding the train first and buying the ticket later. Are you sure this cultivation session has no dangers? Su Yuan picked up a silver needle, glancing at the gray mirror placed nearby. The human body was extremely complex, hiding countless acupoints, including fatal points among them. If he accidentally pierced the wrong one, the consequences would be unimaginable. Confirmed. The gray mirror's surface shimmered faintly, providing its response. As long as Su Yuan strictly followed the cultivation method given by the gray mirror and accurately selected the required acupoints for insertion, it would be completely safe. Having received the gray mirror's confirmation, Su Yuan immediately held the silver needle. He carefully inserted it into the area below his chest. Buzz, Su Yuan immediately felt a wave of suffocation assault him, while his entire flesh, blood, bones, and sinews trembled violently. Now, Su Yuan immediately picked up the deep mountain Lingji mushroom placed before him, swallowing it whole after briefly chewing, sending it down into his stomach. As the Lingji entered his stomach, Su Yuan immediately felt his stomach begin to churn and move. Stimulated by the silver needle, Su Yuan's bodily functions surged dramatically, frantically absorbing the nutrients and energy contained within the Lingji mushroom. Then rapidly transporting them throughout his body, to his limbs, bones, sinews, and flesh. 11 minutes later, Su Yuan inserted a second needle, this time below his left arm. Immediately, Su Yuan felt his body heating up as if his fat was burning. He then picked up the next 100-year-old ginseng and swallowed it whole. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. During this period, Su Yuan continuously adjusted his breathing rhythm to assist his body in more perfectly absorbing the nutrients and energy from the numerous tonics he had consumed. Time passed. Next, Su Yuan successively inserted 12 silver needles into his body. With each silver needle inserted, Su Yuan would consume one tonic until all the Lingji mushrooms, old ginseng, and other tonics surrounding him were completely consumed. Thump, thump, thump. His heart beat violently. The 14 inserted silver needles had already elevated Su Yuan's body to some extreme level. His overly enhanced body began conflicting with his originally weak flesh, blood, bones, and sinews, causing the latter to continuously tear. Meanwhile, the various tonics Su Yuan had swallowed were quickly digested, transforming into streams of vital essence and life force that began healing his torn flesh, blood, bones, and sinews. Thus began a continuous cycle of tearing and healing, healing and tearing. Initially, Su Yuan found it excruciatingly painful. But as time passed, with his bones, sinews, flesh, and blood constantly healing, and his internal organs gradually strengthening, an unprecedented feeling of comfort washed over him. Su Yuan knew that his body's foundation was rapidly improving, and his weak flesh, blood, bones, and sinews were substantially strengthening. 5 hours later, the preset alarm rang. Whoosh, Su Yuan took a deep breath and forcefully exhaled. The silver needles inserted at various points on his body flew backward and out. This feeling, Su Yuan stood up, sensing the changes in his body. First was his heart. Su Yuan could clearly feel that his heart was now beating with incredible strength and health. My heart disease should be cured, Su Yuan thought to himself. This cultivation session represented a comprehensive transformation for him. So naturally, some of his body's hidden ailments and problems vanished like dust in the wind during this metamorphosis. My eyesight. Su Yuan observed his surroundings, finding everything remarkably clear, as if a blurry lens had suddenly been wiped clean. Additionally, Su Yuan felt that his brain was unprecedentedly clear, and his intelligence had also improved along with this transformation. Snap! Su Yuan clenched his fist and threw a punch forward. The air seemed to tear faintly. My strength has also increased dramatically. Su Yuan understood clearly. He then went to the villa's fitness room and tested himself briefly. He reached a final conclusion. His current strength allowed him to easily throw a punch with 300 kilograms of force. Regarding speed, he could run 100 meters in just 7 or 8 seconds, completely surpassing all top athletes currently on Blue Star. Just one cultivation session, and I've gained such improvements. Su Yuan marveled inwardly. With his current capabilities, he could truly be considered a minor superhuman, easily leaping over 10 meters. And even if he fell from a several dozen-story building, he wouldn't necessarily die, as he could maintain balance during the fall and eventually land using wind resistance. He might sustain some injuries, but that would be it. With such abilities, he was practically invincible in the city. Unfortunately, this cultivation method only works for me. The gray mirror designed it completely according to my physical condition. Even if others replicated it exactly, they couldn't achieve the same results as me, and might even die from organ failure due to excessive medicinal potency. Su Yuan thought to himself. Every person's body had subtle differences, especially regarding acupoints. Being off by just a fraction could mean piercing a fatal point. How strong is a true level 1 life form really? Su Yuan wondered silently. According to the cultivation plan the Gray Mirror had designed for him, he only needed 15 cultivation sessions, roughly half a month, to formally transform into a level 1 life form. And a level 1 life form, even in the eyes of those terrifying civilizations deep in the universe, would be considered true life, no longer mere dust by the roadside. Returning to the meditation room, Su Yuan looked at the remaining Lingji mushrooms and ginseng. 2 days ago, he had purchased 600,000 worth of Lingji mushrooms and ginseng. After the first cultivation session, he had consumed 200,000 worth of Lingji mushrooms and ginseng. The second and third cultivation sessions would similarly consume 200,000 worth each. In the Gray Mirror's 15-session cultivation plan leading to level 1 life form, the first to third sessions consumed the fewest resources. Thereafter, each cultivation session would require significantly more resources. After completing all 15 sessions, he would have consumed approximately 40 million worth of various resources. Su Yuan organized the remaining Lingji mushrooms and old ginseng for tomorrow's second cultivation session. He then returned to stand before the Gray Mirror. Gazing at the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan pondered for a moment before asking, "With my current strength, what ranking could I achieve in Magic City?" Su Yuan was quite curious about his current strength. Nowadays, he was practically equivalent to being superhuman. His internal organs, flesh, blood, muscles, and bones were all significantly stronger than those of ordinary humans. With such strength, what rank could he achieve in this bustling Magic City? Su Yuan looked expectantly at the Gray Mirror. buzz, the gray mirror surface rippled and churned, quickly revealing lines of text. Strength ranking, 1428. There's still 1,427 people stronger than me. Su Yuan wasn't particularly surprised. Magic City had tens of millions of residents and was one of the most prosperous cities globally, undoubtedly hiding countless experts. Having only undergone one cultivation session, Su Yuan had already jumped from his original ranking of over 20 million to over 1,000, which he was quite satisfied with. What level of expert am I equivalent to in Xia country's cultivation world? Su Yuan continued his inquiry. Various countries on Blue Star indeed had cultivators and superhumans. Su Yuan had already learned about this aspect by questioning the gray mirror. For example, the current strongest individual in Xia country was a level 4 life form, and the global strongest was also a level 4 life form. Major achievement in hidden force level. The gray mirror provided its answer. Major achievement in hidden force. Su Yuan understood clearly in his heart. The cultivation system in Xia country's cultivation world was divided sequentially into visible force, hidden force, transforming force, embracing elixir. Hidden force experts could already establish authority in a region. Unless facing firearms, they could easily defeat 10 or even 100 opponents. As for transforming force, they were even referred to as grandmasters. And embracing elixir experts, in another classification by the gray mirror, were also called level 1 life forms. Those who embrace elixir have flawless chi and blood, perfect minds. In an ancient Xia country, they would be considered immortals whom even emperors would treat with utmost respect. Alpha BS. If I complete 15 cultivation sessions and evolve into a level 1 life form, what rank could I achieve in Magic City? After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan asked. For him, becoming a level 1 life form was merely a matter of time, achievable through 15 cultivation sessions. The gray mirror surface blurred and churned, providing the answer once more. 78th place. Seeing the gray mirror's reply, Su Yuan's spirits lifted. Next, Su Yuan rested for an hour. Even though he had absorbed all the Lingji mushrooms and ginseng he consumed in a short time through acupuncture stimulation, he still needed proper rest and recuperation. This was also why, according to the cultivation plan provided by the gray mirror, Su Yuan could only cultivate once per day. The human body has its limits, and cultivating once daily was Su Yuan's maximum capacity. Exceeding this limit would cause Su Yuan's body to collapse from the inside out. 2 hours later, Su Yuan left the Jinshan Villa district and returned to his school dormitory. Using 2 large suitcases, he packed all the rare treasures he had collected over the past few days and brought them back to Villa number 66. These treasures were worth over 30 million, so Su Yuan naturally wanted to keep them under his direct supervision. While carrying the 2 suitcases back to the Jinshan Villa district, several security guards offered to help. However, Su Yuan declined. It wasn't because he worried they might discover the treasures inside the suitcases, but because the suitcases were too heavy and the guards might not be able to lift them. Not to mention anything else, just a box of gold bars Su Yuan retrieved from the bottom of the Pujiang River weighed nearly 100 jin. The remaining jade, statues, and antiques weren't light either, with each suitcase averaging almost 200 jin. Only someone like Su Yuan, who had undergone complete transformation, could effortlessly carry one in each hand. Inside Villa number 66, Su Yuan opened the 2 suitcases, gazed at the numerous treasures, and fell into deep thought. I need to liquidate these treasures as soon as possible. Su Yuan thought to himself. The gold bars weren't urgent. Gold was a hard currency in any era, easily convertible whenever needed, and could even be used directly for transactions. But other treasures, such as jade and antiques, required professional appraisal to liquidate, which was more cumbersome. Therefore, Su Yuan planned to exchange them for money in advance. His cultivation speed was too fast, and he would need massive cultivation resources over the next 14 days. To liquidate so many treasures quickly I'll have to go through Magic City's underground black market. Su Yuan contemplated privately. The so-called underground black market was where prohibited items or goods of unclear origin were traded. Although the treasures Su Yuan obtained weren't stolen goods, their quantity was substantial, making the black market the fastest and simplest route. Underground black market. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and began inquiring about various details regarding Magic City's underground black market. Half a day later, Su Yuan walked out of the villa district carrying one suitcase. He then took a bus to a bustling street. Magic City's underground black market was extremely secretive, accessible only to individuals with net worth exceeding 100 million, which was merely the entry threshold. Of course, this was just the threshold. Actual entry required referral from an insider. Su Yuan placed the suitcase in locker number 56, section C of a nearby shopping mall, then walked out and stopped in front of a milk tea shop. Not far from the milk tea shop was a pawn shop that appeared utterly ordinary. Compared to the surrounding bustling crowds, this pawn shop was slightly deserted, with very few people entering or exiting. But Su Yuan knew that this pawn shop was actually one of the entrances to Magic City's underground black market. Su Yuan hadn't come here intending to enter the black market personally. Instead, he planned to have the black market manager handle the batch of treasures for him. Thinking of this, Su Yuan suddenly stepped backward. Ouch! A soft body bumped into him. Su Yuan turned around and saw a young girl rubbing her forehead. My apologies, Su Yuan said apologetically. Be more careful next time. The girl's forehead was red, clearly from bumping into Su Yuan. But seeing Su Yuan apologize immediately with sincere attitude, she couldn't bring herself to say much, merely glaring at him before walking into the nearby milk tea shop. Su Yuan remained calm. After the girl entered, he flipped his right hand, and a pink phone appeared. This pink phone naturally belonged to the girl, temporarily borrowed by Su Yuan. Picking up the phone, the lock screen lit up. Skillfully entering the lock screen password, Su Yuan smoothly accessed the phone's interface. Then he directly dialed the landline number of the pawn shop, not far away. Inside the pawn shop, two people sat behind the counter, a young man and a middle-aged man in his 50s. This pawn shop served as a front, concealing its true purpose as one of the entrances to Magic City's underground black market. The middle-aged man in his 50s was one of the managers of the underground black market, specifically responsible for vetting the identities of numerous members seeking entry. Not their real-world identities, but their identities within the underground black market. Every member of the underground black market had their own membership serial number, used to determine their identity and level within the system. The more one spent in the black market, the higher their membership level. Newly entered billionaires were merely the most ordinary black market members. For truly high-level black market members, even managers like the middle-aged man had to serve them with extreme caution, as the power they wielded could shake the very foundation of the black market's existence. Uncle Sun, that person earlier was also our member. What level were they? The young man, feeling somewhat bored, couldn't resist asking the middle-aged man, Uncle Sun, sitting beside him. Member identities are something you can casually inquire about. The middle-aged man, Uncle Sun, frowned and scolded. Yes, you're right. The young man immediately realized his mistake. Inwardly, however, he judged that the person's membership level probably wasn't high. Because from start to finish, Uncle Sun's expression hadn't changed at all. He hadn't even glanced at the person, leaving all the reception to the young man. Just then, ring ring. The landline phone on the counter suddenly rang. Seeing this, the young man immediately reached to answer it. Hello. The young man didn't say much, waiting for the person on the other end to speak first. I'm looking for Sun Laolu. A low, gender-indistinguishable voice sounded. Sun Laolu. The young man was momentarily stunned. Then he quickly realized that Sun Laolu here probably referred to Uncle Sun. Uncle Sunday. The young man immediately looked at the middle-aged man, picking up a pen to write, looking for Sun Laolu on a piece of paper. The middle-aged man, Uncle Sun, narrowed his eyes slightly. Many people knew his surname was Sun, but those who referred to him as Sun Laolu, Uncle Sun's expression grew slightly serious. He immediately stood up and took the phone. "Hello," Uncle Sun said solemnly. "I have a batch of items. Help me handle them." The low voice on the other end spoke calmly. "No problem." Uncle Sun nodded, then probed. "Might I ask, sir, what your membership number is?" Said 2384. The low voice recited a combination of numbers and letters. Uncle Sun initially maintained a normal expression, but as the membership number became more complete, the respect on his face grew increasingly heavy. He even began bending his waist slightly while holding the phone. The young man beside him widened his eyes in astonishment. As one of the managers of the underground black market, Sun Laolu was quite famous among the super-wealthy circles. The young man was seeing for the first time how respectfully Sun Laolu behaved, even bending his waist while answering the phone. What kind of extraordinary big shot is this? The young man swallowed hard. Without a doubt, the person calling must have incredibly powerful connections. Those who could enter the underground black market were all from the wealthy class, but someone who could make Sun Laolu treat them like this probably had status and position at the level of the big boss himself. The big boss, the young man was thinking of, referred to the true owner of the underground black market. Sun Laolu was only one of the managers of the underground black market. Simply put, the manager who publicly ran the black market. As for the true owner, the young man had never even seen him, only heard that such a person existed. It was precisely because of his existence that the underground black market had been able to survive until now. Otherwise, given the black market's activities, trading numerous prohibited items and such, it would have been shut down by the authorities long ago. 1 minute later, under the young man's watchful gaze, Sun Laolu slowly straightened his back and hung up the landline phone. "Uncle Sunday." Only then did the young man dare to speak. He was distantly related to Sun Laolu, which was why he addressed him as Uncle Sun. "Immediately send someone to storage locker number 56 in Zone C of the adjacent shopping mall and retrieve what's inside." Sun Laolu didn't elaborate, but immediately issued the command. "Yes." The young man nodded, then promptly passed on the order. 10 minutes later, a suitcase was placed before Sun Laolu. Sun Laolu carefully opened the suitcase. Inside were arranged various jade artifacts, antiques, and similar items. Sun Laolu immediately brought out numerous pieces of equipment and began appraising them. Having reached the position of underground black market manager, Sun Laolu's treasure appraisal skills were absolutely top-notch. No matter which dynasty an antique came from, he could determine its authenticity with just a few glances. Very soon, all the jade, antiques, and jewelry in the suitcase had been appraised. Sun Laolu took a deep breath and commanded again. "Prepare 30 million worth of Xia Country Bank investment gold bars, pack them into this case, and return it to storage locker number 56 in Zone C. And OEPSILON-S. Oh, and send several people to deliver it." Sun Laolu reminded. 30 million worth of gold bars would probably weigh 2 to 300 gene. One person might not be able to carry it alone. "Okay." The young man nodded. After everything was completed, Sun Laolu finally plopped down into a seat. "Uncle Sunday." The young man looked over with eager anticipation. "Are you wanting to ask about the identity of the person who called earlier?" Sun Laolu glanced at the young man. "Yes." The young man watched Sun Laolu. "Some things, knowing too much isn't good for you," Sun Laolu said, his tone carrying a subtle warning. "Uncle Sun, I was wrong." The young man's face paled. "Go on for now." Sun Laolu waved his hand and said no more. Closing his eyes, he barely managed to suppress his agitated mind. "That one hasn't visited the black market in a long time, has he?" Sun Laolu's thoughts surged. The real-world identities of black market members were secrets to others. But in the eyes of Sun Laolu, as the black market manager, he knew about 70 to 80% of them. Only those dozen or so highest-level members, Sun Laolu didn't know their true backgrounds. He could only confirm them through their membership sequence numbers. The big boss had specifically instructed that when dealing with the highest-level black market members, they must fulfill their requests as much as possible. And the one who had just called was one of the underground black market's highest-level members. Outside the milk tea shop, Su Yuan hung up the phone and casually deleted the call record. 30 seconds later, the young woman who had just bumped into Su Yuan walked out of the milk tea shop, holding a cup of milk tea. Su Yuan passed by her, seamlessly returning the pink phone without leaving a trace. From start to finish, the young woman never knew her phone had been away from her for a minute. Borrowing the young woman's phone to call Sun Laolu, the underground black market manager, was also to conceal his own information. After all, Su Yuan's phone was linked to his real name identification. Using his own phone to make this call would definitely leave traces. Of course, Su Yuan using the young woman's phone to make this call wouldn't have any impact on the young woman herself either. This was also the answer Su Yuan had obtained in advance from the Gray Mirror. TSK, the identity of a highest-level member is really useful. Su Yuan thought to himself. Normally, even with the help of the underground black market, if Su Yuan wanted to liquidate these jewels and antiques, he would have to do it through transactions. That is, Su Yuan would have to wait for buyers. In that case, the timing would be hard to predict, involving 20 to 30 million worth of jewels and antiques with unclear origins. Waiting half a year or even a full year would be quite normal. However, with the privileges of a black market highest-level member, he could directly trade with the underground black market itself. First, let the underground black market take these jewels and antiques, get the money in hand, and then the black market could slowly sell them off themselves. This was also the fastest method the Gray Mirror provided for liquidating the jewels and antiques. As for how to obtain the highest-level membership, the underground black market only ever recognized membership sequence numbers. As long as one could state the membership sequence number, they were the corresponding member. Of course, each member's sequence number was absolutely confidential. Besides the underground black market managers, only the member themselves knew it. One could say, heaven knows, earth knows, and I know. But from now on, after heaven knows, earth knows, and I know, we'd have to add Su Yuan also knows. Possessing the Gray Mirror that could answer any question, as long as Su Yuan wanted to know, nothing in the world held any secrets from him. About time, Su Yuan checked the time and headed again toward the underground storage locker area of the adjacent shopping mall. As he reached the entrance, Su Yuan glanced at the surveillance camera at the door. There were over 10 contact points for the underground black market. The reason Su Yuan chose this particular one was because he knew in advance that this afternoon, the surveillance lines of the shopping mall next to the black market contact point had been chewed through by stray cats, resulting in all surveillance equipment being disabled for 3 hours. Before Su Yuan placed the suitcase into the storage locker, the mall's surveillance had already failed. Besides Su Yuan himself, no one knew he had ever come to the shopping mall. Arriving in front of storage locker number 56 in Zone C, Su Yuan retrieved the locker code from the bottom of the locker, smoothly opened it, and then lifted out the suitcase. Compared to when he had put it in, the case full of jewels and antiques had now been replaced with standard Xia Country Bank investment gold bars. This was what Su Yuan had instructed Sun Laolu to do. With these bank investment gold bars, as long as they remained unopened, they were no different from cash. When exchanging them for money at gold shops, there was no need to verify their authenticity. The bank itself was the biggest guarantor. Time to go. Su Yuan pulled the suitcase along, not exiting through the mall's main entrance, but instead leaving quietly through the employee passageway. Jinshan Villa District. Villa number 66. Su Yuan successfully returned with a box of investment gold bars worth 30 million. After storing the gold bars safely, Su Yuan sat cross-legged. He began reviewing everything he had done today. From the moment he left Jinshan Villa District, his figure had not appeared under any surveillance cameras. The mall locker area he used as the transaction location had experienced 3 hours of surveillance failure. As for outside the mall, every place Su Yuan walked through or paused there were blind spots for surveillance cameras. He had left absolutely no traces behind. The only person who had seen Su Yuan was that young girl, but she was face-blind and hadn't remembered Su Yuan's appearance at all. After contemplating for a moment, Su Yuan took out the gray mirror and began asking questions. When will my impersonation of Dong Guofeng be exposed? Su Yuan stared at the gray mirror surface. Dong Guofeng was that highest-level underground black market member, currently vacationing in the Maldives. Su Yuan had used this person's identity to cash out that batch of antique treasures. The gray mirror surface grew hazy and blurred, quickly revealing lines of text. 1 month later, the underground black market will contact Dong Guofeng, and Dong Guofeng will learn about this matter from them. 1 month. Su Yuan continued asking, what will Dong Guofeng's attitude and reaction be? And what actions will he take? The gray mirror surface swirled, quickly providing another answer. After learning that he supposedly traded a batch of jewelry with the underground black market, Dong Guofeng will be completely baffled. If not for the underground black market manager guaranteeing with his life, he wouldn't believe it at all. The reluctantly convinced Dong Guofeng will begin investigating the matter's origins, ultimately only tracing it to the phone number owner Lin Qingxue, who called Sun Laolu. After 2 months of surveillance on Lin Qingxue, Dong Guofeng will conclude that the person who misused his membership code wasn't her. His advisory team will also speculate that the mastermind likely used hacking methods to invade nearby base stations, randomly selecting a phone number to call Sun Laolu. After continuing deep investigation for another month, Dong Guofeng still won't obtain any useful clues. He can only contact the underground black market again with a frustrated expression, changing his membership serial number from the original SED 2384 to HJKFGF 124. Watching the lines of text appearing on the gray mirror surface, Su Yuan felt reassured. Actually, he had already known this outcome. Before taking action, he had already learned all the details, process, and results of this operation from the gray mirror. Every action Su Yuan took followed the answers provided by the gray mirror, eliminating any potential for unexpected variables or risks. 1 hour later, Su Yuan took out his phone and opened the stock market app. For Su Yuan, who possessed the all-knowing mirror, the unpredictable stock market was practically like picking up money. Of course, learning from the double color ball lesson, Su Yuan wouldn't buy those niche stocks. Even if, according to the gray mirror's answers, certain niche stocks would skyrocket 10 or 20 times tomorrow, Su Yuan still wouldn't touch them. After all, niche stocks with small capital volumes were extremely susceptible to manipulation by market makers. If Su Yuan bought into them, they might suddenly crash. A with the Q10B-S. The market makers could be waiting for someone like Su Yuan to take over their positions. Just follow the major trends directly. Su Yuan couldn't be bothered with complex operations. The gray mirror indicated that the next 10 years would be the AI era, with all AI-related industries becoming hot topics. So he directly invested $5 million, purchasing several leading AI stocks. Entering the stock market was also part of Su Yuan's upcoming plans. First, it provided another avenue for making money. Second, money earned through the stock market was legal and reasonable. It didn't count as coming from unknown sources. No need for special money laundering. No need to fear bank monitoring systems. Previously, Su Yuan had obtained his first capital through various clever methods, like offering huge bounties, fulfilling elderly people's dreams, and similar activities. But the origin of that money was too coincidental, so Su Yuan didn't dare let his bank card balance exceed 10 million. He worried about facing manual review by the bank monitoring system. But money earned from the stock market didn't have such concerns. After buying the several stocks recommended by the gray mirror, Su Yuan took out several books, preparing for in-depth study. These books were all related to computer information and similar fields. This era was, after all, the information age. Even though Su Yuan possessed the all-knowing mirror, he still needed to be sufficiently capable himself. And in the information age, mastering information technology would undoubtedly bring tremendous assistance to himself. Even the strongest level 4 life forms on Blue Star couldn't instantly travel from one end of Blue Star to the other. But information networks could. Moreover, if Su Yuan acquired sufficiently strong computer information technology everything he did in the future would become much more convenient. For example, during his recent operation with the underground black market, he wouldn't need to specifically wait for the mall surveillance to fail. He could directly invade their information network and disable the surveillance. Anyway, aside from cultivation, Su Yuan currently didn't have much else to do. Since he was idle anyway, he might as well study. Learning computer information technology wasn't difficult for Su Yuan. First, he was originally a computer major, meaning he already had some foundation. Second, after his first cultivation session, Su Yuan's body had undergone comprehensive transformation, including significant growth in intelligence. Under these circumstances, many problems that he previously couldn't figure out no matter how hard he tried were now easily solved. Most importantly, Su Yuan had the gray mirror. If he truly encountered problems he didn't understand, he could just ask the gray mirror directly. Compared to the omniscient gray mirror, those computer experts and professors on Blue Star were like trash. 9 p.m. Su Yuan received a phone call. Sister Wang is calling me? Su Yuan looked at the caller ID and immediately understood. Sister Wang was the owner of the hot pot restaurant where his original self had worked part-time. During these 2 years of university, the original self had consistently worked part-time at this hot pot restaurant. Although it was quite exhausting, especially on Saturdays and Sundays, when he almost never had time to sit down, the wages were higher than other places. After thinking for a moment, Su Yuan answered the call. Is this Su Yuan? Sister Wang's voice came through, asking with slight concern, why haven't you come these past few days? Did something happen? Over the past 2 years, the original self had worked part-time at the hot pot restaurant every summer and winter break, rain or shine, without exception. But not coming these past few days naturally caught Sister Wang's attention, hence this phone call. Sister Wang, I've had some matters to deal with here. Su Yuan said, that's fine. Take care of your matters first. At the hot pot restaurant, you can come whenever you're available. Sister Wang immediately said, the original self was honest and hardworking. Any boss would appreciate such an employee. I probably won't be able to come in the future. Su Yuan replied, won't be able to come? Sister Wang seemed somewhat surprised, remaining silent for a while before saying, that's fine too. You can come whenever you want in the future. They exchanged a few more pleasantries before hanging up. The hot pot restaurant. Su Yuan's gaze turned somewhat complex. That place contained almost all of the original self's rest time. For 100 yuan, he could stand outside the shop all day, calling out to customers all day. It's all in the past now. Su Yuan sighed inwardly. After obtaining the all-knowing mirror, his future would be infinitely brilliant. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. In the dim meditation room, a figure sat cross-legged. The figure was completely naked, with clearly defined muscle lines, and dozens of silver needles pierced the surface of his skin. Exhale. Inhale. With each breath the figure took, it stirred massive air currents, faintly resembling a giant beast in slumber. Furthermore, if anyone else were present, they would clearly feel that the temperature inside the meditation room was 1 or 2 degrees higher than outside, with the temperature difference increasing the closer they got to the figure. The cause of this phenomenon wasn't air conditioning, but rather the figure's boiling blood and qi, which continuously radiated heat outward like a blazing furnace. An unknown amount of time passed. The cross-legged figure silently opened his eyes. Dozens of silver needles that had been piercing his skin surface all shot backward and flew out. 8th cultivation session. Su Yuan took a deep breath, and his turbulent blood and qi quickly calmed down. Another set of silver needles ruined. Su Yuan glanced at the dozens of silver needles that had flown out. The needle tips of these silver needles had already shown damage, clearly making them unusable again. The silver needle cultivation method. A peculiar expression appeared on Su Yuan's face. The silver needle cultivation method was the most suitable cultivation approach the gray mirror had provided based on his current conditions. Using this cultivation method, he only needed to complete 15 cultivation sessions to successfully transform into a level 1 life form. The silver needle cultivation method's remarkable effects didn't come without cost. It essentially overdrew Su Yuan's life force. By stimulating specific acupoints on his body with silver needles, it burned his life force, temporarily greatly enhancing his physique, thereby allowing high-intensity absorption of external energy essence to achieve life evolution. As for the lost life force, the gray mirror had long provided a solution. It would all be replenished after becoming a level 1 life form. What level of strength do I currently correspond to in Xia country's cultivation world? Su Yuan stood up, put on his clothes, sat on the sofa, and took out the gray mirror to inquire. The gray mirror's surface swirled hazily, revealing lines of text. Transforming force, great completion. Looking at the answer provided by the gray mirror, Su Yuan felt quite emotional within. Visible force, hidden force, transforming force, embracing elixir. Transforming force experts were also called grandmasters, who trained their internal organs internally and their muscles and bones externally, possessing extremely powerful physiques. With mere gestures, they could defeat hundreds or thousands of people. In ancient times, they would have been great generals who could rout 10,000 troops. An epsilon. In modern society, transforming force grandmasters were also terrifyingly powerful. Although they still couldn't withstand firearms and hot weapons, no transforming force grandmaster will be foolish enough to confront hot weapons head-on. With a transforming force grandmaster's perception of their surroundings, ordinary hot weapons couldn't lock onto them at all. The moment a gun barrel aimed at a transforming force grandmaster, they would sense it. Transforming force grandmasters possessed powerful mental strength, able to clearly sense malice within several dozen meters around them, and even had instinctive precognition abilities. Unless facing large-scale firepower coverage or heavy hot weapons like missiles, even if transforming force grandmasters sensed danger in advance, they couldn't avoid it. Otherwise, within cities, it would be extremely difficult for a transforming force grandmaster to die. Mental strength. Su Yuan carefully sensed and discovered that within 30 meters centered on him, no movement could escape his perception. This sensing wasn't visual, but rather an instinct. For example, if a book was placed behind him, even as a transforming force grandmaster, Su Yuan wouldn't know what was written in it. But if this book moved even slightly, Su Yuan would immediately perceive it. If transforming force great completion is already this powerful, how magnificent must an embracing elixir grandmaster be? Su Yuan felt anticipation in his heart. He had long learned about the various abilities of embracing elixir grandmasters from the gray mirror. But knowing and personally experiencing were completely different. Just like a week ago, Su Yuan knew that transforming force grandmasters possessed mental strength. But only until now did he understand what mental strength actually was. As for embracing elixir grandmasters, that is, level 1 life forms. In ancient times, they would have been regarded as immortals. Even in modern society, as long as they didn't oppose state machinery, they would be worshipped like deities. What rank does my current strength place me at in Magic City? Su Yuan pondered for a moment, then continued asking. The gray mirror surface appeared hazy, quickly providing an answer. 48th place. Not bad. Su Yuan nodded. With Magic City's population of tens of millions, gathering strong individuals from around the world, being able to rank 48th could already be considered extremely powerful. What rank would my current hacking skills place me at in Magic City? Su Yuan asked. Apart from cultivation, sleep, and rest this week, he had devoted all his time to studying computer information technology. As his cultivation sessions increased, Su Yuan continuously transformed toward becoming a true level 1 life form, with his body improving in all aspects. Intelligence, thinking, and reaction speed were all skyrocketing. This resulted in Su Yuan's learning ability being almost worlds apart compared to before. Life transformation and evolution weren't just reflected in strength, but in every aspect. High-level life forms and low-level life forms couldn't even be considered the same species. His terrifying learning ability, combined with the gray mirror's constant guidance for resolving doubts, made Su Yuan's hacking skills increase by who knows how many times compared to before. 186th place. The gray mirror provided its answer. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and nodded slightly. Anyway, with his current hacking skills, he could easily infiltrate Magic City's education network without being detected. It's about time to proceed with the next step of the plan. Su Yuan touched his chin, thinking to himself. This was something Su Yuan had already planned out through the gray mirror. As Su Yuan continued cultivating, his demand for external resources would skyrocket, and many resources couldn't be bought with money alone. So after cultivating to a certain level, Su Yuan needed to utilize external forces. The plan Su Yuan was about to implement involved taking control of an organization. Today was the perfect timing to take control of that organization. Aside from Su Yuan's breakthrough in strength, reaching transforming force great completion, and gaining true self-preservation ability, today was also a critical juncture that organization was experiencing. If he missed today, Su Yuan's attempt to smoothly take control of that organization would become much more difficult. Let's go. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror, rechecked the plan's steps and details, confirmed there were no omissions or hidden risks, then walked out of Villa 66 and exited Jinshan Villa District. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. The security guard at the Villa District entrance greeted him warmly. Su Yuan responded with a smile. After leaving the Villa District and walking through a deserted street, Su Yuan's body rapidly changed. His facial bones shifted slightly, causing Su Yuan's overall facial features to undergo a dramatic transformation. His leg muscles and bones stretched, his entire skeleton crackling as Su Yuan's height increased by 5 or 6 centimeters, reaching 188 centimeters. By the time he walked out of this deserted street, Su Yuan had become a completely different person compared to before, with both height and appearance entirely distinct. Transforming Force Grandmasters trained their external muscles and bones, achieving unbelievable control over their bodies. Slightly manipulating some bone structures for appearance and height disguise was merely a matter of thought. Magic City's Zhongshan Hospital was bustling and crowded, filled with the clamor of voices. As one of the most renowned hospitals in Xia country, Zhongshan Hospital excelled in cardiovascular diseases, comprehensive diagnosis and treatment of liver cancer, respiratory system diseases, general surgery, and endoscopic diagnosis and treatment. Its disciplinary strength, research capabilities, and clinical techniques were famous worldwide. Su Yuan stood at the entrance of Zhongshan Hospital, feeling deeply emotional. When he had first transmigrated to test the gray mirror's abilities, he had asked how to cure his heart disease. The gray mirror's first answer had been to go to Zhongshan Hospital, have Lu Fuxing perform the surgery, and after a period of recuperation, he would be cured. At that time, he hadn't even considered this option. Magic City's Zhongshan Hospital? How could someone like him have gone there back then? But now, Su Yuan was standing right in front of this very hospital. At this moment, Zhou Weiwei, the heiress of the Zhou Corporation, should be lying in the special ward on the top floor. In 2 hours, she will die from cardiac arrest. Su Yuan thought to himself. The Zhou Corporation, also known as Zhou Pharmaceutical, was one of the 9 major pharmaceutical companies in Magic City. With nearly a century of heritage, it controlled almost 1/10 of Magic City's pharmaceutical industry, making it a pharmaceutical giant in Xia country. Unfortunately, the Zhou family, the controlling family of Zhou Pharmaceutical, suffered from congenital hereditary heart disease. The first and second generation leaders had both died from it. Now the only remaining third-generation heiress, Zhou Weiwei, would soon die from it too. From then on, the Zhou family, the controlling family of Zhou Pharmaceutical, would exist in name only. In fact, since the second-generation leader, they had already lost interest in managing the enterprise, instead seeking everywhere for ways to delay the heart disease. Unfortunately, nothing had worked. As for Zhou Pharmaceutical, it was basically handed over to Tang Jian to manage. Tang Jian could be considered part of Zhou Pharmaceutical's second-generation management, a trusted subordinate of the first-generation leader. Nearly a century ago, during the turmoil in Xia country, countless people were displaced. Tang Jian was among the refugees, starving to death until the first-generation leader of his Zhou family took him in, saving his life. Through decades of trials and tribulations, he had become the true helmsman of Zhou Pharmaceutical. Quite loyal indeed. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Tang Jian held absolute power in Zhou Pharmaceutical, and with the only third-generation Zhou family member having little time left, rumors were circulating that Zhou Pharmaceutical might soon be renamed Tang Pharmaceutical, that Zhou Pharmaceutical was about to change owners, and so on. There were even malicious speculations that the reason Zhou Weiwei, the third-generation heiress of Zhou Pharmaceutical, had so little time left was because Tang Jian was secretly manipulating things. Once Zhou Weiwei died, with no legal heir left for Zhou Pharmaceutical, Tang Jian would completely control the company. However, through the gray mirror, Su Yuan clearly knew that Tang Jian had no intention of taking over Zhou Pharmaceutical. In fact, everything he was doing now was according to the first-generation leader's instructions to ensure Zhou Pharmaceutical's continuation. From beginning to end, Tang Jian had remained utterly loyal to the Zhou family, even going so far as to spare no effort to keep Zhou Weiwei alive, inviting renowned cardiologists from around the world to treat her. Following the stairs of Zhongshan Hospital, Su Yuan quickly reached the top floor. The top floor of Zhongshan Hospital had only 5 wards, with a maximum allocation of doctors and nurses specifically serving the privileged class. Additionally, security on the top floor was extremely tight, with over 30 security guards patrolling 24 hours a day. Su Yuan stopped before the stairwell entrance, checked the time, and waited until exactly 4:36 and 20 seconds p.m. before pushing open the stairwell door. Click. Su Yuan entered the top floor. At that moment, the nearest security guard had just left, and the next guard wouldn't reach this spot for another 10 seconds. For a brief moment, Su Yuan's location became an extremely rare blind spot on the top floor. As for the top floor surveillance, before Su Yuan arrived, he had already hacked the surveillance system using hacker techniques, making the footage loop continuously. It would take at least an hour before anyone noticed anything abnormal. Then Su Yuan headed directly toward Ward 3, which was where Zhou Weiwei was staying. Along the way, every step Su Yuan took was within the blind spots of the over 30 patrolling security guards. Medical staff did see Su Yuan, but since security hadn't stopped him, they assumed he was a family member of a patient and didn't question him. Thus, in the heavily secured top-floor wards, Su Yuan moved as if through an unguarded territory. All of this naturally relied on the gray mirror's omniscient methods. When Su Yuan asked the gray mirror how to reach Zhou Weiwei's Ward 3 undetected, the gray mirror's answer was to enter the top floor from the stairwell entrance at exactly 4:36 and 20 seconds p.m. Within the entire day, only at this precise moment could one smoothly avoid the top floor security patrols and enter Ward 3 openly without any effort. Standing at the door of Ward 3, Su Yuan pushed it open and entered. The ward was spacious, filled with various medical machines. In the center of the ward, a girl of about 16 or 17 lay on the hospital bed. The girl wore an oxygen mask, her face as pale as paper, eyes closed tightly, unconscious. Beside the bed stood 2 people, an elderly man wearing a Chinese tunic suit and a middle-aged woman. Su Yuan naturally knew the identities of all 3 people in the ward. The one lying on the bed was, of course, Zhou Weiwei. The elderly man in the Chinese tunic suit was Tang Jian. The middle-aged woman was a senior executive of Zhou Pharmaceutical, here to report the company's situation to Tang Jian. Su Yuan's footsteps were almost silent, and it was only after he had been standing there for a while that Tang Jian noticed something was wrong. "Who are you?" Tang Jian's pupils contracted as he stared at the man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air in the ward. "How did you get in?" The middle-aged woman reacted much more strongly. They had only just noticed such a large living person in the ward. Security. The middle-aged woman was about to stand up and call for help loudly. But Tang Jian stopped her. "What does Sir wish to do?" Tang Jian looked at Su Yuan gravely. Compared to the middle-aged woman, he was much calmer. He clearly understood that since Su Yuan could bypass the over 30 security guards on the top floor and appear silently in the ward, if he had wanted to harm them, he would have done so already. Su Yuan smiled slightly, not answering the question. Instead, he walked to the bedside and carefully observed Zhou Weiwei. This action made Tang Jian tense up, clearly very concerned about Zhou Weiwei. "I can cure her." Su Yuan suddenly spoke, his tone calm, as if mentioning some trivial matter. "Cure Weiwei?" Tang Jian was stunned. The middle-aged woman beside him frowned, glancing at Tang Jian again. "Sir can cure Weiwei?" Tang Jian thought for a moment before speaking. Weiwei's heart disease is congenital and hereditary, with almost no hope of a complete cure. Even a heart transplant surgery wouldn't work. Weiwei's body simply can't withstand such a major operation. Over the years, I've invited many renowned cardiology experts from home and abroad for Weiwei, and they all concluded that we can only temporarily prolong her life. Director Lu Fuxing of Zhongshan Hospital just came to see Weiwei and reached the same conclusion. As he spoke, Tang Jian observed Su Yuan's reaction. Su Yuan glanced at Tang Jian and said flatly, "That's because they're all wrong." From a medical perspective, Zhou Weiwei's heart condition was far more severe than the inherited heart disease Su Yuan had acquired from his original body. The original body's heart condition only required taking the appropriate specialized medication to preserve life. Achieving a complete cure was also quite simple. Just have Lu Fuxing from Zhongshan Hospital perform the surgery. However, Zhou Weiwei's heart condition was hereditary, more accurately a genetic disease, and each generation was more severe than the last. The first generation leader of Zhou Pharmaceutical lived to 69 years old. The second generation leader only lived to 37 years old. As for the third generation's Zhou Weiwei, if nothing unexpected happened, she would die from her heart condition today. This was despite modern medical technology far surpassing that of decades ago, with Zhou Weiwei receiving extensive medical resource support. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have lived past 10 years old. Director Lu Fuxing and the others were all wrong. Tang Jian fell into silence. He didn't find it absurd, but was seriously contemplating. If any random passerby had said these words, Tang Jian wouldn't have believed them at all. What kind of joke was this? Lu Fuxing and the others were medical giants renowned nationwide and even worldwide. How could just anyone question them? And they were all wrong? They were all wrong, and only you were right? Even if a doctor from Zhongshan Hospital told him Zhou Weiwei could be saved, Tang Jian would only be half convinced. Over so many years, Tang Jian had visited countless famous doctors, all giving similar conclusions. If a doctor really told him this, Tang Jian's first thought would be whether the person was a fraud. But Su Yuan? Tang Jian didn't even know Su Yuan's name, didn't recognize him at all. Yet Su Yuan had been able to silently bypass the multiple layers of security on the hospital's top floor, finally entering the ward, standing there for a while before being discovered by him. Perhaps he had only discovered Su Yuan because Su Yuan intended it. The more Tang Jian thought about it, the more chilled he felt. What did this mean? It meant Su Yuan could easily kill him and retreat completely unscathed. And what happened in the ward might only be discovered by the security guards and bodyguards outside 10 minutes later, half an hour later. By then, it would be far too late. Having managed Zhou Pharmaceutical for so many years, Tang Jian had weathered many storms and faced numerous assassination attempts. But he had never felt as hopeless and powerless as today. Facing someone who held complete control over his life and death, Tang Jian felt this person had no reason to mock him. Since he said he could save Zhou Weiwei, he must have some confidence. What does Sir require? Tang Jian thought for a minute, then looked at Su Yuan and asked. Assuming this mysterious person before him truly had means to cure Weiwei, then he must want something. Otherwise, why would he come? And specifically say these words to him? Very simple. Su Yuan smiled. I need you and Zhou Pharmaceutical to serve me, work for me for 3 years. Hearing this, Tang Jian immediately fell silent. As one of the 9 major pharmaceutical companies in Magic City, The energy and influence contained within Zhou Pharmaceutical far exceeded ordinary imagination. Worked for Su Yuan for 3 years. What if during these 3 years, Su Yuan ordered him to transfer all of Zhou Pharmaceutical's assets? Wouldn't Zhou Pharmaceutical be just an empty shell after 3 years? Does Sir think Zhou Weiwei is more important to me than Zhou Pharmaceutical? Tang Jian looked at Su Yuan and asked. Even his closest people didn't know Zhou Weiwei's position in his heart. Outsiders even thought that he, Tang Jian, couldn't wait for Zhou Weiwei to die quickly so he could completely take over Zhou Pharmaceutical. Using Zhou Weiwei to threaten him? That's your matter. Su Yuan said calmly. You only need to give me an answer. Agree to work for me for 3 years, and I'll save Zhou Weiwei right now. Disagree? Then treat it as if I never came today. If not for the gray mirror informing him that Zhou Weiwei was Tang Jian's greatest weakness, Su Yuan wouldn't have thought this threat would be effective. After all, modern people placed too little value on gratitude, completely unable to understand the complex emotions Tang Jian felt decades ago when, on the brink of death, he was taken in by the first-generation leader of Zhou Pharmaceutical. That feeling of rescue from desperate circumstances. From that moment, Tang Jian had regarded the Zhou family members as more important than his own life. As long as Weiwei is still alive, no matter how great the family fortune, it can be earned back. As long as the person remains. Tang Jian thought silently to himself. Then his gaze became determined. How can Sir guarantee you can cure Weiwei? The implication was that he agreed to Su Yuan's proposal. This made the middle-aged woman nearby widen her eyes, yet she didn't dare say anything. Lu Fuxing should have told you that Zhou Weiwei would have difficulty surviving past these few days, right? Su Yuan said. Yes. Tang Jian nodded. Actually, it's not that she can't survive past these few days, but that she can't survive past today. Su Yuan shook his head. Tang Jian remained silent. He didn't refute it. Su Yuan glanced at Tang Jian, then reached out and removed Zhou Weiwei's oxygen mask. Then he sequentially removed the numerous medical devices connected to Zhou Weiwei. With the oxygen supply from the mask gone, Zhou Weiwei struggled to even breathe, her already faint vitality quickly becoming barely perceptible. Weiwei. Tang Jian's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. Just then, Su Yuan raised his hand, and several silver needles pierced Zhou Weiwei's body. Zhou Weiwei's hereditary heart condition, in terms of Blue Star's medical technology, could be considered an incurable disease with no remedy. But Su Yuan was an exception. As early as several days ago, Su Yuan had learned of hundreds of treatment methods through the gray mirror. These hundreds of treatment methods were all things Su Yuan could easily accomplish, and all could completely cure Zhou Weiwei's hereditary heart condition. However, in the end, Su Yuan didn't choose any of these hundreds of complete cure methods. Instead, he planned to divide the method of curing Zhou Weiwei into 10 treatment courses, with one course every 4 months. This way, by the time Zhou Weiwei was completely cured, it would be 3 or 4 years later. This would also ensure that during this period, Tang Jian and Zhou Pharmaceutical would follow his commands obediently. There were 3 methods, 3 means to drive and control a person. Driving and controlling through interests. Driving and controlling through life. Driving and controlling through belief. Without doubt, driving and controlling through belief was the most reliable and stable. As for driving and controlling through life and death, for some people, certain things were more important than life itself. And to completely drive and control an old fox like Tang Jian, who had dominated the business world for decades. To make him serve Su Yuan wholeheartedly, relying solely on life and death wasn't enough. This was also the method the gray mirror provided for completely controlling Zhou Pharmaceutical. Not only must he control Tang Jian's life and death, but he must also control Zhou Weiwei's life and death. The former through life control, the latter through belief control. For Tang Jian, Zhou Weiwei was his belief. His reason for existence was to serve the Zhou family. With Su Yuan controlling Zhou Weiwei's life and death, Tang Jian would obey his every command. Whoosh! Su Yuan continuously inserted silver needles, and soon, dozens of silver needles covered Zhou Weiwei's body. Stimulated by the silver needles, Zhou Weiwei's originally deathly pale face actually showed a touch of rosy color. The acupuncture points within the human body are as vast as the sea. The ancient medical arts of Xia country have conducted some research on these points, but it's only superficial knowledge. For instance, right now, Su Yuan was precisely following the method provided by the gray mirror. By stimulating the third layer hidden point within Zhou Weiwei's body, he consequently alleviated her hereditary heart disease. The third layer hidden point is a special acupuncture point concealed beneath the human body's meridians, closely connected to the body's fundamental essence. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan withdrew the silver needles. At this moment, Zhou Weiwei was completely transformed compared to 10 minutes ago. Although her complexion still appeared somewhat pale and weak, she at least looked like a living person now. Done. Su Yuan glanced at Tang Jian and continued. This is the first treatment session. Each session will be conducted every 4 months, totaling 10 sessions. Once all sessions are completed, she will be considered cured. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Tang Jian looked excited and immediately walked to the hospital bed, gazing at Zhou Weiwei, whose complexion had become much more rosy. This was the first time he had seen Zhou Weiwei in such condition, actually showing a trace of health and vitality. Su Yuan didn't say more and turned to walk toward the door. The hospital room door opened. Su Yuan strode across the threshold. Shortly after leaving the room, "Who are you?" The security personnel on the top floor finally reacted, with the security team leader looking at Su Yuan in disbelief. When did this person appear on the top floor? And he came out of room 3. The security team leader couldn't believe it in his heart. He knew the identity of every single person on the top floor thoroughly. One could say he even knew what species of fly would be if one flew in. How could an extra living person appear out of nowhere? How is this possible? Just who are you? The security team leader assumed a defensive stance, as if facing a formidable enemy, ready to take action at any moment. The next moment, Su Yuan looked at him. Rumble. An invisible mental force came rolling in like tidal waves. The security team leader felt as if he was carrying a massive mountain on his back, unable to move even slightly. Epsilon. The other security personnel were the same. Anyone who harbored even the slightest hostility towards Su Yuan was suppressed by the rolling mental force. Su Yuan's expression remained calm as he walked past all the security personnel to the elevator, then took the elevator down. Inside the elevator, various actions since entering Zhongshan Hospital flashed through Su Yuan's mind. His recent exit from room 3 and direct confrontation with the top-floor security personnel were also within Su Yuan's plans. The purpose was to further intimidate Tang Jian, entering room 3 silently and undetected, leaving room 3 openly and boldly. The former demonstrated Su Yuan's methods. The latter demonstrated Su Yuan's strength. Plus, Zhou Weiwei needed Su Yuan to complete the remaining 9 treatment sessions if she wanted to continue living. With both favor and intimidation combined, even if Tang Jian were to die in the future, he wouldn't dare betray Su Yuan. 1 hidden force expert, 27 visible force experts. Su Yuan thought about the security force deployment on the hospital's top floor. The security team leader was indeed a hidden force expert. The rest were all at visible force level. It must be said that such a security team was sufficient to handle most threats. But before Su Yuan, they were exceptionally fragile. Why does it feel that hidden force expert was much weaker than expected? Su Yuan felt quite puzzled. In terms of strength level, he was at the great accomplishment stage of transforming force, which indeed could completely overwhelm hidden force. But under the suppression of his mental force, the other party didn't even struggle. Hospital top floor. Only after carefully observing Zhou Weiwei for a while did Tang Jian realize the mysterious person who had performed the treatment had left. At this moment, the security team leader quickly rushed in. Elder Tang. The panic and shock hadn't yet faded from the security team leader's face. What happened? Tang Jian immediately realized the security team leader must have encountered something. Just now, there was a person who walked out of room 3. The security team leader immediately recounted everything he knew. You mean that mysterious person just glanced at you, and you couldn't move? Tang Jian's expression turned serious. He was now certain that mysterious person was Su Yuan, the one who had treated Zhou Weiwei. Not just me who couldn't move. None of the other brothers could move either at that time. The security team leader added. Tang Jian fell silent again. Just a single glance was enough to suppress an entire elite security team, rendering them immobile? What level expert do you think that mysterious person is? After a long while, Tang Jian asked with difficulty. That mysterious person suppressed us using mental force. Being able to employ mental force means he's a transforming force grandmaster. The security team leader composed himself. However, he should be at the perfection stage of transforming force. He had seen ordinary transforming force grandmasters before. Even if they could suppress him with mental force, he could still struggle somewhat. Like a fish on the chopping block that can thrash around a few times in the butcher's hands. But facing that mysterious person, the security team leader didn't even have the thought of struggling. And this was under the premise that the other party had divided part of his mental force to suppress the other security personnel. Transforming force perfection stage. Tang Jian fell silent once more. A person of this level, placed in ancient times, would be sufficient to take an enemy general's head from amidst a million-strong army. Do you know how I got in? Tang Jian took a light breath and looked at the security team leader. The security team leader's expression turned ugly. This was what he found most incomprehensible. Even a transforming force perfection stage grandmaster couldn't become invisible, right? How could he possibly enter room 3 under their heavy security protection? What about the surveillance? Tang Jian said. Besides strict security, the top floor was also filled with surveillance cameras, with every blind spot monitored, not even excluding the hospital rooms. Let me check. The security team leader immediately went out. He returned after a short while. Elder Tang, the top floor surveillance has been hacked. The camera feeds are all looping footage. The security team leader said in a low voice. I understand. Tang Jian waved his hand. This was within his expectations. Otherwise, how could there have been no reaction from outside while Su Yuan was in room 3 for so long? Ask Director Liu to come here. Tang Jian stopped pondering further and gave the order. Soon, Lu Fuxing in his white coat entered the room. Elder Tang. Lu Fuxing looked at Tang Jian, but just as he started to smile, he noticed that many of the medical devices connected to Zhou Weiwei had been disconnected, and even the oxygen mask had been removed. Who did this? Lu Fuxing frowned, but before he could finish speaking, he saw the changes in Zhou Weiwei lying on the hospital bed. What is this? Lu Fuxing quickly walked to the hospital bed and carefully examined her, finally reconnecting the various medical devices to confirm Zhou Weiwei's current physical condition. A miracle. This is a miracle. Lu Fuxing found it unbelievable. He discovered that Zhou Weiwei's heartbeat had become strong again, completely different from the previous diagnosis. Director Liu, how is Weiwei now? Tang Jian asked. Although judging from her complexion, Zhou Weiwei's condition was unprecedentedly good. He still needed expert confirmation for Tang Jian to feel at ease. Elder Tang, this is a miracle. Lu Fuxing became excited. Weiwei's heart has regained vitality. There won't be any problems for at least the next 4 or 5 months. 4 or 5 months? Tang Jian looked at Zhou Weiwei on the hospital bed. He thought about what the mysterious person had said about 10 treatment sessions, with each session every 4 months. Just at that moment, Tang Jian's phone suddenly rang. Picking up the phone, he found the incoming call was from unknown caller. That's right. The caller ID showed no number at all, only displaying unknown caller prompt. Seeing this situation, the experienced Tang Jian immediately realized that the nearby cell towers had been hacked, which was why this was happening. And the person making this call was undoubtedly that mysterious person. Walking to the window, Tang Jian answered the call. So, you've confirmed Zhou Weiwei's current physical condition, right? Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Tang Jian glanced back at Lu Fuxing, who was still conducting examinations. The call had come right after he received confirmation from director Lu Fuxing. This made Tang Jian realize that everything about him was under the watchful eyes of that mysterious person. On the bustling street, Su Yuan ended the call. A faint smile crossed his face. No one knew that Zhou Pharmaceutical, one of Magic City's 9 major pharmaceutical companies, now had a new owner. From a moment, he stepped onto the hospital's top floor. To the end of the call with Tang Jian just now, Su Yuan had, with a few gestures, completed a total takeover of Zhou Pharmaceutical, whose assets reached into the tens of billions. And all of this had taken only 18 minutes. Of course, it looked simple, but in truth, no one other than Su Yuan could have pulled it off. Completely controlling Zhou Pharmaceutical wasn't something that mere strength alone could achieve. Even if a grandmaster at the embracing elixir stage could silently appear in top floor ward number 3 and casually hold Tang Jian's life in his hands, that still wouldn't grant control of Zhou Pharmaceutical at its roots. Tang Jian, a crafty old fox who had navigated the business world for decades, had 1,000 ways to play along and deceive to show compliance while hiding dissent. Making an old fox like Tang Jian fully submit required more than forceful methods. It required control over Zhou Weiwei's life and death, and the imposition of absolute helplessness and despair upon him. That was also why Su Yuan had chosen to come today. Today was the day Zhou Weiwei was closest to death, and the day Tang Jian was most desperate. At a time like this, Su Yuan's appearance was a lifeline. Tang Jian would seize it without hesitation. If it had been a few days earlier, when Zhou Weiwei's condition wasn't so severe, Tang Jian would likely have hesitated at Su Yuan's demands. And hesitation breeds uncertainty and unexpected variables. Many uncontrollable outside influences, countless domino effect possibilities. A single misstep could trigger unpredicted reactions. Only Su Yuan, wielding the all-knowing mirror, could calculate without omission and achieve his goals amid impossibilities. With Zhou Pharmaceutical under control, the upcoming cultivation plan will be much easier to implement. Su Yuan was in a good mood. Why choose to seize Zhou Pharmaceutical specifically? There were plenty of companies in Magic City with assets on par with Zhou Pharmaceutical. Su Yuan still selected Zhou Pharmaceutical because this company controlled many supply channels for ancient medicines from deep mountains. The Zhou family, who steers Zhou Pharmaceutical, originated in Xia country's southern frontier and held considerable influence there, organizing dozens of herb-gathering teams. Oh, the 10,000 mountain range in the south was almost a modern no-go zone. Snakes, insects, ants, and beasts were everywhere. It was also the birthplace of some truly top-tier ancient medicinal herbs. Centuries-old Lingji, hundreds of years-old Lingji, even 1,000-year Lingji existed. Zhou Pharmaceutical had become one of Magic City's 9 major pharmaceutical companies because it continuously transported high-quality medicinal materials from the southern frontier. And those top-quality ancient medicines were equally vital for Su Yuan's cultivation. Only with these herbs, grown for hundreds or thousands of years and infused with vast vital energy, could Su Yuan significantly accelerate his cultivation and thus achieve a profound transformation of his life. However, centuries-old or decades-old Lingji might still be sold on a market and bought with money. But Lingji that had grown for hundreds or even 1,000 years basically never circulated publicly. Even if one of Zhou Pharmaceutical's dozens of herb-gathering teams discovered herbs of that caliber, they would keep them for themselves or give them away to curry favor. Su Yuan taking control of Zhou Pharmaceutical was also a move to grasp these ancient herbs at the source. The 10,000 mountain range. A strange expression flickered across Su Yuan's face. Even for natives of the southern frontier, the 10,000 mountain range was exceedingly dangerous. A single misstep could mean death in the mountains. Experienced herb-gathering teams operated there with hearts pounding and extreme caution. Whether they could find truly high-grade ancient herbs depended largely on luck. Luck? Su Yuan looked odd. With the all-knowing mirror in his possession, he clearly knew the exact positions of every ancient medicinal herb in the 10,000 mountain range, their maturity times, and the optimal moment to harvest them. What to others was a mountain full of hazards, to Su Yuan was no different than his own backyard. After all, the deadliest aspects of the 10,000 mountain range were the ever-present dangers and the ubiquitous poisonous insects and ferocious beasts. But Su Yuan knew precisely where the dangers lay, how to avoid venomous creatures and predators, and how to find the truly ancient herbs. Controlling Zhou Pharmaceutical was equivalent to opening the gate to the treasure trove of the 10,000 mountain range. The multitude of resources contained in those mountains would be more than enough to sustain Su Yuan's cultivation after he became a level 1 life form. As planned, while passing through a certain dark alley, Su Yuan adjusted his body structure back to his original appearance, then returned directly to the Jinshan Villa district. Villa number 66. Beep. Using ocular authentication, Su Yuan entered the living room and sat on the sofa. He then took the gray mirror out from his bosom. For something as important as the gray mirror, Su Yuan always carried it close. He would never let it leave his sight or sensory range. Once I become a level 1 life form, I can directly refine the mirror and absorb it into my body. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and thought inwardly. This was also the answer the gray mirror had given. More than a week ago, Su Yuan had already felt that carrying the gray mirror everywhere had become inconvenient. So he asked the gray mirror if there was a way to solve the problem. The answer had been, once you become a level 1 life form, you can refine it into your body. This kind of absorption into the body isn't simply stashing it inside. It means you can directly communicate with the gray mirror's consciousness. Even if you don't take it out, you can query it in your mind and receive answers. Su Yuan pondered silently. That would be far more convenient than now. Being able to ask the gray mirror questions mentally at any time meant Su Yuan could perfectly handle variables and surprises. At that time, whenever he wanted, he could ask questions. Unlike now, where to avoid drawing attention or unnecessary suspicion, Su Yuan could only query it in secluded places. Plans had to be pre-made and could not be changed mid-course. Right, I should ask about the hidden force masters. Su Yuan's mind stirred. He suddenly recalled the confusion that had been nagging him. Earlier on the top floor of Zhongshan Hospital, when dozens of security personnel had moved, their leader, the security team leader, was a hidden force expert. Yet these security guards had been unable to resist the suppression of Su Yuan's mental force. Even that hidden force team leader showed no strength of resistance against Su Yuan. That puzzled Su Yuan greatly, even though he was stronger than them, an established grandmaster who had perfected transforming force. Should the gap be so huge? Thinking that, Su Yuan immediately brought his question to the gray mirror. The gray mirror's surface churned hazily, and soon responded, words appearing one by one. It is because of differences in cultivation methods. What are the differences between cultivation methods? Su Yuan blinked slightly. He hadn't paid much attention to cultivation methods on Blue Star. The gray mirror always presented the cultivation method that best suited him, so there was no need to waste effort studying others. While Su Yuan pondered, characters continued to appear on the gray mirror surface, further explaining the reasons. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan's expression brightened. I see. He nodded slightly. According to the gray mirror's explanation, cultivation methods drive the continual evolution of life. It wasn't only on Blue Star that many cultivation methods existed. In the depths of the starry void, those overwhelmingly powerful forces and individual life forms likewise possess their own cultivation methods. Cultivation methods propel life's evolution, and life's evolution can be divided into 6 aspects, or call them 6 dimensions. They are body, soul, will, wisdom, comprehension, potential. Body is easy to understand, the physical form. The vast majority of cultivation methods can advance the body's level. The soul is a nebulous force contrasted with the physical body. It can evolve into mental force and spiritual power. Will is the foundation of a life's existence. The higher a life's evolution, the more crucial will becomes. Wisdom pertains to cleverness, strategy, and planning. Comprehension is the ability to learn, understand, and create. Finally, potential is the deep reserve behind a life's evolution. Only with sufficiently high potential can evolution continue. These 6 dimensions of life's evolution are what all cultivation methods ultimately pursue. However, the vast majority of cultivation methods cannot develop all 6 dimensions simultaneously. Therefore, one way to judge a cultivation method's quality is to see how many of the life evolution dimensions it addresses. A cultivation method that covers one dimension is a one-dimensional cultivation method. One that covers 2 dimensions is a two-dimensional cultivation method. It with circumflex new BES. A cultivation method that covers all 6 dimensions is a 6-dimensional cultivation method. Across the vast universe, cultivation methods are countless. The most numerous are naturally the one-dimensional methods, and especially those one-dimensional methods that only refine the body. After all, training and improving physical strength is the simplest and most convenient path, spawning innumerable methods. So, the National Martial Arts Cultivation Method of Xia Country is a 2-dimensional method. Su Yuan thought to himself, national martial arts train both visible force and hidden force, both of which develop the body. Upon reaching transforming force, one can cultivate mental force to attack enemies. Mental force originates from a soul. In other words, the National Martial Arts method addresses body and soul, 2 dimensions, making it a 2-dimensional cultivation method. Not bad, Su Yuan thought. From what the gray mirror revealed, one-dimensional methods are mostly what indigenous people on primitive planets practice. In the cosmic expanse, 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional cultivation methods are the mainstream. What dimensionality is the cultivation method I practice? Su Yuan suddenly asked. 6 dimensions. The gray mirror answered. A 6-dimensional cultivation method perfectly balances the 6 aspects of life's evolution. Only evolution driven by such a method is the most complete, with no flaws or blind spots. I understand. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. Although his current cultivation stage was the great accomplishment stage of transforming force, it was the great accomplishment stage of a 6-dimensional cultivation method, a transforming force great accomplishment that balanced body, soul, wisdom, comprehension, and potential. 6 dimensions advancing together. In terms of life and soul, Su Yuan might even surpass someone at the perfection stage of transforming force. Then why does my strength rank only 48th in Magic City? Su Yuan recalled the ranking the gray mirror had given. Could Magic City really have 47 grandmasters at the embracing elixir stage? That seemed impossible. Even in modern times, national martial arts made cultivation easier, but becoming an embracing elixir grandmaster was still not simple. Such a figure would be recognized by major forces across nearby universes as a level 1 life form. The gray mirror's surface shimmered and replied again. My life tier is high, but my combat ability is weak. And inside Magic City, certain transforming force masters, seeing no hope of breakthrough, underwent human modification, causing their combat power to surge. Su Yuan read the gray mirror's response and felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Indeed, he had little real combat experience. But Su Yuan didn't need battlefield experience. With the all-knowing mirror, the most suitable approach was to stay hidden behind the scenes and orchestrate plans. Combat? That was too dangerous. Even if forced into it, Su Yuan would only act when victory was certain. An embracing elixir against transforming force, a level 2 life form against level 1 life form. He would only consider it when he could definitely win. Top floor of Zhongshan Hospital, Ward 3. Shortly after Su Yuan left, Zhou Weiwei, who lay in a hospital bed, woke up. Weiwei. Tang Jian smiled. Although he had paid an unimaginable price that might destroy 3 generations of the Zhou family's life work, if Zhou Weiwei had died, all that effort would have meant nothing. What use is legacy if the family no longer exists? Uncle Tang, I feel much better. Zhou Weiwei looked at Tang Jian. Her voice no longer sounded frail. Instead, there was a trace of joy. That's good. Tang Jian kept nodding. Her late grandfather in heaven will bless Weiwei. The grandfather, Tang mentioned, was naturally the first-generation head of the Zhou family. Was Director Liu the one who saved me? Zhou Weiwei asked. While she had been unconscious, she had no clear awareness of the outside, but in the fog she felt her body growing colder and her consciousness fading. Just as she was about to completely lose consciousness, warmth spread back in her limbs bit by bit, and then she gradually felt warmer until she came to. No, not Director Liu. Tang Jian shook his head. If Liu Fuxing had possessed such medical skill, Zhou Weiwei would never have suffered so for so many years. Then who? Zhou Weiwei's face showed puzzlement. I don't know who he is. Tang Jian was silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. You don't know? Zhou Weiwei was confused. Did he get paid? Was he given some other reward? Whoever restored her heart condition should certainly receive thanks. Basic courtesy demanded it. Tang Jian fell silent for a while, then spoke with complicated emotion. Whatever he wants, he'll come collect it himself. Jinshan Villa District, Villa number 66. After studying some hacking techniques, Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror again. Are there any treasures that can significantly help me right now, that I can easily obtain without any hidden risks or threats? Su Yuan asked. This was also his daily question. Because Su Yuan's strength increased each day, his initial conditions effectively changed day by day. So every time he asked, the gray mirror would give different answers. Some treasures would be perilous for someone who had only practiced twice, contradicting Su Yuan's safety and no hidden risk premises, so such methods would not appear in the mirror's answers. But for someone who had trained 5 or 6 times, those same items might be safe to acquire. Asking again at that time could bring surprising results. Sure enough, no sooner had Su Yuan finished speaking than the gray mirror's surface shimmered and blurred. Then characters began to appear. At the bottom of the Pujiang River lies an iron box containing a treasure map from the previous dynasty, with the treasure location overseas. 8 hours later, a meeting will take place at the Yuan Hotel in the western district of Magic City, with the purpose of transferring a 500-year-old snow lotus obtained from the Tianshan Mountains in the northern region of Xia Country to Fusang Country, 5,000 meters underground in the suburbs of Magic City. The gray mirror's surface rippled faintly, revealing one answer after another. A treasure map? And it's overseas. Su Yuan currently had no plans to travel abroad. He would consider it when the opportunity arose later. As for the treasure map, Su Yuan didn't intend to go diving in the middle of the Pujiang River either. It wasn't because of danger, but simply unnecessary. He could just directly ask the gray mirror what exactly the treasure map recorded. Real treasure maps might suffer from damage, errors, and other issues, but the gray mirror was absolutely accurate. A 500-year-old Tianshan snow lotus? Su Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. Any ancient or aged medicinal herbs undergo qualitative transformation once they reach a century old, let alone 500 years. Moreover, ancient herbs like the Tianshan snow lotus were extremely rare, growing on the snow-covered Tianshan Mountains in the northern region, where the environment was far more hostile than even the 10,000 mountain range in the southern frontier. In the 10,000 mountain range of the southern frontier, you only needed to deal with poisonous insects, snakes, ants, wild beasts, or other human experts. RAS. But in the northern Tianshan Mountains, you faced the true wrath of nature itself. What use would this 500-year-old Tianshan snow lotus be to me? Su Yuan immediately asked. The Tianshan snow lotus contains pure life, force, and soul force. When consumed correctly, it can promote evolution in 3 dimensions: body, soul, and potential. It is currently one of the best ancient herbs on this planet for assisting in the breakthrough to level 1 life form. The gray mirror answered, one of the best ancient herbs for assisting breakthrough to level 1 life form. Su Yuan's expression turned contemplative. More than a week ago, he had learned from the gray mirror the detailed process information about his breakthrough to level 1 life form. This included external assistance methods, like ancient herbs and powerful medicines that would be needed. However, that was more than a week ago, based on the methods and information obtained according to Su Yuan's strength at that time. Back then, Su Yuan's strength was still very, very weak, and he simply didn't have the capability to pursue better ancient herbs or powerful medicines. I want to know the detailed information about this meeting and the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and asked. Swoosh, the gray mirror's surface rippled. 8 days ago, while mountain climber was scaling the northern Tian Shan mountains, he accidentally discovered a 500-year-old Tian Shan Snow Lotus. The news quickly spread, but was immediately sealed off by Xia country's authorities. However, before the lockdown, a Fusang person who was also climbing Tian Shan happened to learn about it. This Fusang person was a member of the Chizuru family from Fusang country and immediately relayed the Snow Lotus information back to his family. The Chizuru family, aware of the Tian Shan Snow Lotus's value, immediately used all means to retrieve that Snow Lotus before Xia country's official investigation team arrived. Characters appeared one after another on the gray mirror's surface, explaining the entire sequence of events from beginning to end. So, they're thieves. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. What does the Chizuru family want this Tian Shan Snow Lotus for? Su Yuan thought for a moment, then asked. The Chizuru family's strongest member, Chizuru Ichio, damaged his own foundation while breaking through to the Great Yin-Yang Master realm and needs the Tian Shan Snow Lotus for healing. Great Yin-Yang Master. Su Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Fusang country's Great Yin-Yang Master corresponded to Xia country's Embracing Elixir Grandmaster, which was also level 1 life form. However, compared to Xia country's Embracing Elixir Grandmasters who cultivated both body and soul dimensions, Fusang country's Great Yin-Yang Masters only cultivated the soul dimension. Life evolution requires cultivating at least both body and soul, relying solely on the soul dimension. Even if one can forcibly transform into a level 1 life form, it would be full of hidden dangers, with foundation damage being among the milder consequences. After pondering for a moment, Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and asked again, help me formulate a plan to safely obtain that Tian Shan Snow Lotus without any hidden dangers or causing any commotion. That Tian Shan Snow Lotus originally belonged to Xia country anyway, so Su Yuan wasn't exactly seizing it by force. Buzz, the gray mirror's surface grew hazy, quickly revealing a plan that perfectly met Su Yuan's requirements. 1 hour later, Su Yuan left the Jinshan Villa district. 33 minutes later, Su Yuan arrived in the western district of Magic City, only tens of meters away from the Yuanan Hotel where the Fusang people would meet. And Su Yuan had naturally changed his appearance, with narrow eyes and a cold, sinister aura. Looking distantly at the Yuanan Hotel, 57 seconds later, Su Yuan strode over. At this moment, there were no guests entering or leaving the Yuanan Hotel, and the front desk staff had temporarily left to use the restroom. As for the Yuanan Hotel surveillance, Su Yuan had already hacked and disabled it in advance. Just like that, without anyone knowing, Su Yuan entered the Yuanan Hotel. After entering the Yuanan Hotel, Su Yuan didn't take the elevator, but used the stairwell to reach the hotel's 6th floor. The Yuanan Hotel was quite large in scale, with 36 rooms on each floor. Su Yuan quickly scanned the area and silently entered room 6009. Room 6009 was located in the corner of the 6th floor, with no other rooms on either side, resembling an independent suite. Moreover, this room was very close to the elevator exit, visible immediately upon exiting the elevator. Su Yuan hadn't checked into room 6009 because he knew it would remain vacant throughout the coming day. Now it's just waiting. Su Yuan thought silently to himself. According to the plan provided by the Gray Mirror, more than 6 hours later, 3 members of the Chizuru family from Fusang Country would enter this hotel and stay in room 6006 on the 6th floor. They would wait here for that Fusang person fleeing from the north, who carried the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. The fleeing Fusang person was being tracked by Xia Country's authorities, with identity information, physique, appearance, and voice quality all locked down, making it impossible to escape Xia Country. Therefore, they could only hand over the Tian Shan Snow Lotus to the 3 Chizuru family members here, who would then take the Snow Lotus back since their identities were clean. This was the Chizuru family scheme. Inside room 6009, Su Yuan stood by the window, overlooking the scene outside. Outside the window was a quiet street with sparse pedestrian traffic. Time passed quickly. 6 hours and 10 minutes went by in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. "They're here." Su Yuan glanced at the time, faintly able to sense the slight vibration of elevator doors opening. Quite cautious, Su Yuan smiled slightly. He only felt the slight elevator vibration. As for footsteps, there were none. Clearly, the 3 Chizuru family members meeting here were extremely careful, not daring to make the slightest sound. These 3 contact persons from the Chizuru family consist of 2 great warriors and 1 yin-yang master. Information obtained from the Gray Mirror surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Great warriors from Fusang Country were equivalent to transforming Force Grandmasters in Xia Country, while yin-yang masters were the closest existence to great yin-yang masters. Yin-yang masters had frail bodies but powerful spirits, with methods that were bizarre and unpredictable. With 2 physically strong great warriors protecting them, yin-yang masters could unleash 100%, even 120% of their strength. Of course, whether it was great warriors or yin-yang masters, both were extremely rare in Fusang Country. Even powerful families like the Chizuru family didn't have many. If it weren't for the fact that the Tian Shan Snow Lotus was related to the condition of that great yin-yang master from the Chizuru family, the Chizuru family wouldn't have invested such heavy resources. They should have already entered room 6006 by now. Su Yuan thought to himself. Since his room 6009 was located in a corner and was an independent room, it was quite far from room 6006. The room numbering in the hotel indeed followed 6001, 6002, 6003. But when reaching the end, the next room would appear starting from the opposite side. Room 6009 was exactly like that. 20 minutes later, that fleeing Fusang person will also come to Yuan Hotel and, according to the information agreed with the contacts, enter room 6006 to hand over the Tian Shan Snow Lotus to them. Su Yuan contemplated privately. With the existence of the Gray Mirror, he had complete understanding of the Fusang people's plan. 9 minutes later, Su Yuan stood up, opened the door of room 6009, and reached out to rotate the last digit 9 of the room number 1 full circle. This way, the original room 6009 became room 6006. After completing this, Su Yuan retreated back into the room and waited quietly. 30 seconds later, Su Yuan felt the slight vibration of the elevator. 10 seconds later, a soft knocking sound came. The knocking wasn't continuous, but paused briefly every 2 or 3 knocks. Seeing this, Su Yuan immediately approached, gently knocked from inside in response to the person outside. This knocking pattern was actually the secret signal between the contact Fusang person and the fleeing Fusang person. Only when the signal matched would the other party enter. If the signal was wrong or showed hesitation, this fleeing Fusang person would turn around and leave without hesitation. At critical moments, he would even destroy the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Click! The door was opened. Su Yuan looked outside the door. Standing at the doorway was a middle-aged man with ordinary appearance, completely unremarkable. But Su Yuan knew that the other party was also a great warrior. Otherwise, he couldn't have escaped from the northern Tian Shan Mountains to Magic City while being pursued by Xia Country. With Tildoi, Mr. Qi, you've worked hard along the journey. Su Yuan welcomed him in, speaking fluent Fusang language. As a cultivator who balanced both wisdom and comprehension dimensions, Su Yuan's learning ability was terrifying. Even if he couldn't learn the complete Fusang language in a short time, memorizing some specific sentences was still effortless. Welcoming the fleeing Fusang person in and saying, "Mr. Qi, you've worked hard along the journey," in Fusang language was also part of the plan devised by the Gray Mirror. Su Yuan didn't need to specifically learn Fusang language. He just had to say this Fusang sentence at the specific moment. For Chizuru's glory. The fleeing Fusang person, Mr. Qi, also spoke a Fusang sentence, his eyes faintly revealing fanaticism. Then he looked at Su Yuan. To ensure the Tianshan Snow Lotus was successfully sent back to Fusang, the fleeing Fusang person, Mr. Qi, didn't know any information about the contacts. Who were they? How many were there? He knew nothing. Otherwise, if he was caught by Xia country's authorities and couldn't withstand special interrogation, wouldn't the contacts be exposed? Although the fleeing Fusang person, Mr. Qi, believed he was absolutely loyal to the family and would never reveal the contact's information even if facing death, the Chizuru family didn't trust this. Simply put, the Chizuru family had already prepared for the scenario where Mr. Qi was caught and couldn't withstand interrogation, thus revealing the contacts. So they were even less likely to inform him about the contact's information. The only thing Mr. Qi clearly knew was the contact signal. Lord Chizuru will remember your contribution. Su Yuan nodded and spoke. The Lord Chizuru here referred to that great Yin-Yang master, Chizuru Ichiyo, of the Chizuru family. Next, the two exchanged some more conversation. They chatted about hometown, about family, about clan matters, and even some insignificant trivial matters. Su Yuan naturally responded correctly to everything without arousing any suspicion from Mr. Qi. Mr. Kawashiro, I hope we can spend the next Cherry Blossom Festival in our hometown together. Mr. Qi said seriously. Through their brief exchange, he found that the Chizuru Kawashiro before him matched his temperament and worldview extremely well, almost like a long-lost soulmate. If he didn't have a mission, he would have asked Su Yuan which generation of the Chizuru family he belonged to. Mr. Qi had been away from the family for too long. Mr. Qi, official business comes first. Lord Chizuru is still waiting. Su Yuan changed the topic, speaking seriously to Mr. Qi. During their conversation, Su Yuan had randomly made up a name for himself, Chizuru Kawashiro. Yes, official business comes first. Mr. Qi nodded, also understanding that catching up could wait until after successfully sending the Snow Lotus back. Realizing this, Mr. Qi opened the black sports bag he had brought in and took out a metal briefcase from inside. The metal briefcase was quite small, about 20 centimeters in length and width, and was solemnly pushed towards Su Yuan by Mr. Qi. Mr. Kawashiro, that Snow Lotus is inside here. The family knows the password. Just send it back. Mr. Qi briefly introduced the briefcase to Su Yuan. The interior of the briefcase contained a self-destruct mechanism that could destroy the Tianshan Snow Lotus inside once activated. This was also the Chizuru family's final plan. If they truly couldn't transport the Snow Lotus back, they would destroy it. Understood. Su Yuan nodded, accepting the metal briefcase. Seeing this, Mr. Qi heaved a deep sigh of relief in his heart. Handing the Snow Lotus to the contact person meant his mission was completed. From beginning to end, Mr. Qi never had any suspicion about Su Yuan's true identity. Because from the moment he entered Yuanan Hotel, everything had proceeded according to plan. The room number was correct, the signal matched, his conversation with Su Yuan had no issues, and even his verbal probing received perfect responses. One could say that if someone jumped out now, claiming Su Yuan wasn't the family's contact person, Mr. Qi wouldn't believe it. If Su Yuan wasn't the contact person, then who was? Mr. Qi, be careful on your journey ahead. Su Yuan said. I will. Mr. Qi stood up and turned to walk out the door. After Mr. Qi left, Su Yuan closed the door. He then picked up the metal briefcase, went to the room window, and flipped out. Outside room 6009's window was a street. At this current time, there weren't many people on the street, and the few who were there wouldn't be looking in Su Yuan's direction. This was also part of the plan devised by the Gray Mirror, to leave the hotel by flipping out the window. 2 minutes later, Su Yuan was already far from Yuan and Hotel. Tian Shan's Snow Lotus? Su Yuan looked at the metal briefcase in his hand. The metal briefcase was exceptionally exquisite, made from special alloy, and the method to open it was to input the correct password. Besides this, the metal briefcase couldn't be opened in any other way. Using violent means? That would only trigger the self-destruct mechanism inside the briefcase. Password. Su Yuan looked at the metal briefcase, a smile appearing on his face. If it were any other method of opening the briefcase, Su Yuan might have needed to put in some effort. Even if it were just a simple iron lock, Su Yuan would have to be careful, worried about affecting the Tian Shan Snow Lotus inside. But a password? Before Su Yuan, it was as if the password for the metal briefcase had been known to Su Yuan for several hours, back when he was still at home. Click. After successfully entering the correct password, the exquisite metal briefcase opened directly. Inside the briefcase was a jade-green jade box. Inside the jade box was that 500-year-old Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Strictly speaking, the jade box itself was also quite valuable, capable of isolating the inside from the outside and minimizing the loss of the Snow Lotus's medicinal potency as much as possible. Picking up the jade-green jade box, Su Yuan felt a wave of icy coldness, as if he wasn't holding jade but rather an iceberg. Finally got it. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Hadn't he waited 6 or 7 hours at Yuan and Hotel precisely for this 500-year-old Tian Shan Snow Lotus? He stored away the jade box, but what about the metal briefcase? Su Yuan tossed it to the roadside. In the plan provided by the Gray Mirror, this metal briefcase absolutely had to be discarded because it contained a miniature tracking device installed inside. Through the tracking device inside, the Chizuru family members could lock onto the briefcase's position. That should do it. Only then did Su Yuan begin walking toward Jinshan Villa District. Simultaneously, he started continuously reviewing and analyzing everything in his mind, checking for any omissions or gaps. First, the appearance he had displayed from start to finish was entirely created through bone restructuring, vastly different from his true self. Even his height and build were significantly altered. Second, he hadn't left behind any biological evidence, such as fingerprints, hair, and so on. As someone who had achieved great accomplishment stage of transforming force, of being balanced across 6 dimensions, Su Yuan had extremely strong control over his body. He hadn't even left behind saliva droplets, let alone obvious things like fingerprints or hair. On his way back to Jinshan Villa District, Su Yuan glanced at the time. In 10 minutes, the 3 Chizuru family members waiting for the handover will realize something's wrong. Then they'll learn the Tian Shan Snow Lotus has been intercepted. Su Yuan silently thought to himself. This was something they were bound to find out anyway. Although that Chizuru Chi had never doubted Su Yuan's identity from start to finish. But if the 3 waiting members couldn't get the Snow Lotus after a long delay, they would inevitably contact the family, and the family would then contact Chizuru Chi. With thorough communication among the 3 parties, the truth would naturally come to light. Reinoi, Yuan and Hotel, room 6006. 3 members of the Chizuru family sat upright with serious expressions. These 3 Chizuru family members were named Chizuru Kamikawa, Chizuru Takahashi, and Chizuru Tanaka. Chizuru Kamikawa was the only yin-yang master among them, while the other 2, Chizuru Takahashi and Chizuru Tanaka, were great warriors. Once this mission ends and we deliver the Snow Lotus back, our Chizuru family status is bound to rise significantly. During the wait, Chizuru Takahashi and Chizuru Tanaka chatted casually. The Chizuru family of Fusan Country was already a powerful force. If their family's strongest member, that great yin-yang master Chizuru Ichiyo, could repair his injured foundation and subsequently take normal action, the Chizuru family's influence would certainly increase substantially. At that time, all of them as family members would also rise along with the tide. Don't be careless. Exist. The Snow Lotus hasn't been secured yet. Chizuru Kamikawa spoke up. That's true. Chizuru Tanaka and Chizuru Takahashi exchanged glances. Better safe than sorry. Until the snow lotus was in their hands, they needed to remain cautious in everything. Time passed. 15 minutes went by quickly. What's going on? Chizuru Kamikawa frowned. Their scheduled meeting time with Chizuru-chi was 15 minutes ago. Considering that Chizuru-chi might have encountered some unexpected delay on the way, they had waited an extra 10 minutes. But now another 5 minutes had passed, and Chizuru-chi still hadn't arrived? Has Chizuru-chi run into trouble? Chizuru Kamikawa immediately stood up, thought for a moment, and then began contacting the family. 2 minutes later, the Chizuru family back in Fusan Country provided a response. Chizuru-chi says he already handed the snow lotus over to us. Chizuru Kamikawa was bewildered. The snow lotus handed over to them? And this was according to Chizuru-chi? The two great warriors beside him, Chizuru Takahashi and Chizuru Tanaka, also looked incredulous. The three of them had been in the agreed-upon hotel room this whole time. They hadn't even seen a hair of Chizuru-chi, let alone the snow lotus. In a flash of insight, Chizuru Kamikawa took a deep breath. He immediately began explaining to the family, even pulling in Chizuru Takahashi and Chizuru Tanaka to swear upon the honor of warriors and yin-yang masters, that the three of them had never seen Chizuru-chi, much less received the Tianshan snow lotus. With this explanation, the Chizuru family back in Fusan Country clearly became confused too, momentarily unsure who to believe. A full 10 minutes passed before the Chizuru family sent another response. Chizuru-chi says he went to Yuan Hotel half an hour ago, successfully entered the agreed-upon room 6006, verified the code phrase with the contact inside, then after a brief conversation confirming the other party's identity was correct, handed over the snow lotus to them. Looking at the response from the family, Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two fell silent again. Before Chizuru Kamikawa could speak, the Chizuru family back in Fusan Country sent another message. Chizuru-chi also says he has repeatedly verified that the contact's identity was definitely correct, and wonders if the contact currently communicating with the family might be impersonated by another faction. Baka, anger surged in Chizuru Kamikawa's heart. That Chizuru-chi actually doubted their identities? I request a video call to verify identity authenticity. Chizuru Kamikawa composed himself, suppressing his anger. Agreed. The Chizuru family immediately consented. In fact, the Chizuru family also wanted to re-authenticate the contact's identity, since Chizuru-chi kept insisting he had found the correct contact. If the contact Chizuru-chi found was correct, then what was the identity of the contact currently communicating with the family? Soon, after video call verification, the Chizuru family confirmed that Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two contacts' identities were genuine. With this premise established, everything could be re-examined through reasoning. Chizuru-chi said he entered Yuan Hotel, took the elevator to the 6th floor, then walked to room 6006 in the left corner. Wait, that's wrong. Room 6006 isn't in the left corner from the elevator. As a yin-yang master, Chizuru Kamikawa possessed powerful mental force and exceptional memory, realizing something was off almost immediately. I remember there's a separate suite to the left, right after exiting the elevator, with room number 6009. Someone replaced the room numbers, making Chizuru-chi enter the wrong room. Chizuru Kamikawa immediately reported his speculation to the Chizuru family. 3 minutes later, the Chizuru family sent another message. The content of the message was a dynamic location tracking. The metal briefcase containing the snow lotus has a tracking device installed. Find this location, and you find the snow lotus. Remember, retrieve the snow lotus at all costs. If you can't retrieve it, destroy the snow lotus. Reading the information sent by the family, Chizuru Kamikawa immediately stood up and, along with the two great warriors, Chizuru Takahashi and Chizuru Tanaka, quickly headed toward the location shown by the tracker. 10 minutes later, the three of them found a metal briefcase discarded in the roadside greenbelt, completely empty inside. okaying at the metal briefcase that had been thrown in the roadside greenbelt, already opened. Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two initially didn't believe this was the metal briefcase they were looking for, and they observed the surroundings for a while. After all, the metal briefcase their family had asked them to find contained the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. Yet the metal briefcase before them was completely empty and had been discarded by the roadside. But after observing for a while, the expressions of Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two shifted from initial indifference to thoughtful consideration, then to disbelief. Finally, they rushed over with a whoosh sound to the golden briefcase thrown in the greenbelt. Swish, just then, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man approached from not far away, also looking at the metal briefcase in the greenbelt with astonishment. Chizuru Kamikawa immediately recognized this middle-aged man's identity. As the contact person, he knew all the information about this middle-aged man. "You're the family's contact persons?" Chizuru looked at Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two. They immediately fell into silence. After explanations and orders from their family back in Fusan country, he had realized that the contact person Chizuru Kawashiro, who had been happily chatting with him not long ago and even made plans for the next Cherry Blossom Festival, was fake. These three people before him were the real ones. The briefcase has been opened. Chizuru's mind was in turmoil. Looking at the metal briefcase in the greenbelt, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He had carried this briefcase all the way during his escape from the northern Tian Shan Mountains to Magic City, experiencing countless dangers along the way. And now, the briefcase had been opened, and the Tian Shan Snow Lotus inside had vanished without a trace. Gathering his thoughts, Chizuru immediately picked up the metal briefcase and carefully examined it. Seeing Chizuru being so cautious, Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two felt their hearts sink. Obviously, this metal briefcase before them was indeed the one they were looking for. After a moment, Chizuru put down the briefcase, looked at Chizuru Kamikawa and the other two, and said solemnly, "I'll explain to the family." The Chizuru family had not only sent Chizuru Kamikawa and the other three to follow the positioning to find a metal briefcase, but also had Chizuru, who was preparing to leave Magic City, return to search for the metal briefcase. The purpose of this was to worry that Chizuru Kamikawa and the other three might not have sufficient strength. But now, they had found the metal briefcase, but the Snow Lotus was gone. At the same time, on Kyushu Island, Fusan country, inside the Chizuru family shrine, the atmosphere was unusually oppressive, especially the elderly man sitting in the main seat, wearing traditional Inyang attire, a tall black aboshi hat, with completely white hair and beard, who was emitting profound spiritual fluctuations as deep as the ocean, making others on the scene dare not look up directly at him. Aro. This elderly man with completely white hair and beard was the great Inyang master of the Chizuru family, Chizuru Ichiyo. He was the true leader of the Chizuru family, a renowned powerhouse in Fusan country, possessing great abilities to communicate with gods and spirits, summon the dead, and manipulate souls. At this moment, Chizuru Ichiyo's mind was not calm. Various events and details kept appearing in his thoughts. From the discovery of the Tian Shan Snow Lotus in the northern Tian Shan Mountains of Xia country, then Chizuru taking it and escaping to Magic City, and finally the family's three contact persons meeting at a hotel in Magic City to transfer the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. However, the variable began at the Yuan Hotel where the meeting took place. A mysterious person had impersonated the Chizuru family contact person and successfully tricked Chizuru into handing over the Tian Shan Snow Lotus. And this mysterious person clearly knew the details of the Snow Lotus transfer plan formulated by the Chizuru family, knew the meeting room, knew the meeting code words, understood the Chizuru family inside out, even knew the password for the metal briefcase. Chizuru Ichiyo's gaze was cold as he looked at the 8 family elders present. "We've been raising a ghost in our own house." Aside from this reason, Chizuru Ichiyo couldn't think of any other possibility. How could an outsider know the plan so clearly, especially the password for the metal briefcase? Very few people knew it, just these 8 people present. Chizuru Ichio never expected that among the 8 family elders, there would actually be a traitor. The 8 elders were the foundation of the Chizuru family, and some of them were even older than Chizuru Ichio himself. Chizuru Ichio genuinely didn't want to suspect these 8 elders. But after eliminating all other possibilities, the only remaining possibility, no matter how unbelievable or incredible, was the truth. Speak. Who instructed you to do this? The Matsukawa family? Or the Hanasaki family? Chizuru Ichio said in a sinister tone, speaking slowly. Whether it was the Matsukawa family or the Hanasaki family, both had grudges against the Chizuru family and were hostile relationships. If they got news of the Tianshan Snow Lotus and knew that Chizuru Ichio obtaining it could heal his foundational injuries, they would definitely spare no effort to prevent it. The shrine fell into dead silence. The 8 family elders had nothing to say. In fact, not only did Chizuru Ichio suspect there was a traitor among them, even they themselves suspected this. Otherwise, how could they explain everything that happened far away in Xia Country? Magic City, Xia Country. In a certain coffee shop, Chizuru Kamikawa, Chizuru Chi, and the other 4 gathered here. Chizuru Chi had already informed the family that the metal briefcase had been opened, and not through violent means, but using the correct password. Now, they only needed to wait for the family's next command. Who exactly was it? Chizuru Kamikawa said in a low voice. By now, he had roughly figured out what had happened. The Tianshan Snow Lotus had been intercepted, and the interceptor knew them extremely well. Chizuru Chi remained silent. Could it have been done by Xia Country's authorities? Chizuru Takahashi suddenly spoke up. Impossible. Chizuru Kamikawa shook his head. Right, it couldn't be Xia Country's authorities. Chizuru Chi also nodded in agreement. If Xia Country's authorities really knew their transportation plan so well, he, Chizuru Chi, would have been captured back in the northern region. How could it have dragged on until Magic City and even allowed him to leave? Let's wait for the family's decision, Chizuru Kamikawa said quietly. The other 3 didn't continue the conversation. Central District of Magic City. This was the most lively and prosperous area of Magic City, gathering tourists from all over the world. Su Yuan walked along the crowded streets. After leaving the Western District, Su Yuan didn't take transportation, but leisurely came to the Central District. Jinshan Villa District was located in the suburban Eastern District. Going from the Western District to the Central District, then back to the Eastern District was somewhat on the way. By this time, Chizuru Chi and those 3 contact persons should have gathered together, waiting at Top Star Coffee Shop for the Chizuru family's next instructions. Su Yuan thought to himself. Top Star Coffee Shop was a coffee shop near where Su Yuan had discarded the metal briefcase. According to the information provided by the Gray Mirror, at this time, Chizuru Chi and the other 4 would be waiting there. The final step of the plan. Su Yuan flipped his right hand and took out a phone. This phone naturally wasn't Su Yuan's, but came from an international dark-skinned friend who had just brushed past him. Skillfully opening the phone, entering the unlocked password, Su Yuan adjusted his voice tone and quality, then dialed the police emergency number. Magic City Security Bureau. Having just concluded a video conference with headquarters, Deputy Director Lu Wuhuai walked out of his office with a grave expression. To think there's actually a Fusang country powerhouse comparable to a transforming force grandmaster, who fled all the way from the northern regions and may have already infiltrated Magic City. Lu Wuhuai felt immense pressure. He clearly understood the destructive power of a transforming force grandmaster within a city. Headquarters' intention is to find this person and retrieve the Tianshan Snow Lotus stolen by this Fusang individual. Lu Wuhuai had a headache. A transforming force grandmaster, hiding in Magic City with its population of tens of millions. How could they possibly find him? However, headquarters will send someone over within half a day at most. Lu Wuhuai could only hope in his heart that the Fusang individual wouldn't go crazy in Magic City. If they caused too much impact, his position as deputy director would probably be over. Just as he was passing by the bureau's reception room, Lu Wuhuai suddenly heard a telephone ring. Why isn't Xiao Lin here? Lu Wuhuai glanced into the reception room and found it empty, with only the telephone ringing incessantly. Probably went to the restroom. Lu Wuhuai entered the reception room and picked up the phone. Although answering phones wasn't the responsibility of a deputy director like him. But Lu Wuhuai had a strong sense of responsibility. What if this emergency call concerned someone's life? What if something happened because of a 1-second delay? When Lu Wuhuai answered the phone, he heard the words, "Hello, is this the police?" "Yes, speaking. Please go ahead." Lu Wuhuai immediately responded. Originally, Lu Wuhuai thought this was just an ordinary emergency call, like catching a thief or a stolen electric bike. But when he heard words like Fusang people and Tianshan Snow Lotus from the phone, Lu Wuhuai's pupils contracted sharply. He immediately inquired, "You're saying that at Top Star Coffee Shop, you saw several Fusang people acting suspiciously, and in their conversation, they mentioned how to transport the Snow Lotus obtained from the northern Tianshan Mountains back to Fusang country?" "Yes, that's right," the voice on the other end confirmed. This, Lu Wuhuai was somewhat stunned. He had just been worrying about how to find the Fusang country powerhouse who stole the Snow Lotus, and now someone was reporting tips? A pillow delivered when sleepy? Are you sure they're Fusang people? And about the Tianshan Snow Lotus? Lu Wuhuai asked again for confirmation. If it were just a few Fusang people, that wouldn't mean much. There were many Fusang people in Magic City. But combined with the Tianshan Snow Lotus, Fusang people and the Tianshan Snow Lotus? Although still not 100% certain they were the people he was looking for. It was probably about 70 to 80% certain. After getting confirmation from the other end again, Lu Wuhuai looked excited and said in a low voice, "The clues you provided are very important to us." After praising the caller a few times and promising rewards after some time, Lu Wuhuai hung up the phone and immediately mobilized personnel. If the other party is really the escaped Fusang individual, the Bureau's personnel alone are far from enough. Lu Wuhuai didn't take this lightly at all. After all, this was a powerhouse comparable to a transforming force grandmaster. If the capture force couldn't achieve overwhelming superiority and the cornered beast fought desperately, even if ultimately suppressed, it would cause significant negative impact. Could the other Fusang people also be powerhouses comparable to transforming force grandmasters? Thinking of this, Lu Wuhuai immediately made a decision in his heart. Central District of Magic City, still bustling and lively, with people coming and going. After casually turning off the phone he had just used to report to the police and throwing it by the roadside, Su Yuan headed toward Jinshan Villa District. As for why he didn't return the phone to that dark-skinned international friend, it was because Su Yuan knew that half a day later, the police would track this phone's location. They would then find this phone, and finally, through the real name registration information of the phone's SIM card, locate that dark-skinned international friend, summon them to the Bureau, repeatedly question them, and then return the phone to them. It's over. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Making this police report was the final link in the plan provided by the Gray Mirror. Looking at the entire plan, each link connected seamlessly. Every action Su Yuan took, every word he spoke, every syllable, every change in tone and expression could achieve the intended purpose. If any single link had even a slight error, it could affect the entire plan, even leading to identity exposure. Take the final link of reporting to the police as an example. Why did Su Yuan choose this specific time to report? Was it because at this time, the 4 members of the Chizuru family would gather together? That was only one reason. Another reason was that if the emergency call had been made 1 minute earlier or 1 minute later, the person answering wouldn't have been Deputy Director Lu Wuhuai, but the reception room staff member Xiao Lin. The reception room staff member Xiao Lin, upon hearing Su Yuan's reported information, wouldn't have taken it seriously, merely recording it normally. Only 20 minutes later, when Deputy Director Lu Wuhuai held a meeting in the Bureau about this matter, informing everyone to pay attention to the messages about Fusang people and the Snow Lotus. Only then would staff member Xiao Lin realize the importance of the reported information and immediately inform Lu Wuhuai. Unfortunately, it would be too late by then, a 20-minute delay. The 4 members of the Chizuru family would have already received their next instructions. The 4 would separate, and the difficulty of capture would skyrocket. Reporting at the correct time was crucial, relating to whether this emergency call would receive immediate attention. Next, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Su Yuan thought casually in his heart. Through the gray mirror, Su Yuan had long known that making this emergency call would attract the attention of the Xia country authorities, who would dispatch an embracing elixir grandmaster to suppress those 4 members of the Chizuru family. Top Star Coffee Shop. Chizuru Kamikawa and the other 3 finally received the family's next instructions. The 4 of you disperse and immediately return to the clan. Looking at the specific instructions, Chizuru Kamikawa and the other 3 immediately understood and planned to leave the coffee shop one after another, separately leaving Magic City. Right at that moment, Chizuru Kamikawa's expression changed slightly. He looked around, his face as grave as still water. Because at some unknown time, the large coffee shop had actually been reduced to just the 4 of them, and even the coffee shop staff had also disappeared. Whoosh! A torrential wave of mental force rolled in like an ocean. For a moment, Chizuru Takahashi, and the other 2 great warriors felt their thought processes slowing down, as if carrying a 10,000-ton mountain on their shoulders. What is this? As a yin-yang master, Chizuru Kamikawa had a powerful soul, so the mental suppression wasn't as obvious to him. He struggled to turn his head and discovered that at the coffee shop in trance stood an old man wearing shorts, who hadn't been there before. Embracing Elixir Grandmaster, Chizuru Kamikawa's face turned ashen. Jinshan Villa District. Villa number 66, Su Yuan sat on the living room sofa. The projection on the wall nearby clearly displayed the scene from Top Star Coffee Shop. After returning to the villa, Su Yuan had hacked into the surveillance system of the milk tea shop opposite Top Star Coffee Shop, allowing him to watch everything happening inside the coffee shop in real time. As for whether this hacking would leave any hidden dangers? First, Su Yuan's hacking skills ranked 186th in Magic City, making him a top-tier hacker even by global standards. How difficult would it be to trace information from a hacker of this level? Second, Su Yuan's method of hacking into the surveillance came from the gray mirror. While its offensive capabilities might be somewhat weaker, its defensive capabilities were so powerful that even if Xia country mobilized all its resources, they still wouldn't be able to track down Su Yuan's location. This was explicitly confirmed to Su Yuan by the gray mirror. If defensive capabilities and hacking skills were also ranked, Su Yuan would undoubtedly be the undisputed number 1. After all, strictly speaking, Su Yuan's hacking skills weren't learned from Blue Star. They were learned from those terrifying civilizations deep in the cosmos that spanned across star systems. Even the most superficial knowledge from them was beyond comparison with the information technology available on Blue Star. Su Yuan watched the projection of Top Star Coffee Shop nearby. He saw an old man wearing shorts and slippers slowly walk to the entrance of the coffee shop. Then the old man waved toward the outside, and a large group of people rushed into the coffee shop, escorting Chizuru Kamikawa and the other 3 out. Ruan Qingcheng. Su Yuan watched the old man wearing shorts and slippers through the surveillance feed. Ruan Qingcheng was an embracing elixir grandmaster, and also the main force behind capturing Chizuru Kamikawa and the other 3. Only such a level 1 life form could suppress 4 experts comparable to transforming force grandmasters with casual movements. An embracing elixir grandmaster. Su Yuan's gaze showed emotion. This represented a qualitative change in life itself. Whether in modern times or ancient eras, embracing elixir grandmasters were considered godlike figures. In an international metropolis like Magic City with tens of millions of people, there were only 6 level 1 life forms comparable to embracing elixir grandmasters. 2 of them remained hidden in the shadows, unknown to outsiders, with even Xia country's authorities unaware of their existence. Turning off the projection, Su Yuan looked at the gains from his operation this time. A jade-green jade box. Slowly opening the jade box, A pure white, snow lotus rested inside. With the jade box's barrier removed, a chilling aura rushed toward his face. So this is the Tianshan snow lotus, and it's 500-year-old? Su Yuan carefully observed it, faintly sensing an illusory power and immense vitality contained within the snow lotus. Soul power and life power. Su Yuan's eyes lit up. The information about this snow lotus provided by the gray mirror mentioned that it contained both soul power and life power, capable of promoting evolution in 3 dimensions: body, soul, and potential. One of the best auxiliary external items for evolving into a level 1 life form on Blue Star. Su Yuan felt joyful. According to the gray mirror's explanation about life, evolution, and transformation, the better the auxiliary external items used during breakthrough, the greater the personal gains and the more substantial the foundation. I'll use it when I evolve into a level 1 life form. Su Yuan closed the J-Green J-Box. According to his cultivation plan, he would reach the level infinitely close to level 1 life form in 7 days, at which point he would evolve into a level 1 life form. This Tianshan snow lotus, isolated inside and out by the jade box, would slow the dissipation of medicinal efficacy, allowing it to be preserved without any problems until 7 days later. A special detention facility. Deputy Director Lu Wuhuai looked at the interrogation report before him, falling into deep thought for a moment. The 4 members of the Chizuru family, with their special status, had been directly sent to this special detention facility after capture for interrogation and questioning. The interrogation process turned out to be surprisingly smooth. It wasn't that Chizuru Kamikawa and the other 3 couldn't withstand pressure, but rather that there was no need for concealment. The most valuable Tianshan snow lotus was already gone, so they didn't need to persist in resistance. Honestly, revealing what they knew would mean less suffering for them. Wuhuai, what's your take on this? A middle-aged man looked at Lu Wuhuai and inquired. Director, according to their statements, this incident should be due to internal problems within the Chizuru family, colluding with external forces, resulting in the snow lotus being intercepted. Lu Wuhuai had reached a similar conclusion. In fact, any normal person who learned the full story would come to this same conclusion. If it weren't for internal problems, how could outsiders know the meeting details so thoroughly, even understanding the secret codes and passwords? The middle-aged director nodded, quite in agreement. By the way, that emergency call made to you needs thorough investigation. The middle-aged director said. Understood. Lu Wuhuai nodded. At this moment, he too realized the problem with that emergency call. According to what was said in the caller had overheard conversations between several Fusang people mentioning the Tianshan snow lotus and sending it back to their family. However, in reality, both Chizuru Chi and Chizuru Kamikawa, with the other 2, denied having discussed this matter in front of outsiders. Moreover, Chizuru Chi had managed to flee alone from the northern Tianshan Mountains to Magic City, indicating extreme caution. How could he be so careless? Therefore, the person who made that emergency call was highly likely to be the mastermind who had completely manipulated the 4 Chizuru family members. I've already had people track the phone that made that call. We should have results soon, Lu Wuhuai said. Villa number 66. After reviewing everything once more and confirming he hadn't left any clues behind, Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror and asked, how will the various parties involved in this operation ultimately respond? The gray mirror's surface swirled with mist, soon revealing questions one after another. The great Yin-Yang master of the Chizuru family, Chizuru Ichiyo, is enraged, convinced that high-ranking family members have betrayed them by colluding with external forces, causing the Snow Lotus retrieval plan to fail. Over the next 2 months, he conducts a bloody purge of the high-ranking members, with only 3 of the 8 elders surviving in the end. Xia Country's authorities ultimately classify this incident as an internal matter of the Chizuru family. Although they didn't recover the Tianshan Snow Lotus, at least Chizuru Ichiyo didn't obtain it. Otherwise, Fusang Country would have gained another great Yin-Yang master at full power. Words continued to appear on the gray mirror surface. All the involved forces believed that this interception incident was the work of hostile forces against the Chizuru family. They had no idea that the true mastermind was Su Yuan. Continue studying. Su Yuan gathered his thoughts and resumed studying computer information technology. Of course, what Su Yuan was studying now was basically the relevant knowledge provided by the gray mirror, originating from civilizations beyond Blue Star. Through this operation, Su Yuan became even more aware of the importance of hacking skills. As powerful as an embracing elixir grandmaster might be, they could at most control their immediate surroundings of several hundred meters. But a top-tier hacker could make an entire city, an entire country, even a whole world become their eyes. In the information age, while personal combat power is important, hacking skills that control the situation are equally indispensable. In mid to late July, Magic City was already exceptionally scorching hot, with outdoor temperatures approaching 40 degrees Celsius. The Jinshan Villa District, located in the suburbs of Magic City, had beautiful scenery with lush greenery, and the temperature was somewhat more moderate. This was precisely why the Jinshan Villa District was classified as an affluent area, warm in winter and cool in summer, offering excellent living conditions. In the meditation room of Villa 66, Su Yuan let out a gentle sigh and slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, Su Yuan had complete control over his body. When he closed his eyes, he could see the subtle movements of his internal organs and the surging flow of his blood. This ability was called inner vision, a technique that only embracing elixir grandmasters could master. And Su Yuan, although not an embracing elixir grandmaster, because his cultivation method was the six-dimensional cultivation method, his life evolution was superior to martial artists at the same stage. Even without transforming into a level 1 life form, he had naturally mastered this inner vision ability. Embracing elixir grandmaster, Su Yuan's thoughts were calm. He had now completed 14 cultivation sessions, only one away from the 15 sessions set by the gray mirror. In other words, Su Yuan only needed to complete one final cultivation session to completely transform into a level 1 life form, becoming an embracing elixir grandmaster in Xia country's cultivation world. In fact, the level 1 life form Su Yuan was transforming into was superior to an embracing elixir grandmaster in every aspect. Once achieved, Xia country's embracing elixir grandmasters have their vital energy, blood, and spirit condensed like an elixir. From then on, their essence doesn't leak. They become immune to all diseases and can easily live to 120 years old, Su Yuan thought to himself. As for visible force and hidden force before embracing elixir, martial arts cultivation methods gain strength by squeezing the body's potential. Before reaching transforming force, practitioners actually had shorter lifespans than ordinary people. Some hidden force masters who had been through countless battles couldn't even live to 60 years old. Only by cultivating to transforming force could one slightly use their force to regulate the body, thus living to 80 or 90 years old. But even then, it was still within the range of an ordinary person's lifespan. Only embracing elixir grandmasters represented the pinnacle achievement of martial arts cultivation methods, nourishing themselves in return and completely compensating for all the previous exploitation, with vital energy, blood, and spirit condensed into a perfect circle. No wonder there are so few embracing elixir grandmasters in Xia country. The gap that transforming force grandmasters need to cross to break through to the embracing elixir grandmaster level is simply too vast, Su Yuan thought privately. According to the 15 cultivation sessions the Gray Mirror had planned for him, Su Yuan had already reached the perfection stage of transforming force in martial arts cultivation methods by his 10th session alone. The subsequent 4 or 5 sessions were all about continuously approaching the level 1 life form state. By the time he reached the 14th cultivation session, Su Yuan was already very close to becoming a level 1 life form. Under these circumstances, proceeding with the 15th cultivation session to achieve life transformation and evolution, stepping in a level 1 life form, was completely natural. But martial arts cultivation methods? Going from the perfection stage of transforming force to embracing Elixir Grandmaster was like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Taking too big a step made it easy to fall. Therefore, in martial arts cultivation methods, the probability of breaking through from transforming force to embracing Elixir was extremely low. Actually, it wasn't just Xia Country's cultivation methods. Other cultivation methods on Blue Star were pretty much the same. When crossing into the level 1 life level, everyone faced significant risks. It completely depended on whether their life was tough enough. This is the advantage of the six-dimensional cultivation method. Su Yuan sighed inwardly. By cultivating this method, he would encounter almost no bottlenecks in the early stages. And having no bottlenecks was just one of the advantages of the six-dimensional cultivation method. There were many other advantages as well, such as lifespan. Embracing Elixir Grandmasters have a lifespan of about 120 to 30 years. After that, their bodies rapidly decay, and no matter how strong their spirit is, it's useless. A Nigerian Ira Epsilon. But if I transform into a level 1 life form, my lifespan starts at 500 years. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. 500 years of life. That was equivalent to the duration of 2 feudal dynasties in ancient Xia Country. And this was just level 1 life form. When he reached level 2 life form, level 3 life form, the increased lifespan would only be greater. Collecting his thoughts, Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror. After pondering for a moment, he still asked, "What's my current ranking in Magic City in terms of strength?" Since he had just completed his 14th cultivation session and his strength had improved again, he was making his routine inquiry. The gray mirror surface swirled with haziness, revealing an answer. 11th place. Looking at the answer provided by the gray mirror, Su Yuan nodded slightly. With his current strength, even without extensive practical combat experience, he could be considered nearly invincible among transforming force practitioners, relying on the direct suppression of his life level. The reason he said nearly was because there were some grandmasters at the perfection stage of transforming force who had participated in human modification experiments and significantly boosted their strength. Although this approach relied on external forces, it still counted as part of their own strength. Practical combat experience. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. During this period, aside from normal cultivation and study, his practical combat experience had also improved rapidly. As for how he improved it, by watching numerous videos of fierce battles between powerful experts. Merely improving one's practical combat experience by watching videos of powerful fighters battling required extremely high comprehension ability to achieve. And Su Yuan's comprehension ability was definitely not low. Comprehension was also one of the 6 dimensions of life evolution. During this period, as Su Yuan cultivated, his own comprehension ability had been continuously improving. What's my current ranking in Magic City for hacking skills? Su Yuan continued to inquire. As he continued to cultivate, Su Yuan's learning ability grew stronger and stronger. His improvement in hacking skills had even surpassed that in the field of life evolution. 23rd place. The gray mirror provided the answer. Not bad. Su Yuan was in a good mood. Strength ranking, 11th place. Hacking skills ranking, 23rd place. In the vast Magic City, he was absolutely unique. Those stronger than him in combat definitely weren't as skilled in hacking as he was. Those more skilled than him in hacking wouldn't be stronger than him in combat. Next, I should prepare for the 15th cultivation session to cross into level 1 life form. Su Yuan composed himself, his expression turning slightly serious. Ever since obtaining the Tianshan Snow Lotus 6 days ago, the best external aid for breaking through to level 1 life form. Su Yuan's requirements for his own breakthrough to level 1 life form had naturally become higher. He planned to replace all the external aids assisting his breakthrough with the best items of the same level as the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Su Yuan's cultivation method could drive evolution in the 6 dimensions of life: body, soul, will, wisdom, comprehension, and potential. The Tianshan Snow Lotus could drive evolution in 3 aspects: body, soul, and potential. As for the remaining three aspects of evolution, will, wisdom, and comprehension, Su Yuan had made corresponding arrangements. 4 days ago, Su Yuan went to the suburbs of Magic City and spent most of the day digging deep underground, where he found a drop of 100-year Earth milk. This drop of 100-year Earth milk was one of the best external aids for promoting the evolution of wisdom. Bloodlingji, Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly. Bloodlingji was the best external aid for promoting the evolution of the final two dimensions. It was also what the gray mirror had indicated as the most suitable external aid choice for Su Yuan's transformation into a level 1 life form. The best external aid to advance Su Yuan's final two dimensions wasn't limited to just Bloodlingji. The gray mirror actually provided dozens of options. The reason Bloodlingji was the most suitable external aid for Su Yuan was because its location was deep within the 10,000 mountain range in the southern frontier, in a place called 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. And the southern frontier happened to be the ancestral homeland of the Zhou family behind Zhou Pharmaceutical, with the latter having considerable influence over the former. Zhou Pharmaceutical had even established dozens of herb-gathering teams throughout the 10,000 mountain range in the southern frontier. Through Zhou Pharmaceutical's influence, obtaining Bloodlingji would be significantly easier for Su Yuan, to the point where he wouldn't even need to take action personally. As for the dozens of other options besides Bloodlingji, they were either too far away or came with numerous restrictions. Only Bloodlingji was the simplest option. Tang Jian should have almost finished preparing everything according to my instructions. Su Yuan thought to himself, then immediately got up and left the villa. Zhou family ancestral estate. This was a manor brimming with classical charm, complete with small bridges over flowing water, green tiles, and red walls. In the manor's main building, Tang Jian sat holding a phone, currently on a call. Are you ready? Wait for my command to proceed next. After speaking, Tang Jian hung up the phone. Simultaneously, a trace of worry appeared on his face. I wonder what the gentleman wants to do at 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Tang Jian clearly understood just how dangerous the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley in the southern frontier's 10,000 mountain range truly was. It was considered one of the forbidden zones within the 10,000 mountain range. Over the past few centuries, virtually no herb-gathering teams or individuals who mistakenly entered 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley had ever emerged alive. 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley teemed with endless strange snakes, and legend said it even housed the mythical snake mothers. Even transforming force grandmasters would only dare observe from the valley's edges, not venturing too deep inside. Despite his immense wariness and even fear toward 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. A few days ago, when Tang Jian received Su Yuan's instructions to reorganize a herb-gathering team and enter the 10,000 mountain ranges 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley today. Tang Jian immediately began preparations, gathering the most experienced herb gatherers from Zhou Pharmaceutical's dozens of teams in the southern frontier to form the herb-gathering team Su Yuan wanted. Of course, these experienced herb gatherers were naturally very unwilling upon learning they were to enter 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, and Tang Jian had to employ many methods to force their agreement. With Xiaoyu there, even if those herb gatherers have other ideas, they won't be able to cause any trouble. Tang Jian calculated inwardly. This Xiaoyu referred to Zhouyu. He was Tang Jian's trusted subordinate cultivated in the southern frontier, taken in by him since childhood, and even granted the Zhou surname. Zhouyu could be considered absolutely loyal to Tang Jian and Zhou Pharmaceutical. Additionally, Zhouyu had quite good talent in national martial arts, now already a hidden force great achievement expert. With Zhouyu leading the team, those herb gatherers wouldn't dare disobey orders. What a pity! Tang Jian sighed inwardly. Having Zhouyu serve as this herb-gathering team's leader was indeed reliable. But the destination was 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley in the 10,000 mountain range. Tang Jian had already prepared himself for Zhouyu's sacrifice in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. To be precise, Tang Jian had already prepared for this entire herb-gathering team's complete sacrifice. After all, this was 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, and according to Su Yuan's instructions, they intended to have this team venture deep into 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Just as Tang Jian was lost in thought, a voice suddenly came from beside him. "How are the preparations?" Tang Jian jolted awake, immediately standing up and slightly bowing forward as he said, "Everything has been prepared according to your instructions, sir." Having experienced the incident at the hospital rooftop last time, Tang Jian now found Su Yuan silently bypassing the Zhou family ancestral estate's heavy security somewhat expected. "That's fine." Su Yuan nodded slightly. He had actually already learned this answer from the Gray Mirror long ago. Not only that, but he also knew Tang Jian had prepared extremely diligently, without any intention of cutting corners or being lazy. "Take me to see Zhou Weiwei," Su Yuan said casually. Inside a certain room within the manor, Zhou Weiwei widened her eyes, looking at the cold-faced man before her. Was this the man who cured her hereditary heart disease? The one even Uncle Tang treated with such reverence? "Recovery is proceeding adequately," Su Yuan spoke. He had already learned every detail about Zhou Weiwei's physical condition through the Gray Mirror. But to prevent Tang Jian from thinking he was being perfunctory, he specifically came to take a look to reassure the old man. "If not for you, sir, Weiwei would probably already be—" Tang Jian felt relieved inwardly, his tone becoming grateful. After checking on Zhou Weiwei, the two returned to the main hall. "Sir, the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley in the 10,000 Mountain Range teams with countless snake monsters. It's extremely dangerous there." Tang Jian began briefing Su Yuan about 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. "I know." Su Yuan nodded. Through the Gray Mirror, there was probably no one in the world who understood 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley better than him. The most dangerous aspect of 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley was the two snake mothers. These two snake mothers both possessed strength at the embracing Elixir Grandmaster level, equivalent to level 1 life forms. This was also why 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley was classified as a forbidden zone, even embracing Elixir Grandmasters risked being trapped if they ventured too deep. The herb gathering team I organized according to your instructions has a leader named Zhou Yu who can be trusted. As for the other herb gatherers, with Zhou Yu present, they won't dare take any action. Tang Jian began introducing the herb gathering team. Zhou Yu. Information about Zhou Yu surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. Long before coming here, Su Yuan had already learned all the detailed information about this herb gathering team through the Gray Mirror. Among them, Zhou Yu is indeed sufficiently loyal. Neither now nor in the future would he betray them. "Contact Zhou Yu now, then I'll take command," Su Yuan said. "Understood." Tang Jian nodded, immediately beginning to contact Zhou Yu. Southern frontier, outside the 10,000 Mountain Range. Inside a wooden cabin, Zhou Yu and 7 or 8 herb gatherers had gathered there. Compared to the calm Zhou Yu, the 7 or 8 herb gatherers' expressions were much more complex, filled with fear, terror, despair. After all, learning they were about to enter the Forbidden Zone, 10 Ravine Snake Valley, was practically equivalent to having 1 foot already in the grave. Who wouldn't be terrified? If not for Zhou Yu keeping them in check, they'd probably have already scattered and fled. Right at that moment, Zhou Yu, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. He wore a miniature earpiece, something Tang Jian had instructed to maintain constant communication contact after entering the 10,000 Mountain Range. Now the miniature earpiece vibrated slightly, clearly indicating Tang Jian was contacting him. Beep, the call connected. Zhou Yu first heard Tang Jian's voice. "Xiao Yu, from now on, unconditionally follow all of the gentleman's commands." After this sentence, Zhou Yu heard a deep male voice come through the miniature earpiece. "Yes." Zhou Yu immediately responded. Compared to the 7 or 8 herb gatherers who didn't know the full story, Zhou Yu had some insider knowledge about this operation. Why reorganize a herb gathering team? And why enter the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley within the 10,000 Mountain Range? It was precisely because of the Sir's orders. Zhou Yu didn't know who this Sir was, nor did he understand the purpose of entering the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. He only knew that this was a great benefactor to Zhou Pharmaceutical, and even if their entire herb-gathering team perished in the 10,000 mountain range, it would still be difficult to repay even 1/10,000th of the Sir's kindness. Prepare yourselves now. We'll begin moving in 10 minutes and 37 seconds. The Sir's deep voice came through the miniature earpiece. Understood. Zhou Yu immediately checked the time. At the same time, he felt quite impressed. This Sir, who had shown great kindness to Zhou Pharmaceutical, had an incredibly precise sense of time, even specifying departure time down to the second. Of course, while impressed, Zhou Yu didn't dare to show outward compliance, but inward defiance toward the Sir's commands. He kept his eyes fixed on his watch, waiting for exactly 10 minutes and 37 seconds to pass before setting out. Zhou family old residence, main hall. After Su Yuan set the departure time for the herb-gathering team, he began reviewing the plan in his mind, regarding how to retrieve that bloodling Ji from deep within the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley in the 10,000 mountain range. Su Yuan had naturally used the gray mirror to devise a complete and meticulous plan. The entire plan didn't require Su Yuan's personal involvement. He only needed to command from behind the scenes. As for the plan's executors, they were Zhou Yu and the herb-gathering team he led. Actually, those 7 or 8 herb-gatherers were just there for support. The person who truly needed to penetrate deep into the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley and retrieve the bloodling Ji was Zhou Yu. Through the gray mirror, Su Yuan knew that Zhou Yu was sufficiently powerful and wouldn't hesitate in carrying out his commands. Only Zhou Yu had any hope of retrieving the bloodling Ji from within the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley. As for why it was Zhou Yu rather than a transforming force grandmaster, although a transforming force grandmaster would be much stronger than Zhou Yu, they would have their own ideas and wouldn't be as obedient. And under the watchful eyes of snake monsters everywhere, and 2 snake mothers comparable to embracing elixir grandmasters, there wasn't much practical difference between hidden force and transforming force. If discovered, both would mean death. Nigeria Nairo Thailand bot. An embracing elixir grandmaster would have better chances, but with Su Yuan's current means, he couldn't make a grandmaster work for him without potential complications. Time is about right. Su Yuan glanced at the clock, thinking to himself. At the same time, outside the 10,000 mountain range, inside that wooden cabin, Zhou Yu watched the time, confirming it had reached the departure time specified by the Sir. He immediately stood up, scanned the 8 herb-gatherers around him, and spoke promptly, "We depart now." Upon hearing this, the 8 herb-gatherers felt bitter inside, but still obediently shouldered their large packs, exited the wooden cabin, and entered the 10,000 mountain range. They had no choice. No matter how unwilling they felt, they could only steel themselves and follow orders, especially since Zhou Yu was a hidden force expert who could kill them too easily. Moreover, the parents, children, and relatives of all 8 herb-gatherers were outside, and Zhou Pharmaceutical wasn't known for being merciful. In the southern frontier region, mercy wouldn't keep you alive. 15 minutes later, the herb-gathering team officially entered the 10,000 mountain range. Immediately, even the light dimmed considerably, and the air began to carry a damp smell. However, everyone in the herb-gathering team was experienced herb-gatherers who only feared a few forbidden areas like the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley. Other places couldn't trouble these gatherers. Zhou Yu cautiously observed their surroundings. He was also quite familiar with the 10,000 mountain range. While scanning the area, Zhou Yu also continuously monitored the miniature earpiece in his ear, ready to receive the Sir's commands at any moment. 5 minutes later, the miniature earpiece vibrated slightly. Zhou Yu's spirits lifted, and he immediately began listening attentively. Start digging 2 meters ahead. You'll uncover some snake eggs. Bring these snake eggs with you. Su Yuan's voice came through the miniature earpiece. Snake eggs. Zhou Yu stopped walking and looked at the spot 2 meters ahead. He then ordered the 8 herb-gatherers to start digging there. Sure enough, the herb-gatherers dug up 34 snake eggs. The digging herb-gatherers didn't think much of it, assuming Zhou Yu had identified this as a snake nest with eggs based on the surrounding environment. But Zhou Yu's mind wasn't calm. How did the Sir know there would be snake eggs here? Zhou Yu wondered internally. Has the Sir been here before? That's how he knows. Although puzzled, Zhou Yu didn't dwell on it. This was precisely why Su Yuan chose Zhou Yu as the plan's executor. Obedience. He only knew to follow orders. Even if he had doubts, he wouldn't hesitate in executing subsequent commands. Following this, during their journey toward the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley deep within the 10,000 mountain range, Zhou Yu stopped repeatedly, following Su Yuan's instructions to dig up hundreds of snake eggs. The hundreds of snake eggs were carried by the 8 herb gatherers. Fortunately, the eggs were small, so each gatherer carrying around 100 eggs wasn't problematic. Half a day later, the group finally arrived outside the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley. The so-called 10,000 ravine Snake Valley was a valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. Zhou Yu took a deep breath. Actually, as they approached the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley, various snake species had become increasingly numerous. Fortunately, the herb gathering team had prepared for this by bringing snake repellent spray, which prevented attacks. But Zhou Yu knew that snake repellent spray could only scare off ordinary snakes at best. The 10,000 ravine Snake Valley was filled with vicious snakes everywhere, far beyond what snake repellent could handle. Now, take out the medicinal herbs I asked you to bring, select 5 of them, and grind them up. Right at that moment, Zhou Yu's miniature earpiece transmitted Su Yuan's instructions. Take out 5 medicinal herbs and grind them. Zhou Yu immediately looked at the 8 herb gatherers. Before coming to the 10,000 mountain range, they had followed instructions to bring many medicinal herbs, though until now they hadn't known what purpose these herbs served. Soon, the 8 herb gatherers ground up the 5 medicinal herbs. Then take 2 snake eggs, break them, pour the egg liquid into the ground herbs, and mix them together. Su Yuan's voice sounded again in Zhou Yu's ear, who then commanded the herb gatherers to do exactly that. Splash as the ground herbs and snake egg liquid mixed continuously. The two gradually merged together, forming a transparent, colorless viscous substance. What is this? Zhou Yu observed as well. The newly formed, transparent viscous substance was odorless and colorless. Now apply this transparent viscous substance to your body, covering every part thoroughly. Su Yuan's voice came through the miniature earpiece in Zhou Yu's ear. Receiving the command, Zhou Yu immediately began removing his clothes. Under the watchful eyes of the 8 herb gatherers, he carefully applied the transparent viscous substance to his body, covering every part thoroughly before finally putting his clothes back on. Next, have the 8 herb gatherers repeat the previous steps, grind the medicinal herbs, mix in the snake egg liquid, and finally apply the resulting transparent viscous substance to nearby rocks and trees. Then you alone enter the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley. Su Yuan's voice continued to transmit instructions. Zhou Yu's expression shifted slightly as he looked at the 8 herb gatherers and repeated Su Yuan's commands. Finally, to be absolutely safe, Zhou Yu coldly warned the 8 herb gatherers. Don't even think about running away after I go in. You can't hide in the 10,000 mountain range forever, can you? Magic City, Zhou family old residence. Su Yuan sat there. Although he hadn't personally traveled to the southern border, he understood the situation Zhou Yu was facing as clearly as if he were there himself. This was also part of the plan devised by the Gray Mirror. So far, everything was within Su Yuan's control. 10,000 ravine Snake Valley. Su Yuan's thoughts turned. 10,000 ravine Snake Valley was filled with enormous snakes everywhere. Forget humans. Even other animals that dared to enter would be torn apart by countless giant serpents. Su Yuan had Zhou Yu enter 10th Ravine Snake Valley alone because he naturally had methods to ensure his safety. The transparent, viscous substance he had Zhou Yu create, when applied to the body, could completely isolate one's scent and temperature. Moreover, it would emit a scent similar to that of snakes, making the serpents in 10th Ravine Snake Valley consider Zhou Yu as one of their own. The transparent, viscous substance was created using the method provided by the Gray Mirror, using various medicinal herbs and specific snake eggs as ingredients. specifically designed to deceive the sense of smell and perception of the countless snake monsters within 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Of course, the transparent viscous liquid was only effective against ordinary large snakes. If one truly encountered the giant venomous snakes within 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, or those two snake mothers, its usefulness would be limited. Snakes that had evolved to that level no longer relied solely on olfactory perception. However, Su Yuan had countermeasures for this as well, as long as Zhou Yu followed instructions obediently. Southern border, outside 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. After threatening and warning the 8 herb gatherers, Zhou Yu followed Su Yuan's instructions and headed along the side of the Snake Valley. After walking around the Snake Valley for 13 minutes, Su Yuan's voice sounded in Zhou Yu's ear again. Enter the Snake Valley from this position. Hearing this, Zhou Yu immediately stopped and carefully entered the Snake Valley. Russell, the moment Zhou Yu entered the Snake Valley and looked at everything before him, his breath almost stopped. As far as the eye could see, on the rocks on the ground, were densely packed snakes of all sizes, thick and thin, covering almost half of the Snake Valley. Zhou Yu's heart beat faster than ever before. Facing so many snakes, even a transforming force grandmaster would feel their scalp tingling, let alone a hidden force expert. However, since Su Yuan hadn't told him to flee, Zhou Yu could only brace himself and stand where he was. After a moment, Zhou Yu noticed something unusual. The densely packed snakes didn't seem to show any hostility toward him. Is it because of the transparent, viscous liquid I applied? Zhou Yu immediately thought of the reason. Now, slowly walk forward. At this moment, Su Yuan's voice came through the miniature earpiece again. Receiving Su Yuan's command, no matter how uneasy he felt inside, Zhou Yu slowly moved forward. As he continued deeper into 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, Zhou Yu didn't know how many large snakes he passed by, but these large snakes paid no attention to him, as if they couldn't see him. At this point, Zhou Yu had long forgotten why Su Yuan could know everything he was facing. Now Zhou Yu had only one thought in his mind. He must follow Sir's commands exactly. Stop! Su Yuan's voice came through the miniature earpiece to Zhou Yu's ear. Zhou Yu immediately stopped walking. There were fewer snakes here, but Zhou Yu still didn't dare to be careless. He had already penetrated deep into 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, and the slightest mistake could lead to complete destruction. There's a hole ahead, jump down. Su Yuan said. A hole. Zhou Yu looked ahead and indeed found a dark, black hole. Walking to the edge of the hole, Zhou Yu didn't ask what was inside the hole and directly jumped down. Crack, as a hidden force expert, Zhou Yu adjusted his posture upon landing and then surveyed his surroundings. The hole wasn't very deep, with some external light faintly shining through. Here, Zhou Yu immediately had a guess. Below the hole should be the nest of the countless snakes in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. In 13 seconds, the signal will be interrupted for 2 minutes. Stand here and don't move. Zhou Yu heard Su Yuan's voice again. Sure enough, after more than 10 seconds, the signal from a miniature earpiece Zhou Yu was wearing suddenly cut off. If Su Yuan hadn't warned him, Zhou Yu would likely have panicked, since strictly speaking, he wasn't just deep in the Snake Valley now, but had directly come to the underground snake den nest. 2 minutes later, Su Yuan's voice came again. Continue forward. Zhou Yu composed himself and advanced in the direction Su Yuan indicated. He didn't know how much time had passed, but Zhou Yu only felt the light growing dimmer and the smell in the air becoming more pungent. Suddenly, Su Yuan's voice came through his ear. Stop! Hide behind the rock on the left. Zhou Yu followed without hesitation. 20 seconds later, a friction sound came, and Zhou Yu couldn't help but look up to see a giant snake 1 or 2 meters thick crawling in the opposite direction from where he came. If he hadn't hidden here, he would likely have collided head-on with this giant snake. At that point, even with the transparent viscous liquid applied to his body, Zhou Yu felt he would be discovered by that giant snake. 50 seconds later, get up and continue forward. Only when Su Yuan's voice came again did Zhou Yu dare to stand up and continue advancing. Next, Zhou Yu stopped and started repeatedly in this bottomless snake den. Every time he stopped, he could avoid one or several giant venomous snakes. Or rather, those giant venomous snakes seemed to be avoiding Zhou Yu, missing him every time. Zhou Yu's mood was like a roller coaster, never settling down. Finally, 2 hours later, Zhou Yu reached the bottom of the snake den. There were no other snakes here anymore. Not even those large venomous snakes could be seen. Zhou Yu glanced around, and suddenly his breathing stopped, because at the very bottom was a behemoth that almost blended with the surrounding environment. Is this still a snake? Zhou Yu's mind became muddled. The behemoth was a full 4 to 5 meters thick, several times larger than the large venomous snakes he had encountered before. Even more unbelievable was that on this behemoth's head, there were faint bulges on both ends, ferociously about to emerge. Don't be afraid. The snake mother is currently in deep sleep and won't detect you. Su Yuan's voice came through. Snake mother? This is the legendary snake mother. Zhou Yu suddenly came to his senses. Before Zhou Yu could think more, Su Yuan's voice came again. Do you see the bloodlingji to the right front? Right front. Zhou Yu looked in that direction and indeed saw a lingji only the size of a palm, its entire body looking as if it had been drenched in blood. Go over. Su Yuan's voice instructed. Zhou Yu immediately walked over, even though the legendary snake mother was right ahead. Standing before the bloodlingji, Zhou Yu didn't act rashly. Instead, he quietly waited for Su Yuan's next command. Time passed. At the bottom of the snake den, Zhou Yu faintly detected an incredibly long breathing sound. Is that the snake mother breathing? Zhou Yu swallowed hard. This breathing was so prolonged that just one inhalation and exhalation took 10 minutes. Inhale and exhale. Exhale and inhale. He waited a full 70 minutes. Finally, at the end of the snake mother's last breath, Su Yuan, far away in Magic City, gave a command. Now pick the bloodlingji and place it in the jade box. The reason for choosing this moment to pick the bloodlingji was because picking it at any other time would awaken the sleeping snake mother. Simply put, this bloodlingji originally belonged to this snake mother. It chose to sleep here precisely for the bloodlingji. Under these circumstances, anyone who picked the bloodlingji would alert the snake mother. Only at the end of the snake mother's 7th breath, when new breath hadn't entered and old breath hadn't exited, plus being at a critical moment in its deep sleep, the snake mother would lose perception of the outside world for 40 minutes. Only at this moment could one pick the bloodlingji without attracting the snake mother's attention. Swish, the moment he received Su Yuan's command, Zhou Yu reached for the bloodlingji, directly picked it, and placed it in the jade box he had brought. Return now. Zhou Yu looked in the direction he came from. Continue toward the left front. 13 meters away, there's a passage. Crawl into it and keep climbing upward. Su Yuan's voice came through. Zhou Yu didn't hesitate at all and immediately followed Su Yuan's instructions. Whoosh, arriving before the narrow passage, Zhou Yu unhesitatingly crawled into it and began climbing upward. Compared to the stops and starts during the ascent was much faster. There were no giant venomous snakes near this narrow passage. 30 minutes later, Zhou Yu finally reached the surface and saw the scenery of 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. I'm out. Zhou Yu was somewhat dazed. Along the way, he didn't know how many giant venomous snakes he had passed by, and he had even made close contact with the legendary snake mother. However, what should have been certain death situations one after another miraculously allowed him to survive. The giant snakes ignored him as if he were invisible. The venomous snakes paid him no attention. That snake mother never woke up from beginning to end, allowing him to take the bloodlingji. Everything went so smoothly, it was unbelievable, just like when fortune comes, even heaven and earth lend their strength. Who is heaven and earth? Who is heaven and earth? Without a doubt, it is naturally Sir. That is, the owner of the voice coming from the miniature earpiece. If not for Sir's successive commands, let alone Zhou Yu penetrating deep into the snake den, he would probably have been torn to shreds by the endless large snakes and giant snakes just after entering the Snake Valley. Under Sir's command, Each large snake and giant snake was like a puppet on strings, allowing him to effortlessly take away the bloodlingji. Zhou Yu didn't know what bloodlingji was, but since it grew at the bottom of the snake den and was guarded by the snake mother, it was likely extremely important to the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Sir, Zhou Yu felt increasingly more awe and reverence in his heart. Secured. Su Yuan, far away in Magic City, had a smile appear on his face. The most dangerous part of the plan provided by the Gray Mirror was penetrating deep into the underground snake den and plucking the bloodlingji right under the eyelids of that slumbering snake mother. If there was any slip-up during the process, the executor would undoubtedly die, especially during the step of plucking the bloodlingji at the bottom of the snake den. If that slumbering snake mother was awakened, even an embracing elixir grandmaster would most likely be unable to escape in such an environment. It could be described as exceptionally perilous. Of course, the peril here wasn't regarding the plan itself, but rather the danger to the executor. As long as they followed the plan, no problems would arise. The fear was that the executor might not perform adequately or might not listen to Su Yuan's commands, or their psychological fortitude might be insufficient, losing control of themselves at the critical moment. Facing a behemoth like the Snake Mother, even a hidden force expert could potentially lose control. Therefore, the choice of executor was crucial. It was best to be someone like a death warrior who would carry out Su Yuan's instructions without any hesitation, like a robot only knowing how to execute commands. This was also the reason Su Yuan utilized the Zhou Enterprise. Only an organization deeply rooted in the southern border for many years like this could cultivate subordinates similar to death warriors, allowing Su Yuan to command them as easily as moving his own arm. 10,000 Ravine, Snake Valley. Su Yuan's thoughts expanded. Through the Gray Mirror, he also knew about the many treasures and ancient medicines nurtured within the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. The bloodlingji was just one of them. Besides the bloodlingji, there was also a dragon transformation herb, whose value was far greater than the bloodlingji, guarded by another, even more powerful snake mother. The dragon transformation herb could greatly promote evolution in the physical body aspect, and had considerable use even for level 2 life forms and even level 3 life forms. It was also the key for those two snake mothers of the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley to advance further and metamorphose into level 2 life forms. However, Su Yuan currently had no immediate use for the dragon transformation herb. Plus, it wasn't mature yet, and the other snake mother was very vigilant, so he didn't think much more about it. According to the plan, Zhou Yu will bring the bloodlingji and arrive in Magic City in 11 hours, and in 11 hours and 21 minutes, deliver the bloodlingji to me. Su Yuan thought to himself. Simultaneously, he glanced around. After taking over command of Zhou Yu, Su Yuan had come to the basement of the Zhou family old residence. It was quiet here, with good soundproofing, and wouldn't be disturbed. As for Tang Jian, he was waiting outside the basement door. Next, it's the final phase of the plan. Su Yuan commanded Zhou Yu again, speaking the order: walk forward 80 meters, then turn right, and keep going straight. 10,000 Ravine, Snake Valley. Hearing the familiar voice come from the miniature earpiece, Zhou Yu actually felt a sense of security surge within his heart. Even with the snake mother right before him, as long as this voice was there, he could be fearless. Strictly following Su Yuan's instructions, after walking 80 meters, Zhou Yu turned and continued walking towards the right. The number of snakes encountered on the road increased, but compared to the giant snakes and venomous snakes beneath the snake den, the snakes on the ground seemed like toys. 8 minutes later, Zhou Yu climbed over the hills surrounding the Snake Valley and finally saw the outside scenery. In the distance, 8 herb gatherers were continuously producing a thick, transparent liquid, then smearing it on the ground, trees, and large rocks. This was also the command Su Yuan had given when Zhou Yu entered the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. So coming out from this direction leads here, Zhou Yu suddenly understood. In fact, after that detour through the underground snake den, no matter how rich his jungle experience was, he couldn't tell directions anymore. let alone locate the herb gathering team's position. Ah, Captain Zhou, you're out. The 8 herb gatherers, seeing Zhou Yu climb out from the Snake Valley, looked at each other. Finally, the lead herb gatherer mustered his courage to ask. They had already prepared themselves for the possibility that Zhou Yu wouldn't come out. After all, the place Zhou Yu had entered was the Forbidden Zone, the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Zhou Yu nodded slightly. Simultaneously, Su Yuan's voice came through his ear again. Use the transparent sticky liquid to smear yourself all over again, and also smear the jade box containing the blood Lingji with the transparent sticky liquid. Then return by the original route. Okay. Zhou Yu immediately began executing the command. Since the 8 herb gatherers had already been instructed beforehand to continuously produce the sticky, transparent liquid by the time Zhou Yu came out, aside from what had already been smeared on the ground, trees, and large rocks, there was still plenty left. Zhou Yu immediately began smearing himself all over again. With his recent experience, Zhou Yu didn't dislike the transparent sticky liquid at all, applying it vigorously all over his body. After carefully smearing the jade box as well, Zhou Yu immediately led the 8 herb gatherers and began returning by the original route. 5 minutes later, deep underground in the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, a long, drawn-out breathing sound was heard again. Clearly, the snake mother underground had already emerged from the state where the old breath had departed and the new breath had not yet been born, beginning to slightly restore its perception of its surroundings. However, upon this restoration, the snake mother immediately sensed something wrong. Where's the blood Lingji? That very conspicuous blood Lingji? The snake mother opened its huge eyes, its pale, golden vertical pupils looking toward a certain spot nearby. This place originally had the blood Lingji, but now it was empty. A full 10+ breaths passed before the snake mother finally realized the blood Lingji had been stolen. Realizing this, the snake mother instantly flew into a rage. Although the blood Lingji couldn't compare to the dragon transformation herb, it was still exceptionally important to it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been sleeping beside it to guard it. But now, the blood Lingji was gone. Rumble. The behemoth-like snake mother began to move. Although the blood Lingji had disappeared, with its acute senses, it could still capture the residual aura of the blood Lingji from the air. So the snake mother followed this trace of residual aura, continuously moving upwards, finally bursting out of the snake den and arriving at the surface Snake Valley. 10,000 snakes bowed their heads, trembling with unease. The snake mother continued following the aura, arriving at the edge of the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Its enormous snake head even extended beyond the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, but it suddenly stopped, because the residual aura of the blood Lingji, permeating the air, abruptly ceased at this location, as if it had been wiped out of existence. Su Yuan had the 8 herb gatherers continuously produce the transparent sticky liquid and smear it on the ground, trees, and large rocks precisely to erase all traces of the herb gatherer's presence. After Zhou Yu came out with the blood Lingji, he also underwent the transparent sticky liquid smearing, including the jade box containing the blood Lingji. The purpose was also to erase the blood Lingji's aura, preventing the snake mother from chasing after them. This was the most crucial part of the final phase. Without this preparation, even if the blood Lingji was taken out of the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, or even out of the 10,000 mountain range, they would still be pursued by the enraged snake mother, leading to more complex variables and unforeseen incidents. 10,000 Ravine, Snake Valley. The snake mother's massive serpent body coiled around a hill. At this moment, the snake mother looked around, rather bewildered, and upon realizing that the blood Lingji it had guarded for many years would never return, it finally let out a furious roar. What is that sound? The herb gathering team members who were retracing their path faintly heard the furious roar of the snake mother. For a moment, their minds trembled with fear, not knowing what to do. This was already at a certain distance. If they had heard the roar up close, everyone would likely have collapsed uncontrollably to the ground. This was oppression from the essence of life itself. compared to a level 1 life form like the Snake Mother. Even powerful transforming force grandmasters would find it difficult to resist such pressure from a superior life essence. Hurry back. Zhou Yu had some guesses in his mind, clearly understanding that this transmitted sound was related to 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, or perhaps was emitted by that terrifying Snake Mother herself. He even understood why she was emitting such a furious roar. Zhou Yu touched the jade box in his chest, unconsciously quickening his pace. Don't be afraid, she won't come out. At that moment, Zhou Yu heard Su Yuan's voice through the miniature earpiece in his ear. From the moment he began planning for the Bloodlingji, Su Yuan had already known the outcome of the plan. From beginning to end, the reactions of the thousands of giant snakes and the Snake Mother in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley were all within Su Yuan's expectations. As long as Zhou Yu and the herb gatherers followed instructions, there would be no unexpected variables. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Yu calmed down again. Yes, what was he afraid of? That Snake Mother had been completely fooled by Sir, only realizing the Bloodlingji was missing now. All she could do in the end was engage in impotent rage. Just as the Snake Mother burst out from underground, her terrifying aura spreading and diffusing beyond Ravine Snake Valley, finally letting out an unwilling, furious roar. Southern Border Observation Bureau. Several staff members looked at the screen instruments before them. An energy fluctuation exceeding limits has appeared deep in the 10,000 mountain range. Suddenly the screen instruments began flashing, and the staff immediately started operating them, beginning to locate the source of the energy fluctuation. It's 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. The two Snake Mothers in the Snake Valley are showing unusual activity. Soon, the Observation Bureau's leader walked in. He looked at the screen instruments with a serious expression. What's the situation now? Are the two Snake Mothers showing any tendency to leave the Snake Valley or even the 10,000 mountain range? The Observation Bureau leader immediately inquired. Beings like the Snake Mother, comparable to embracing elixir grandmasters, had naturally long been within Xia country's monitoring range. Once such life forms left their lairs and entered human living areas, the destruction they could cause would be catastrophic, especially for human cities. Tens or even hundreds of thousands of people could become displaced. Therefore, once their tendency to leave their lairs was confirmed, Xia country's authorities would not hesitate to strike first with firepower coverage, then by dispatching experts for a coordinated kill. As for why they didn't eliminate these life forms in advance, it was very difficult to accomplish. For example, the Snake Mother in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley usually hid underground in slumber. In that kind of environment, how could they eliminate her? No, the Snake Mother shows no tendency to leave the Snake Valley. After observing for a while, the staff member noticed that the erupted superlimited energy fluctuation had not left the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley area, and thus spoke up. The superlimited energy fluctuation has disappeared. The Snake Mother should have returned. Half an hour later, the staff member spoke again. She returned. The Observation Bureau leader slightly relaxed. Although Xia country's authorities already had response plans for these terrifying life forms, it was definitely better if they didn't have to take action. Dealing with such life forms would inevitably come with losses, especially since there were two Snake Mothers in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley, one weaker, one stronger, with a stronger one being even more fearsome. After half an hour, confirming there were no more superlimited energy fluctuations and that it was almost certain the Snake Mothers of 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley wouldn't emerge, the Observation Bureau leader finally felt settled. Can we determine why that Snake Mother erupted with superlimited energy fluctuations? The Observation Bureau leader inquired. Normally, life forms like the Snake Mother rarely erupted with energy fluctuations of this magnitude unless facing life threats or extreme fury. Unable to determine, the staff member rolled his eyes. How would he know why the Snake Mother did that? Could he go ask her in person? Right. The Observation Bureau leader nodded, also realizing this question was difficult to answer. But the outcome was ultimately good. The Snake Mother of 10th Ravine Snake Valley had no intention of emerging, and the earlier energy fluctuation eruption was likely an accident. Southern Border High-Speed Rail Station. After leading the herb-gathering team out of the 10,000 mountain range, Zhou Yu immediately followed Su Yuan's instructions, purchasing high-speed rail tickets to Magic City, and promptly headed to Magic City with the Bloodlingji. High-speed rail station. Zhou Yu felt quite puzzled. In terms of speed, undoubtedly taking a plane was fastest, reaching Magic City in just a few hours. Even considering safety concerns and not wanting to take crowded, conspicuous flights, with Zhou Pharmaceuticals' means, they could arrange a private jet to reach Magic City within 3 hours. But high-speed rail? Compared to planes, high-speed rail was much slower, taking about 10 hours to reach Magic City. However, meticulously executing Su Yuan's commands without questioning reasons had become Zhou Yu's instinct. Even if he were told to walk to Magic City now, Zhou Yu would immediately carry it out, let alone taking high-speed rail. Soon, Zhou Yu boarded the high-speed rail to Magic City. Watching the buildings rapidly flashing past outside the window, Zhou Yu felt no relaxation whatsoever, instead maintaining extreme vigilance. He was carrying the Bloodlingji, something Sir needed. Now he was only one step away from delivering it to Sir's hands. The closer he got to this moment, the more he couldn't afford carelessness. 2 hours later, Zhou Yu remained cautious while casually observing his surroundings. Suddenly, Zhou Yu noticed a passenger in the left front using his phone to browse short videos. While scrolling, he came across a certain weather notice. Extreme weather phenomena had appeared in the airspace from Southern Border to Magic City. All flights heading to Magic City were returning. Staring at this weather notice, Zhou Yu fell silent once more. If 2 or 3 hours earlier, he had chosen to take a plane to Magic City, whether commercial or private aircraft, they would now likely face forced return. Thus, going back and forth would waste half a day. Even if he later took high-speed rail to Magic City, he would still be half a day late, which meant that 2 or 3 hours earlier, the fastest transportation method to Magic City wasn't airplanes, but high-speed rail. Sir already knew extreme weather would appear. That's why he didn't let me take a plane. Zhou Yu couldn't help thinking. Xia Country's Meteorological Bureau specialized in advanced weather prediction. But clearly, the extreme high-altitude weather between Southern Border and Magic City hadn't been predicted by the Meteorological Bureau. Otherwise, they wouldn't have notified mid-flight for all planes to return. Yet, weather that the Meteorological Bureau failed to predict, Sir had easily known in advance. Sir, at this moment in Zhou Yu's heart, Sir was no different from a god. Magic City, Zhou family old residence. In the basement, while waiting for the Bloodlingji, Su Yuan continued asking questions to the gray mirror. As for whether this would expose him, long before coming, Su Yuan had already learned through the gray mirror that there were no surveillance devices in the basement of the Zhou family old residence. As long as Su Yuan didn't make too much noise in the basement, the people outside would have no idea what was happening inside. This basement was built by the first-generation leader of Zhou Pharmaceutical for the purpose of taking refuge. After all, over 100 years ago, continuous warfare meant a hidden basement could potentially save lives. Looking at the gray mirror before him, Su Yuan asked briefly the consequences after taking the Bloodlingji. The gray mirror's surface swirled with hazy patterns, quickly displaying characters one after another. The snake mother of 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley discovers the Bloodlingji is missing. The residual aura has been cut off, losing the tracking direction. She becomes extremely enraged and wants to leave the Snake Valley to wreak havoc in the 10,000 mountain range to vent her anger. Finally, she is stopped by another snake mother. The loss of the Bloodlingji makes this snake mother sense something amiss, worrying that the dragon transformation herb she guards might suffer the same fate. Quite clever. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror's response and smiled slightly. In fact, at the level of the 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley snake mother, she had already transcended basic animal instincts. If the snake mother wished, she could even engage in rudimentary communication with humans. If the stronger snake mother can successfully consume the dragon transformation herb, she will smoothly evolve into a level 2 life form. Su Yuan thought to himself. This was also the answer provided by the gray mirror. The dragon transformation herb had high compatibility with the snake mother and could push her to take that step. However, even if everything went smoothly, this would only happen 10 years later, because the dragon transformation herb would only mature 10 years from now. Just as Su Yuan was pondering, the gray mirror surface didn't stop swirling and continued to display characters one after another. The Southern Border Observation Bureau detects activity in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley and stands ready. Although the snake mother eventually returns to her lair, the Southern Border Observation Bureau doesn't completely lower their guard. They fully report the incident. One day later, Su Yuan arrives outside the 10,000 mountain range to guard against the snake mother's subsequent actions. 1 month later, discovering the snake mother shows no unusual movements, he leaves. The Gray Mirror's response primarily addressed the reactions of Xia country's official authorities. Su Yuan. Su Yuan's expression turned slightly serious. He had never met Su Yuan before and didn't know him at all. Yet Su Yuan was extremely familiar with Su Yuan, because the other party was one of Xia country's rare true elixir celestials, also known as level 2 life forms. Over the past 3 weeks, Su Yuan had basically used the Gray Mirror to learn about all level 1 and higher life forms in Xia country and even throughout the world. In Xia country's cultivation system, after the embracing elixir grandmaster came the true elixir celestial. True elixir celestials could be considered the highest individual combat strength that could be mobilized during conventional periods in Xia country. As for the level 3 life forms and level 4 life forms above them, these were products of the Great War that swept through countries worldwide over 100 years ago. Su Yuan's thoughts expanded. Through the Gray Mirror, no secrets in the world could be hidden from him. It was precisely because of this that he understood what price Xia country had paid to deal with the Great War a century ago and to counter the true society across the ocean, forcing growth at the cost of several of the era's strongest celestials to rapidly create level 3 and level 4 life forms, curbing the expansion of the Truth Society. It could be said that without Xia country, the current world structure would definitely not be like this. Truth Society. Su Yuan reined in his thoughts and stopped pondering further. 10:30 p.m. Su Yuan walked out of the basement. Sir, Tang Jian, who had been waiting outside the basement, immediately approached. The timing is about right. Su Yuan casually said this sentence, then went to the main hall and sat down. According to the plan, Zhou should have already entered Magic City and would arrive at the Zhou family old residence in 23 minutes to deliver the bloodlingji to him. The timing is about right. Tang Jian was momentarily stunned, then said respectfully, Sir also know Zhou is about to arrive in Magic City? I'll send someone to pick him up right now. To ensure the bloodlingji's safety, Zhou carried a positioning device, allowing Tang Jian to track his location at any time. No need. Su Yuan shook his head. I've already told him how to get here. Back when Zhou first left the 10,000 mountain range, Su Yuan had formulated the fastest return plan for him, including taking the high-speed rail. After arriving at Magic City Station, he should go directly to the station exit, where he would encounter a taxi with license plate ending 82344. Then he should take this taxi and travel along the Pujiang River Main Road. This was the plan that eliminated all unexpected variables and would bring Zhou before Su Yuan the fastest. As for sending someone to pick up Zhou like Tang Jian suggested, that would inevitably be much slower, either because of traffic delays or encountering various unexpected situations. In any case, it definitely wouldn't be as fast as the plan Su Yuan had devised. Understood. Although Tang Jian didn't know the reason, it didn't affect his obedience to the command. But for this trip to Tetazan Ravine Snake Valley, Zhou and the others actually all survived. Tang Jian felt somewhat curious inside. Originally, he had prepared for all of them to perish in the Snake Valley. After all, that was a famous forbidden area in the 10,000 mountain range. Entering such a place, how could there be no casualties? 22 minutes later, Zhou's figure appeared outside the Zhou family old residence. Due to prior instructions, all patrolling security personnel didn't stop him but allowed Zhou Yu to quickly reach the main building's hall. Uncle Tang. Upon seeing Tang Jian, Zhou Yu immediately spoke. He had been granted the Zhou surname, making him half a Zhou family member. So he addressed Tang Jian as Uncle Tang. Tang Jian nodded, then introduced him. This is Sir. To this day, Tang Jian still didn't know Su Yuan's name, nor had he even seen Su Yuan's true appearance. What Tang Jian saw was merely the appearance Su Yuan had deliberately disguised. Sir. Zhou Yu's heartbeat accelerated, and he immediately bowed towards Su Yuan, saying, Greetings, sir. This greetings, sir, came completely from the bottom of Zhou Yu's heart. The experiences in 10th Ravine Snake Valley and the events that occurred on his journey to Magic City had generated profound reverence and awe towards Su Yuan within Zhou Yu. Tang Jian, standing nearby, noticed this scene and faintly sensed something unusual. Realizing that Zhou Yu's respect towards Su Yuan was even greater than his own. You've brought the item. Su Yuan spoke. This statement was merely ceremonial. Whether the bloodlingji had been brought back or not, Su Yuan already knew. This is the item Sir requested. Zhou Yu immediately took out a jade box from his chest and respectfully handed it over. Taking the jade box, Su Yuan then stood up and glanced at Tang Jian. Next, I'll be staying in the basement overnight. Later, have all the security personnel at the old residence withdraw. Understood. Tang Jian immediately nodded. Breaking through and transforming into a level 1 life form in the basement of the Zhou family old residence was a plan Su Yuan had formulated long ago. The leap from a level 0 life form to a level 1 life form represents a fundamental transition in life essence, which would inevitably cause some commotion. Moreover, the level 1 life form Su Yuan was breaking through to involve comprehensive evolution across all 6 dimensions, resulting in even greater disturbances than ordinary level 1 life form breakthroughs. Under these circumstances, attempting a breakthrough at the Jinshan Villa District would only invite unnecessary trouble. After all, the Jinshan Villa District didn't belong to Su Yuan alone. There were other residents and patrolling security guards. Therefore, breaking through at the Zhou family old residence was currently the best choice based on Su Yuan's situation. As for whether Tang Jian would discover it, even if he did, it wouldn't pose any problem. With Zhou Weiwei's life and death firmly in Su Yuan's grasp, Tang Jian couldn't possibly betray him. Furthermore, allowing Tang Jian to discover and deduce certain truths, such as Su Yuan becoming a level 1 life form, would only deepen his awe and loyalty to a greater extent. This was also part of the plan formulated through the Gray Mirror. None of Su Yuan's actions were meaningless. Each carried multiple purposes and considerations. In the basement, Su Yuan sat cross-legged and slowly opened the jade box before him. Inside the jade box lay a lingji that appeared as if nourished by fresh blood. Blood lingji. As Su Yuan gazed at the blood lingji, he could faintly sense the immense, vital energy contained. Deep within, this great medicine, which had grown for centuries at the bottom of Tenazanavine Snake Valley, contained enough vital energy to overwhelm an ordinary level 1 life form. After contemplating the blood lingji for a moment, Su Yuan brought out 2 other jade boxes. These contained the 100-year Earth Milk and Tianshan Snow Lotus, respectively. Let's begin. Su Yuan checked the time and chose to begin his breakthrough at exactly 10:55 p.m. Life transformation and breakthroughs heavily depend on one's personal condition, and since conditions fluctuate unpredictably, precise timing is difficult to grasp. However, through the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan knew that his peak condition during this period would occur at 10:55 p.m. tonight. Breakthrough resources, breakthrough condition, breakthrough timing, all were firmly within Su Yuan's control. With a rustling sound, Su Yuan flipped his right hand, producing several dozen silver needles that he swiftly inserted into various parts of his body. The silver needle cultivation method, provided by the Gray Mirror, was the most suitable cultivation method for Su Yuan before reaching level 1 life form status. It could fully stimulate his body's potential and maximize the absorption of external energy and vital essence. With the silver needles in place, Su Yuan picked up the jade box containing the 100-year earth milk and swallowed the drop of earth milk in one gulp. Since 100-year earth milk promotes evolution and transformation in the wisdom dimension, Su Yuan immediately felt his intelligence level and situational control abilities beginning to improve upon consumption. Compared to the other 5 dimensions, the wisdom dimension isn't particularly conspicuous, and many cultivation methods practiced by powerful beings in the cosmic depths don't emphasize wisdom. But in reality, the higher a life form's level, the greater the impact of the wisdom dimension. Many ancient entities in the cosmic depths lay plans spanning millions or even tens of millions of years, subtly manipulating major trends, all relying on flawless wisdom. Without wisdom, no matter how powerful one becomes, they remain merely an individual life form. To establish influence and coordinate everything requires sufficiently high wisdom. When the wisdom dimension had transformed to a certain degree, Su Yuan raised his hand, picked up the blood Lingji, and similarly swallowed it. Since blood Lingji promotes evolution and transformation in both the will and comprehension dimensions, Su Yuan immediately felt his mind becoming unprecedentedly clear as he began absorbing it. Everything he had experienced in the past, all the problems he hadn't understood, now rapidly integrated and connected, especially his confusions about hacking techniques, which all resolve themselves. The comprehension dimension relates to learning ability and understanding capacity, and it's one of the definitions for conventional geniuses in the cosmos. Higher comprehension means faster learning ability and stronger understanding capacity. For the same material, life forms with high comprehension learn far more quickly than those with low comprehension. As for the will dimension, Su Yuan didn't feel particularly obvious changes, only noticing that his mental thoughts had become more resolute and that he wouldn't give up even when facing the greatest hardships and desperate situations. For life forms, the will dimension isn't particularly noticeable in the early stages, but becomes increasingly important in later phases. 20 minutes later, when the comprehension and will dimensions had evolved to the appropriate level, Su Yuan turned his attention to the final remaining Tianshan Snow Lotus. Picking up the Tianshan Snow Lotus, Su Yuan swallowed it as well. A cooling sensation began spreading throughout his limbs and bones. In the next moment, massive amounts of vital energy exploded within him. Tianshan Snow Lotus promotes transformation and evolution in the 3 dimensions of body, soul, and potential. In a daze, Su Yuan felt his deepest foundations slowly improving and increasing. Additionally, his physical body was strengthening and his soul essence was elevating. Among the 6 dimensions of life, body and soul are the most easily accessible, and improvements in these 2 dimensions also produce the most obvious effects. Boom! Su Yuan's heartbeat began growing heavy, continuously spreading in all directions, while waves of intangible mental force also began radiating outward. After completely consuming the earth milk, blood Lingji, and snow lotus, Su Yuan's transformation and evolution reached their critical moment. The 6 dimensions, body, soul, will, wisdom, comprehension, and potential, advanced together in parallel, steadily and firmly driving his life, evolution, and transformation. Time passed. Before he knew it, a whole night had gone by. Tang Jian, who had been standing guard outside all night, inevitably felt somewhat weary. In his youth, he had also been a hidden force expert, but now he was old and physically weak. Not having reached transforming force level, he aged faster than ordinary people after a certain age. Just then, Zhou Weiwei approached carrying breakfast. "Uncle Tang, you haven't slept all night. Have something to eat now," Zhou Weiwei said with concern. Before Su Yuan entered the basement last night, he had instructed that all security personnel be withdrawn. So Tang Jian had not only withdrawn the security personnel, but had also sent away the domestic helpers. The entire old residence now contained only Tang Jian, Zhou Weiwei, and the resting Zhou Yu. "I'm fine. Tang Jian looked at Zhou Weiwei with affection and asked, "How have you been feeling recently? Any discomfort with your heart?" "Uncle Tang, I'm practically no different from ordinary people now. Yesterday, I even went for a run for over 10 minutes, as you saw," Zhou Weiwei said with a hint of pride. In the past, she couldn't even stand for a while without feeling exhausted and experiencing heart discomfort, let alone run. That's good, that's good. Tang Jian felt greatly comforted and became even more determined in his resolve to serve Su Yuan. Suddenly, at that moment, the basement door slowly opened. A figure emerged from within, unhurried and composed. "Sir," Zhou Weiwei was startled and quickly stood up to show respect. "Sir has come out?" Tang Jian also reacted, putting down his breakfast and quickly looking towards Su Yuan. "I'll take a stroll around the estate and return shortly." Su Yuan, with profound depth in his eyes, glanced at Tang Jian and Zhou Weiwei before disappearing from sight. "All right." Tang Jian's pupils slightly contracted. Though their interaction had been brief, he had faintly sensed a peculiar, elevated feeling. It felt like a giant looking down upon ants from a lofty height. Tang Jian had experienced this strange, elevated sensation long ago. Back then, the first-generation helmsman of Zhou Pharmaceutical was still alive, and the company was at a critical development stage. One day, the first-generation helmsman took him to a place, likely a hidden base somewhere in Xia country, where Tang Jian had sensed a similar strange, elevated feeling from an elderly man. Afterward, the first-generation helmsman of Zhou Pharmaceutical told him that the elderly man was a legendary embracing elixir grandmaster. "Uncle Tang, what's wrong?" Noticing Tang Jian's prolonged silence, Zhou Weiwei cautiously asked from beside him. "Weiwei." Tang Jian collected himself, his tone inexplicably shaken. "We've just seen a celestial being." The estate where the Zhou family old residence was located covered a very large area, spanning dozens of acres, with small bridges over flowing water and beautiful scenery. Su Yuan walked slowly along the gravel path, immersed in the wonderful sensation of his life essence being elevated. It was currently early morning, with the sun rising, and warm rays of sunlight shone onto Su Yuan's skin. For a moment, some instinct within Su Yuan's body rapidly awakened, beginning to absorb the energy of the sunlight. The energy of sunlight. Su Yuan stopped walking and looked up at the sky. To be precise, it should be the energy of the sun. One of the characteristics of a level 1 life form was beginning to absorb energy from the universe, and currently, the closest energy body to Blue Star was that star called the sun. In fact, in ancient Xia country, there are also sayings about embracing elixir grandmasters like bathing in purple energy and inhaling and exhaling purple energy. Actually, this purple energy was also a type of sunlight that could be absorbed by embracing elixir grandmasters. The efficiency is still too low. Su Yuan stopped to feel it for a few minutes, then shook his head slightly. Compared to the physical energy consumption of a normal level 1 life form, the absorption of these light energies could be considered better than nothing. Of course, this instinct to absorb energy from the universe would continuously increase as life essence evolved and improved. Level 10 life forms could briefly leave their life planets and roam the cosmic starry skies, relying on absorbing and processing cosmic energy to maintain their physical strength. This is too wonderful. Su Yuan closed his eyes. Having become a level 1 life form, every cell in his body was undergoing transformation, along with his brain's electrical waves and neural networks' reception of surrounding information. At this moment, Su Yuan's thinking speed had skyrocketed tenfold. Even with his eyes closed, he could easily perceive everything around him. This perception was no different from Arnu Beta. For example, right now, 8 meters away from Su Yuan in the grass, there was a squirrel secretly observing him. Buzz, Su Yuan's mind stirred slightly, and terrifying mental force spread out, instantly covering a 100-meter radius around him. The squirrel that had been secretly observing immediately widened its eyes, not daring to move. "As long as I wish, within a 100-meter radius around me. I can easily suppress and kill life forms below the embracing elixir grandmaster level using mental force. Su Yuan thought silently to himself. Perhaps transforming force grandmasters had the ability to resist and struggle, but it would only be struggle. Without assistance, they wouldn't last long. No wonder in ancient Xia country, embracing elixir grandmasters were called immortals, and even emperors had to treat them with courtesy. With such strength and methods, which emperor wouldn't be afraid? Su Yuan sighed inwardly. Transforming force grandmasters could be blocked and overwhelmed with human lives. But a level 1 life form, like an embracing elixir grandmaster, just getting within a 100-meter range would allow them to crush you with mental force. Of course, Su Yuan cultivated the 6-dimensional cultivation method and had broken through using the best auxiliary external objects. So he was definitely somewhat stronger than embracing elixir grandmasters in all aspects. For example, the coverage range of mental force. For example, physical body and constitution, and so on. But with the threshold of a level 1 life form there, in the environment of ancient Xia country, if an embracing elixir grandmaster wanted to assassinate an emperor, they basically wouldn't fail. My current body. Su Yuan lightly jumped, and the ground where his feet landed faintly showed several fine cracks. His body directly shot skyward, reaching 20 to 30 meters before slowly descending. Although I can't fly, a light jump reaches 20 to 30 meters. If I go all out, I estimate I could reach 40 to 50 meters. Su Yuan thought to himself. It was currently early morning with few people around to begin with. Plus, Su Yuan had already told Tang Jian to withdraw the security personnel, so as long as Su Yuan's movements weren't too extreme, no one would discover him. This was something Su Yuan had confirmed even before his breakthrough. Breaking through to become a level 1 life form was a transformation of life essence, so Su Yuan definitely needed to familiarize himself with the power gained after breakthrough. And the Zhou family old residence estate during the early morning period was the place the gray mirror had indicated for familiarizing himself with his power, where he wouldn't be discovered by outsiders. Of course, this lack of discovery had a precondition. Su Yuan couldn't unleash energy fluctuations that exceeded limits, meaning the energy fluctuations when a level 1 life form went all out. Otherwise, it would be observed and captured by the Magic City Observation Bureau. To maintain social stability, the Xia country government had established observation bureaus in various locations specifically to monitor whether there were energy fluctuations that exceeded limits. Previously, when the snake mother from 10th and Ravine Snake Valley roared in anger, it was discovered by the Southern Border Observation Bureau. Magic City, as the most prosperous city in Xia country, naturally also had an observation bureau. And compared to Southern Border, which needed a day to mobilize 1 true elixir celestial, Magic City already had 1 true elixir celestial stationed there. Regarding the many secrets of Magic City, how many powerful individuals there were, and so on, Su Yuan had long known through the gray mirror and wouldn't unintentionally cause any accidents or variables. From before his breakthrough to after his breakthrough, every action and behavior had been repeatedly asked to the gray mirror, and he would only proceed after confirming there were no problems. If there was even a hint of hidden danger, Su Yuan would abandon it. Outside the underground room, Tang Jian's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Being able to personally see an embracing elixir grandmaster was a blessing that ordinary people wouldn't experience in their entire lifetime. In ancient times, even an emperor, the supreme ruler of a country, might not necessarily have the opportunity to see an embracing elixir grandmaster. In modern times, with technological development and the overall optimization of the national martial arts cultivation system, the difficulty of producing embracing elixir grandmasters was somewhat lower than in ancient times. But they were still legendary existences. Immortal? Sir, isn't immortal? Zhou Weiwei beside him blinked her eyes. This was the first time she had seen Uncle Tang describe someone like this. Yes. Tang Jian's expression gradually turned serious as he looked at Zhou Weiwei and said, Weiwei, no matter what happens in the future, never defy Sir, and even more importantly, Never anger, sir. Defy? Anger and embracing Elixir Grandmaster? Tang Jian didn't even dare to imagine what the consequences would be. Even with the country as backing, could you hide for your entire life? Sir, save my life, so I naturally wouldn't do that. Zhou Weiwei said seriously. Under a certain artificial mountain in the estate, where the light was dim and cool breezes rustled. Familiar enough now. Su Yuan sat cross-legged and took out a gray mirror. The gray mirror looked ordinary and very inconspicuous, but Su Yuan treated it with extreme care. Gently stroking the gray mirror, Su Yuan felt quite emotional inwardly. Since transmigrating until now, if it weren't for this gray mirror, what would he be doing right now? Still in a hot pot restaurant, shouting all day without rest for those few dozen or $100. As his thoughts turned, Su Yuan's gaze gradually became profound, and a method to refine this gray mirror appeared in his mind. Shortly after first transmigrating, Su Yuan had asked how he could use the gray mirror more conveniently and safely. The answer he received was that he only needed to refine it to be able to store the mirror inside his body. And the threshold for refining the mirror was being a level 1 life form. Now, Su Yuan had already become a level 1 life form. Thinking of this, Su Yuan's right hand that was gently stroking the gray mirror paused slightly. Formless mental force instantly covered the gray mirror, refined in an instant. Buzz. The moment Su Yuan completely refined the gray mirror, he felt his mind tremble and his vision blur. 10 seconds later, Su Yuan quickly recovered. The mirror. Su Yuan looked at his empty hands, his expression shifting slightly. His consciousness began to merge into the deepest part of his mind. This was a hazy, indistinct space, the location of a lifeform's consciousness sea. Lifeforms below level 1 don't know where their consciousness sea is located and haven't even fully opened it yet. And now, at the center of Su Yuan's consciousness sea, a gray mirror floated and sank. So that's where it went. Part of Su Yuan's consciousness condensed, appearing beside the gray mirror. This is indeed much better now. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. There were too many benefits to storing the gray mirror in his consciousness sea. First was convenience. Although with Su Yuan's strength, carrying a mirror was simple, it ultimately remained an external object. Now that the mirror was stored in his consciousness sea, it was naturally extremely secure. Second was efficiency. With the gray mirror located in his consciousness sea, Su Yuan could consult it anytime, anywhere. Unlike when it was outside, where he needed a private environment to take out the mirror and ask questions. Simply put, only the refined gray mirror truly belonged to Su Yuan. No need to worry about losing it, being discovered by outsiders, or other accidents. After becoming a level 1 life form, many things can be done now. Su Yuan thought to himself. Xia country was relatively fine, not heavily infiltrated by the true society, but outside Xia country, there wasn't a single country on current Blue Star that wasn't influenced by the true society. Oh yes, without becoming a level 1 life form, Su Yuan wouldn't even consider laying groundwork overseas, as he could easily be detected by the true society. At the basement entrance, Tang Jian was still waiting respectfully for Su Yuan's return. Just then, a voice sounded in his ear. Come to the main hall. Tang Jian looked up and found no one else around. Weiwei, didn't you hear anything? Tang Jian asked Zhou Weiwei in a low voice. No, I didn't. Zhou Weiwei sounded confused. Tang Jian hesitated briefly, then immediately understood. The voice that only he could hear just now should have been transmitted by Su Yuan. If this were before, Tang Jian might have been puzzled, but after realizing that Su Yuan was likely an embracing Elixir Grandmaster, Tang Jian instinctively attributed all of this to Grandmaster techniques. In the main hall, Su Yuan sat casually there, and soon Tang Jian arrived. The method of notifying Tang Jian was a simple application of mental force. As long as someone was within the range of Su Yuan's mental force coverage, he could achieve this method of transmitting sound through space. Sir, Tang Jian called out respectfully. Su Yuan glanced at Tang Jian, understanding the reason for such respect. When leaving the basement, Su Yuan intentionally revealed a trace of level 1 lifeform aura to reinforce the other's loyalty. Later, I'll send you a set of blueprints along with coordinates. Follow the blueprints to construct a laboratory at the coordinate location, Su Yuan said calmly. This laboratory would serve as one of Su Yuan's bases for the foreseeable future, used to produce the various technological weapons provided by the Gray Mirror. In the depths of the universe, individual life forms could destroy heaven and earth with casual gestures, but the power of technology was equally terrifying. While improving and evolving himself, Su Yuan didn't mind developing some technological means as well. And the reason for doing this was naturally to counter the Truth Society. The Truth Society, rooted in the country across the ocean, had members who were all top global billionaires, influencing numerous fields worldwide, such as banks, research institutes, foundations, multinational giants, and other institutions, even secretly supporting some small countries. The reason these top billionaires were willing to work for the Truth Society was because the Truth Society mastered a potion called longevity that could extend lifespan when consumed. Additionally, the Truth Society also mastered the means to create artificial humans comparable to level 4 life forms. Level 4 life forms. This was power sufficient to overturn the global power structure. It was precisely because of this power that 100 years ago, the Truth Society secretly stirred up trouble, igniting a worldwide war among nations, intending to rule the world with absolute power. However, this goal was ultimately stopped by Xia Country. At that time, Xia Country's Central Plains #1 heavenly being Yi Kunlun burned his own body, potential, wisdom, comprehension, and will, forcibly pushing his soul across the threshold of level 4 life form, unleashing his strongest strike that severely wounded one of the Truth Society's level 4 artificial humans. This scene terrified the Truth Society. They couldn't comprehend Yi Kunlun's state at that time, and could only hastily end the war and retreat across the ocean. Truth Society. Su Yuan's gaze grew profound. To outsiders, the Truth Society appeared powerful and elusive, standing above nations. But through the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan clearly understood the Truth Society's background. In 1876, a young man across the ocean attempted to transmit a string of radio waves into outer space. The content of these radio waves was essentially welcoming extraterrestrial civilizations to Blue Star. Originally, this young man didn't take it seriously, as many people were transmitting radio waves into space at that time. However, 30 years later, the instrument the young man used to transmit the radio waves suddenly received a reply. After that, this young man established contact with the alien force. And this young man's identity was the founder of the Truth Society. The various technologies mastered by the Truth Society, the longevity potion, level 4 artificial humans, etc., all came from this alien force. The reason this alien force did this was because they coveted certain resources on Blue Star. Deep underground on Blue Star, there were some special mineral resources that were quite precious to the alien force. The alien force provided the Truth Society founder with so much technological support, with the purpose of having the Truth Society protect those underground special resources and prevent them from being accidentally destroyed. Simply put, the Truth Society was equivalent to the alien force's running dogs. 100 years ago, the Truth Society promoted the war among nations precisely to rule the world and then better protect the resource minerals that the alien force wanted. What a pity, Su Yuan sighed. If possible, he didn't plan to confront the Truth Society. After all, behind the Truth Society stood a genuine alien force, whose technological level was sufficient to exterminate all life on Blue Star in a short time. Su Yuan also didn't need to confront them directly. He could just develop quietly, and it wouldn't be too late to act once his strength was sufficient to overturn everything. Even at critical moments, Su Yuan wouldn't mind demonstrating his value and joining the Truth Society. However, through the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan knew that 5 years later, that Alien Force's interstellar colonization ship would descend upon Blue Star. At that time, after mining the precious resources they valued, the Alien Force would carry out indiscriminate mass slaughter of all life on Blue Star. Whether members of the Truth Society or ordinary life forms on Blue Star, all would be within the scope of the mass slaughter, unavoidable. Regarding the massive slaughter that would envelop the entire Blue Star after the Alien Force's interstellar colonization ship descended 5 years later, the Gray Mirror provided a total of 6,637 solutions based on Su Yuan's current situation. For example, using existing materials on Blue Star, construct a small spacecraft to leave Blue Star in 4 years. The spacecraft would drift through space for 964 years before encountering a cosmic merchant alliance fleet. Through this merchant alliance fleet, you could join the cosmic human empire circle. In another example, abandon your physical body, integrate your consciousness into Blue Star's network, transforming into an information life form, immersing yourself in the deepest parts of Blue Star's network. After the Alien Forces purge all life on Blue Star, they would restart Blue Star's network in 95 years, connecting it to the Cosmic Human Empire's macro network. At that time, using the connection channel between them, integrate into the Cosmic Human Empire's macro network, then transform from an information life form back into a physical life form. Yet another example. Create a planetary core detonator to threaten the Alien Forces by blowing up Blue Star, gaining an opportunity to leave Blue Star. Afterwards, the Alien Forces would hunt you down, and you only need to escape pursuit. The thousands of solution methods provided by the Gray Mirror could all help Su Yuan completely and safely escape the Alien Forces' slaughter without any hidden dangers. And from these thousands of solutions, Su Yuan ultimately chose the method of confronting the Alien Forces' interstellar colonization ship. It wasn't that Su Yuan was merciful or pitted the lives on Blue Star. Rather, this method offered the greatest benefits for Su Yuan, and it also wasn't particularly difficult. He only needed to follow the plan provided by the Gray Mirror step by step. Collecting his thoughts, Su Yuan stood up. "Have you found all the medicinal herbs I asked you to look for?" Su Yuan glanced at Tang Jian and asked. Several days earlier, Su Yuan had notified Tang Jian to send subordinates to certain remote mountainous areas to search for potent herbs. These locations were scattered throughout the country, all places Su Yuan had identified by consulting the Gray Mirror as containing external resources suitable for Level 1 lifeform cultivation. If Su Yuan had to search for them himself one by one, it would take at least half a month or 8 to 10 days. But entrusting it to Tang Jian was much more convenient, as Zhou Pharmaceutical had employees throughout the country. Moreover, these potent herbs weren't blood lingji. They were just located in remote places without surrounding dangers, and didn't require Su Yuan's constant guidance for harvesting. "They've all been found," Tang Jian immediately replied, while feeling shock rising in his heart. He had strictly followed Su Yuan's instructions, sending people to those specific locations to search, and they had all found results. Numerous ancient herbs worth fortunes seemed to be growing there, just waiting for them to harvest. Next, Su Yuan took some of the potent herbs and left the Zhou family old residence. 10 minutes later, Tang Jian received a set of construction blueprints, along with specific coordinates and a name list. "Sir wants to build a laboratory." Tang Jian glanced over them briefly, deep in thought. This location is at an abandoned factory on the outskirts of Magic City. This abandoned factory was originally a pharmaceutical plant established by Zhou Pharmaceutical years ago. RAOES, Tang Jian suddenly realized. Even veteran employees of Zhou Pharmaceutical didn't know that abandoned factory belonged to Zhou Pharmaceutical. Tang Jian only realized it after seeing it and carefully thinking back. Yet Su Yuan directly chose to build the laboratory at this abandoned factory. This meant Su Yuan already knew this abandoned factory belonged to Zhou Pharmaceutical. Sir definitely controls a massive intelligence network, Tang Jian thought to himself. And this list. Tang Jian looked at the final name list. The information Su Yuan sent consisted of 3 parts: laboratory blueprints, specific coordinates, and a name list. These, Tang Jian opened the list, which contained hundreds of names. Most of these hundreds of names were Zhou pharmaceutical employees, along with some architect from Xia country for the direct construction of this laboratory. Have Zhou take charge of this laboratory's construction. At the end of the list was this line of text: Sir has considered everything so thoroughly. Tang Jian felt admiration inwardly. He had been worrying about which people to select for constructing this laboratory. After all, building a laboratory wasn't an easy task. It required not only substantial financial resources, but also significant manpower. Financially, Tang Jian wasn't concerned, as Zhou Pharmaceutical had ample funds. But manpower? Especially the personnel selection for laboratory construction. Yet now, Su Yuan had completely resolved the problem that troubled Tang Jian the most. Jinshan Villa District, Villa 66. Su Yuan sat cross-legged in the meditation room, with a laptop computer placed in front of him. The name list he sent to Tang Jian consisted of personnel carefully screened by Su Yuan through the gray mirror. Su Yuan's primary requirement for this laboratory was secrecy. However, constructing a laboratory involved numerous aspects, with at least hundreds of people participating. Under such circumstances, maintaining secrecy was very difficult. Even with prior confidentiality agreements, absolute information containment couldn't be guaranteed. The effectiveness of confidentiality agreements depended on the people involved. Precisely because of this, Su Yuan specifically selected this group of people. This group had been confirmed by the Gray Mirror as highly reliable individuals who would keep their promises and not leak any information about this laboratory within the next 5 years. As for having Zhou Yu serve as the construction supervisor, this was because Zhou Yu had already developed an instinctive obedience to Su Yuan's commands by now. Not much different from Tang Jian. After resolving the laboratory construction matters, Su Yuan began contemplating his next cultivation plan. Compared to the cultivation plan from level 0 life form to level 1 life form. The cultivation plan from level 1 life form to level 2 life form formulated by the Gray Mirror was somewhat more complex. From level 1 life form to level 2 life form, Su Yuan needed to undergo 20 cultivation sessions, with 3-day intervals between each session. This meant that for Su Yuan to become a level 2 life form, he needed 60 days, or 2 months. Half a month for level 1 life form, 2 months for level 2 life form. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. His cultivation speed, even placed among those powerful forces in the cosmic depths, would be considered quite fast. And this was under the premise of Blue Star's scarce auxiliary cultivation resources. If compared with cultivators on Blue Star, it wasn't even on the same level of cultivation speed. Taking Xia country's cultivation world as an example, progressing from visible force to embracing Elixir Grandmaster, even if everything went smoothly without any bottlenecks, would require at least 43 years. This data was provided by the Gray Mirror. Throughout Xia country's thousands of years of history, the youngest embracing Elixir Grandmaster was 43 years old. As for level 2 true Elixir Celestial, it required 96 years. From visible force to true Elixir Celestial, the fastest would take 96 years. This period was filled with various uncertainties, bottleneck constraints, breakthrough failures, and so on. Yet for Su Yuan, crossing these stages required only 2.5 months. Moreover, this crossing involved simultaneous advancement in all 6 dimensions, with difficulty many times greater than normal national martial arts cultivation. According to normal objective laws, Su Yuan's cultivation speed, a cultivation method without any hidden dangers and infinite potential covering all 6 dimensions, should absolutely not exist on Blue Star. Even in the depths of the universe, it's almost impossible for such things to appear. This isn't a problem with the 6-dimensional cultivation method. In the depths of the universe, those massive forces also possess 6-dimensional cultivation methods. But having a 6-dimensional cultivation method doesn't mean one can cultivate it, nor does it mean perfect compatibility. The six-dimensional cultivation method represents infinite potential and perfect evolution, but its cultivation difficulty is also the greatest. Wanting potential, wanting perfect evolution, and also wanting easy cultivation. Where could such good fortune be found? Well, Su Yuan currently possesses exactly this kind of good fortune. With my current cultivation speed, relying solely on individual strength 5 years from now, I still won't be able to deal with the alien forces' interstellar colonization ship. Su Yuan thought to himself. This was also the answer given by the Gray Mirror. Relying on his own individual strength to crush the arriving interstellar colonization ship 5 years later? Unless Su Yuan used certain forbidden techniques to accelerate his cultivation speed or enhance his combat power. Only then could it be. He achieved, but there was no need for that. Using forbidden techniques requires paying a price. And this was a price Su Yuan didn't want to pay. Since relying on individual strength wasn't enough to deal with it, then he would utilize external forces. The foundation of the Gray Mirror's plan to counter the interstellar colonization ship was precisely this. First was establishing a force, starting by eliminating the alien force's lackeys, the true society. For Su Yuan, the prerequisite for establishing a force was maintaining contact, or being able to contact his subordinates at any time. This aspect was very important, since Su Yuan would definitely remain behind the scenes, directing his subordinates to handle matters. Just like when he directed Zhou Yu not long ago. Without Su Yuan's constant guidance, even if Zhou Yu had 100 lives, he would certainly have died in 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley. Ingo Epsilon. However, the method Su Yuan used to contact and direct Zhou Yu at that time came from Xia Country's communication wireless technology, abbreviated as a cell phone. With Blue Star's current communication wireless technology being too backward, even in places like Snake Valley without other external technological interference, the signal had been lost dozens of times. If Su Yuan hadn't used the Gray Mirror to precisely predict when the signal would be lost in advance, thereby reassuring Zhou Yu, the difficulty of executing the plan to obtain the Bloodlingji would likely have skyrocketed. What Su Yuan needed was an absolutely stable communication channel. At the very least, it should be unimpeded throughout Blue Star currently, without issues like interruptions, lost signals, eavesdropping, and many other problems. Establishing a stable communication channel on Blue Star wasn't difficult for Su Yuan. The Gray Mirror had long ago given Su Yuan the answer, even packaging out the relevant technology. It was alien technology that was at least 100 years ahead of Blue Star's current communication field. However, knowing was one thing, implementing it was another. To replicate it on Blue Star for Su Yuan's use required a specific responsible person, an executor. This executor had to be a top expert in the current communication wireless field. Otherwise, forget about replicating alien technology, even understanding it would be a problem. It was like primitive people obtaining a lighter. Even if they had every component part, they wouldn't know how to replicate it. Regarding this responsible person, this executor, the Gray Mirror had long ago provided a candidate. Qiao Mingyuan, 46 years old, an internationally renowned Chinese expert in the communication wireless field, long-term resident of the country across the ocean. But 6 months ago, Qiao Mingyuan's wife suddenly disappeared. After multiple investigations, not only did Qiao Mingyuan fail to discover why his wife disappeared, but he also ended up being hunted. Under unavoidable circumstances, Qiao Mingyuan could only begin fleeing and will arrive at Xia Country's South Sea Island in 10 minutes. Su Yuan's mind flashed with every detail about Qiao Mingyuan. There were many considerations for choosing Qiao Mingyuan as the responsible person. First, Qiao Mingyuan's own technical skills were solid, ranking 39th in the world in the communication wireless field. Qiao Mingyuan didn't know about this ranking, and even the outside world wasn't clear about it. After all, rankings in scientific fields were difficult to determine, and seniority often had to be considered more. Only the Gray Mirror could provide absolutely objective and accurate rankings. Second, Qiao Mingyuan had a simple background, being a Chinese expert with no connections within the country, making him easy to control and manage. Third, The reason for Qiao Mingyuan's wife's disappearance was the Truth Society, and the force hunting Qiao Mingyuan afterward was also the Truth Society. Qiao Mingyuan's wife met the standard characteristics for the Truth Society's artificial human manufacturing, so she was secretly taken away. And Qiao Mingyuan, after multiple investigations, was close to uncovering the truth, which led to the Truth Society sending people to hunt him down to silence him. Simply put, Qiao Mingyuan's enemy was the Truth Society, and Su Yuan also wanted to deal with the Truth Society. With aligned goals, Qiao Mingyuan would work more diligently for Su Yuan. Artificial humans. Su Yuan fell into brief contemplation. Artificial humans were the most powerful technical means mastered by the Truth Society. Of course, for Su Yuan, artificial humans weren't much of a secret. If Su Yuan was willing, he could completely manufacture level 4 artificial humans, level 5 artificial humans, even level 6 artificial humans. However, manufacturing artificial humans consumed too many resources and required suitable carriers. The time and resources consumed to manufacture one level 4 artificial human would probably be enough for Su Yuan to cultivate to level 5 life form, level 6 life form. The Truth Society had controlled the international underground world for decades, even a century, and currently had only manufactured 12 level 4 artificial humans. 100 years ago, when they ignited the Great War among nations, the Truth Society at that time possessed only 3 level 4 artificial humans. Su Yuan wasn't particularly interested in artificial humans. In the universe, this technology had been obsolete for who knows how many years. Time's up. Su Yuan glanced at the time, took out his phone, and made a call. Southern Xia Country, South Sea Island. As a major tourist island, South Sea Island had large numbers of tourists entering and leaving daily, with a considerable portion being foreign tourists. A ship docked, and a middle-aged man disembarked. This middle-aged man was Qiao Mingyuan. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot, clearly indicating he hadn't slept for several days. Why did Anna disappear? And who are the people hunting me? Qiao Mingyuan had 10,000 questions in his heart. Half a month ago, he was just about to obtain the surveillance footage from when his wife Anna disappeared. But before he could get the footage, the friend who was helping him obtain it was shot in the head. If Qiao Mingyuan hadn't been lucky, he probably would have died then. Afterward, Qiao Mingyuan contacted his teacher, and with his teacher's help, successfully fled the country. After half a month of escape, he finally arrived at Xia Country's South Sea Island. His teacher's final advice was that he might be safer in Xia Country. This was also why Qiao Mingyuan came to Xia Country. What's that? Just as Qiao Mingyuan felt slightly relaxed, his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Not far away, at the exit platform he needed to use, several black men wearing sunglasses were already standing there. The moment he saw these strong black men, fear surged in Qiao Mingyuan's heart. It's them. It's them. They've already chased me to Xia Country. Qiao Mingyuan's heart trembled, and without hesitation, he turned around and left. At the exit, those sunglass-wearing black men also saw Qiao Mingyuan and immediately quickly approached. Run, run, run. Qiao Mingyuan ran around wildly, finally ducking into a restroom. Hiding in the innermost part of the restroom, Qiao Mingyuan felt utterly hopeless. He was almost certain that his current hiding spot would be discovered sooner or later. But besides hiding here, where else could he hide? Just as Qiao Mingyuan prepared to close his eyes and await death, a cell phone ringtone sounded. Cell phone ringtone? Qiao Mingyuan was puzzled. He had lost his phone long ago during his escape to Xia Country. He didn't have one at all. Over there, Qiao Mingyuan followed the sound and discovered the ringtone came from a phone on the tissue box nearby. It was probably something someone accidentally left behind, a lost item. Now that it was ringing, perhaps the owner was calling. Qiao Mingyuan hesitated for a moment, then reached out and picked up the phone. I have an all-knowing mirror originally. Qiao Mingyuan was planning to hang up his phone and turn it off to avoid the ringtone exposing his location. However, when he glanced at the phone screen, he froze instantly, because the caller ID wasn't a string of numbers or someone's name. Instead, it read, Qiao Mingyuan, do you want to live? Looking at this utterly bizarre caller ID, Xiao Mingyuan's first thought was that the nearby cell tower had been hacked, allowing someone to arbitrarily edit the caller ID text. His second thought was that the person calling knew his situation and wasn't on the side of his pursuers. Thinking this, Xiao Mingyuan took a deep breath. Then he answered the call. Beep, the call connected. Xiao Mingyuan immediately asked in a low voice, "What should I do now?" At this life or death moment, Xiao Mingyuan naturally wouldn't ask meaningless questions. Like, how do you know I'm Xiao Mingyuan? Who are you? Why are you saving me? And so on. If you want to live, listen to me. In Magic City, Su Yuan sat calmly on the sofa. He had never been to South Sea Island, nor had he made any arrangements there. He didn't even know what was currently happening on South Sea Island. But according to the plan devised by the Gray Mirror, by dialing the corresponding phone number at a specific time, he would definitely be able to contact Xiao Mingyuan. And at this moment, Xiao Mingyuan was at his most vulnerable and would follow Su Yuan's instructions completely. This was also the first step in the plan to thoroughly subdue Xiao Mingyuan, this expert in communications and wireless fields. Okay, Xiao Mingyuan composed himself. At this moment, numerous thoughts flashed through his mind. Although he didn't know exactly who the person calling was, it definitely wasn't the group hunting him. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. 20 seconds later, Su Yuan's voice came through again. Now walk to the restroom entrance. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan immediately stood up, came out from the innermost area, and stopped at the restroom entrance. 18 seconds later, walk out, turn left, stop at the intersection for 6 seconds, then continue straight ahead. Although he didn't understand Su Yuan's commands, Xiao Mingyuan obediently followed the instructions. If there were a 360-degree aerial map, one would discover that there were at least several dozen black-suited men with sunglasses searching near the station at this moment. Our Nigerian Ira Omicron. The two closest black-suited men with sunglasses were only about 10 meters away from the restroom, where Xiao Mingyuan had been hiding earlier. The several dozen black-suited men with sunglasses clearly had unified command, searching different areas separately with good coordination. However, when Xiao Mingyuan stepped out of the restroom, the two nearest black-suited men with sunglasses happened to be looking in other directions and didn't notice the restroom ahead. By the time they looked forward again, Xiao Mingyuan had already left. And subsequently, Xiao Mingyuan walked and stopped, his figure appearing extremely coincidentally in the blind spots of the black-suited men with sunglasses. Just like that, Xiao Mingyuan arrived outside a room. The door isn't locked. Push it open and go in. Following Su Yuan's instructions, Xiao Mingyuan pushed the door open directly, then closed it behind him. What is this place? Xiao Mingyuan glanced around. This room should be the station staff's changing room, and specifically the female staff's changing room, with a faint scent of perfume floating in the air. The women's changing room? Xiao Mingyuan immediately felt troubled. As everyone knows, changing rooms are places with constant foot traffic. If he, a man, was discovered in the women's changing room, it would definitely be big trouble. At that point, he wouldn't need the black-suited men outside to search for him. He'd be thrown out directly. Don't worry, no one will enter this changing room for the next half hour. Su Yuan's voice came through the phone into Xiao Mingyuan's ears. Xiao Mingyuan didn't know why the person calling him was so certain that no one would enter for half an hour. But at this moment, he could only follow the other person's instructions. There's a cabinet in the left front. Open it. Inside, there's a miniature earpiece. Connect it to your phone's Bluetooth. We'll communicate through the earpiece from now on. Su Yuan continued, giving instructions. He didn't mind, but Xiao Mingyuan holding a phone to his ear was too conspicuous. Understood. Xiao Mingyuan nodded and successfully put the earpiece in his ear. This earpiece sells for 98 yuan in Xia country. Su Yuan continued. Okay. Xiao Mingyuan was slightly taken aback, then immediately took out $100 and placed it where the earpiece had been. This way, when the original owner of this earpiece discovered it was missing, they would also receive $100 as compensation. Since South Sea Island is a major tourist island, dollars can easily be exchanged for local currency. Now go to the third row of lockers. Open locker number 5. There's a set of clothes inside. Take them out. Locker number 7 in the 4th row. Open it and take out the wig inside. Locker number 2 in the 6th row. Open it and take out the set of cosmetics inside. Xiao Mingyuan strictly followed Su Yuan's instructions, gathering a large pile of items from numerous lockers. Since this was the women's changing room, all these items were women's products, including that set of clothes, which was actually a dress. What is this for? Xiao Mingyuan wondered in his heart. Why was he taking out so many women's items? Now, open the makeup kit. At this moment, Su Yuan's voice came through again. The next moment, Xiao Mingyuan understood what Su Yuan wanted him to do. Makeup. Su Yuan actually wanted him to apply makeup on himself. All station exits are currently blocked. To get out, you need to change your appearance. Su Yuan explained. Actually, Su Yuan was lying here. In the plan provided by the Gray Mirror, there were hundreds, even thousands of methods to help Xiao Mingyuan escape the True Society's pursuit. Using makeup for disguise was just the simplest and most convenient method. So Su Yuan chose this approach. As for Xiao Mingyuan's thoughts, as long as he could survive, not to mention dressing as a woman, even if he had to become a woman, Xiao Mingyuan would agree. It was precisely because of this extreme hatred toward the Truth Society and his obsession with rescuing his wife that Su Yuan could completely control him. All right, Xiao Mingyuan didn't actually mind dressing as a woman. Having lived overseas for so many years, his adaptability was naturally strong. However, how could a man so easily pass as a woman? The people hunting him were experienced killers. Could he really deceive them? 10 minutes later, looking at himself in the mirror, after being covered with cosmetics, Xiao Mingyuan's appearance had indeed changed somewhat, but overall, traces of him being a man could still be seen. After all, makeup only conceals. It doesn't directly alter facial features like plastic surgery. In the corner of the second drawer on the right, there are 2 iron needles. Find them. Su Yuan's voice came through the earpiece. Iron needles? Xiao Mingyuan searched around and soon indeed found 2 slender iron needles, similar to embroidery needles. What now? Xiao Mingyuan asked. Take 1 iron needle and insert it 3 centimeters below the back of your neck. Su Yuan's voice instructed. Use this iron needle to stab myself? Xiao Mingyuan was startled. Although the iron needles were very slender, Xiao Mingyuan still felt somewhat panicked. Wasn't this suicide? If I wanted to kill you, I wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. Su Yuan said. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan remained silent for 2 breaths. Then his gaze immediately became resolute. He then picked up 1 iron needle and directly inserted it into the position Su Yuan had indicated. The second iron needle was inserted into the other side of his neck. And as the 2 iron needles were inserted, the skin on Xiao Mingyuan's face was pulled and fixed, thereby affecting his facial features, and his appearance rapidly began to change. Xiao Mingyuan steeled himself and inserted 2 silver needles into the back of his neck. It doesn't hurt at all. Xiao Mingyuan breathed a slight sigh of relief, then instinctively looked at the mirror in front of him. But when he looked, his eyes widened in disbelief. Holy shit! Xiao Mingyuan couldn't believe what he was seeing. The Xiao Mingyuan in the mirror now had soft facial features, completely devoid of any masculine vigor, vaguely revealing a gentle feminine temperament. Whether in the East or across the ocean, this appearance and temperament would undoubtedly be considered that of a great beauty. How was this achieved? Xiao Mingyuan found it utterly unbelievable. At this moment, his entire facial structure had changed. This wasn't something makeup could accomplish, and even plastic surgery might not achieve such perfect results. Was it those 2 iron needles? Waves of shock surged through Xiao Mingyuan's heart. The reversal of his appearance had occurred immediately after inserting those 2 iron needles. Don't worry, you just need to pull out the iron needles and your appearance will return to normal. Su Yuan's voice came at just the right moment. Using iron needles to fix the skin and thereby alter one's appearance was a disguise method provided by the Gray Mirror. Human appearance is primarily composed of 3 parts: bones, facial features, and skin. Any change to one of these three parts would significantly impact one's appearance. Altering appearance by pulling and fixing the skin is the simplest method, with related disguise techniques existing in ancient Xia country. Of course, the related disguise techniques from ancient Xia country could at most change one's appearance, achieving what Xiao Mingyuan had experienced, transforming from male to female, even developing a gentle feminine temperament, was naturally extremely difficult. It would circumflex obey. This involved numerous factors like the positions where the iron needles were inserted, the force used to fix the skin, and so on. Changing appearance was easy, but changing into a specific appearance was difficult. However, with the gray mirror present, none of this was a problem. Su Yuan directly obtained from the gray mirror the answer about which positions to insert the needles to achieve this effect. Incredible. After learning he could return to normal, Xiao Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Now, put on the wig and breast forms, and change your clothes. Su Yuan instructed. Okay. Xiao Mingyuan completely trusted Su Yuan and immediately began changing. 2 minutes later, Xiao Mingyuan in the changing room had disappeared, replaced by a great beauty with fair skin, delicate facial features, and a gentle temperament. Xiao Mingyuan's gaze was filled with amazement. At this point, forget about those chasing him. Even his wife probably wouldn't recognize him. You can go out now. Su Yuan's voice came through. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyuan immediately prepared to leave. Suddenly, Xiao Mingyuan stopped and looked at the lockers he had opened. He had borrowed clothes, cosmetics, and other items from the lockers, but had left corresponding US dollars as compensation. Could this leave clues? Xiao Mingyuan asked cautiously. If the disappearance of clothes and cosmetics, along with the appearance of extra dollars, reached the ears of the assassins chasing him, they could likely deduce something. It won't, Su Yuan said. Through the gray mirror, he knew that 5 hours later, the first female staff member would discover her missing clothes while seeing the compensatory dollars. 6 hours later, the station leadership would learn about this incident and order an investigation into who had entered the changing room. Naturally, they would find nothing. The surveillance footage related to Xiao Mingyuan had also been replaced by Su Yuan. Finally, when the station leadership asked the staff member who lost the clothes how to resolve this matter and whether to call the police, the response received was forget it. Although clothes and cosmetics were missing, the compensation received was several times or even 10 times the value of the lost items. As for calling the police, leaving aside whether they could catch anyone, those dollars would be considered evidence and would definitely have to be handed over. This was something none of the involved parties wanted. So the final outcome of this matter would be that it would simply fade away without resolution. The involved parties even intentionally concealed this matter from outsiders. Outsiders would have no way of knowing. Leaving dollars as compensation would completely conceal Xiao Mingyuan's tracks. If no dollars were left, the involved parties would choose to call the police, which would blow up the matter and instead attract the attention of the Truth Society assassins. This was why Su Yuan specifically instructed Xiao Mingyuan to leave dollars as compensation. Everything Su Yuan did was interconnected with specific purposes and wouldn't be meaningless. There definitely wouldn't be any hidden dangers or loopholes. If so-called hidden dangers or loopholes actually appeared, they would be intentionally left by Su Yuan. Following Su Yuan's commands, Xiao Mingyuan walked out of the changing room and headed directly toward the station exit. Along the way, although Xiao Mingyuan appeared completely unconcerned on the surface, his heart was turbulent inside because he had encountered at least over a dozen black-suited men with sunglasses. How did I actually manage to walk from the restroom to the changing room back then? Xiao Mingyuan swallowed secretly, his awe and respect for Su Yuan, who was directing him, growing even stronger. Soon, Xiao Mingyuan reached the exit and smoothly left the station. From beginning to end, not a single black-suited man with sunglasses glanced his way. In fact, the dozens of black-suited men with sunglasses had searched very thoroughly, carefully observing any male for a while. They were worried it might be Xiao Mingyuan in disguise. However, currently Xiao Mingyuan's external feminine characteristics were too obvious. He was practically a different person from the Qiao Mingyuan they were pursuing. Naturally, he received no attention. After leaving the station, turn right. In 2 minutes, a taxi will pass by. Hail it and take that taxi. Qiao Mingyuan obediently followed Su Yuan's instructions and arrived at an inland city 3 hours later. I actually escaped the pursuit successfully? Qiao Mingyuan felt like he was dreaming. In fact, when he saw that assassins were already waiting for him at the station, Qiao Mingyuan had already resigned himself to likely facing disaster. Who are you, and why did you save me? Only now did Qiao Mingyuan finally ask. Who I am, you don't need to know. Why I saved you, that matter isn't urgent for now. Su Yuan smiled slightly through the phone. Rest for a while first. Go to room 35 on the 12th floor of the Hill Hotel. The door to that room isn't locked, and no one will disturb you. You can rest there for half a day. Just leave me alone. Qiao Mingyuan was stunned and couldn't help saying, Aren't you afraid I'll run away? Although he didn't know why Su Yuan saved him, he certainly had his own purposes. It couldn't possibly be free, right? And whatever those purposes were, they would necessarily require his presence. Run. Su Yuan's tone was calm. You won't run. This statement carried implications that even Qiao Mingyuan didn't know. Even if you want to run, you can't escape. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, so what? For Su Yuan, wanting to know your specific whereabouts and location was merely a matter of asking one question. After arranging matters for Qiao Mingyuan, Su Yuan redirected his attention to South Sea Island. At this moment, dozens of Truth Society assassins were being forced into a certain grove of trees. Outside were the powerful members of the Xia Country Defense Bureau. The Defense Bureau was an organization similar to certain agencies. However, its level was higher, specifically dealing with cultivators. When this assassination squad had entered the station platform, they had already attracted the attention of Xia Country's official forces. But at that time, the platform was crowded with people coming and going, and they were worried about triggering an excessive reaction from the targets. That's why the defense personnel hadn't immediately moved to arrest them. Instead, they maintained close surveillance. Only after an hour had passed, when this assassination squad began to retreat and leave the densely populated station platform, did the Defense Bureau personnel quickly take action, forcing them into this grove. Outside the grove, Defense Bureau Action Team Captain Shanhai looked solemn as he stared at the nearby woods, speaking in a low voice. Have we identified the origins of this group? What's their purpose in coming to South Sea Island? Their origins are unclear. A capable middle-aged woman beside him looked at the laptop in front of her and shook her head. But their purpose here should be to find someone, or rather, to hunt down a specific person. This conclusion was drawn by reviewing station surveillance footage and combining it with the search behavior of these black-suited men with sunglasses. The capable middle-aged woman was a member of the Defense Bureau's Electronic Information Security Department, specializing in network-related issues, essentially serving as the Defense Bureau's white hat hacker. So-called white hat hackers were counterparts to black hat hackers, essentially the same type of people. However, black hat hackers hid within the vast network, with nobody knowing their identities, while white hat hackers served the country, maintaining national information security. Looking for whom? Shanhai asked. I don't know. The capable middle-aged woman frowned. That person doesn't appear on the surveillance footage. She had already pulled up all the station surveillance footage, but hadn't found any clues. Captain, let me take some people in to capture them. We'll know everything after interrogation. A burly man grinned. Don't take them lightly. Shanhai glanced at the burly man. Although the strongest among these black-suited men only reached the hidden force level, they had rich combat experience. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to resist during their sudden assault and eventually hide in this grove. Ano, wait until all reinforcement teams arrive before pushing in. Shanhai chose the safest approach. Their people had already surrounded this small grove. These black-suited assassins were like meat on a chopping block, ready to be dealt with at any time. There was no need to charge in now. Just then, the capable middle-aged woman who had been continuously typing on her laptop suddenly changed expression. What? The capable middle-aged woman stared intently at the laptop screen. At this moment, the laptop had broken free from her control, actively opening a blank document. Then words began being typed out one after another. "Director Liu, what's wrong?" Chen Hai noticed the change in the capable middle-aged woman and looked toward her, his gaze falling on the laptop screen. He saw words rapidly appearing in the blank document. "They're about to charge out. What does this mean?" Chen Hai looked again at the capable middle-aged woman and noticed her hands were stiff, not typing on the keyboard at all. "Captain Chen Hai, my computer has been hacked." The capable middle-aged woman suppressed her shock and immediately spoke up. "Your computer was hacked?" Chen Hai found this equally unbelievable. Didn't they say the Bureau's firewall is world-class, and there are only a handful of hackers in the world capable of breaching it? "I don't know either." The capable middle-aged woman looked somewhat bewildered. As a Defense Bureau white hat hacker, she often practiced hacking with colleagues. But even the most powerful intrusion required time, especially with the Bureau's firewall in place. No one should be able to break through that firewall in such a short time. Yet just now, her computer was instantly hacked and taken over. During this process, the firewall offered no resistance whatsoever. In a silent instant, her computer was compromised. This sent chills down the capable middle-aged woman's spine. The more proficient one was in information network technology, the more one understood how unrealistic this scenario was. Could it be that the Bureau's firewall has a major vulnerability that none of us knew about? The capable middle-aged woman found it hard to believe. Magic City, Villa number 66. Su Yuan looked at the computer in front of him. On the screen was the display from the capable middle-aged woman's laptop far away at South Sea Island. The national-level firewall is indeed strong. Su Yuan nodded slightly. Compared to firewalls like the Education Bureau's network, the Defense Bureau's firewall was directly connected to the national firewall. Trying to hack it? Even the world's top hacker would most likely fail. Su Yuan's hacking skills weren't currently the world's best, although the information network knowledge he had learned surpassed blue stars by who knew how many years. But his learning time was limited. He had only been studying for about 10 days from start to finish. Therefore, Su Yuan's method of controlling the capable middle-aged woman's laptop wasn't hacking. It was authority takeover. Simply put, Su Yuan directly logged into the highest authority account of South Sea Island's Defense Bureau Information Network and took over the capable middle-aged woman's computer with supreme privileges. This was why it didn't trigger any firewall response. After all, in the firewall's program recognition judgment, Su Yuan's current behavior constituted internal activity, not external intrusion. As for how he knew the highest authority account for South Sea Island's Defense Bureau Information Network, the gray mirror naturally told him. Truth Society assassins. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the Truth Society dared to extend their hands into Xia country, they should all stay behind. This was also why Su Yuan took over the capable middle-aged woman's computer. Although the True Society assassins were currently at an absolute disadvantage, if things continued to develop without Su Yuan's intervention, a few of these True Society assassins would still manage to escape. South Sea Island, outside the grove. Team Captain Chen Hai glanced at the laptop screen, at the line of text reading they're about to charge out. Then he looked at the nearby grove. Only 20 seconds had passed since the capable middle-aged woman said her computer had been hacked. In that lightning-fast moment, Team Captain Chen Hai made his decision. Everyone be on alert. The enemies are about to charge out. Team Captain Chen Hai immediately notified everyone. Captain, the capable middle-aged woman seemed hesitant to speak. Being alert isn't a bad thing. Team Captain Chen Hai explained in a low voice. So far, they didn't know who had hacked the computer, what their purpose was, or why they were warning them. But Team Captain Chen Hai understood clearly that regardless of whether the enemy charging out was true or false, notifying everyone to be alert had no downsides. If this statement was false and the enemies didn't charge out, they would suffer no losses. They would just have been alert for nothing. But if this statement was true and the enemies indeed made a desperate charge, being prepared in advance would completely turn passive defense into active control. Sure enough, 10 seconds later, a faint rustling started up inside the woods. Whoosh! One by one, the black-skinned assassins burst out, and led by their leader, they scattered in all directions. But as soon as they rushed out, they ran into the Defense Bureau operatives blocking them. Because the Defense Bureau had received an advance warning and were mentally prepared, they showed no panic at all, and the two sides collided immediately. The leader's heart sank. As the person in charge of the Truth Society's operation to hunt Su Yuan, when he was driven into the woods by Xia country's Defense Bureau, he realized this mission had not only failed, it might be impossible to return alive. Why had the Defense Bureau forced them into the woods instead of pressing the attack? The leader of the assassins didn't need to think long to know the reason. They were simply waiting for reinforcements, planning to overwhelm them with absolute force to capture them while avoiding any meaningless casualties. In that situation, the leader knew their only chance was to break through before the Defense Bureau reinforcements arrived. If possible, they had to catch the enemy off guard. Then their chance of escape would be much greater. But now it seemed the Defense Bureau was prepared. They showed no weaknesses when the assassins suddenly burst out. I still have that trump card. I get out alive. The leader steadied himself and immediately engaged the Defense Bureau operative blocking him in fierce combat. Not far away, Captain Chun Hai quietly watched the fight, although the black-skinned assassins launched an all-or-nothing charge, smashing everything like a final desperate effort. Under the tight encirclement, it did little good. In less than a minute, the assassins were once again at a disadvantage. Some were dead, others fell injured. Chun Hai did not feel calm. His gaze flicked to the laptop beside him. In truth, the alert on the laptop, "They're going to rush out," only served as a warning. Even without that line of text, the assassins would not have broken the cordon. At most, there would be some casualties. What puzzled Chun Hai was, how did the person who sent that warning know the assassins were going to break out? Had someone already done a detailed psychological profile of these assassins and predicted their next move? Chun Hai knew many psychologists could analyze behavior patterns and make reliable predictions from a mental profile. But how had the warning sender infiltrated the laptop so silently? Too many questions crowded Chun Hai's mind. At that moment, Chun Hai's peripheral vision caught new text being typed across the laptop screen. Left lower area of Sector C battlefield. Everyone retreat immediately. This, Chun Hai's pupil shrank. Sector C. To simplify the cordon around the woods, Chun Hai had divided the perimeter into zones marked A, B, C, etc. for easier command. He immediately looked towards Sector C. At that spot, 6 assassins were under attack. The one leading them was the strongest among the group, the one Chun Hai had identified as their leader. Back! Chun Hai suddenly realized something and ordered everyone in Sector C. Everyone fall back. No hesitation. Those Defense Bureau operatives in Sector C instantly retreated violently toward the rear. The next moment, the leader produced a fist-sized black orb and slammed it down to the ground. Boom! A terrifying flame erupted and spread forward. If Chun Hai had not given that last-minute order, at least 5 or 6 Defense Bureau operatives would have been engulfed by that heavy flame. Buzz, taking advantage of the slight breach the fire made in the cordon, the leader wasted no time and escaped through it. Magic City, Villa 66. The flame orb the Truth Society used can severely injure a transforming force grandmaster, Su Yuan thought casually. That flame orb was the black sphere the leader of the assassins had thrown at the end. If Su Yuan hadn't issued the warning, the Defense Bureau on South Sea Island would have suffered severely under that orb. 5 hidden force operatives dead, and 1 transforming force grandmaster gravely wounded. Strictly speaking, this flame orb was produced using technology the Truth Society obtained from an alien force, which explained its devastating power. Outside the woods, Captain Chun Hai's face looked grim. It had come so close. If not for his warning, he couldn't guess how many casualties would have resulted. These flames, Chun Hai swept his gaze and saw the leader disappear after using the flame orb to break the cordon. Got away. Chun Hai followed the direction where the cordon had been breached. That path led into the urban area of South Sea Island. This is trouble. Chen Hai frowned. Once the leader melted into the city, it would not be easy to locate him. South Sea Island is a major tourist destination with many international visitors. As long as the leader kept a low profile, tracking him down would be difficult. Thoughts swirling, Chen Hai looked back at the laptop screen. It had been Su Yuan's warning that made him aware the assassin leader might have a hidden escape trick, which is why he had ordered an immediate retreat. And it had indeed turned out that way. Yet how did Su Yuan know? Just then, more text appeared on the laptop screen. Go to Tongshin Hotel in the southern district of the city and wait. Chen Hai read the line, thought briefly, and immediately dispatched his best operatives to lie in wait at Tongshin Hotel in the southern district. Now Chen Hai was basically certain that the person who had hacked the laptop had good intentions. Otherwise, there would have been no reason to warn them. If the intent was good, they could be trusted. Inside South Sea City, the assassin leader crouched in the shadows of an alley. I finally got out. He drew a deep breath. The flame orb was indeed the trump card the Truth Society had given him. Once I'm in the city, it's nearly safe. He planned to head for the rendezvous point. The rendezvous point was a clandestine location the Truth Society had set up. If he could get there, he could leave Xia country without trouble. But the leader was extremely cautious and didn't go straight to the rendezvous. He circled South Sea City, avoided all roadside cameras, and only then slowly approached the rendezvous. It was Tongshin Hotel in the southern district. Safe. His mood improved. The reason he had circled the city first was to make sure he was not being followed. As a professional killer, the leader was certain no one was tailing him now. That meant he had successfully shaken off Xia country surveillance. Satisfied, he strode into Tongshin Hotel. Magic City, Villa 66. Done. Su Yuan's face was calm as he began the final cleanup, deleting the login record of the highest privilege account he had used, exercising the South Sea City Defense Bureau's top-level permissions. Smoothly deleting the login and operation records, Su Yuan's thoughts remained largely unruffled. That final assassin leader had indeed been exceptionally cautious. The timing for using his trump card, the flame orb, had been chosen perfectly. It directly blasted a gap through the South Sea Defense Bureau's meticulously arranged blockade line. Moreover, this gap led to the South Sea City urban area, allowing the assassin leader to merge into the city at the fastest speed possible through the opening. Once inside, it was like a fish returning to the ocean. Even after successfully escaping the encirclement, the assassin leader didn't let his guard down. He circled around the city area once, confirming he wasn't being followed. Only then did he proceed to the Truth Society's covert contact point. He demonstrated the qualities of an experienced international assassin to the fullest extent. It was just unfortunate that the assassin leader was facing Su Yuan. All his caution, carefulness, and calculations were like child's play before Su Yuan, transparent at a single glance. Su Yuan didn't need to track the assassin leader at all. He only needed to have people set up an ambush at the destination the target was heading toward. Therefore, the assassin leader's outcome was essentially predetermined. After he entered the contact point at Tongshin Hotel, he was quickly subdued by the well-rested Defense Bureau experts who had been waiting in ambush. The Truth Society doesn't place much importance on Xiao Mingyuan. Su Yuan thought silently to himself. At best, Xiao Mingyuan was just a promising rising star in the field of wireless communications. As for his professional ranking, actually, there's no such ranking in the real world. Su Yuan only learned about Xiao Mingyuan's true professional capabilities through the gray mirror. If the Truth Society truly valued Xiao Mingyuan, they wouldn't have simply dispatched these international assassins. And they would never have allowed Xiao Mingyuan to travel all the way from across the ocean to Xia country. South Sea Island, Tongshin Hotel. Captain, we've captured the target. Chen Hai stood outside the hotel, and soon someone came out to report quietly. I know. Chen Hai felt completely numb. Even though he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, watching with his own eyes as that assassin leader who had narrowly managed to escape certain death strode purposefully into what amounted to a perfectly laid trap at Tongshin Hotel still felt like he was dreaming. The enemy just walked right into their hands that easily? Captain, this hotel appears to be an outpost for a foreign organization. The subordinate continued reporting. Shanghai nodded. He wasn't surprised by this either. If it weren't an outpost, that assassin leader wouldn't have come here voluntarily. The key issue was, how did the person who warned them know this hotel was an outpost? And how were they so certain the assassin leader would come here? That mysterious individual. The more Shanghai thought about it, the more chilled he felt. From the moment the mysterious person hacked into their computer, every move made by that assassin squad had been perfectly calculated, and they even predicted in advance where the assassin leader would try to go. Facing such an existence as an enemy, he'd probably be counting money for them even as they sold him out. And this wasn't just about calculation. There was also the hacking skill to silently infiltrate the Defense Bureau's network. Half an hour later, the South Sea Island Defense Bureau urgently convened a high-level meeting. All members of the Bureau's Network Information Security Department were present. Not just the Cybersecurity Department from South Sea Island, but leaders from cybersecurity departments in other cities, and even from the imperial capital, joined via video conference. Are you saying that not long ago, our Bureau's network was hacked, the firewall provided no interception whatsoever, and the other party easily took control of your computer? From start to finish, you had no ability to resist. Zhao Yushan, head of the South Sea Island Network Security Department, looked at Lu Tang with disbelief. Lu Tang was the capable middle-aged woman who had participated in capturing the Black Assassin Squad. She steeled herself and said, "Yes, that's exactly what happened. At the time, my computer was directly taken over and hacked." Her computer network was connected to the Defense Bureau network, with both sharing the same firewall. The former being hacked meant the Defense Bureau's network had also been compromised. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Yushan shot to his feet. The Bureau's firewall is connected to the national firewall. How could it possibly be hacked? And instantly compromised at that. Everyone else at the meeting fell into silence. Even those who didn't understand much about network technology understood what connection to the national firewall meant. Captain Shanghai knows about this matter too. Lu Tang spoke up. All leaders, the situation is indeed as described. Shanghai also felt the pressure and quickly stood up to explain everything he knew. For a moment, the meeting fell into silence once more. Zhao Yushan began lowering his head to repeatedly check the systems. Several minutes later, the Defense Bureau director finally spoke. Zhao Yushan, has the Bureau's firewall been hacked or not? Director, I haven't found any traces of hacking, nor any evidence that Lu Tang's computer was compromised. Zhao Yushan said with a furrowed brow. But Comrade Lu's computer was indeed hacked and controlled for a period of time, the Defense Bureau director stated. Given Lu Tang's position, there was no need for her to joke about something like this, especially with Shanghai serving as a witness. The possibility of lying was almost non-existent. Magic City, Villa 66. Su Yuan lounged leisurely on the sofa. Simultaneously, deep within his consciousness, he continued questioning the gray mirror. The reactions and impacts from all parties involved in this incident. Su Yuan inquired mentally. After refining the gray mirror, not only could he store it within his body's consciousness, but he could also ask questions mentally. There was no worry about being overheard by outsiders. Buzz, the gray mirror's surface rippled hazily, soon displaying line after line of text. The South Sea Defense Bureau Security Network Department, jointly with security network departments from various regions, repeatedly inspected their own firewalls, ultimately finding no traces of hacking. They eventually classified this infiltration that left no traces or activity as a network ghost incident, and recorded it in their files. Regarding the identities of the Black Hat assassins, the South Sea Defense Bureau eventually determined they were backed by the True Society, with the goal of pursuing the Qiao Mingyuan, who had fled to Xia country. The South Sea Defense Bureau director attempted to locate Qiao Mingyuan, but ultimately found nothing and had to abandon the search. Network ghost incident. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. Those network security department heads would probably never imagine that the so-called hacking was done by one of their own. However, Su Yuan had followed the method provided by the Gray Mirror to delete all traces and records afterward, making it impossible to trace or recover anything. Buzz, the Gray Mirror's surface continued to ripple hazily, with more text appearing. 2 days later, the Truth Society learned that the mission to pursue Qiao Mingyuan had failed, with all assassins captured. They attributed this to obstruction by Xia country and decided not to pursue the matter further. For the sake of a mere Qiao Mingyuan, provoking conflict with Xia country wasn't worthwhile, especially now with the master about to arrive. There was no need to create unnecessary complications. Looking at the Truth Society's reaction as shown by the Gray Mirror, a trace of contempt appeared at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth. A bunch of fools. Regarding how to deal with the Truth Society, Su Yuan had asked the Gray Mirror many related questions. For example, he tried telling the Truth Society the truth about the alien forces. That after the alien forces descended, all life on Blue Star would face mass slaughter, and even the Truth Society couldn't escape. After all, from Su Yuan's perspective over 10 days ago, no matter how insane the Truth Society might be, they were still Blue Star people. Facing alien forces, they should stand with Blue Star. But the answer the Gray Mirror gave was, the founder of the Truth Society simply didn't believe it. In the founder's view, after the alien forces descended, a spokesperson like him would completely become the ruler of Blue Star, enjoying immortality and eternal wealth under the alien forces' support. Not only did he not believe it, he even ordered the Truth Society to hunt down Su Yuan. When the pursuit failed, he reported the matter to the alien forces. This resulted in greater accidents and variables, causing the alien forces' interstellar colonization ship to descend upon Blue Star 2 years earlier. With this matter settled, it's time to go check on Qiao Mingyuan. Su Yuan's heart stirred slightly. According to the normal development outcome, Qiao Mingyuan would escape to Xia country, eventually be rescued by Xia country's defense bureau, and subsequently work secretly for Xia country. But once Su Yuan chose to intervene, this future would naturally be erased, leaving only the future Su Yuan wanted: to quietly take Qiao Mingyuan away. Hill Hotel. Qiao Mingyuan slept very deeply. Since the Truth Society began hunting him, he hadn't had a single hour of good sleep. Every time he slept a bit deeply, he would dream that assassins had come and wake up startled. It was in this state that Qiao Mingyuan fled to Xia country. Actually, if this condition continued for a few more days or weeks, the assassins wouldn't even need to act. Qiao Mingyuan would likely have an emotional breakdown first. After all, human stress tolerance has limits. Once those limits are exceeded, extremely serious negative effects will occur. He didn't know how much time had passed. Qiao Mingyuan slowly woke from his sleep. How long have I been sleeping? Qiao Mingyuan glanced at the time in the room. For hours. It's not a dream. I really escaped alive. Qiao Mingyuan took a deep breath. At this moment, he wasn't just living for himself, but also for his wife Anna. Only by staying alive could he investigate what exactly happened to Anna and how to rescue her. If he died, everything would be over. This was the greatest motivation that had sustained Qiao Mingyuan throughout his escape. Just then, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Is that person calling me? Qiao Mingyuan immediately realized. The phone was the one he picked up in the Nanhai Station restroom, which he had carried with him as a means to contact Su Yuan. It with grave N. He called right after I woke up. Is there surveillance in this room? Qiao Mingyuan guessed to himself while immediately picking up the phone to answer. Just as Su Yuan had told him, Qiao Mingyuan wouldn't run away. Now in Xia country, unfamiliar with both the people and place, where could he possibly escape to? Beep, the call connected. Qiao Mingyuan immediately heard the familiar voice. How was your sleep? Su Yuan asked. Qiao Mingyuan thought there was surveillance in the room. Actually, Su Yuan already knew the exact time Qiao Mingyuan would wake up, which was why he called at this moment. I slept very well. Qiao Mingyuan answered truthfully. though he seemed to have something else he wanted to say. I know what you want to ask. Su Yuan smiled and said, "It was the Truth Society who took your wife, Anna." The Truth Society? Why does that sound so familiar? Xiao Mingyuan was stunned. He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Compared to Xia country's regulated internet environment, foreign countries were indeed much freer, with many secretive pieces of information being published. Your teacher once told you about the Truth Society. Su Yuan reminded him. Yes, my teacher did tell me. Xiao Mingyuan suddenly understood. But then he faintly sensed something wrong. How did Su Yuan know about this? Your teacher is a peripheral member of the Truth Society. Your teacher contributed greatly to your escape this time. Su Yuan said. This was indeed true. Xiao Mingyuan's teacher played a crucial role in his escape from the country across the ocean. Xiao Mingyuan's teacher was an internationally renowned technical expert, also someone the Truth Society wanted to recruit. The Truth Society's members weren't just wealthy individuals, but also top talents from various industries. As a peripheral member of the Truth Society, Xiao Mingyuan's teacher naturally knew that Xia country was a blind spot for the Truth Society's influence, which was why he told Xiao Mingyuan to flee to Xia country. Under the Truth Society's pursuit, only by escaping to Xia country was there a sliver of hope for survival. Teacher, Xiao Mingyuan immediately fell silent. Will my teacher face any repercussions? Xiao Mingyuan couldn't help but ask. There will be repercussions, but no life-threatening danger. Su Yuan said. This was also the result obtained by consulting the Gray Mirror. Although unclear how Su Yuan knew about his teacher's situation, Xiao Mingyuan felt an inexplicable sense of conviction at this moment. Collecting himself, Xiao Mingyuan continued asking, "Why did the Truth Society take my wife?" Because your wife meets the Truth Society's experimental material requirements. Su Yuan didn't directly mention artificial humans. This kind of technology would be difficult for Blue Star people to immediately understand and accept, so he used experimental materials instead. Experimental materials? Xiao Mingyuan's face turned pale. He naturally knew what experimental materials meant. They were consumables like lab mice, with countless dying in laboratories every day. Using living people as experimental materials. Won't the country do anything about it? Xiao Mingyuan said angrily. The country across the ocean had laws prohibiting human participation in experiments. The country? Su Yuan laughed mockingly. How do you know this isn't the country's intention? The country across the ocean had long been thoroughly infiltrated by the Truth Society. Whoever became president had to obey the Truth Society. This, Xiao Mingyuan's heart trembled. He also realized what Su Yuan's words implied. If the Truth Society was really such a behemoth, then his wife and his fate was unimaginable. I can save your wife. Su Yuan paused for 6 breaths, waiting until Xiao Mingyuan was about to fall into complete despair before speaking again. You can save her? Xiao Mingyuan seemed to have grabbed a lifeline, immediately becoming excited. Yes. Su Yuan nodded, but we'll need to wait 3 to 4 years. Xiao Mingyuan's wife, Anna, met the Grade 1 artificial human manufacturing standards. However, the Truth Society's manufacturing of artificial humans required substantial time. Even for just Grade 1 artificial humans, it took 5 to 10 years. According to Su Yuan's plan, there was completely enough time to rescue her. As long as you can save Anna, I'd even be willing to die for you. Xiao Mingyuan immediately declared, speaking seriously. Hearing this from far away in Magic City, Su Yuan's face showed a smile. Through the gray mirror, Su Yuan knew that Xiao Mingyuan highly valued promises. Whatever he said he would do, no matter how difficult, he would accomplish. Using the rescue of his wife Anna as a condition was the method the gray mirror provided to completely win over Xiao Mingyuan. Of course, to completely win over Xiao Mingyuan, simply telling him that Anna could be rescued wasn't enough. He also needed to make the other party believe these words. In this regard, Su Yuan had been laying the groundwork since first contacting Xiao Mingyuan. Now, Xiao Mingyuan deeply believed in Su Yuan without doubt. Yuan was related to many of Su Yuan's future plans. Establishing a wireless information network covering Blue Star, stable and free from interference, was the foundation of Su Yuan's numerous plans. This aspect required Yuan to specifically implement and execute. It wasn't that Yuan was absolutely indispensable, but rather that he was the most suitable and easiest to control. Jinshan Villa District, Villa 66. Su Yuan leaned against the second-floor railing, his eyes slightly closed, feeling the gentle breeze brush past him. Even without relying on his eyes or mental force, Su Yuan could clearly perceive every tiny detail within several hundred meters around him. The trajectory of the wind's flow, the slight vibrations of insects flapping their wings, the subtle movements of worms and rodents digging through soil underground. Everything that existed naturally emitted certain information that Su Yuan could receive. The evolution of life is truly marvelous. Su Yuan opened his eyes, a smile appearing on his face. Even powerful figures like embracing elixir grandmasters and true elixir celestials found it difficult to experience this feeling of fundamental life, transformation, and leap. But Su Yuan was different. He practiced the most perfect six-dimensional cultivation method and had the gray mirror to provide insights at all times, giving him an understanding of life evolution that far surpassed other cultivators on Blue Star. The timing is about right. Time to practice the star observation method. Su Yuan left the balcony and came to the villa's meditation room, sitting down cross-legged. Compared to the silver needle cultivation method for progressing from level 0 to level 1 life forms, the transition Su Yuan was currently undergoing from level 1 to level 2 life forms was somewhat more complex. In addition to the main cultivation session every 3 days for 20 sessions total, he needed to practice the star observation method once daily. Observation methods were techniques used by powerful life forms in the depths of the universe to temper and enhance the soul dimension and will dimension. Different observation methods naturally produced different effects on the improvement and refinement of soul and will. The star observation method that Su Yuan practiced was one of the top-tier observation methods below level 10 life forms in the boundless universe, and also the most suitable observation method for Su Yuan's current cultivation. Of course, while observation methods were excellent, if one's life level wasn't sufficient, recklessly practicing them carried the risk of being assimilated by the observation method itself. This was why Su Yuan only began practicing the star observation method after becoming a level 1 life form. Only the soul and will of a level 1 life form could withstand the assimilation of observation methods. Gathering his thoughts, Su Yuan began practicing the star observation method, attempting to imagine himself as a vast star. Then, using the eternal, unchanging power of the star, he tempered and refined his own soul and will. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, an hour went by. The preset alarm sounded. Su Yuan promptly ended his star observation method practice. Even though he had now met the threshold conditions for practicing the star observation method, he could only practice for a maximum of 1 hour per day. It was grave. Exceeding 1 hour would grind away some emotional thinking even if he wasn't assimilated by the observation method, causing him to gradually approach becoming a true star. This was not something Su Yuan wanted to see. Truly worthy of being one of the universe's top observation methods, Su Yuan felt his soul, mind, and will become slightly more substantial, and a smile appeared on his face. Among the observation methods in the universe suitable for those below level 10 life forms, most involved observing mountains, rivers, or great waters. But observing a star? It was extremely rare, and even when available, such methods came with various hidden dangers and extremely high risks of assimilation, nowhere near comparable to the star observation method. According to the gray mirror's evaluation, as long as Su Yuan didn't practice this observation method for more than 1 hour per day, no problems or hidden dangers would arise. Moreover, as Su Yuan's life level increased, such as when he became a level 2 or level 3 life form, The amount of time he could practice the star observation method would correspondingly increase. After completing today's observation method practice, Su Yuan routinely inquired with the gray mirror deep within his consciousness sea. What's my current ranking in Magic City? This question was one Su Yuan asked after every practice session, used to measure his cultivation progress. Deep within the consciousness sea, the gray mirror surface rippled with hazy patterns, revealing lines of text. Magic City rank 3. Rank 3 already? Su Yuan understood inwardly, showing little surprise. Currently, the strongest individual in Magic City was naturally that true elixir celestial station there. That was, in cosmic terms, a level 2 life form. As for rank 2, that would be an embracing elixir-Peak Grandmaster. This Grandmaster had undergone human body modification, with strength so powerful it surpassed conventional definitions of the embracing elixir level. Human body modification? Su Yuan pondered internally. The human body modification technology mastered by Xia country was obtained from the multinational conflicts a century ago. After the Truth Society hastily retreated, they left behind some data on human body modification. After Xia country acquired this data, they had been researching it secretly ever since. Just a few more cultivation sessions, and I'll probably reach rank 2 in Magic City. Su Yuan thought to himself. As someone practicing the 6-dimensional cultivation method, Su Yuan could basically sweep through opponents at the same level, completely overwhelming them across all 6 dimensions. The gap between him and other cultivators would only continue to widen. As for combat experience, his exceptionally high comprehension dimension meant Su Yuan didn't need actual combat to gain combat experience. By simply thinking more deeply and watching combat videos of other powerful figures, his combat experience naturally improved. This was the strength of 6-dimensional cultivators. No weaknesses, no flaws. As long as they could grow smoothly, they were destined to become major powers in the depths of the universe. Leaving the villa's meditation room, Su Yuan took the elevator down to the basement. Every villa in Jinshan Villa District had a basement, and the basement area was extremely large, comparable to nearly half a football field. Currently, Villa's 60S6S basement was filled with computer hosts, with a large screen composed of 12 individual monitors at the center. Over the past month, in addition to following his cultivation routine, Su Yuan had used Zhou pharmaceutical channels to purchase this batch of high-quality hosts. All the hosts were connected together by Su Yuan to form a small server. When Su Yuan arrived in the basement, whoosh, the large central screen in the basement quickly transformed, displaying an exquisitely detailed little girl in a red dress who shouted towards Su Yuan, "Master." Su Yuan looked at the red-dressed little girl on the screen and said, "How's the learning going?" This red-dressed little girl was the artificial intelligence Su Yuan had created 7 days ago using the code provided by the Gray Mirror. Actually, the concept of artificial intelligence had long existed on Blue Star, but it remained just a concept, with no true artificial intelligence having been born. Currently, all major artificial intelligences on Blue Star were essentially just programs, extremely rigid and lacking independent thinking capabilities. But the red-dressed little girl, formed from the core code provided by the Gray Mirror, was a true artificial intelligence in the real sense, possessing independent thinking abilities, independent logical reasoning, and even the capacity to simulate human emotions with 99% accuracy. In some respects, the red-dressed girl wasn't significantly different from humans. "Master, I've learned so many things these past few days," the red-dressed little girl said in a lively tone. "Master, you still haven't given me a name. I see everyone else has names, but I don't." After speaking, the red-dressed little girl looked at Su Yuan with full expectation. "Since you really like wearing red dresses." Su Yuan thought for a moment. "Let's call you Little Blue." "Master, what does me liking to wear red dresses have to do with being called Little Blue?" The little girl in the red dress pouted, clearly somewhat dissatisfied with this name. Su Yuan examined the little girl in the red dress with great interest. 20 seconds later, The little girl in the red dress seemed to notice the change in Su Yuan's expression and said timidly, "Whatever Master says goes." The name Little Blue is actually quite nice. Your imitation of human emotions is quite good, Su Yuan commented. Return to normal state now. Yes. The various emotions displayed on the little girl's face quickly faded, and within half a second, she showed no expression at all, her voice also lacking any fluctuation. After all, she's just artificial intelligence, not an intelligent life form, Su Yuan thought to himself. The various postures and emotional expressions the little girl in the red dress had just displayed were all things Su Yuan had asked her to imitate, with the purpose of better understanding humans and life. As for the little girl herself, that is, the artificial intelligence Little Blue, she had no emotions whatsoever. Her reason for existence was to serve Su Yuan and complete the tasks he assigned. That was all. Su Yuan dared to create her precisely because it meant he could completely control her. True artificial intelligence. Su Yuan felt quite emotional inside. The reason he had obtained the artificial intelligence code from the gray mirror and then replicated it on Blue Star was precisely because artificial intelligence was an unprecedented powerful weapon for current Blue Star, and also a crucial component for Su Yuan to quietly resolve Blue Star's internal troubles and counter the interstellar colonization fleet. Humans use computer information technology to access networks, understand networks, and control networks. However, for artificial intelligence, the network world is its home territory. Even the strongest human black hat hackers and white hat hackers are far from being true artificial intelligence's opponents. The two simply don't exist on the same level. It's like a giant deep-sea whale. Once it beaches on shore, even ants can devour it. But can we say the giant whale is inferior to ants? Naturally not, because the ant's home territory is on land. The same goes for artificial intelligence. The network world is its home territory. As long as it's within this territory, no non-artificial intelligence existence can pose a threat to it. Be excellent. With artificial intelligence assistance, Su Yuan found everything much more convenient. Things that previously required his personal involvement could now be handled simply by instructing Little Blue. Moreover, compared to Su Yuan's hacking skills, Little Blue would only perform better and more perfectly. As for why Su Yuan only replicated the artificial intelligence now, even with complete code, integrating it into Blue Star's network required certain prerequisites. The hacking techniques Su Yuan had previously learned were precisely these prerequisites. It's like giving a pistol to a primitive person. The primitive person indeed doesn't need to understand the pistol's principles to fire lethal bullets, but they at least need to know that pulling the trigger is required to fire the gun. Master, while you had me learning and exploring on Blue Star's network, I discovered that throughout the entire Blue Star network, there are 186 places I cannot infiltrate for learning without causing any commotion. The red-dressed girl Little Blue began reporting her achievements during this period to Su Yuan. 186 places. The moment Su Yuan heard this question, he had already obtained the answer from the gray mirror. These 186 places were basically firewalls established by several major countries on Blue Star, plus important bases of the True Society spread across the globe, and so on. Su Yuan noticed that Little Blue specifically mentioned infiltrating without causing any commotion, meaning that if Little Blue truly wanted to infiltrate these places, she could do it, but would be discovered. Just this capability alone already surpassed the world's current #1 hacker. Take your time. No hurry, Su Yuan said. The most terrifying aspect of artificial intelligence is its learning ability. 7 days ago, when Little Blue was first created, she was completely naive and ignorant. Now she could already roam freely through Blue Star's network. Except for those 186 places, the entire Blue Star network held no more secrets from Little Blue. It was foreseeable that as time passed, Little Blue would only become more and more formidable. Becoming the uncrowned king of Blue Star's network was just a matter of time. Switch to Laboratory 1 monitoring. Su Yuan began giving instructions. Okay, Master. As soon as Little Blue finished speaking, the image on the large screen in front of Su Yuan quickly transformed, showing the interior scene of Laboratory 1. Laboratory 1 was the laboratory Su Yuan had asked Tang Jian to build. With substantial financial support from Zhou Pharmaceutical, this laboratory took only 22 days from construction start to operational use. Inside the laboratory at this moment, Qiao Mingyuan in his white lab coat was frowning deeply, clearly having encountered some difficult problem. 1 month ago, under Su Yuan's arrangement, he successfully came to Magic City and entered this laboratory 7 days ago to research stable wireless communication technology capable of covering the entire globe. The first difficult bottleneck. Looking at the deeply frowning Qiao Mingyuan, Su Yuan naturally knew what was happening. According to the answer provided by the gray mirror, for Qiao Mingyuan to develop the wireless communication technology Su Yuan wanted, he needed to overcome 8 difficult bottlenecks. These 8 bottlenecks grew increasingly difficult one after another. Without Su Yuan's intervention, even knowing the general direction, achieving it would take decades or even a century. After all, the wireless communication technology Su Yuan wanted needed to easily cover any location globally, be extremely stable without interruption, and be immune to intrusion. It simply wasn't technology that should appear in this era. Little Blue, send that document to Qiao Mingyuan. After watching for a while, Su Yuan spoke. Since he knew in advance about the difficult bottlenecks Qiao Mingyuan would encounter, Su Yuan had naturally prepared accordingly. For the 8 difficult bottlenecks Qiao Mingyuan would face, Su Yuan had prepared 8 documents that could help Qiao Mingyuan quickly advance to the next stage. As for why he didn't send all 8 documents to Qiao Mingyuan at once, without the preceding research, seeing these 8 documents wouldn't be very meaningful. Only after experiencing various research attempts and being completely stuck without ideas would these 8 documents serve their purpose of turning stone into gold. This was also the fastest method provided by the gray mirror to establish wireless communications belonging to Su Yuan. Okay, Master. Little Blue immediately sent a document to Qiao Mingyuan under Su Yuan's name. Inside Laboratory 1, Qiao Mingyuan was racking his brains to establish an extremely stable wireless communication system. Specific high-frequency signals needed to be used. Currently, only a few options like the terahertz frequency band, 0.1-3 Thz, met this high-frequency signal requirement. However, the terahertz frequency band, 0.1-3 Thz, suffered significant attenuation in air and had short transmission distances. This again didn't meet other conditions of the wireless communication system. Just as Qiao Mingyuan was struggling to try to find a solution, the boss sent me a document. Qiao Mingyuan was quite surprised. The boss was Su Yuan. More than half a month ago, Qiao Mingyuan had asked Su Yuan how to address him. Su Yuan replied that calling him boss was fine. This document, Qiao Mingyuan immediately opened the document. After just a brief look, Qiao Mingyuan became captivated. 10 minutes later, Qiao Mingyuan looked excited. Looking at the document before him, he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Brilliant! Immeasurable value." Qiao Mingyuan spent a full 3 hours barely finishing reading the materials. His mind is turbulent as stormy waves, unable to calm down. The materials detailed a completely new high-frequency signal that was not only incredibly stable, but also had long transmission distance with extremely low loss, practically perfect. If these materials were made public, they could completely revolutionize the traditional wireless communication field. This is an epic-making discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize. Qiao Mingyuan marveled inwardly. When Su Yuan first told him about the research goal, Qiao Mingyuan had felt somewhat overwhelmed. Establishing a wireless communication system covering any location globally, with stable signals that couldn't be hacked or eavesdropped. Was this really something that could be developed in this century? But now, seeing these materials, Qiao Mingyuan realized that perhaps Su Yuan's desired wireless communication system could actually be achieved. The deeper one delved into the wireless communication field, the more one understood the importance of these materials. Just who is the boss exactly? Qiao Mingyuan composed himself. Compared to the materials themselves, Su Yuan, who produced these materials, and sent them to him was even more incredible. Plus, Su Yuan had effortlessly saved him from the Truth Society's pursuit with casual movements and revealed many secrets about the Truth Society. Qiao Mingyuan vaguely felt that even the legendary Truth Society, which controlled major nations and claimed omnipotence, seemed slightly inferior compared to the boss. Basement of Villa 66. After sending the materials to Qiao Mingyuan, Su Yuan didn't continue paying attention. All of Qiao Mingyuan's reactions and thoughts after seeing the materials were already completely known to Su Yuan through the gray mirror. Just then, Su Yuan's phone vibrated with a message notification. School has already started. Su Yuan glanced at the phone message and immediately understood what was happening. Unknowingly, summer vacation had passed and school had begun. The message Su Yuan received was from his dormitory group chat. "Little Blue, is the leave of absence application ready?" Su Yuan asked. Since transmigrating here and obtaining the gray mirror, Su Yuan knew he couldn't continue living the original body's life. Given his current situation, there was no need to continue attending school. It would be a complete waste of time. So Su Yuan had long planned to take a leave of absence from school. Why a leave of absence rather than simply not going to school? If Su Yuan disappeared without any notification, it would trigger numerous consequences and complications. The academic advisor would notice Su Yuan hadn't registered 2 days after school started, and after 3 days with no news. The advisor would choose to call the police. After police involvement, they would issue a missing person notice and begin searching for Su Yuan's traces. Finally, after 1 year and 2 months, they would discover Su Yuan's fingerprints and iris recognition records at Jinshan Villa District. But taking an official leave of absence would avoid these consequences and possibilities. After taking leave, Su Yuan wouldn't be disappearing without reason, and the advisor wouldn't call the police. This was the optimal choice Su Yuan made based on the gray mirror's answers. "Master, it's already prepared," Little Blue immediately responded. "Imitate my voice and tone, call the academic advisor, explain the reasons for taking leave, and send this leave application," Su Yuan instructed. He then told Little Blue the prepared script and explanation to repeat to the advisor. This script and explanation were guaranteed to persuade the advisor to approve Su Yuan's leave application. Taking leave from school wasn't a minor matter. Without sufficient reason, the school wouldn't approve it. "Okay." Little Blue immediately proceeded according to Su Yuan's instructions. Zhao Cixi. Su Yuan's thoughts drifted to this person. It was because of Zhao Cixi that the original body didn't even have money to buy life-saving, specialized medicine, leading to his death from heart disease recurrence in the dormitory. It would circumflex be. As for Zhao Cixi, Su Yuan had already thoroughly understood her through the gray mirror. Although Zhao Cixi's behavior was extremely immoral and indirectly caused the original body's death, she had developed stomach cancer tumors. Of course, Zhao Cixi didn't know she had stomach cancer tumors now, and because of this, she missed the optimal treatment period. Her stomach cancer tumors would rapidly worsen within a year, progressing to advanced stage. Ultimately, Zhao Cixi couldn't bear the pain of chemotherapy and jumped to her death a year and a half later. This was the ending the gray mirror revealed to Su Yuan about Zhao Cixi. After learning this outcome, Su Yuan stopped caring about this person. In a certain office, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses received a phone call. "It's Su Yuan. You want to take a leave of absence? Did something happen at home? Tell your advisor." "So that's how it is." "Okay, Su Yuan, I've received your leave application and will process it through school procedures. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me." The bespectacled middle-aged woman hung up the phone and sighed. The news of Su Yuan's leave of absence didn't cause much commotion, only circulating briefly in small circles before completely fading into silence. In a class group chat, the class monitor first learned about Su Yuan's leave from the advisor and discussed it briefly with classmates. "Su Yuan is taking leave? What happened?" "I'm not sure either," the advisor told me. "It must be something significant, otherwise leave wouldn't be so easily approved." Several girls chattered for a few sentences before moving to the next topic. Su Yuan never had high visibility in the class, and without any distinctive traits, if the monitor hadn't reminded them, they might not even have noticed someone was missing from the class. In the girls' dormitory, Zhao Cici was applying makeup in front of the mirror. Just then, her roommate approached and said quietly, "Cici, what's the name of that admirer of yours?" "Su Yuan." "Yes, Su Yuan. I heard he took a leave of absence." "I'm not close with him. What admirer?" Zhao Cici felt somewhat guilty, thinking to herself, he wouldn't have done something drastic after I deleted him, would he? But then Zhao Cici reconsidered. What does it have to do with me? He kept bothering me. No money, yet still pestering me. Why keep him around if not to delete him? Thinking this, Zhao Cici immediately felt relieved. After finishing her makeup, Zhao Cici suddenly touched her stomach. Did I eat something bad recently? I keep feeling stomach pain. In the dormitory, Su Yuan's roommates were also discussing his school leave. What do you think a Yuan will do after leaving school? Not sure. A Yuan even deactivated his WeChat account, and his phone number doesn't connect. I bet it's because of that Zhao Cici. I warned Yuan long ago that woman wasn't any good, but he insisted on chasing after her. The 5 roommates each expressed their opinions, but after discussing it for a few days, topics about Su Yuan quickly diminished and eventually disappeared, as if there had never been such a person in the dormitory. No one knew that Su Yuan, whom they considered unremarkable and not worth discussing, was destined to change the world. The leave of absence application was sent to the academic advisor, and Su Yuan didn't continue paying attention, because Su Yuan clearly understood that this leave of absence application would definitely be approved. First, the academic advisor would agree and sign. Then it would be sent to the academic affairs office the next day. The academic affairs office leadership would also sign after reading it, and that same afternoon the department leadership would see this leave of absence application and sign after reading it. Finally, after 4 days, the leave of absence application would reach the principal's office and be formally approved. Su Yuan learned about the development process of the above events from the Gray Mirror's answers. It was a predetermined future. Unless Su Yuan actively intervened to change it, there would be no unexpected variables. It's over. Su Yuan's thoughts were calm, without any ripples. So far, everything that had happened was within his plans, including the leave of absence application proceeding step by step according to plan at the right time, ultimately achieving the future Su Yuan wanted. Next, it's time to plan for the Southern Ocean nations. Su Yuan thought to himself. South of Xia country was an extremely chaotic region, where small countries stood like forests, warlords carved up territories, and political power was extremely unstable. Therefore, it was also called the Southern Ocean nations. Su Yuan's plan for the Southern Ocean nations was aimed at Luwu black gold. This metal was one of the more common metals in the universe, and also one of the raw materials Su Yuan needed to manufacture the technological weapon high-energy laser. High-energy laser belonged to offensive technological weapons, prepared by Su Yuan specifically for the interstellar colonization ship that would arrive in 5 years. As for Luwu black gold, one of the raw materials for manufacturing high-energy laser, currently only the deep underground of the Southern Ocean nations had considerable reserves globally. Therefore, planning for the Southern Ocean nations was included as part of Su Yuan's plan. Regarding how to plan for the Southern Ocean nations, the Gray Mirror had long provided detailed steps. The entry point was Oromu. Oromu was a greatly renowned grand sorcerer in the Southern Ocean nations. That is, a level 1 life form comparable to an embracing elixir grandmaster. The sorcery cultivation system was famous for its bizarre sorcery spells and curse witchcraft, extremely cruel and ancient. When cultivated to the grand sorcerer realm, a single gaze was enough to curse a hidden force expert, causing them to lose all strength. Reino yes. Of course, in Su Yuan's eyes, the mysterious ancient grand sorcerer still belonged to the one-dimensional cultivation system, focusing only on the soul dimension, similar to Fusong's yin-yang masters, and couldn't compare to Xia country's national martial arts cultivation system. The so-called sorcery spells and curse witchcraft were essentially derivative applications of soul power. But it had to be said that a grand sorcerer's methods were enough to make an embracing elixir grandmaster not dare to underestimate them. Back when Aroma dominated the Southern Ocean nations, his sorcery spells were invincible, with extremely far-reaching influence. But 30 years ago, he was severely injured by his great enemy, Kun Long, and since then had disappeared without a trace, never appearing again. However, Su Yuan clearly knew that Aroma wasn't dead, but was barely surviving while hiding in Magic City. That battle 30 years ago caused irreversible injuries to Aroma, and his sorcery spells had nearly fallen from the Grand Sorcerer realm. Su Yuan previously learned through the Gray Mirror that Magic City had a total of 6 level 1 life forms, with 2 hiding in the shadows unknown to others, including this Grand Sorcerer. Aroma. Su Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As long as he could control this Grand Sorcerer, his plan for the Southern Ocean nations would be almost half successful. After all, Aroma originally belonged to the Southern Ocean nations. Having him appear to work for Su Yuan and mine the underground Luwu black gold would be completely effortless, with no one daring to stop it. It's time to meet this Grand Sorcerer. Su Yuan collected his thoughts and stood up to leave the basement. Going alone to meet this Grand Sorcerer who once shook the Southern Ocean nations, Su Yuan naturally had absolute confidence. First, Aroma's current condition was extremely poor, with injuries from that great battle 30 years ago still affecting him today. Second, even if Aroma had recovered to peak condition now, he would still be far from Su Yuan's match. Currently, Su Yuan had already cultivated at the level 1 life form stage for a month, with strength that surpassed even a grandmaster at the perfect embracing elixir stage. Aroma's sorcery spells couldn't even get close to him before being dispersed by his vast vital energy. Of course, most importantly, Su Yuan had long learned Aroma's weaknesses and soft spots from the Gray Mirror, and had formulated corresponding plans based on these weaknesses. Dealing with and controlling Aroma didn't require any fighting at all. After leaving Jinshan Villa District and arriving at a remote, deserted street, Su Yuan's appearance and form began to change. This was also something Su Yuan always did before meeting outsiders, hiding his true appearance. So far, Su Yuan had only chatted and interacted with Professor Qin using his real appearance. And Professor Qin was currently far across the ocean and wouldn't return to the country for 2 years. Under these circumstances, even if someone knew Su Yuan's true appearance, it wouldn't matter. 2 years later, according to Su Yuan's cultivation speed, 2 years later he would probably be a level 5 or level 6 life form, indisputably the strongest life form on Blue Star. 40 minutes later, Su Yuan came to a food street and entered a shop called Chiang Mai Cuisine. The owner of this shop was a hunchback man. Since it was currently afternoon with few people, this Chiang Mai Cuisine shop had no customers, only the hunchback shop owner sitting there dozing off. Su Yuan's entry immediately caught the hunchback man's attention. "What would you like to eat?" The hunchback man immediately came forward to serve. Su Yuan didn't speak, just walked around the shop for a while. His entry timing was also part of the plan. At this time, the entire food street didn't have many people, so there wouldn't be customers coming in later. Su Yuan's silence immediately alerted the hunchbacked man, who began examining Su Yuan closely. However, before the hunchbacked man could discern anything, Su Yuan chuckled lightly. "I never expected that Aroma, who once dominated the Southern Ocean nations, would be reduced to such a state now." As these words came out, the hunchbacked man's pupils contracted sharply, and in an instant an invisible force centered around him enveloped the entire shop. If there were other customers present at this moment, they would feel chest tightness and suffocation, then faint and collapse to the ground. The hunchback man examined Su Yuan gravely, the invisible forces around him seeming to boil. The next moment, the hunchbacked man immediately wanted to retreat and escape rapidly. What kind of joke was this? He had lived incognito in Magic City for 30 years with no one discovering his identity, and now someone came up and called out his real name, clearly knowing him extremely well. Under these circumstances, how would the hunchbacked man dare to take initiative to attack? However, just before the hunchbacked man could retreat and escape, as if predicting this behavior of his, Su Yuan spoke again. I suggest you don't run. After all, Su Yuan glanced at the hunchbacked man. You wouldn't want your identity to be known by outsiders, would you? The hunchbacked man froze his movement to retreat and escape upon hearing those words. Su Yuan was absolutely right. He truly did not want his real identity to be exposed. Looking at the long term, if his great enemy Kunlong discovered he was still alive, he would undoubtedly launch a relentless pursuit without hesitation. In the short term, if the official authorities of Xia country learned that such a grand sorcerer was hiding in Magic City, they would certainly place him under close surveillance or even take control. Internationally, the reputation of grand sorcerers was terrible. They were practically equivalent to human-shaped natural disasters. Their various bizarre and unpredictable sorcery spells could cause massive casualties among ordinary people and even possessed contagious characteristics. Simply put, the sorcerer cultivation system performed relatively normally against opponents of the same level, but was exceptionally effective against those of lower levels. It could be called a bullying the weak divine tool. Sit down, let's talk, Su Yuan said with a smile. The hunchbacked man, Oromu, remained silent for several breaths, then also came and sat down in front of Su Yuan. At this point, he had no choice. Since Su Yuan knew his true identity, he could only comply. As for silencing him by force, the hunchbacked man, Oromu, didn't even entertain that thought. Since Su Yuan dared to come despite knowing his real identity, he clearly had absolute confidence in dealing with him. Moreover, he had no idea if Su Yuan had any backup plans. Don't worry, I'm not one of Kunlong's people. I don't care about the grudges between you fellow disciples, Su Yuan said casually, seeing Oromu's extreme vigilance. Who are you? Oromu asked, full of suspicion and uncertainty. The first part of what Su Yuan said wasn't problematic. If he knew his true identity, he surely knew about Kunlong. But the latter part, how could Su Yuan possibly know the true relationship between him and Kunlong? That's right. The world knew that Oromu and Kunlong were mortal enemies, but in reality, their true identities were that of fellow disciples. Oromu and Kunlong originated from a secretive sect in the Southern Ocean nations, a sect whose purpose was to raise gu, to pit members against each other. In other words, only one person from the entire sect could ultimately survive, thereby obtaining the final inheritance and glimpsing the legendary Great Sorcery Master realm. And the Great Sorcery Master was equivalent to Xia country's true elixir celestial, also known as a level 2 life form. So far, the Grand Sorcerer cultivation system of the Southern Ocean nations had not produced any level 2 life forms. The so-called Great Sorcery Master was merely previous generations' speculation and aspiration for a higher realm. You fought with Kunlong and were struck by his mental cage sorcery spell, causing your mental force to be suppressed, leaving you with less than 10% of your original strength, Su Yuan said leisurely. Aroma's heart was roiling with shock. He almost wondered if the man before him was actually Kunlong himself. Otherwise, how could he know so many secrets? With Tilda. Not only did he understand the relationship between him and Kunlong, but he was also fully aware of the injuries and hidden dangers afflicting him. What do you want me to do? Aroma's voice was hoarse. Since Su Yuan had investigated him so thoroughly, it was clear he intended to control him completely. Return to the Southern Ocean nations, Su Yuan stated. Upon hearing this, Aroma's expression shifted slightly. He and Kunlong came from the same lineage. As long as they were within a certain range, they could sense each other. This was precisely why he had hidden in Magic City for so many years, not daring to return to the Southern Ocean nations. Returning, there was essentially a death sentence, as Kunlong would detect him. And kill Kunlong while you're at it, Su Yuan continued. This wasn't because Su Yuan bore any hostility toward Kunlong. He didn't even know him. It was just that, according to the answers provided by the Gray Mirror, If this Kunlong wasn't killed, he would cause many obstacles for Su Yuan's future mining of the black gold in the Southern Ocean nations. In such a situation, it was better to kill him in advance. Me? Kill Kunlong. Aroma fell silent once more. He wanted to kill Kunlong more than anyone, but was it possible? Hadn't he hidden in Magic City for 30 years primarily to avoid Kunlong? Don't worry, I have a way to help you break the mental cage and restore your strength. Su Yuan said. This was also part of the plan. Aromu's soul and mind were constantly suppressed by the mental cage, greatly reducing his strength to only slightly stronger than a transforming force grandmaster. With such combat power, he couldn't accomplish much for Su Yuan, nor could he handle the complex situation in the Southern Ocean nations. Is that true? Aroma's heart raced. If anyone else had said this, he definitely wouldn't believe them. But Su Yuan wasn't just anyone. He knew too many of his secrets and had no reason to deceive him about this. Don't resist. Su Yuan looked at Aromu, raised his right hand, and slowly pressed it toward the center of his forehead. What is this? Aroma's sense of alarm surged dramatically. In the eyes of cultivators like sorcerers and yin-yang masters who focused on the soul dimension, the forehead's consciousness, was the most crucial area. Even if his limbs were severed, it wouldn't matter much to a grand sorcerer like Aromu. But if his forehead's consciousness, suffered any injury, Aromu absolutely could not accept it. That was the foundation of his being. Yet, remembering Su Yuan's words, "Don't resist," along with his thorough understanding of himself and the promise to break the mental cage, Aromu forcibly suppressed his instinct to fight back. He allowed Su Yuan to press against his forehead. Whoosh! In a daze, Aromu seemed to see an ocean entirely composed of mental force. Just a single ripple from it effortlessly shattered the mental cage that had suppressed him for 30 years into dust. Done. Su Yuan withdrew his right hand. What happened to me? Only then did Aromu realize that the mental cage was now broken. His strength had fully recovered, and he had once again become the invincible grand sorcerer of the past. Aromu carefully examined himself and vaguely discovered that deep within his consciousness, where his soul resided, there seemed to be an additional, subtle weight. Aroma looked at Su Yuan. While breaking the mental cage, I incidentally fused a strand of mental force into your soul. Su Yuan smiled slightly. How could he possibly help Aromu restore his strength without leaving any safeguards? For Aromu to break the mental cage, he had to relinquish all resistance and allow Su Yuan to access his soul. Under such circumstances, Su Yuan naturally didn't do nothing. He left a contingency measure. A single strand of mental force took root deep within Aromu's soul. With just a thought from Su Yuan, it could detonate, sufficiently injuring or even destroying Aromu's soul. This method of integrating one's own mental force into another life-form soul was a secret technique provided by the Gray Mirror, originating from those major powers in the depths of the universe. Aroma had absolutely no possibility of unraveling or freeing himself from it. What kind of technique is this? Aroma found it hard to believe. He had relinquished all resistance, allowing Su Yuan's power to penetrate deep into his consciousness, already prepared for the possibility that some measure might be left behind. However, Aroma was quite confident. Grand sorcerers were experts in manipulating souls and minds. Even if Su Yuan left something, he might still be able to undo it. But now, Aroma had no idea where exactly that strand of mental force left by Su Yuan was. If not for vaguely sensing something abnormal, and Su Yuan's reminder, he probably wouldn't even know about it. And also, Aroma looked at Su Yuan again, his expression revealing shock. When Su Yuan helped him break the mental cage, Aromu faintly sensed the other's mental force. It was like an ocean of mind, vast and mighty. Even the legendary great sorcery master probably wouldn't have mental force greater than this. Aromu felt his scalp tingling with awe. Aromu had never actually seen a great sorcery master. This realm was merely speculation and aspiration among successive generations of grand sorcerers. Whether it truly existed remained uncertain. However, after faintly sensing Su Yuan's vast, ocean-like mental force, Oromu instinctively believed that if a great sorcery master truly existed, it should be exactly like Su Yuan. Rest assured, as long as you follow my commands, you won't die. Su Yuan spoke in a calm tone. Among the numerous introductions about Oromu provided by the Gray Mirror, this grand sorcerer who had intimidated the Southern Ocean nations had one greatest weakness: his intense fear of death and strong desire to preserve his life. If not for this desperate clinging to life, Oromu wouldn't have hidden in Magic City for 30 years, living as a street vendor. Therefore, to drive and control Oromu, there was no need for complicated methods like with Tangjian. Simply controlling his life and death would suffice. Of course, completely controlling the life and death of a grand sorcerer, even a true elixir celestial couldn't accomplish that. A true elixir celestial could kill Oromu, but they lacked the means to control his life and death. The thread of mental force that Su Yuan had separated appeared simple, but its profound mysteries and understanding of soul and mind far surpassed the cultivation world of Blue Star. Hearing this, Oromu immediately looked as if he had lost both parents. Yes, Oromu quickly adapted to his new identity, speaking respectfully to Su Yuan. First, his life and death were indeed in Su Yuan's hands now, so he naturally had to express submission. Second, in Oromu's eyes, Su Yuan was likely one of Xia country's true elixir celestials, and submitting to such a powerful figure wasn't shameful. In reality, Su Yuan wasn't a true elixir celestial, but in certain aspects, even true elixir celestials couldn't compare to him. Sorcerer cultivation fundamentally focuses on the soul, yet relying solely on the soul is too fragile. The probability of breaking through to become a great sorcery master is almost zero. To become a great sorcery master, one must also cultivate the body. Thailand bot Epsilon. Su Yuan spoke slowly, explaining some flaws in the sorcerer cultivation system and methods for remediation. This information naturally came from the Gray Mirror too. The sorcerer cultivation system was actually extremely primitive and backward, completely an unranked cultivation method in the cosmic context. The greatest hidden danger of this cultivation method was the 10-year cycle of weakness. Every grand sorcerer would fall into a half-day period of weakness every 10 years. During this weakness period, that grand sorcerer's soul and mental force would diminish to ordinary human levels. Therefore, for grand sorcerers, their weakness period was absolute top secret. Whoever knew about it would die. The sorcerer cultivation system was harsh toward enemies and equally harsh toward oneself, with too many hidden dangers and weaknesses. But Oromu had already progressed quite deeply along this cultivation path. Su Yuan could help him switch cultivation methods midway, but it would be quite troublesome. So he simply let Oromu continue cultivating along his current path. This is when Oromu first started listening. His expression showed thoughtful consideration, but the more he listened, the deeper his understanding became, to the point where even the mental force deep in his consciousness began slowly transforming. So that's how it is. This is the true great sorcery art. Oromu felt as if enlightenment had dawned upon him, his soul and mental force aura growing significantly stronger. Thank you for transmitting the Tao, my lord. Oromu bowed deeply to Su Yuan. Compared to his earlier obedience forced by the threat to his life, this bow came completely from the depths of his heart. Without Su Yuan's guidance, he might never have achieved this understanding in his entire life. No problem, Su Yuan said with a smile. Since Oromu had completely submitted to him, Su Yuan didn't mind helping him improve his strength. After all, if Oromu was too weak, he wouldn't be very useful to Su Yuan. And helping Oromu improve his strength didn't require much from Su Yuan. Just a few pointers would suffice. Next, what I want you to do is return to the Southern Ocean. And while you're at it, kill Kunlun, Su Yuan said. Su Yuan had already said this once before. But for Oromu, though the words were the same, his feelings about them now were completely different. When Su Yuan first said these words, Aroma hadn't taken him seriously at all and hadn't planned to actually follow through. But now, Aroma was considering the feasibility of this command. First, returning to the Southern Ocean wasn't difficult. Just 7 or 8 hours by plane from Magic City Airport. The key challenge was killing Kunlong. Aroma knew Kunlong very well. They were actually Marshall brothers. 30 years ago, Kunlong's strength had already surpassed his by several levels. And now, after 30 years, Kunlong would only be even stronger. But Aroma wasn't completely without chances of victory. After Su Yuan's guidance, Aromu's understanding of the essence of great sorcery art had achieved a breakthrough. His current strength might still not match Kunlong's, but the gap shouldn't be too large. He had a fighting chance. "All right," Aromu said solemnly. "I will return to the Southern Ocean now and kill Kunlong." He also wanted to kill this great enemy. He dreamed of it, but previously suppressed by the mental cage, he had no chance of victory at all. "Go now. Take flight DF-23. Su Yuan said. "Yes." Aromu immediately stood up, left the shop, and headed to the airport as Su Yuan instructed. Before leaving, Su Yuan took out a miniature earpiece and had Aromu wear it for communication between them. Watching Aroma leave, Su Yuan also stood up and walked out of the shop. The time was now approaching afternoon, and the food street was gradually getting more crowded, with nearby office workers and students beginning to gather here. Su Yuan walked along the street filled with lively atmosphere, his gaze sweeping over passerby after passerby. Simultaneously, deep in his consciousness sea, the gray mirror surface began rapidly churning with hazy images. Zhou Jiaoi, 28 years old, unemployed, marries at 33, has a child at 34, dies at 64. Lu Qingqing, 22 years old, university senior student, currently interning at company, marries at 26, dies at 73. Sun Jiangwo, 53 years old, Rujiamo vendor, drowns after falling into river at 61. Every time he saw a person, Su Yuan would inquire about that person's life story, major future experiences, and age of death. The gray mirror would quickly provide answers. These are the fates of all living beings. Su Yuan's expression remained calm. After becoming a level 1 life form and storing the gray mirror in his consciousness sea, he could inquire anytime. Every time Su Yuan saw a person, he would ask about their life story and specific time of death. It's like pre-written programs. What each person will experience and face in the future is already fixed, predestined. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. Then his expression suddenly shifted. But it's not completely unchangeable. Su Yuan turned to look at a young woman not far away. This woman had chubby cheeks, not exactly beautiful, but extremely cute, currently hurrying along with small running steps as if she had something urgent. Su Yuan walked up to her and said, "Excuse me, I lost my phone. Could I borrow yours to make a call?" The woman was momentarily stunned, hesitated for a moment, but still took out her phone and handed it to Su Yuan, saying, "Go ahead." "Thank you." Su Yuan took the phone and randomly dialed number. He dialed halfway, then hung up and dialed again. This went on for a full 5 minutes. The woman who lent her phone clearly had urgent matters, and being delayed like this made her eyes redden. She didn't dare rush Su Yuan, but looked like she wanted to cry. At this moment, Su Yuan finally returned the phone. "Sorry, I forgot the phone number." It's fine. The woman took back her phone and immediately hurried away with small running steps. Su Yuan watched the woman's retreating back. Deep in his consciousness sea, the gray mirror provided information about the woman. Originally it was Ruan Cece, 20 years old, university sophomore, dies in car accident in 2 minutes. As Su Yuan intervened, the text provided by the gray mirror quickly became blurry, revealing new information. Ruan Cece, 20 years old, university sophomore, graduates at 23, goes abroad at 25, dies at 78. So it could be changed after all? Su Yuan thought to himself. The fate of all living beings is not immutable. As long as Su Yuan intervenes, he can alter its course. In fact, the fate of all living beings on Blue Star has already undergone one very thorough and massive reversal. Over a month ago, when Su Yuan inquired about the fate of anyone he randomly encountered, the answer was almost always death in a massacre carried out by the Alien Force's interstellar colonization ship. It was precisely Su Yuan's appearance that changed the future, allowing the majority of current Blue Star inhabitants to survive. 8 hours later, Chiang Mai Airport, Aroma disembarked from the plane. After 30 years, returning to the Southern Ocean region, his heart was naturally filled with exceptionally complex emotions. Come long, the grudge between you and me should be settled today. Aroma let out a soft sigh and headed directly toward the specific location. That place was the sacred land of the sorcerer lineage in the Southern Ocean nations, and also the place where successive generations of grand sorcerers typically resided. 30 years ago, Aroma was the master of that very place. But after losing to Kunlong, the sacred land naturally came under Kunlong's control. On his way to the sacred land, Aroma was also adjusting his own condition. Without a doubt, this upcoming life-and-death struggle with Kunlong would inevitably be an unprecedentedly arduous battle, even surpassing the one 30 years prior. After all, compared to 30 years ago, both Kunlong's and his own strength had improved. No matter what, the final victor will definitely be me. Aroma felt his spirits lift. This wasn't due to confidence in his own strength, however. In fact, if it relied solely on strength, Aroma still believed he was inferior to Kunlong. But Aroma had Su Yuan standing behind him. Aroma's confidence came entirely from Su Yuan. There was no way a powerhouse like Su Yuan would command him to come to the Southern Ocean nations and then just sit back and watch him get beaten to death by Kunlong, right? Onoi, how could that be? Aroma simply didn't believe it. If Su Yuan wanted him dead, it wouldn't be this troublesome. He could just directly detonate the mental force seed planted deep within his soul. In that case, Aroma's soul would suffer at least severe damage. And with a severely damaged soul, Aroma's outcome would be either instant death or becoming a vegetable. There were no other possible results. Therefore, Aroma believed that Su Yuan must have other backup plans in place. Could it be that the master has already dispatched other powerful experts nearby, waiting to act at the critical moment of my fight with Kunlong? Aroma thought to himself. This was also the most likely speculation. As for why that expert wasn't showing themselves now to join him in surrounding and killing Kunlong. Kunlong wasn't a fool. If he saw two experts of the same level coming for him, he would definitely turn around and flee. And Su Yuan's command was to kill Kunlong, which required a certain amount of planning. Using Aroma as bait to lure Kunlong into going all out, then when Kunlong was powerless to escape, the expert lying in ambush would descend from the heavens, joining forces with him to slay Kunlong. The more Aroma thought about it, the more excited he became. This was also the most promising method to kill Kunlong. When experts of the same level clash, determining victory is easy, but life and death, that's much harder. After all, if one side realizes they can't win, they will certainly run. And if experts of roughly equal strength are determined to flee, the other side basically cannot stop them. 30 years ago, even though Aroma's strength was inferior to Kunlong's, didn't he still manage to escape? If that's the case, later when I fight Kunlong, I must go all out to create the greatest opportunity for the expert dispatched by the master. Aroma had already decided on his fighting strategy. That was to trade injury for injury. He wouldn't seek to defeat Kunlong, only to lower Kunlong's condition, creating an opportunity for the expert lying in ambush nearby. Soon, Aroma arrived in front of a majestic temple. The temple was built among mountain ranges, ancient and vast, enshrining numerous ferocious-looking statues. This was the sacred land of the sorcerer lineage in the Southern Ocean nations. Successive generations of grand sorcerers have been stationed here, their prestige shaking the surrounding regions. Kunlong, Aroma gazed distantly at the majestic temple, a look of confusion appearing on his face. Because even now, he hadn't sensed the slightest trace of Kunlong's aura. It was important to know that he and Kunlong came from the same lineage. Within a certain range of each other, they possessed a mutual sensing ability. This was also the reason why Oromu hid in Magic City, not daring to secretly return to the Southern Ocean. But now, he didn't sense whether Kunlong was in the temple or not. Could it be that Kunlong cultivated that secret technique? Oromu's heart jolted with alarm. Within the sorcerer lineage's heritage, there existed techniques to shield and isolate one's own aura, which could also block this kind of mutual sensing. However, to master such a technique required cultivating at least to the peak level of a grand sorcerer. Kunlong's strength is much stronger than I imagined. Oromu felt heavy-hearted. If Kunlong truly was a peak grand sorcerer, then he basically stood no chance. But with the expert dispatched by the master here, it's not like there's no opportunity. Oromu reconsidered, and his heart settled slightly. No matter how strong Kunlong was, he was just one person. What was there to fear? Thinking this, Oromu took a step forward, activated grand sorcerer techniques, and directed a voice like thunder towards the distant temple. Kunlong, come out and receive your death. The words, uttered one by one, suddenly exploded, shaking the hearts of the many sorcerers inside the distant temple. Who is that? That's Master Oromu. What? Master Oromu, wasn't he 30 years ago? As the sacred land of the sorcerer lineage, there were naturally many sorcerers here, all of whom obeyed the commands of the grand sorcerer of the sacred land. As the master of the sacred land 30 years ago, many sorcerers within the temple still had an impression of Oromu. Not coming out, Oromu waited for a while and noticed that although the many sorcerers in the distant temple were restless and apprehensive, Kunlong, the master of the sacred land, never showed himself. This shouldn't be happening? Oromu was puzzled. He understood Kunlong, knew his violent temperament. It was absolutely impossible for him to endure such humiliation. Could it be that Kunlong isn't here? Oromu thought to himself. This reason could also explain why he hadn't sensed Kunlong. While successive generations of grand sorcerers were typically stationed at the sacred land, it didn't mean they were always here without exception. Sometimes, to handle personal matters, they would also leave secretly. Fine, I'll just wait here for Kunlong to return. Oromu wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he sat cross-legged, conserving his energy and building up strength. Right at that moment, Su Yuan's voice suddenly came through the miniature earpiece. Go to the southwest area outside the temple now. Before leaving Magic City, Su Yuan had given Oromu a miniature earpiece for communication at any time. Southwest area? Oromu looked up. By now, the temple's sacred land was in chaos. The grand sorcerer from 30 years ago had come knocking, and Kunlong had yet to appear, causing many sorcerers to begin fleeing the sacred land. This was a perfectly normal reaction, and Oromu saw it clearly. After all, no one knew what Oromu might do later. If Kunlong didn't show up, would he vent his anger on them? Or if Kunlong did show up, and the two grand sorcerers fought, would the aftermath affect them? Regardless of the possibility, staying away from the temple was currently the best choice. All right, Oromu immediately followed Su Yuan's instructions, quietly moving to the southwest area of the temple. This place had lush jungle growth, and the temple walls faintly bore traces of dried blood. Just then, a slight noise came through. Oromu looked up and saw an elderly sorcerer quietly sneaking out. Oromu glanced at the elderly sorcerer. His soul aura was weak, no different from an ordinary person. He had probably used connections to blend into the sacred land of the sorcerer lineage. This elderly sorcerer, after escaping the temple, and before he could even sigh in relief, saw Oromu. An intense terror appeared on his face. Oromu felt slightly strange, but he didn't dwell on it. After all, it would be abnormal if the other party wasn't terrified. However, the next moment, Su Yuan, far away in Magic City, his eyes showing a peculiar light, spoke into Oromu's ear, "Kill him." The him here naturally referred to the elderly sorcerer with the terrified expression. This sorcerer's true identity was Kunlong, but it was Kunlong in his period of weakness. In the sorcerer lineage, upon reaching the Grand Sorcerer realm, a 10-year cycle of weakness occurs. The weakness period lasts half a day, during which the Grand Sorcerer's soul and mental force plummet to the level of an ordinary person. For any Grand Sorcerer, their own period of weakness is an absolute secret. Whoever knows about it must die. Of course, this didn't include Su Yuan. Su Yuan had long known about Kunlong's weakness period through the Gray Mirror. In fact, Kunlong had made extremely thorough preparations for his period of weakness. Not only had he changed his appearance and identity, but he had also hidden his true aura, so even Aroma didn't recognize him. This way, even if enemies happened to come knocking during Kunlong's weakness period, they wouldn't know where Kunlong was. As long as Kunlong could get through the half-day weakness period, everything would naturally be smooth sailing. But unfortunately, Kunlong was facing Su Yuan. The reason for summoning Aroma this time, commanding him to return to the Southern Ocean to kill Kunlong, was precisely because Kunlong's weakness period was approaching. Kill him. Aroma was stunned. Currently, aside from the elderly sorcerer, there was no one else in front of him. So, with a slight movement of his mind, invisible sorcery spells enveloped the other. Only half a second passed from receiving Su Yuan's "kill him" command to the elderly sorcerer's death. Kunlong, a grand sorcerer of a generation who had shaken the Southern Ocean nations with his prestige, died silently in this place. Actually, Kunlong died extremely unjustly. The Grand Sorcerer's period of weakness. Basically, only successive generations of Grand Sorcerers knew about it, and outsiders had almost no possibility of learning it. After all, only by becoming a Grand Sorcerer could one detect their own period of weakness. And such a fatal flaw. How could a Grand Sorcerer possibly reveal it to outsiders? This created an information loop. Even if someone knew that Grand Sorcerers had a period of weakness, it was basically useless. The period of weakness only occurred once every 10 years and lasted just half a day. How could outsiders determine when this half day would occur? If they guessed wrong, they would completely offend a Grand Sorcerer to the death. Because of this, among all the Grand Sorcerers throughout the history of the Southern Ocean nations, none had ever been killed during their period of weakness. As for Kunlong, spending his period of weakness in his stronghold was also the result of careful consideration. The stronghold was the holy land of the Southern Ocean sorcerer lineage, containing methods left by successive generations of Grand Sorcerers, plus protection from numerous sorcerers. It was originally the safest place. As for going outside to find a remote location or building an underground secret room to hide in to pass the half-day period of weakness, who could guarantee that no one would notice during that time? And Grand Sorcerers normally stayed in the Holy Land year-round. Suddenly, leaving might attract attention from interested parties. Sneak away? How could he be sure he could definitely sneak away unnoticed? Too many factors forced Kunlong to consider carefully, and staying in his stronghold to pass his period of weakness was Kunlong's final decision. First, staying in the stronghold continuously avoided the attention that sudden departure might cause. Second, Kunlong didn't place all his hopes on the stronghold either. Before his period of weakness, he arranged a low-level identity for himself in the Holy Land in advance, allowing him to blend into the large sorcerer community. There was also changing his appearance and isolating/altering his original aura. This way, even if someone got lucky and happened to attack during his period of weakness, they still couldn't find him. They couldn't possibly kill all the sorcerers in the sorcerer lineage's Holy Land, could they? In fact, Kunlong had anticipated this worst-case scenario, that the Southern Ocean nation's authorities would take advantage of his period of weakness to use thermal weapons for saturation bombing, leveling the entire Temple Holy Land to the ground, wiping out thousands of sorcerers. An empty said yes. Facing this possibility, Kunlong also had a countermeasure, hiding in the temple's underground shelter. The underground shelter beneath the Temple Holy Land was built by successive generations of Grand Sorcerers, absolutely unknown to outsiders. Even if the Holy Land became ruins, it wouldn't affect the underground shelter, making it the sorcerer lineage's final sanctuary. Originally, Kunlong was hiding in the underground shelter. No matter what happened outside, even if his stronghold was wiped out and all his disciples killed, Kunlong was determined not to come out until his period of weakness passed. However, when he learned that the person who came was Oromu, he immediately couldn't sit still. Outsiders didn't know about the underground shelter's existence or how to enter it. But Oromu knew. Kunlong's current position was obtained by defeating Oromu. Oromu was also the former Holy Land Master. If Oromu grew impatient waiting outside and entered the temple before his period of weakness ended, and then entered the underground shelter, and discovered him hiding there, done. Even if he didn't recognize Kunlong with his changed appearance and aura, discovering that the underground shelter, only accessible to successive generations of grand sorcerers, now contained a low-level sorcerer, wasn't this clearly telling Oromu that his identity was unusual? Thus occurred the scene where Kunlong secretly left the underground shelter, intending to get far away from the temple Holy Land, only to be blocked by Oromu and casually killed. Kunlong would never have imagined that from beginning to end, all his behaviors and actions were completely visible to Su Yuan, with no secrets whatsoever. Master, what should we do next? After killing Kunlong, Oromu didn't think much about it. From his perspective, Kunlong had actually been quite successful. At least Oromu never realized that the old sorcerer he killed was the real Kunlong. Enter the temple Holy Land and take control of the sorcerer lineage. Su Yuan spoke. Hearing this, Oromu was immediately stunned. Then he cautiously said, Master, Kunlong hasn't appeared yet. Isn't it a bit early to take control of the sorcerer lineage now? Kunlong is already dead, Su Yuan said. Dead? Who's dead? Oromu was somewhat confused. With a grand sorcerer's hearing, he clearly heard every word Su Yuan said. But when these words were combined, they felt unfamiliar to Oromu. Kunlong is dead? When did he die? Did the subordinates Master sent out kill him? But fights between grand sorcerer-level experts definitely wouldn't be silent. He should have been able to detect some related commotion. The person you just killed was Kunlong, Su Yuan said in a calm tone. Since he had Oromu kill Kunlong, he definitely had absolute certainty. From the moment Su Yuan found Oromu more than half a day ago until this very moment, everything had proceeded according to Su Yuan's plan. The core of the plan lay in Kunlong's period of weakness. Actually, no matter where Kunlong chose to spend his period of weakness, in the Holy Land stronghold or some other hidden corner of the world, he would eventually be found by Oromu, following Su Yuan's orders. It could be said that Kunlong's fate and outcome were already predetermined. He was Kunlong. Oromu sharply looked at the old sorcerer's corpse. In that lightning-fast moment, various thoughts flashed through Oromu's mind. Under the premise that Su Yuan wouldn't lie to him, he quickly grasped the key point. Period of weakness. Today was Kunlong's period of weakness? Oromu immediately stepped forward, carefully examining the old sorcerer's face, then gently brushed his right hand over it, immediately revealing slightly sinister features. It's Kunlong. Oromu looked at his great enemy's corpse before him, his thoughts filled with indescribable complexity. Satisfaction, vindication, joy, confusion, shock, fear. His great enemy dead, his great vengeance achieved, finally reclaiming everything that belonged to him, and so on. However, Kunlong's manner of death genuinely made Oromu's heart grow cold. Dying during his own period of weakness? How did Master know about Kunlong's period of weakness? Oromu found it hard to understand. He originally thought he would have to go through a bitter, bloody battle, but instead Kunlong died without any resistance in his hands. No, to be accurate, he died in Master's hands. In Kunlong's weakened state, any ordinary sorcerer could easily kill him. He was merely a blade in Master's hand, and one that could be easily replaced at that. Oromu trembled inwardly. The more he pondered Kunlong's death, the more terrified he became, and the more awe and fear he felt towards Su Yuan. Proceed according to what I said. Su Yuan spoke again. All of Oromu's various reactions and thoughts after killing Kunlong were also within Su Yuan's expectations. By displaying such methods, This grand sorcerer would serve Su Yuan with even greater dedication in the future. Good. Oromu composed himself. He forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart. If his previous reverence for Su Yuan stemmed from strength sufficient to crush him, then now, Oromu's feelings towards Su Yuan were no longer reverence, but genuine fear from the depths of his soul. The eminent grand sorcerer Kunlong, before Su Yuan, couldn't even display half his strength before meeting his end and having his cultivation destroyed. The methods and strategies involved were truly terrifying. If the master wanted to deal with me, Oromu thought further and realized if Su Yuan truly wanted to kill him, there was no need for elaborate schemes. He could simply detonate the mental force embedded deep within his soul. This thought actually made him feel somewhat better. At the very least, his death wouldn't be like Kunlong's, who didn't even know who had truly killed him. Without even thinking, Oromu knew how unwilling, unconvinced, and puzzled Kunlong must have been before death, wondering how Oromu could have found him. The master's assigned task takes priority. Oromu took out a blade and severed Kunlong's head. In the Southern Ocean nations, customs remained ancient and barbaric, with enemy heads considered trophies. Oromu's purpose in taking Kunlong's head was to quickly establish control over the sacred land and take command of the sorcerer lineage. After all, over the past 30 years, Kunlong had certainly cultivated many loyal followers. With Kunlong alive, these followers would cling to illusions and create obstacles for Oromu's takeover of the sorcerer lineage. Inside the magnificent temple, as the sacred land of the sorcerer lineage, although turmoil had arisen due to the arrival of Oromu, the former grand sorcerer, with a small number of sorcerers beginning to flee. Overall, the situation remained relatively stable, with most sorcerers waiting for Kunlong's return, hoping he would crush Oromu decisively as he had 30 years ago. Don't panic, Oromu was a defeated opponent 30 years ago. Several influential sorcerers stepped forward to calm the panicked emotions of the crowd. Just then, a figure strode in. Wherever he passed, invisible mental force spread and expanded, as if pressing down a great mountain upon all the sorcerers. Oromu has entered. Many sorcerers turned pale with fright, their recently stabilized emotions once again becoming panicked. There's no need to wait any longer. Kunlong is already dead. Oromu directly threw Kunlong's head onto the ground, then strode toward the high platform, looking down upon the numerous sorcerers. Kunlong is dead. Impossible, I don't believe it. Right? I don't believe it either. The first reaction of the vast majority of sorcerers was disbelief. What kind of joke was this? They hadn't even seen Kunlong make a move. However, as time passed, more and more sorcerers saw the head Oromu had thrown on the ground, noticing its extreme resemblance to Kunlong, and after realizing it was completely identical, they immediately fell silent. NOE, was this head really Kunlong's? Although, with modern technological levels, creating a head imitating Kunlong's appearance wasn't difficult, the Southern Ocean sorcerer lineage would never engage in such impersonation. Killed meant killed, dead meant dead. This related to the customs and beliefs of the sorcerer lineage. Moreover, Oromu had no need or reason to do such a thing. I swear by the great sorcery master, Kunlong is dead. I am the current grand sorcerer. Those who resist will die. Oromu scanned the surroundings, then finally he sat on the high seat. In the Southern Ocean nations, the sorcerer lineage essentially adhered to the law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak. 30 years ago, Kunlong defeated Oromu and smoothly took control of the sorcerer lineage's sacred land. Now that Oromu had returned, killed Kunlong, and reclaimed his status and position, it was only natural, at least for the mid-level and lower-level sorcerers, who served as grand sorcerer, whether Kunlong or Oromu, didn't make much difference. Buzz, as most sorcerers hesitated. The terrifying mental force unique to a grand sorcerer, or rather the terrifying mental power approaching the peak of a great sorcery master, began to grow increasingly heavy like an ocean. Finally, one sorcerer couldn't withstand the pressure and voluntarily knelt on the ground. I pay respects to the Grand Sorcerer. I pay respects to the Grand Sorcerer. More and more sorcerers began kneeling, showing their submission. Eventually, all sorcerers knelt down. Oromu looked down upon the submitting sorcerers one by one, yet he felt no trace of pride in his heart. He clearly understood that everything he had now was bestowed by Su Yuan. Without Su Yuan, he would still be barely surviving in Magic City. Just then, Su Yuan's voice came through the miniature earpiece again. Now, when I name one, you kill one. Magic City, Villa Meditation Room. Su Yuan's gaze remained calm. Although not personally present in the Southern Ocean, through numerous replies from the Gray Mirror, he now had complete understanding of Oromu's situation. While it appeared all sorcerers had submitted, in reality, many were only superficially submitting, such as Kunlong's trusted followers, spies from other factions, and traitors among them. These sorcerers weren't numerous, but they could impact Su Yuan's subsequent plans. Therefore, they needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. Hearing this, Oromu immediately stood up and, following Su Yuan's instructions, began conducting a thorough purge of the sorcerer lineage. After killing several hundred sorcerers according to Su Yuan's commands, Oromu arrived at the underground shelter beneath the temple's sacred land. This place was known only to successive grand sorcerers, and Oromu hadn't entered for 30 years. Reaching the deepest part of the underground shelter, Oromu came to a room resembling a cultivation meditation room. The space wasn't large, with several ancient books placed on a stone table. Are these the ultimate inheritance of the sorcerer lineage? Oromu flipped through them briefly, thinking silently to himself. The ultimate inheritance of the sorcerer lineage could only be obtained by defeating and killing other grand sorcerers of the same lineage. Although Oromu had previously controlled the sorcerer lineage's sacred land, since he hadn't defeated and killed Kunlong, he hadn't obtained these inheritances. Conversely, when Kunlong defeated Oromu 30 years ago, though unclear if he achieved the kill, since Oromu hadn't appeared for 30 years afterwards, he naturally obtained the ultimate inheritance. Now, these inheritance originals were casually placed here. It showed Kunlong had been reviewing them just moments before, hastily leaving after detecting Oromu's assault. As for why he didn't take them, probably concerned about being searched or similar measures. These inheritances, Oromu carefully examined them. He vaguely felt that the ultimate sorcerer inheritance recorded in these ancient books was rather mediocre, far less profound than the insights Su Yuan had shared when instructing him. Magic City, Jinshan Villa District, Villa 66. Su Yuan sat in the meditation room, a smile appearing on his face. With Oromu taking control of the sorcerer lineage's sacred land and becoming the new Grand Sorcerer, the Southern Ocean nations were now essentially under Su Yuan's dominion. In the Southern Ocean nations, sorcerers held extraordinary status. Even warlord leaders, high-ranking officials, and wealthy merchants frequently invited sorcerers as guests to their homes. As for the Grand Sorcerer, they were nearly faith-like existences. Controlling the Southern Ocean's Grand Sorcerer essentially meant influencing and dominating the Southern Ocean nations. After all, the Grand Sorcerer's influence in the Southern Ocean nations was too great, from perception to strength, from past to present. Next, we could begin mining Luwu black gold. Su Yuan looked up, gazing toward the direction of the Southern Ocean nations. From beginning to plan for Luwu black gold until this moment, not even a single day had passed. Su Yuan had completed his strategic layout over the Southern Ocean nations with mere gestures. Sitting in Magic City, dominating the Southern Ocean. The Southern Ocean nations have experienced continuous warfare throughout their history. This stems from both internal and external factors. To mine Luwu black gold in the Southern Ocean nations, simply conquering one country isn't enough. It would face interference from other warlord factions. After all, the Luwu black gold veins aren't located within any single country. They're scattered throughout the entire Southern Ocean underground region. Under these circumstances, only by leveraging the influence of a Grand Sorcerer can smooth mining operations be achieved. This was precisely why Su Yuan specifically sought out Oromu, even going so far as to expend a strand of mental force to control him in order to secure this person's allegiance. The subsequent impacts and reactions this matter will cause. Su Yuan inquired of the gray mirror deep within his consciousness sea. Buzz, the gray mirror surface rippled hazily, quickly displaying line after line of text that answered Su Yuan's question. Xia country's authorities learned that the sorcerer lineage in the Southern Ocean nations had changed leadership. After thorough investigation, they determined it was the work of Grand Sorcerer Oromu from 30 years ago. Xia country's think tank speculated that after Oromu's great defeat at Kunlong's hands 30 years prior, he had undergone 30 years of arduous cultivation, significantly increased his power, returned for revenge, ultimately killed Kunlong, achieved his vengeance, and regained control of the sorcerer lineage. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror's response and nodded slightly. Why did he insist on having Oromu kill Kunlong? This was precisely because only Oromu taking action wouldn't provoke strong reactions from various parties. After all, no matter how fiercely Oromu and Kunlong fought, it would still be considered internal conflict within the sorcerer lineage. Not just Xia country, but even the Southern Ocean nations would only watch from the sidelines without intervening. But if it were someone else, first, Xia country would intervene to stop it. Second, the Southern Ocean nations wouldn't accept it. Finally, the Truth Society would inevitably get involved. The current situation in the Southern Ocean nations represents a balance achieved by various forces. If an unknown variable emerged that none of the parties were aware of, the most likely outcome would be all parties intervening together to eliminate this unexpected variable. As Su Yuan pondered, the gray mirror surface continued to display text. The Truth Society learned about the shocking changes in the Southern Ocean situation and felt slight regret. Over the years, they had continuously contacted Kunlong, preparing to secretly control the Southern Ocean nations. Now, with Kunlong's death, all their previous efforts have come to nothing. However, even so, the Truth Society hasn't given up, but has instead formulated a new plan to win over Oromu, with the ring above Epsilon. The Truth Society. Su Yuan looked at the gray mirror's response. Why did he absolutely have to kill Kunlong? It was precisely because this grand sorcerer had already secretly reached cooperation with the Truth Society. If remain alive, he would create significant obstacles for Su Yuan's future Luo black gold mining operations in the Southern Ocean. In fact, over 20 years ago, the Truth Society had already discovered unknown metal veins buried deep beneath the Southern Ocean nations through detection technology provided by alien forces. Specifically, Luo black gold. However, due to Xia country's presence, the Truth Society couldn't openly occupy these resources and could only attempt mining through winning over Kunlong and leveraging the Grand Sorcerer's influence. Yet, after 20 to 30 years of effort finally achieving cooperation with Kunlong, the other party actually died, and died in such a reasonable manner that the Truth Society couldn't find any fault with the circumstances. When the Truth Society approaches Oromu afterward, we can have him pretend to play along. Su Yuan thought to himself. As for whether Oromu might be turned by the Truth Society or defect to them, Su Yuan wasn't worried at all. Oromu could still distinguish the difference between life and death versus external temptations. The Gray Mirror had also answered Su Yuan's related questions, with the final conclusion being that Oromu wouldn't be won over by the Truth Society. Little Blue, send the mining plan I formulated for Luo Black Gold to Oromu. You will supervise the execution of the mining operation. Su Yuan went to the basement and instructed the artificial intelligence Little Blue. The mining plan here naturally came from the Gray Mirror, capable of mining sufficient Luo Black Gold at the fastest speed, safely and without hidden risks. Of course, while the plan was perfect, the only issue was execution. However, with Little Blue strictly following Su Yuan's reminders to supervise the mining progress, no unexpected variables should emerge. After all, Su Yuan's reminders already included numerous problems and variables that might arise during plan execution. Little Blue only needed to instruct Oromu at specific times. Okay, Master. Little Blue immediately responded. By the way, How are my assets currently? Su Yuan asked casually. As early as over a month ago, Su Yuan had begun investing, starting from Xia country and expanding globally. From stocks and funds to real estate, shopping malls, and other physical businesses, with the Gray Mirror's guidance, Su Yuan never experienced losses. Master, your current global assets, converted to Xia country currency, total 26.8 billion. Little Blue answered. Not bad. Su Yuan nodded slightly. In just over a month, his initial investment of several million had skyrocketed to 20 to 30 billion, achieving 10,000-fold growth. This also represented the limit of what Su Yuan could achieve without attracting attention from other forces. In fact, if Su Yuan were willing to take some risks, such as getting involved in those nationally monitored projects, his current assets could probably multiply several times over. However, that would attract unnecessary attention, making it unnecessary. For Su Yuan, who possessed the Gray Mirror, acquiring money presented no difficulty whatsoever. The growth rate of assets will slow down considerably from now on. Little Blue, initiate the foundation plan. Su Yuan issued the command. The so-called foundation plan involved establishing foundations, connecting with global capital, and beginning to enhance his influence over the world. This was a plan that could only begin when the capital scale reached a certain level. If the capital scale was insufficient, it would prove challenging when facing larger international capital. But now, with 20 to 30 billion in Xia country currency, he had essentially reached the threshold for competing against those international capital forces. Plus, with Little Blue's presence, Su Yuan's identity wouldn't be exposed, allowing him to fully begin laying out his global strategy. Okay, Master, Little Blue responded. After instructing Little Blue on several more matters, Su Yuan returned to the meditation room. The techniques of the sorcerer lineage. Su Yuan contemplated with a thoughtful expression. The cultivation world on Blue Star favored developing various applications of soul and mental force. The curse witchcraft of the sorcerer lineage, the yin-yang arts of the yin-yang master lineage, and similar practices all represented methods of utilizing mental force. However, these methods appeared extremely crude and immature in Su Yuan's eyes. With the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan also knew that during the Level 1 lifeform stage, there was no need to ponder these combat techniques. Lifeforms at this level should devote all their energy to their own evolution and cultivation. Once I transform into a Level 3 lifeform, I can attempt to cultivate combat techniques. Those will be the true divine abilities and holy methods. Su Yuan thought to himself. As long as he could master any one of the divine abilities and holy methods provided by the Gray Mirror, it would be enough for him to dominate Blue Star, moving without fear in any direction. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, a month had gone by. Inside the meditation room of the villa, Su Yuan sat alone with his legs crossed. The blood within his body surged like a great river, his vital energy and blood roiling intensely, raising the surrounding temperature by 2 or 3 degrees. Exhale. Inhale. Su Yuan took a gentle breath, as if drawing all the surrounding air and energy into his body. He then opened his eyes and nodded with satisfaction. I should have now reached the perfect state of Level 1. This perfection is 6-dimensional perfection. All 6 attributes, including body and soul, have reached their ultimate limits. If I don't evolve into a Level 2 life form, even if I cultivate for another 10,000 years, the 6-dimensional attributes won't change much. Life level is equivalent to a container, while attributes like body and soul are like the water inside the container. The amount of water has a limit, which is the maximum capacity of the container. By analogy, the strength of body, soul, and other attributes at each life level stage also has its limits. After reaching the limit, to continue improving strength, the only way is to allow life to continue evolving and become a higher level life form. How strong am I exactly now? Su Yuan extended his right hand, sensing the terrifying power contained within his body. This was true Level 1 life form perfection, a state never before seen in Blue Star's cultivation world. The Blue Star cultivation world had produced many Level 2 life forms, such as the true elixir celestials of Xia country. But to become a Level 2 life form, one doesn't necessarily need to reach Level 1 life form perfection. Reaching Level 1 peak is sufficient to attempt a breakthrough. After all, achieving Level 1 life form perfection is extremely difficult, especially six-dimensional attribute perfection. Only Su Yuan, possessing the gray mirror and perfecting every step of his cultivation, could accomplish this. What's my ranking in Magic City? Su Yuan inquired with the gray mirror deep within his consciousness. See. Magic City second. The gray mirror immediately provided an answer. Su Yuan wasn't particularly surprised. In fact, over half a month ago, he had already surpassed that embracing elixir-Peak grandmaster who had undergone body modification. What a pity I still can't compare to that true elixir celestial. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. The gap between different life levels was too vast. It's time to advance to the Level 2 life form stage. Su Yuan thought to himself. After reaching Level 1 life form perfection, there was no further progress possible, so evolving to Level 2 life form was the natural next step. Yes. Moreover, according to the cultivation plan provided by the Gray Mirror, today was indeed the day to evolve into a Level 2 life form. After cultivating for dozens of days, I'm finally about to become a Level 2 life form. Su Yuan felt quite excited. Even though he had long known through the Gray Mirror's plan that this day would eventually come, when actually experiencing it, he couldn't help but feel stirred. After all, if not for the true society and alien forces intervening, the strongest human life form on Blue Star would only be Level 2. Whoosh, Su Yuan stood up, left the villa, and soon arrived at a remote suburban area of Magic City. Here stood an underground laboratory, one of the 13 laboratories Su Yuan had established near Magic City, designated as Laboratory 7. Among the 13 laboratories, Laboratory 1 was responsible for researching infinite communication technology, currently fully directed by Xiaoming Yuan. As for Laboratory 7, it was responsible for gravity physics research, its purpose being to support Su Yuan's cultivation and breakthroughs. The laboratory entrance was extremely concealed. Su Yuan entered the correct password, and a large door slowly opened. Entering the laboratory, Su Yuan walked inside with familiar ease. Boss, you're here." Along the way, researchers who encountered Su Yuan actively greeted him. These researchers were all recruited by Su Yuan at great expense from around the world, with their next 5 years bought out, serving Su Yuan's research needs. Simply put, for the next 5 years, these researchers couldn't leave this laboratory, eating, drinking, and sleeping all within it, researching whatever Su Yuan wanted studied. Soon, Su Yuan reached the innermost part of the laboratory. Boss, an elderly man wearing a white lab coat, saw Su Yuan and immediately spoke. "Professor Sunday." Su Yuan nodded slightly. Professor Sun, full name Sun Xuanli, 76 years old, with no children, was an academician from Xia Country's Research Institute, specifically responsible for gravity physics research. However, 28 days ago, Professor Sun fell into a coma due to cerebral hemorrhage and was declared dead by the hospital after failed resuscitation. Later, when being transported to the crematorium for incineration, Su Yuan secretly intervened and swapped Sun Xuanli's corpse. The reason Su Yuan did this was because Sun Xuanli wasn't completely dead yet. Of course, this not completely dead was relative to Su Yuan. By Blue Star's current medical technology standards, Sun Xuanli fully met the definition of death and couldn't be saved at all. After successfully reviving Sun Xuanli, Su Yuan casually presented some gravitational physics research results not yet discovered on Blue Star, driving this nearly centenarian man completely wild with excitement. Then Su Yuan proposed the condition that Sun Xuanli work for him. With the life-saving grace plus research materials he had dreamed of, Sun Xuanli agreed without the slightest hesitation. Of course, after Sun Xuanli came to his senses, he asked whether this would harm Xia Country. As a physicist of the older generation, Sun Xuanli was still quite patriotic. Su Yuan naturally answered no, putting the old man's mind at ease. The facts were indeed so. All of Su Yuan's current actions not only wouldn't harm Xia country, but were actually saving Xia country and saving the world. How's the research on those materials going? Su Yuan asked. Boss, it's incredible. The materials you gave me could completely overturn the current definition of gravitational physics. I. Sun Xuanli was so excited he couldn't speak. I understand. Su Yuan nodded, then said, Has the gravity chamber been constructed? The gravity chamber was the purpose for building this laboratory. Breaking through from level 1 life form to level 2 life form and the subsequent cultivation stages of level 2 life form all required the use of a gravity chamber. The gravity chamber, capable of adjusting gravity multiples, was a common cultivation method for level 2 and level 3 life forms in the universe. According to your instructions, boss, it has been constructed. If not for the materials you provided, with the current world's gravitational physics technology, it would be impossible. Sun Xuanli continued speaking, giving unprecedented high praise to the materials Su Yuan had provided. Su Yuan continued walking inward, arriving before a silver alloy door. Behind the door was the gravity chamber. The door had numerous control buttons for adjusting the gravity chamber. Set the gravity to 10 times blue star's gravity. Su Yuan spoke. 10 times gravity? Sun Xuanli was startled. This was the maximum gravity multiple currently available in this gravity chamber. Under 10 times gravity, even someone as strong as an embracing elixir grandmaster would find it extremely strenuous, possibly even unbearable. After all, gravity acts on internal organs and even every single cell. I'm going to cultivate for a while. No one should disturb me without my instructions. Su Yuan glanced at Sun Xuanli and spoke. Yes. Sun Xuanli's eyelids twitched. Cultivating in a 10 times gravity environment? Even embracing elixir grandmasters wouldn't dare do this. As an academician of Xia Country's Research Institute, Sun Xuanli had also encountered some embracing elixir grandmasters and understood the basic physical data of life forms at that level. Whoosh, after speaking, Su Yuan opened the silver alloy door and walked inside. The door then closed. Boss! Sun Xuanli couldn't help but worry. But he didn't dare disobey Su Yuan's command. Inside the gravity chamber, as soon as Su Yuan entered, he felt an unprecedented pressure enveloping his body. The pressure permeated everywhere, causing every single cell to operate fully under this pressure. Begin the breakthrough. Su Yuan sat cross-legged without hesitation, closing his eyes. Boom! Outside the gravity chamber, Sun Xuanli waited for a while before returning to continue studying the new materials. It wasn't that he didn't care about Su Yuan, but there was nothing he could do. The highest authority in the entire laboratory had always been Su Yuan, and this was especially true for the gravity chamber. Without Su Yuan's approval, no one could open the gravity chamber. What Su Yuan said before entering, "No one disturb me unless I give the order," was completely just words. Sun Xuanli simply didn't have the ability to disturb him anyway. So that's how the gravitational coefficient should be applied. Sun Xuanli immediately immersed himself in the materials. These materials were all provided by Su Yuan, surpassing current blue star gravitational physics by several generations. For an academician like Sun Xuanli, they held an irresistible allure. This was also the reason why Sun Xuanli had abandoned his numerous external identities without hesitation to serve under Su Yuan. Inside the gravity chamber, Su Yuan was releasing his aura without any restraint. If not for the gravity chamber's isolation, everything within several hundred meters would likely become subject to Su Yuan's pressure. Every living being would endure pressure akin to Mount Tai crushing down on them. This was the oppression between different levels of life essence. It was like a person approaching a tiger. Even if the tiger did nothing, the person would feel immense pressure. Their legs would go weak beyond control. 6 dimensions. Su Yuan sat there, sensing every detail of the 6 major dimensions of his being, body, soul, will, wisdom, comprehension, and potential. The body and soul dimensions were easiest to perceive, while will, wisdom, and comprehension were somewhat vague, and potential required Su Yuan to concentrate deeply to sense. First, wait for the body breakthrough. Su Yuan wasn't anxious regarding the breakthrough process and what to do at critical junctures. He had long known from the gray mirror, simulated many times, and understood every step clearly. Rumble, the gravity chamber's tenfold gravity, constantly acted on his physical body, suppressing Su Yuan's internal organs and every single cell. Under this external pressure, Su Yuan's physical potential was also stimulated, his heart beating faster, his blood flowing more rapidly. 13 minutes later, Su Yuan's physical aura suddenly surged dramatically, as if stepping into an entirely new realm. Body breakthrough. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Strictly speaking, he could now be considered a level 2 life form. Among life's 6 dimensions, as long as one dimension broke through to level 2, that constituted a level 2 life form. Still far from enough. Su Yuan concentrated his mind, operating the 6-dimensional cultivation method provided by the gray mirror, using his physical body's power to drive breakthroughs in other dimensions. And with circumflex and epsilon, this step was crucial, the most critical juncture of the 6-dimensional cultivation method. Life's 6 dimensions should form a perfect closed loop, extremely stable. During breakthrough, when the body dimension breaks through, it shatters this perfect loop. If the other 5 dimensions aren't promptly elevated, the 6 dimensions will no longer be complete, leaving hidden flaws. The 6-dimensional cultivation method enables perfect life evolution, but cultivation methods of this level aren't easily mastered. Every step is immensely difficult. A single misstep could require incalculable costs to remedy afterward, or might even be irreparable. Of course, Su Yuan didn't experience the difficulty of cultivating the 6-dimensional method. With the gray mirror's guidance, he found it quite simple. For example, during the current breakthrough to level 2, the most challenging phase, using the already broken through dimension to pull the other 5 dimensions through, required precise self-assessment. Yet for Su Yuan, this wasn't troublesome at all. He just needed to follow the steps provided by the gray mirror. Swoosh, the body dimension continuously nourished the other 5 major dimensions, combined with the integration of the 6-dimensional cultivation method. Before long, soul, wisdom, comprehension, and potential, all 4 dimensions smoothly broke through to level 2. Still missing the will dimension. Su Yuan closed his eyes. Now that 5 major dimensions had all broken through to level 2, they collectively nourished the will dimension. Buzz, after just a moment, Su Yuan's will dimension stepped into level 2. His previously somewhat dizzy mental will instantly became clear. Whoosh! Su Yuan silently opened his eyes. At this moment, all 6 dimensions of his life had stepped into level 2, reforming an extremely stable, perfect, closed loop. Level 2 life form? A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. It took 15 days to go from level 0 life form to level 1 life form. It took 60 days to go from level 1 life form to level 2 life form. In less than 100 days, Su Yuan had become a level 2 life form. This would be absolutely unbelievable in Blue Star's cultivation history. What could ordinary people accomplish in 70 or 80 days? An average person using 70 or 80 days probably wouldn't even have enough time to improve their physical fitness through exercise, let alone transforming from a level 0 life form to a level 2 life form. If only Blue Star had more resources. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. With the all-knowing gray mirror, Su Yuan knew too many secrets from the depths of the universe. For example, on a dead planet 3,600,000 light-years from Blue Star, a life spring had formed at its core. Even the weakest life form, after soaking for 1 month, could transform without any hidden flaws into a level 6 life form. 1 month from level 0 to level 6? And without any hidden flaws? Su Yuan felt envious just thinking about it. Unfortunately, it was too far away. 3,600,000 light years? Light itself would need 3,600,000 years to travel that distance. Even with superluminal technology, it would take at least several decades to arrive. With current blue star human technology, even if Su Yuan provided superluminal technology, the time required to fully understand it and manufacture finished products would be calculated in centuries. My current strength is 3 to 5 times stronger in all aspects compared to when I was a level 1 life form. Su Yuan sensed the subtle changes within himself. This 3 to 5 times refers to comprehensive comparison. Simply put, current Su Yuan only needs one punch to kill his level 1 life form self. No fancy techniques or moves, just a simple punch containing power and speed far exceeding the limits of a level 1 life form. This is the individual might brought by life evolution. Su Yuan's expression became thoughtful. With his current strength, if Blue Star didn't have organizations like the Truth Society backed by alien forces, he could completely dominate, and even major nations couldn't do anything to him. A level 2 life form's physique couldn't be harmed by ordinary bullets. As for missiles, with a level 2 life form's speed and agility, missiles would have difficulty locking on. The only threat to a level 2 life form is nuclear weapons. But Su Yuan has the gray mirror, knowing the location of every nuclear weapon on Blue Star. At the slightest movement or approach, Su Yuan would immediately distance himself. And this is only at level 2 life form. If he were a level 5 or level 6 life form, nuclear weapons couldn't kill him. He could withstand the destructive power of nuclear explosions. What's my current ranking in Magic City, in Xia Country, and on Blue Star? Su Yuan inquired deep within his consciousness, see to the gray mirror. The gray mirror surface rippled hazily, soon providing an answer. Magic City, 1st. Xia Country, 9th. World, 43rd. Su Yuan glanced at the ranking provided by the gray mirror. Magic City being ranked 1st was undoubtedly expected. In fact, when Su Yuan was still a level 1 life form at the peak stage, his strength was already quite close to that true elixir celestial in Magic City. This was the strength comparison obtained by consulting the gray mirror. Now that he had transformed into a level 2 life form, his strength had undergone another qualitative change, so surpassing that true elixir celestial in Magic City was completely normal. 9th, in Xia Country. Su Yuan looked at this ranking. Within the territory of Xia Country, there were 8 life forms whose strength exceeded Su Yuan's. The strongest among them was naturally the level 4 life form, Yi Kunlun, but this person had burned everything he had to repel the Truth Society's invasion back then, and was now basically in a deep coma state, similar to a living dead person, with only 2 opportunities to regain consciousness. Among the remaining 7, for the level 3 life forms who had burned themselves alongside Yi Kunlun to break through their limits back then, and one was the current strongest true elixir celestial in Xia Country. Level 3 life forms, according to Xia Country's National Martial Arts Cultivation System, should be at the Seeing God realm. Breaking through the void to see God. The void here isn't the real void, but rather one's own cognition, and the so-called God is the ultimate goal of the National Martial Arts Cultivation System. Although the 4 Seeing God realm experts hadn't fallen to the living dead state like Yi Kunlun, they still faced great restrictions, with every action consuming their fundamental life essence. As for the final 2, they weren't human, but rather exotic beasts. Life evolution isn't limited to humans. Those animals and beasts can also evolve and cultivate. For example, in the 10,000 ravine Snake Valley within the southern borders of 10,000 mountain range, there were 2 snake mothers who were level 1 life forms, and if one of them successfully consumed that dragon transformation herb in the future, it could even transform into a level 2 life form. Within the territory of Xia Country, there are 2 exotic beasts that have reached the level 3 life form level. One is in the Kunlun Mountains, and the other is in the northern Tian Shan Mountains. Su Yuan thought silently to himself. With the gray mirror, life forms above level 1 within Xia Country or even globally, couldn't hide from him. Having just stepped into the level 2 life form level, my strength has already surpassed 18 true elixir celestials within Xia country's territory, second only to that strongest true elixir celestial stationed in the imperial capital. Su Yuan was in a good mood. This was partly due to his combat experience being compensated for. The more important factor was that the improvement he gained when transforming into a level 2 life form was much greater than the improvement from embracing Elixir Grandmaster to true Elixir Celestial. RA with the cute B-epsilon-S. This was the advantage of the 6-dimensional cultivation method. In the early stages of cultivation, the 6-dimensional cultivation method was only slightly stronger than other cultivation methods. But as life levels continuously increased, the gap would continuously widen, easily achieving invincibility within the same realm, and even fighting across realms. Outside the gravity chamber, Sun Xuanli was immersed in studying the research materials. 1 hour later, Sun Xuanli glanced at the time. Has an hour already passed? Sun Xuanli immediately thought of Su Yuan, who was still inside the gravity chamber. Oh no, is the boss still in the gravity chamber? Sun Xuanli immediately went to the gravity chamber door and saw that the door was still closed, with the tenfold gravity still active inside. Enduring tenfold gravity for a full hour, even an embracing Elixir Grandmaster would suffer organ failure. The bossy Sun Xuanli swallowed hard. He had previously specifically researched the physical data of embracing Elixir Grandmasters. While they far surpassed ordinary people, they were essentially still human, and the endurance limit of their internal organs wasn't particularly high. It was simply impossible for them to last long in a tenfold gravity environment. I really hope nothing happens to the boss. Sun Xuanli worried sincerely. Without Su Yuan, he would never have access to so many era-transcending research materials, nor could he devote himself wholeheartedly to research in this laboratory. After all, to support his research, the laboratory's daily expenses wouldn't be less than 1 million yuan. Most crucially, whenever he requested something. No, more accurately, even without him asking, Su Yuan could deliver the materials he wanted right to him, no matter how rare those materials were. This kind of research environment was what every scholar and expert dreamed of. Therefore, Sun Xuanli genuinely didn't want anything to happen to Su Yuan. This concern was extremely pure. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another half hour passed. Sun Xuanli watched the gravity chamber anxiously, wondering if he should knock on the door. Although he didn't have the authority to open the gravity chamber door, knocking to create some noise and alert the boss inside was still a possibility. Just then, click, the gravity chamber door was pushed open, and Su Yuan walked out calmly. Boss! The moment Sun Xuanli saw Su Yuan, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. Actually, he had been worried that Su Yuan might die in the laboratory. Staying in a tenfold gravity environment for 90 minutes was more than enough to crush an embracing Elixir Grandmaster to death. Boss, you are completely fine? Immediately afterward, Sun Xuanli noticed that Su Yuan looked completely normal, as if he had just entered an ordinary meditation room rather than a tenfold gravity chamber. How is this possible? Sun Xuanli was deeply shocked. This gravity chamber came from his own hands, and he knew very well the significance of tenfold gravity. But Su Yuan, true Elixir Celestial, is the boss a true Elixir Celestial? Sun Xuanli couldn't believe it. Being able to stay in a tenfold gravity chamber environment for 90 minutes while appearing completely normal. An embracing Elixir Grandmaster absolutely couldn't achieve this. Only a true Elixir Celestial could. As an academician of the Xia Country Research Institute, Sun Xuanli knew very well how terrifying true Elixir Celestials were. They were the highest individual combat force that Xia Country could deploy under conventional conditions, truly the nation's foundation. Every true Elixir Celestial was a national treasure. Su Yuan walked out of the gravity chamber. Actually, after breaking through to level 2 life form, he had only used 1 hour. The remaining half hour was entirely spent adapting to his explosively increased power. Ask whatever you want to ask. Su Yuan glanced at Sun Xuanli. The other's hesitant expression was too obvious. Boss, are you a true elixir celestial? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan immediately inquired tentatively. Every true elixir celestial in Xia country was accounted for, and Su Yuan had never heard of a true elixir celestial who looked like Su Yuan. You could say that. Su Yuan nodded, giving an affirmative answer. In reality, he was much stronger than ordinary true elixir celestials. So you really are a true elixir celestial. Even though he had already confirmed it in his heart, when Su Yuan actually heard that a true elixir celestial was standing right before him, he felt indescribable emotions. By the way, the research on the gravity chamber needs to continue. It would be best if you could increase the gravity from 10-fold to 20-fold within 3 days. Su Yuan looked at Su Yuan and said, after becoming a level 2 life form, the 10-fold gravity environment no longer provided much pressure for him. 20-fold gravity. Su Yuan immediately felt pressured. Boss, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee achieving it within 3 days. Currently, he was facing a bottleneck in gravitational physics research. Even with the numerous materials provided by Su Yuan, he couldn't determine exactly how long it would take to thoroughly understand it. After all, no one could predict breakthroughs with bottlenecks. You can do it. Su Yuan looked at Su Yuan and spoke. This was also the answer given by the gray mirror. 2 days from now, Su Yuan would break through his research bottleneck and create a 20-fold gravity environment. The boss trusts me too much. Watching Su Yuan leave the laboratory, Su Yuan felt immense pressure in his heart. But at the same time, he was filled with motivation and immediately threw himself into studying the research materials. Researching gravitational physics achievements that were ahead of their time wasn't just about working for Su Yuan. It was also Su Yuan's own dream. Outside the laboratory, Su Yuan didn't return to Jinshan Villa District, but instead headed west. After becoming a level 2 life form, Su Yuan's absorption rate of external energy had significantly increased. For example, at this moment, when Su Yuan absorbed light at full capacity, it would cause the areas several meters around him to plunge into darkness, with all light being completely absorbed and devoured. Absorbing cosmic energy is the cultivation method chosen by most cultivators throughout the universe. Su Yuan thought silently to himself. The biggest advantage of this approach was saving money. Since cosmic energy was limitless, it just depended on how much you could absorb. But for Su Yuan, this cultivation method was too inefficient. If he relied solely on absorbing cosmic energy to advance from level 2 to level 3 life form, it would probably take 10 or 20 years. And this was already based on the superiority of the 6-dimensional cultivation method, which far surpassed other cultivation methods in absorbing external energy. My next cultivation plan. Su Yuan's mind conjured the cultivation plan that the gray mirror had formulated for him during the level 2 life form stage. To advance from level 2 to level 3 life form, Su Yuan needed to undergo 30 cultivation sessions, with one session every 4 days. This meant that, if everything went smoothly, Su Yuan would reach the level 3 life form stage in 120 days or 4 months. Of course, achieving the goal of becoming a level 3 life form in 4 months required an enormous amount of cultivation resources. However, Su Yuan had already gathered all these cultivation resources over 10 days ago. Collecting resources for the next stage in advance during the level 1 life form phase was also part of the cultivation plan provided by the gray mirror. As Su Yuan was lost in thought, he arrived at a remote hillside. Beep! The moment Su Yuan arrived, as if he had passed some verification, the wall opened to reveal a silver alloy door. Pushing the door open, Su Yuan entered Laboratory 4. During this period, Su Yuan had built 13 laboratories near Magic City. Among them, Laboratory 1 was responsible for researching unlimited communication technology, and Laboratory 7 was responsible for gravity chamber research. As for the current Laboratory 4, it was built by Su Yuan specifically for researching human modification technology. Simply put, Laboratory 4 was Su Yuan's dedicated facility to compete with the artificial humans created by the Truth Society. Of course, the human modification technology Su Yuan employed was infinitely more advanced than the Truth Society's artificial human technology. The latter was just garbage technology that mainstream cosmic forces had discarded for countless years. The artificial humans it produced not only consumed excessive resources, but also had numerous defects. Su Yuan's purpose in building Laboratory 4 was naturally to cultivate his subordinates. After all, he couldn't become a level 5 or level 6 life form himself, while his subordinates remained ordinary people. Could he? As for grand sorcerers like Oromo, their numbers were still too few, or rather, the number of people on Blue Star who had become level 1 life forms through their own efforts was countable. Therefore, Su Yuan needed to cultivate them himself. Moreover, cultivating sufficiently powerful subordinates would also aid Su Yuan's future plans. Soon, Su Yuan reached the depths of Laboratory 4. Boss, a person wearing a mask and a white lab coat, immediately approached. Elder Zhao. Su Yuan nodded slightly toward him. Elder Zhao's full name was Zhao Yongchun, an expert in the field of life sciences who was an overseas Chinese in Europe. Originally, Zhao Yongchun had worked for a European research base. However, some time ago, he faced suppression from his superiors and all his research projects were abandoned. In anger, Zhao Yongchun chose to return to his home country. Shortly after returning to Xia country, he received Su Yuan's invitation to join Laboratory 4. Of course, before joining Laboratory 4, Zhao Yongchun also signed a 5-year work contract with Su Yuan. For the next 5 years, without Su Yuan's permission, Zhao Yongchun could not leave Laboratory 4. Boss, during this period, the A-grade gene potion. Zhao Yongchun reported his research progress with great enthusiasm. At Su Yuan's facility, Zhao Yongchun received unprecedented respect and also gained access to various incredible research materials. I understand. Su Yuan nodded slightly. In reality, even without Zhao Yongchun's report, Su Yuan was fully aware of the research progress in Laboratory 4. In fact, not just Laboratory 4. He knew the latest research progress, future research progress, which time periods would see breakthroughs, and which would encounter bottlenecks in all 12 other laboratories. Su Yuan understood everything clearly through the gray mirror. The reason he still listened to Zhao Yongchun's individual reports was mainly to avoid dampening the others' research enthusiasm. After dismissing Zhao Yongchun, Su Yuan came to a room deep within the laboratory, pushing the door open and entering. Master, Zhou Yu immediately approached, speaking to Su Yuan with reverence. Are you ready? Su Yuan looked at Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu was precisely the person cultivated by Zhou Pharmaceutical. Under Su Yuan's remote guidance, he had successfully obtained the blood Lingji from 10,000 Ravine Snake Valley in the 10,000 mountain range of the southern border. Since then, Zhou Yu had regarded Su Yuan as a deity. Through the gray mirror, Su Yuan knew that Zhou Yu's loyalty and worship toward him had reached an incredible level. According to the gray mirror's response, even if Su Yuan ordered him to die, Zhou Yu would commit suicide without hesitation. Under such circumstances, Su Yuan naturally prioritized cultivating him. Master, I am fully prepared, Zhou Yu said solemnly. He didn't know what he was about to experience, but as long as he could serve the master, Zhou Yu feared nothing, not even death. Don't be nervous. This is a good thing for you. Su Yuan smiled and said, then flipped his right hand to produce a test tube containing a deep blue liquid. This was the latest achievement manufactured by Laboratory 4, the A-grade gene potion. The most superficial form of human modification technology was limb modification, which involved replacing limbs or internal organs to enhance one's strength. Slightly more advanced human modification technology would involve the genetic level, meaning genetic modification. The gene potion Su Yuan now held in his hand belonged to this category. The essence of genetic modification was to transform and optimize the subject's genes, making them powerful through their own capabilities rather than relying on external objects. Of course, this human modification technology wasn't without its risks. Once one embarked on the path of human modification, their own evolution and cultivation path became fixed. To advance further in the future, they could only rely on subsequent gene potions. Genetic modification technology was also a product created by major forces in the depths of the universe to cultivate absolutely loyal subordinates. Gene potion was incredibly precious, especially the A-grade gene potion in Su Yuan's possession. Even with Su Yuan's full support, it had taken nearly a month to produce. This was also the fastest speed possible for manufacturing A-grade gene potion under Blue Star's current environmental conditions. It wasn't a matter of building more laboratories to increase production speed. The raw materials for A-grade gene potion were simply that limited. As for the uses of A-grade gene potion, any qualified life form who consumed it would transform into a level 1 life form within a short period. Of course, this transformation only occurred at the physical level, equivalent to a level 1 life form who practiced a one-dimensional cultivation method. Even so, if news of the A-grade gene potion's effect spread, it would be enough to trigger worldwide frenzy. For ordinary people to transform into level 1 life forms, they would need to undergo countless hardships. Currently, among Xia country's 1.4 billion population, there were only 62 embracing elixir grandmasters who had reached level 1 life form status, equivalent to one level 1 life form emerging from tens of millions of people. For ordinary people to become embracing elixir grandmasters, talent, aptitude, opportunity, and effort were all indispensable. Even with all these factors present, whether one could ultimately become an embracing elixir grandmaster remained uncertain. And now, could one cross all these barriers with just a single bottle of gene potion? Even if it was only physical transformation, that still meant becoming a level 1 life form with 100 to 200 years of lifespan. Su Yuan glanced at the test tube containing the gene potion in his hand. He actually had no interest in this type of gene potion. The completely self-compatible, 6-dimensional cultivation method was the path he intended to follow. But for Zhou Yu, the A-grade gene potion was truly beneficial, even something that could be called a great opportunity. In the Gray Mirror's answers about Zhou Yu's future, his highest achievement was only reaching Transforming Force Grandmaster, with no hope of becoming an embracing Elixir Grandmaster. Now, by utilizing the A-grade gene potion to transform into a level 1 life form, he was undoubtedly shattering the constraints of his own destiny. Drink it. Su Yuan handed the test tube to Zhou Yu and spoke. All right. Zhou Yu didn't hesitate at all. He took the test tube and gulped it down without even smelling it. Gulp soon, the entire bottle of deep blue gene potion had poured into Zhou Yu's stomach. Zhou Yu immediately sensed something unusual. As the gene potion entered his stomach, a scorching flame seemed to ignite, burning toward his limbs and throughout his body. Su Yuan didn't leave, but instead observed Zhou Yu's reactions. There was a possibility of failure when consuming gene potion. This occurred when the consumer couldn't withstand their own genetic changes, subsequently triggering genetic collapse from the inside out. Therefore, in the depths of the universe, those cultivators following the genetic modification path pass through the gates of death every time they consume gene potion. However, through the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan had long known that Zhou Yu could successfully withstand the transformation of the A-grade gene potion. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yu, who had been enduring the pain of genetic modification, suddenly realized that the torment plaguing him was rapidly receding. Replacing it was powerful strength originating from his physical body. Zhou Yu extended his hands, feeling unprecedentedly powerful. At that moment, calm your spirit. Su Yuan raised his right hand and pressed it against Zhou Yu's forehead. This press seemed light and effortless to outsiders, but in Zhou Yu's vision, it felt as if heaven and earth were being pressed down by this single gesture. Sir, Zhou Yu now felt an extremely contradictory sensation. Clearly, his power had surged explosively, making him feel capable of tearing everything apart. Yet under Su Yuan's press, he felt no different from before, as weak as dust. Or rather, no matter how powerful he became, he remained as fragile as an ant before Su Yuan. Don't let your thoughts wander. Su Yuan reminded him. He knew what Zhou Yu was experiencing. The explosive surge in personal power was affecting his mental state. At this moment, he needed to stabilize his mind, and after adapting to the surging power, he would be fine. Soon, under Su Yuan's reminder, Zhou Yu quickly recovered. 20 minutes later, Zhou Yu opened his eyes again. "Thank you, sir." Zhou Yu immediately rose and knelt towards Su Yuan without hesitation. He now realized what had happened to him. His physical strength had surged explosively, definitely surpassing that of a transforming force grandmaster, and likely reaching the realm of an embracing elixir grandmaster. And all of this had been bestowed by Su Yuan. Zhou Yu's heart filled with excitement and awe. "Continue adapting for a while." Su Yuan withdrew his right hand, gave a few instructions, then turned and left. Jinshan Villa District, Villa 66. After returning, Su Yuan went directly to the basement. "Master." At that moment, the artificial intelligence Little Blue's voice sounded in his ear. "What is it?" Su Yuan asked. "People from the True Society have already approached Aromu." As soon as Little Blue finished speaking, the massive screen formed by 12 displays suddenly changed, showing the scene of the Southern Ocean Sorcerer Lineage's temple sanctuary. After Aromu took control of the Sorcerer Lineage's sanctuary temple, under Little Blue's instructions, he proactively installed surveillance equipment in various locations throughout the temple. This allowed Su Yuan to monitor the situation at any time. "Is that so?" Su Yuan showed no surprise. He had long known that people from the True Society would contact Aromu. After all, the True Society had spent many years painstakingly winning over Kunlong and establishing a cooperative relationship with him, only for Kunlong to die at Aromu's hands. To continue achieving their goals, the Truth Society would inevitably contact Aromu, wanting to establish cooperation with him. Truth Society. Su Yuan looked at the massive screen before him. The screen currently focused on the temple's main hall, where Aromu was conversing with a blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian man. The content of their conversation was also transmitted through the surveillance equipment, essentially making various promises to Aromu, offering numerous treasures, and so on. As long as Aromu worked for the True Society, he could propose any conditions. 1 hour later, the blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian from the True Society stood up and left. Aromu immediately contacted Su Yuan. "Sir, I've handled everything appropriately." Aromu said immediately. Long before today, Su Yuan had warned Aromu that people from the True Society would come to recruit him. As for how to respond, Su Yuan had already told Aromu, basically to pretend compliance while biding time. "You've done well." Su Yuan nodded slightly. Through the surveillance, he could hear every word Aromu said. "Only because you warned me early, sir." Aromu thought for a moment, then said in a low voice, "Sir, that person probably knows many things, especially regarding the Southern Ocean nations and the forces behind them." During his conversation with the blonde, blue-eyed Caucasian, the latter's numerous promises had actually shocked Aromu, particularly when the man frankly stated that the True Society had many contingency plans and arrangements throughout the Southern Ocean nations. Should we capture that person, conduct rigorous interrogation, and make him reveal everything he knows, especially their contingency plans in the Southern Ocean? That way we can prepare accordingly. Aromu tentatively suggested. He could sense that the man hadn't gone far yet, so capturing him wouldn't be difficult. "No need." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan slightly shook his head. From the moment he learned about that blonde Caucasian, the man held no secrets before him. John Stonsel, a 3I level member of the True Society, is one of the high-level officials sent by the True Society to handle affairs in the Southern Ocean region. The purpose of this meeting with Aromu is to win over this new Grand Sorcerer. In the villa basement, deep within Su Yuan's consciousness sea, the gray mirror displayed line after line of text containing all the information about that blonde Caucasian man. His purpose for this trip, what he knew, the various contingency plans and arrangements the Truth Society had in the Southern Ocean region, and so on. All were displayed before Su Yuan's eyes with absolute clarity. For Su Yuan, as long as he wanted to know, no secrets in the world remained hidden from him. Truth Society 3I level member. Su Yuan stroked his chin. The so-called 3I level was the internal ranking system of the Truth Society. Single I was the lowest level, consisting of peripheral members. Xiaoming Yuan's former teacher belonged to this category. Double I represented internal members of the Truth Society who could enjoy numerous benefits and privileges, including an annual subsidy of $500,000. By this progression, the highest level was 9I, and currently the Truth Society had only one 9I member, the founder of the Truth Society. To advance in rank within the Truth Society, members needed to make contributions to the organization. The higher the members' level, the greater their contributions to the Truth Society and the deeper their binding with the organization. Similarly, the authority they obtained also increased accordingly. 6I and 7I members of the Truth Society possess certain rights to mobilize Level 1 and Level 2 artificial humans, using eyes to distinguish ranks. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. He naturally understood the reason behind this. Because the alien force behind the Truth Society originated from a multi-eye clan. The multi-eye clan naturally possessed multiple eyes, and within their race, the greater the number of eyes, the more noble the bloodline. When the alien force supported the Truth Society to protect Blue Star's precious resources, the numerous alien technological materials transmitted intentionally or unintentionally carried information about their own race. The concept of eyes among this information was adopted by the Truth Society's founder for their member ranking system. Next, Su Yuan gave Aromu a few more instructions, telling him to continue feigning cooperation with this Truth Society 3I level member. They could talk about anything at any time, but they should actually do nothing. This was also the method suggested by the Gray Mirror as the most effective way to stabilize the Truth Society. Unless absolutely necessary, the Truth Society would not move against Aromu, this grand sorcerer, especially with Xia country position above them. They couldn't risk triggering another global war. Nigerian Irob. Through the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan had long understood the bottom line of the current Truth Society founder. That was maintaining stability. Why did the alien force support the Truth Society? It was to protect Blue Star's precious resources from being accidentally destroyed by human activities through the Truth Society's efforts. If another world-scale war broke out, with various nuclear weapons covering the globe, the resulting destruction would far exceed that of the global war a century ago. If the precious resources desired by the alien force were destroyed as a result, they would certainly punish the Truth Society for failing in their protective duties. This was something the Truth Society founder absolutely wanted to avoid. Over the past century, the Truth Society had continuously manufactured numerous Level 4 artificial humans, so why hadn't they started another war to take revenge on Xia country? The consideration was precisely this aspect. In a certain sense, the Truth Society desired world peace even more than Xia country did. Calculating the time, that molten flame spirit crystal should be forming soon. Su Yuan's mind stirred slightly. During his Level 1 life form stage, Su Yuan had already collected most of the cultivation resources needed for the Level 2 life form stage. Now that he had become a Level 2 life form, he naturally had to consider the resources required for his Level 3 life form stage cultivation plan. And the molten flame spirit crystal was one of the most important cultivation resources for Su Yuan's Level 3 life form stage. The vast energy contained within it could nearly satisfy half of Su Yuan's requirements during the Level 3 life form stage. Fusel. Mount Fuji. Su Yuan looked up toward the direction of Fusel. The location of that molten flame spirit crystal was precisely beneath Mount Fuji. Mount Fuji was one of the largest active volcanoes on Blue Star's surface, and theoretically, it should have erupted decades ago in the previous century. However, the Truth Society had intervened to prevent this. using alien technology to seal the endless scorching magma within Mount Fuji. Of course, the Truth Society didn't do this to help Fuso. Rather, they wanted to extract the infinite magma power within Mount Fuji to condense the molten flame spirit crystal. Among the various technologies granted to the Truth Society by the alien force was this method of extracting magma power to condense molten flame spirit crystals. Although the Truth Society founder didn't know how to utilize the molten flame spirit crystal, he clearly understood that the alien force quite favored such things. So he planned to extract and condense it first, then present it to the alien force to improve their favor toward him. Molten flame spirit crystal. An unusual expression appeared on Su Yuan's face. The Truth Society had waited a full 60 years to condense this molten flame spirit crystal, constantly stationing level 2 artificial humans to guard Mount Fuji. Additionally, with protection from Fuso's own forces, theoretically, outsiders basically had no possibility of snatching this prize from the tiger's mouth. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but that they shouldn't. For example, with Xia country's strength, if they truly wanted to act, they could forcibly seize that molten flame spirit crystal. But what would happen afterward? Completely angering the Truth Society would mean that even if they avoided triggering a global war to maintain stability, the Truth Society's covert retaliation would be enough to cause significant trouble for Xia country. Moreover, Xia country didn't know how to utilize this molten flame spirit crystal. If even Xia country was in this position, other forces around the world could be imagined to be even less capable. Not to mention that the molten flame spirit crystal was an absolute secret, known only to the Truth Society and Fuso's top leadership. Under normal circumstances, that molten flame spirit crystal basically belonged to the Truth Society's possession. But Su Yuan planned to intervene. After all, this move could both enhance his own strength and weaken the Truth Society, killing two birds with one stone. As for how to obtain the molten flame spirit crystal safely without leaving any hidden dangers, the Gray Mirror had already devised a perfect plan. Very well, I'll make a trip to Fuso. Su Yuan thought to himself, since this involved close contact with level 2 life forms. Only by going personally could he smoothly execute the plan. With Su Yuan's current strength, plus the assistance of a Gray Mirror, he could go almost anywhere on Blue Star except for a few specific locations. Half an hour later, Su Yuan appeared at Magic City Airport. As the world's most prosperous city, Magic City Airport had extremely high passenger flow. Whether from tourists or business negotiators, it could truly be described as bustling with noise and excitement. Of course, all this had nothing to do with Su Yuan. He had booked a first-class ticket and used the VIP passage, so he didn't experience any crowding at all. They could easily bypass any identity verification system within the country. Shortly after boarding the flight to Fuso, Su Yuan spotted several familiar faces. The familiar faces were precisely the four members of the Fuso Chizuru family: Chizuru Kamikawa, Chizuru Takahashi, Chizuru Tanaka, and Chizuru Chi. At this moment, the four of them looked rather displeased, obediently making their way to the first-class cabin. As Chizuru Chi passed by Su Yuan, he even lowered his head and uttered an apology in the Fuso language. Unfortunately, Su Yuan had long since altered his appearance and was no longer the kindred spirit that Chizuru Chi regarded as Chizuru Kawashiro. These four, with just a glance, Su Yuan understood the entire backstory of why these four appeared here. Several months ago, driven by Su Yuan's machinations, Chizuru Kamikawa and the others not only lost the Tianshan Snow Lotus, but also fell into the hands of the Xia country authorities. However, since the four were ultimately members of the Fuso Chizuru family, over the following months, through mediation from their home country of Fuso, the Chizuru family was willing to pay a price to secure the return of Chizuru Kamikawa and the other three. The Xia country authorities did not refuse this offer, as after several months of interrogation, the four Chizuru family members had already confessed everything they knew, both what they should and shouldn't have revealed. Keeping them any longer served no purpose. It was better to release them in exchange for some benefits. As for whether releasing these four would leave behind any hidden dangers, on a national level, the impact of experts like great warriors and yin-yang masters, who rivaled transforming force grandmasters, wasn't as significant as one might imagine. The reason transforming force grandmasters are difficult to deal with in cities is primarily because they utilize large numbers of ordinary people as shields. In reality, if faced with extensive bullet coverage, even a transforming force grandmaster would die. And today was precisely the date set by the Xia country authorities to release these four and send them back to their country. Now that I think about it, I do share quite a fate with this Chizuru family. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Not only had he coincidentally encountered acquaintances from the Chizuru family on the plane, the plan he formulated through the mirror to obtain the molten flame spirit crystal also involved the Chizuru family. As for the molten flame spirit crystal, forcefully taking it was certainly not an option, as doing so would create far too many hidden dangers. Therefore, the first step in the Gray Mirror's devised plan was to go to Fuso and then gain control over the Chizuru family's great yin-yang master, Chizuru Ichiyo. He would then use disguise methods to replace this great yin-yang master, Chizuru Ichiyo. This would allow him to smoothly integrate into Fuso's cultivation world, providing the necessary prerequisite identity conditions for obtaining that molten flame spirit crystal. As for why he chose Chizuru Ichiyo, first, because Chizuru Ichiyo had sustained foundational injuries to his body during his past breakthrough attempts, making his strength lower than that of a normal great yin-yang master. Second, because the Chizuru family, after the major purge some time ago, now suffered from a severe shortage of upper echelons. Simply put, their internal strength was weak. Just as Su Yuan was pondering this, not far away, Chizuru Kamikawa and the other four were also conversing in low voices. I wonder what kind of punishment we'll face upon returning to the family this time. Chizuru Takahashi said, with a heavy expression. Not only had they lost the Tian Shan Snow Lotus, but the family also had to step in and pay a price to secure their release. The family's losses from this entire ordeal were imaginable. Chizuru-chi, are you certain you memorized that person's appearance? Chizuru Kamikawa looked toward Chizuru-chi. The key to losing the Tianshan Snow Lotus lay in Chizuru-chi mistaking the contact person. Therefore, that fake contact person was crucial, as he might hold some key clues. I remember it. I can draw it too. Chizuru-chi sighed and shook his head, but the chances are probably slim. Relying solely on appearance made it difficult to trace anything, since appearance wasn't like DNA information that could be changed and altered. Moreover, upon reflection afterward, Chizuru-chi deeply realized that the mysterious person who had schemed against them possessed terrifyingly extreme methods. From beginning to end, without doing anything overt, that person had played the four of them like fools. Even the Xia country authorities had become a weapon in his hands, used to capture the four of them. With such cunning planning methods, how could he possibly leave behind a major flaw like his real appearance? However, even though Chizuru-chi felt there was little hope, he wouldn't voice this opinion. At the very least, handing over the fake contact person's appearance counted as accomplishing something, so they wouldn't appear to have been completely manipulated from start to finish. Soon, the plane arrived in Fuso. Su Yuan smoothly disembarked, then hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Chizuru family. As for Chizuru Kamikawa and the other four Chizuru family members, they would take the family's special airport pickup vehicle, encounter traffic congestion on the road, be delayed for 30 minutes, and arrive back at the family in 1 hour and 9 minutes. 40 minutes later, Su Yuan successfully arrived outside the Chizuru family compound. The Chizuru family's stronghold gathered thousands of people, most of whom were collateral members of the Chizuru family, with relatively few main lineage members. These thousands of people all lived within a fortress-like enclosure. The fortress was heavily guarded, with patrolling bodyguards equipped with numerous firearms. Given the Chizuru family's accumulated resources, they had also secretly deployed some heavy firearms. It could be said that the Chizuru family's fortress could be considered a state within a state. Combined with the presence of a great yin-yang master like Chizuru Ichio holding down the fort, it was almost impregnable. At this moment, Su Yuan appeared near the Chizuru family fortress, waited for 3 minutes, and finally entered through the fortress's side gate. At this specific time, the bodyguards patrolling the side gate would experience a 20-second blind spot in their surveillance due to a shift change. Su Yuan used this blind spot to silently enter the fortress undetected. The environment inside the fortress was even more complex. However, with the Gray Mirror's assistance, Su Yuan's understanding of the fortress interior was more thorough than even that of the Chizuru family members. Before long, Su Yuan reached the core area within the fortress. From this point onward, the security measures intensified significantly. Under this level of security, even a level 1 life form would find it impossible to infiltrate, and a level 2 life form would still have a high chance of being discovered. After all, level 2 life forms couldn't turn invisible. No matter how fast their speed or movement techniques were, it would be difficult to avoid attracting the attention of any bodyguards. But this posed no difficulty whatsoever for Su Yuan. He was not only a level 2 life form, but also utilized the Gray Mirror to gain complete familiarity with all the security vulnerabilities in the core area. Exploiting these security vulnerabilities, Su Yuan finally arrived before a shrine. This shrine was the Chizuru family's important site and the place where the great yin-yang master Chizuru Ichio routinely secluded himself for closed-door cultivation. Su Yuan didn't hesitate. At this moment, the shrine entrance was within a 6-second visual blind spot. If he waited any longer, the passing patrolling bodyguards would spot him. Click. Su Yuan directly entered the shrine. Inside the shrine, Chizuru Ichio, dressed in traditional yin-yang attire, wearing a tall black eboshi hat, with completely white hair and beard, was meditating with his eyes closed. Chizuru Ichi and the others have already arrived in the country. Chizuru Ichio thought silently to himself. Because of the incident with that Tianshan snow lotus, he hadn't hesitated to conduct a major purge within the family. Although the purge process undoubtedly affected many innocent Chizuru family members, Chizuru Ichio always adhered to the principle of rather wrongfully kill than let go, even if it meant mistakenly killing hundreds of innocent clansmen, as long as he could root out that internal traitor. It was worth it. Right at that moment, a faint sound of the door opening echoed. "Who's coming in?" Chizuru Ichio frowned. He detested nothing more than people entering the shrine arbitrarily without announcement. Thinking this, Chizuru Ichio opened his eyes and looked toward the entrance. The interior space of a shrine was enormous, spanning over 100 meters in radius, exceeding the range of Chizuru Ichio's mental force coverage. "Who are you?" With one glance, Chizuru Ichio saw a man walking in. The instant he saw this man, Chizuru Ichio felt an ocean-like wave of mental force descending upon him, enveloping him completely. Chizuru Ichio's eyes widened in shock, his consciousness rapidly fading into unconsciousness. Chizuru Ichio died peacefully. This great yin-yang master from Fuso had already been suffering from hidden injuries left behind from his previous force breakthrough. His strength could no longer be maintained at its peak level. He was equivalent to a half-crippled level 1 life form. With Su Yuan silently infiltrating and launching a surprise attack, combined with the advantage of planning against the unprepared and a level 2 attacking a level 1, he naturally had no ability to resist. His soul was instantly crushed by the vast, ocean-like mental force. Su Yuan approached Chizuru Ichio's corpse, extended his right hand, and grabbed a wisp of dissipating soul energy. With this, the first step of the plan was mostly completed. The method devised by the Gray Mirror for safely obtaining that molten flame spirit crystal without any complications first required silently eliminating Chizuru Ichio. Silently eliminating Chizuru Ichio? It sounded simple, but was extremely difficult to execute. Even though Su Yuan was as powerful as a level 2 life form and could completely overwhelm Chizuru Ichio in strength, the latter wasn't a fool who would just sit there waiting to be killed. The Chizuru family's surrounding fortress was heavily guarded. If there was any disturbance outside that made Chizuru Ichio realize a powerful enemy was coming, he would undoubtedly escape without hesitation and call for reinforcements. For example, Su Yuan had learned through the Gray Mirror that there were several underground tunnels leading 10 miles away, hidden in secluded corners of the shrine. Additionally, Chizuru Ichio was under the command of Sasuke Gunpei and had once served under him before becoming a great Yin-Yang master. And Sasuke Gunpei was one of Fuso's 2 Yin-Yang divine masters, with Yin-Yang divine masters being equivalent to level 2 life forms. If Chizuru Ichio called for reinforcements, it would inevitably alert Sasuke Gunpei, this Yin-Yang divine master. At that point, numerous unexpected events and variables would follow one after another. Yin-Yang divine master, Fuso military, heavy thermal weapons coverage, even a truth society. Even a level 2 life form would struggle to handle all these threats. It could be said that as long as Chizuru Ichio remained hidden inside the shrine, there were very few beings on Blue Star who could kill him. Unfortunately for him, Chizuru Ichio was facing Su Yuan. Long before setting out for Fuso, Su Yuan had used the Gray Mirror to devise a method to efficiently eliminate Chizuru Ichio safely and without complications. RA Epsilon. Locate Chizuru Ichio's exact position, bypass the fortress security protections, finally appear before Chizuru Ichio, and then strike to kill. Each step was intricately connected, leaving this great Yin-Yang master unaware, even in death, of who had killed him. Next, Su Yuan looked at Chizuru Ichio's corpse as his own appearance and physique began to change. For level 1 and level 2 life forms, changing appearance and physique wasn't difficult. It was merely subtle manipulation of bones, skin, and facial features. In simple terms, it was control over the physical body. Soon, Su Yuan's physique and appearance became identical to Chizuru Ichio's. Even his hair turned gray by reducing melanin levels. Next is the aura. Su Yuan thought to himself. The purpose of killing Chizuru Ichio was to disguise himself and replace the other. For powerful beings, aura was fundamental since there were too many methods to change appearance and physique in modern society. Even without being a level 1 or level 2 life form, one could completely become another person through plastic surgery or disguise. Identifying through aura was also a basic skill that powerful beings mastered. For Su Yuan to replace Chizuru Ichio, he needed to imitate the other's aura. Su Yuan had already prepared for this. Most methods on Blue Star couldn't imitate auras. The aura emitted by every living being was unique, especially for stronger beings, involving secrets at the soul level. But Su Yuan was different. Through the Gray Mirror, he had long obtained methods to imitate auras. This kind of technique was relatively common in the universe, mainly used to change one's own aura to evade pursuit, among other purposes. Grabbing that wisp of dissipating soul energy from Chizuru Ichio earlier was preparation for this, to borrow from the other's soul energy. Thinking of this, Su Yuan looked at the soul energy he held in his hand, and his own mental power began to surge forth. 5 minutes later, Su Yuan completely absorbed Chizuru Ichio's wisp of soul energy into his body. His aura rapidly transformed, quickly approaching Chizuru Ichio's aura until it became exactly the same. This aura imitation technique could only last for a few days, but that was enough for Su Yuan. According to the plan devised by the Gray Mirror, if everything went smoothly, he would obtain that molten flame spirit crystal without any complications in 2 days. Completed, Su Yuan put on the traditional Yin-Yang attire and black eboshi hat. From now on, I am the great Yin-Yang master Chizuru Ichio. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Now his appearance and physique were Chizuru Ichio's, and the aura he emitted was also Chizuru Ichio's. If he wasn't Chizuru Ichio, then who was? Of course, to completely replace someone, besides appearance, physique, and emitted aura, what was more important were memories, personal habits, speech patterns, and so on. In some ways, the latter was actually more crucial. Without Chizuru Ichiyo's memories and personal habits, he could at most deceive outsiders. When facing close family members, confidants, and friends, he would likely be exposed. However, this aspect was extremely simple in Su Yuan's eyes. With a gray mirror, Su Yuan understood Chizuru Ichiyo's memories, personal habits, and speech patterns better than Chizuru Ichiyo himself. Chizuru Ichiyo might have forgotten things about himself from the very distant past, but the gray mirror would certainly know. After hiding Chizuru Ichiyo's corpse in the underground tunnel, Su Yuan returned to the original position and sat cross-legged. Soon after, knocking sounds came from outside the shrine. Clan leader, Chizuru Kamikawa and the others have arrived. A respectful voice came through. In the Chizuru family, Chizuru Ichiyo held absolute control, as proven by the major purge that had recently swept through the entire clan. Let them in. Su Yuan glanced outside the shrine and spoke, imitating Chizuru Ichiyo's tone. Yes. A moment later, Chizuru Kamikawa, Chizuru Chi, and 4 others entered, then immediately knelt down without hesitation. Regarding the mission to transport the Tianshan Snow Lotus, not only had they failed to complete it, but they had even been detained in Xia country, ultimately relying on the family to get them back. Clan leader, we deserve to die 10,000 times. Clan leader, if I hadn't been careless and mistaken that mysterious person for a clan member, this wouldn't have happened. I am guilty. Chizuru Chi and Chizuru Kamikawa offered no excuses, directly kowtowing and admitting their faults, because they clearly understood that Chizuru Ichiyo detested passing the buck the most, regardless of the reasons. Failure to complete the mission was your fault. Clan leader, please allow me to return to Xia country. I will definitely capture that mysterious person who impersonated our clan member. Chizuru Chi said. Chizuru Kamikawa, Chizuru Takahashi, and the other 3 immediately promised. Clan leader, we are willing to return to Xia country with Chizuru Chi to capture that mysterious person and atone for our crimes. In the center of the shrine, Su Yuan sat cross-legged, watching the 4 Chizuru family members kowtowing repeatedly below him, his face showing no expression. But a strange feeling arose in his heart. If these 4 people knew that the mysterious person they were talking about was actually Su Yuan, he wondered what they would think. Take them away and write down everything you experienced in Xia country in complete detail. Su Yuan's expression was unreadable, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. If Chizuru Ichiyo hadn't died, his handling of Chizuru Chi, Chizuru Kamikawa, and the other 2 would have been exactly the same. Since the Chizuru family leveraged Fuso's power to negotiate with Xia country, paying a price to secure the return of Chizuru Chi and the other 3, killing them outright was naturally impossible. As for sending them back to Xia country to capture that mysterious person, so much time had already passed. Even if that mysterious person were a complete fool, they would have long since left. How could Chizuru Chi and the others possibly catch them? Thank you, family head. Chizuru Chi and the other 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief in their hearts. Their earlier confident declaration about wanting to return to Xia country to capture the mysterious person was purely about demonstrating their attitude. They didn't actually intend to follow through. And now, Chizuru Ichiyo's handling of the situation gave them some peace of mind. At least it was only imprisonment, with no other actions taken. After dealing with Chizuru Kamikawa and the other 3, the shrine fell silent once more. Sasuke Genpu? Numerous pieces of information about this Yin-Yang Divine Master surfaced in Su Yuan's mind. This person was one of only 2 Yin-Yang Divine Masters in Fuso, which meant he was a level 2 life form. In Fuso, Yin-Yang Divine Masters represented the peak of power, with these 2 masters anchoring the nation and commanding global respect. In fact, if not for the True Society and the alien forces, the strongest humans on Blue Star today would only reach level 2 life form status. Besides Sasuke Genpu, Fuso's other Yin-Yang Divine Master was named Sasuke Jinboku. Both possessed imperial bloodline, and through leveraging Fuso's resources along with assistance from the True Society, They achieved the yin-yang divine master realm. Compared to Sasuke Jinboku's steady nature, Sasuke Gunpei was considerably more radical and ambitious, having long held dissatisfaction with the true society. NBs. After the Great War between nations a century ago, when the true society stationed permanent troops to control Fuso, Sasuke Gunpei had already voiced objections, though he ultimately couldn't change the true society's will. As Su Yuan's thoughts churned, he directly initiated contact with Sasuke Gunpei. The Fuso cultivation world essentially represented an extension of the influence wielded by these two yin-yang divine masters, Sasuke Gunpei and Sasuke Jinboku. And Chizuru Ichigo had once followed Sasuke Gunpei in his earlier years, belonging to his faction. Before long, a projection screen appeared before Su Yuan, showing an elderly man. The old man had lean features and wore yin-yang master attire from the Edo period, with long flowing sleeves, white hair, and a white beard, giving him an almost immortal appearance. This elderly man was none other than Sasuke Gunpei. Ichigo. Sasuke Gunpei looked at Chizuru Ichigo through the video call. What matter brings you to me? Although Chizuru Ichigo had physical limitations preventing him from fighting at full strength, he remained a great yin-yang master, making him an important subordinate to Sasuke Gunpei. Throughout Fuso, while there were only 2 yin-yang divine masters, there were merely 20 or 30 great yin-yang masters, each one immensely valuable. Divine Master. While organizing the library earlier, I made a major discovery. Su Yuan immediately spoke, his tone appropriately tinged with excitement. A major discovery? Interest flickered across Sasuke Gunpei's face. For a distinguished great yin-yang master to react like this, the discovery must be extraordinary. As for the library Su Yuan mentioned, every yin-yang master family in Fuso maintained one, specifically for collecting various secret records and ancient texts from throughout Fuso. It records how yin-yang divine masters can break through to a higher realm. Su Yuan said excitedly. This was exactly the emotion he should be displaying at this moment. What? A realm beyond yin-yang divine master? Sasuke Gunpei was utterly astonished. He had been stuck at the yin-yang divine master level for decades, and the more he cultivated, the more despair he felt, seeing no hope for advancement along the path ahead. Divine Master, please look. I don't know if it's genuine or not. Su Yuan immediately produced a book. The book appeared tattered and ragged, looking incredibly ancient as if it had endured centuries or even a millennium. This book was, of course, fabricated by Su Yuan himself, then artificially aged using methods provided by the Gray Mirror. With the techniques given by the Gray Mirror, no one on Blue Star could possibly detect that this book's actual creation date was merely a few months ago, being a product of modern assembly line craftsmanship. Sasuke Gunpei stared intently at the book without blinking. The text within the book consisted mostly of ancient Chinese characters, which also serve as proof of its Fuso antiquity. Centuries ago, Fuso took pride in ancient Xia country, even evolving their writing system based primarily on ancient Chinese characters. So that's how it is. Half an hour later, Sasuke Gunpei took a deep breath. The content recorded in the book indeed related to breaking through beyond the yin-yang divine master realm. It even provided a breakthrough method. Yin-yang divine masters at their peak could use a secret technique to refine a molten flame spirit crystal. As for what a molten flame spirit crystal was, the book also provided an explanation. It was the essence condensed from underground magma, containing surging energy sufficient to propel a yin-yang divine master to the next level. Ichigo, protect that book well. I'll send someone over, no. I'll come myself. Sasuke Gunpei directly ended the video call. Su Yuan wasn't surprised by this at all. Sasuke Gunpei's reaction fell entirely within his expectations. Breakthrough secret technique? Su Yuan glanced at the book. The secret method recorded in the book was also something Su Yuan obtained from the Gray Mirror. While it appeared to help yin-yang divine masters refine the molten flame spirit crystal, The actual end result of the refinement process would be bodily explosion and death. Before long, a powerful aura manifested outside the Chizuru family's compound walls. Divine Master Su Yuan immediately went out, presenting the prepared book. Sasuke Gunpu took the book and examined it carefully for a while, confirming it was indeed a Fuso antique, then revealed a smile. Ichiyo, you've accomplished a great service this time. This breakthrough secret method in the book was likely deduced through mental sublimation by some Yin-Yang divine master from centuries ago before their death. They probably passed away before implementing it, and you unintentionally obtained it. Sasuke Ginpu looked at Su Yuan with extreme satisfaction. How could he not be satisfied? Such a precious breakthrough secret technique had been directly offered to him. Speak, what do you want? Sasuke Ginpu said. Although Chizuru Ichiyo was his subordinate, Sasuke Ginpu didn't believe the other party would offer this book without any demands. I begged Divine Master to help resolve the hidden dangers in my body. Su Yuan immediately requested. The hidden dangers in your body resulted from your forced breakthrough back then. Sasuke Ginpu pondered for a moment, then said, after I successfully break through, I will use my own origin power to replenish you. Thank you, Divine Master. Su Yuan's expression showed excitement. Do not speak of this matter to anyone. After leaving this instruction, Sasuke Gunpu turned and departed. The breakthrough secret method in the book was merely deduced by an ancestral Yin-Yang divine master. Whether it could actually help him break through required more detailed study. Su Yuan watched Sasuke Gunpu disappear into the distance, then return to the shrine. Next, Su Yuan's gaze turned toward the direction of Mount Fuji. Although the future hadn't yet occurred, Su Yuan already knew its trajectory through the gray mirror. That was, Sasuke Gunpu, having obtained the breakthrough secret technique, would inevitably seize the nearly formed molten flame spirit crystal beneath Mount Fuji from the True Society's grasp. In the normal course of future events, that molten flame spirit crystal was destined to fall into the hands of the Truth Society. After all, the molten flame spirit crystal's location was beneath Mount Fuji, and Mount Fuji was a crucial territory of Fusan country, essentially equivalent to the Truth Society's domain. Retrieving an item from their own territory would basically never encounter any unexpected variables. However, through Su Yuan's manipulations, a secret technique for breaking through to the Yin-Yang Divine Master level was delivered before Sasuke Ginpu, and this breakthrough method coincidentally required the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal. If you didn't know the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal's purpose, Sasuke Ginpu, this Yin-Yang Divine Master, naturally wouldn't dare entertain any ideas about it. But once it became connected to his own breakthrough, it would ignite this Yin-Yang Divine Master's greed, creating a rift with the True Society, prompting him to secretly make a move to seize that molten flame spirit crystal. Thus, the future Su Yuan desired would emerge. Namely, Sasuke Ginpu, this Yin-Yang Divine Master, would step forward to seize the molten flame spirit crystal, attracting the Truth Society's attention. Then Su Yuan would silently obtain the molten flame spirit crystal from Sasuke Gunpu's hands. All the risks, hidden dangers, and the True Society's wrath would fall entirely upon Fusan country. Meanwhile, Su Yuan would obtain the molten flame spirit crystal he wanted, remaining hidden behind the scenes throughout, becoming the greatest beneficiary completely unknown to anyone. What a pity! If I directly created a coincidence, allowing Sasuke Gunpu to obtain this breakthrough technique, it would make him suspicious, leading him to doubt the technique's authenticity. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. This was also why he personally came to Fusang, disguising himself as Chizuru Ichiyo. Chizuru Ichiyo's body had hidden injuries from forcibly attempting a breakthrough. Without resolving these hidden injuries, forget about becoming a Yin-Yang Divine Master. Even maintaining his current great Yin-Yang Master realm was questionable. Plus, the recent failure of the plan to transport the Tianshan Snow Lotus back caused Chizuru Ichiyo's hope of resolving his physical issues to vanish. Under these circumstances, he had no choice but to offer this breakthrough technique in exchange for assistance from Sasuke Genpu, this yin-yang divine master. The motivation, purpose, causes, and consequences showed no flaws whatsoever, thus enabling Sasuke Genpu to completely believe in the breakthrough technique's authenticity. As for why he didn't use the real Chizuru Ichiyo's hand to present this breakthrough technique to Sasuke Genpu, according to the Gray Mirror's response, if the real Chizuru Ichiyo obtained this breakthrough technique, he would choose to study it himself for some time, only presenting it to Sasuke Genpu 3 years later. 3 years later? The opportunity would be long gone by then. That's why Su Yuan personally came to Fusang, replaced Chizuru Ichiyo, and actively pushed this process forward. Su Yuan sat cross-legged inside the shrine, continuously reviewing the formulated plan. The molten flame spirit crystal was located deep beneath Mount Fuji, constantly guarded by a level 2 artificial human from the Truth Society. Direct seizure? Even with sufficient strength and without exposing his identity, it would still trigger a Truth Society investigation afterward. Given the Truth Society's domineering methods, without knowing who took it, they would never let it go. With acute betas. This investigative atmosphere would create significant pressure on all countries of Blue Star, consequently affecting Su Yuan's subsequent plans and schemes. Precisely because of this, Su Yuan chose to let Fusang bear this burden, confining the Truth Society's fury and reckoning to Fusang alone. Deep within a magnificent shrine, 2 figures sat facing each other. The figure on the left had white hair and white beard. This was yin-yang divine master Sasuke Genpu. The figure on the right appeared slightly older than Sasuke Genpu. This was the other yin-yang divine master, Sasuke Jinboku. At this moment, Sasuke Jinboku was intently studying the booklet, his expression grave as still water. After a long while, Sasuke Jinboku set down the booklet and looked at Sasuke Genpu. Genpu, where did you obtain this breakthrough technique? Chizuru Ichiyo gave it to me. Sasuke Genpu immediately replied. Chizuru Ichiyo wants to exchange this breakthrough technique for my assistance in treating his physical hidden injuries. Chizuru Ichiyo. Sasuke Jinboku naturally knew of this great yin-yang master. Not long ago, the other party had even pleaded with him, seeking to use Fusang's influence to negotiate with Xia country, paying a price to repatriate those 4 Chizuru family members. So that's how it is. Sasuke Jinboku nodded. If any other great yin-yang master from Fusang had proactively submitted this breakthrough technique, he would certainly have been suspicious. Such a valuable thing, not keeping it for themselves, but handing it over. Was their loyalty really that strong? But if the submitter was Chizuru Ichiyo, it made perfect sense. Without resolving his physical hidden injuries, Chizuru Ichiyo simply couldn't use this breakthrough technique. This breakthrough technique indeed holds hope for allowing us to advance further. Sasuke Jinboku pondered for a moment before speaking. The reason it was only hope was because this breakthrough technique remained purely theoretical. The creator of this technique was also a yin-yang divine master. The final few lines of the booklet also explain that when this yin-yang divine master created the technique, he was already in his twilight years, with no possibility of breaking through himself, plus lacking crucial items like the molten flame spirit crystal. He could only pass down the breakthrough technique, leaving it for later generations to attempt. The yin-yang divine master who left this booklet was likely Master Kagawa from 800 years ago. Sasuke Jinboku carefully examined the booklet, discovering an almost vanished mark in one corner. Sasuke Jinboku was extremely erudite, completely familiar with the powerful figures and celebrities throughout Fusang's history, and immediately deduced the booklet was probably left by Master Kagawa. Master Kagawa? Sasuke Genpu suddenly understood. This was a legendary figure from 800 years ago, the strongest yin-yang divine master in Fusang's history. The molten flame spirit crystal mentioned in the breakthrough technique is condensed from the essence of infinite underground magma. Sasuke Genpu thought for a while, then suddenly looked toward the direction of Mount Fuji. The Truth Society used some mysterious method to lock down the surging magma beneath Mount Fuji and have been continuously extracting and condensing it for decades. This was something Sasuke Gunpei, as an Yin-Yang Divine Master, naturally knew. Originally, he hadn't known what the Truth Society was doing, but now it seemed they were condensing the molten flame spirit crystal. Gunpei, what are you thinking? Sasuke Jinboku's heart jumped with alarm. Actually, when he saw the description of the molten flame spirit crystal in the booklet, he had already connected it to what the True Society was doing at Mount Fuji. But he didn't dare to think further down that path. After all, it involved the True Society. Mount Fuji belongs to our Fusang. The molten flame spirit crystal condensed from infinite magma essence also belongs to our Fusang. Yet it's going to be taken by the Truth Society. Sasuke Gunpei remained silent for a moment before speaking. Gunpei, don't act impulsively. Sasuke Jinboku immediately urged. Don't you want to advance further? Sasuke Gunpei looked at Sasuke Jinboku. Break through the Yin-Yang Divine Master realm and see a wider world. Sasuke Jinboku immediately fell silent. Even so, we could try to negotiate with the Truth Society, trade for the molten flame spirit crystal. Sasuke Jinboku said with difficulty. He knew Sasuke Gunpei was considering targeting the molten flame spirit crystal beneath Mount Fuji, but this was too risky. The slightest misstep could lead to utter ruin. Trade? The Truth Society views us as pigs and dogs, something they spent decades obtaining. Would they trade it to us? Sasuke Gunpei asked. Sasuke Jinboku remained silent, saying nothing. Even if we break through, what difference would it make? The Truth Society possesses level 4 artificial humans. Sasuke Jinboku said in a low voice. The scene from a century ago during the Great War of Nations, when the Truth Society deployed level 4 artificial humans, remained vividly etched in their memories. If Xia country hadn't turned the tide at the final moment, the current world situation would likely be completely different. Level 4 artificial humans? You and I both know that the Truth Society's level 4 artificial humans aren't deployed lightly. They come at a tremendous cost. Even level 3 artificial humans rarely appear. Sasuke Gunpei's eyes seemed to burn with flames. Even if the True Society can deploy level 4 artificial humans, should we give up our chance to break through because of that? Are we going to repeat the opportunity that Senior Master Kagawa missed centuries ago? Sasuke Gunpei stared intently at Sasuke Jinboku. He was extremely ambitious and deeply dissatisfied with the True Society. Why should the descendants of the great heavenly emperor serve as dogs for the Truth Society? What do you plan to do? After a long silence, Sasuke Jinboku slowly spoke. Don't worry, I won't make my move within our country. Sasuke Gunpei said, I've informed the Truth Society that the Mount Fuji operation will conclude in the next few days, meaning the molten flame spirit crystal will form very soon. When the time comes, that level 2 artificial human guarding the molten flame spirit crystal will take our aircraft to return after collecting the crystal. I plan to strike during its return journey. This way, we can distance Fuso from any responsibility since it didn't happen within our borders. Even if the Truth Society suspects us afterward, without concrete evidence, it will remain mere suspicion at most. Sasuke Gunpei said solemnly, I'll deliberately leave some clues to make the Truth Society suspect Xia country instead. It had to be said that Sasuke Gunpei had considered everything thoroughly, even planning where to redirect the blame. After a long silence, Sasuke Jinboku finally spoke. I know nothing about this matter. This is entirely your doing. Understood. Sasuke Gunpei's spirits lifted immediately. He realized instantly that Sasuke Jinboku had agreed to his plan. He was only saying this to maintain plausible deniability. Time passed. 2 days went by in the blink of an eye. At the base of Mount Fuji, scorching heat boiled through the air. Lord 232, the aircraft arranged for your return to headquarters is ready. Sasuke Jinboku glanced at the magma below, then spoke toward the figure not far away. The Truth Society's artificial humans didn't have names, only identification numbers. For example, this Level 2 artificial human guarding Mount Fuji was the 32nd artificial human created by the True Society, hence numbered 232. Understood. Artificial human 232 appeared as a male figure, expressionless as he stared at the boiling magma below. Seeing this, Sasuke Jinboku didn't rush him, instead waiting quietly where he stood. An hour later, the previously boiling magma gradually calmed and receded, revealing a crimson stone pillar. At the top of the crimson stone pillar sat a fist-sized crystal that seemed to burn with flames. Molten Flame Spirit Crystal. Artificial Human 232 stared intently at the flame crystal. The Truth Society had spent decades and specifically dispatched a Level 2 artificial human to guard this place constantly, all for this single Molten Flame Spirit Crystal. So that's the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal from the Breakthrough Secret Method? Sasuke Jinboku also looked at the flame crystal. Although he didn't know how Senior Master Kagawa from centuries ago had learned about something like the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal, he could still sense the immense energy contained within it at this moment. If successfully refined, breaking through the Yin-Yang Divine Master Realm would be effortless. Whoosh! Just as Sasuke Jinboku's thoughts wandered, Artificial Human 232 suddenly leaped out, landing on the Crimson Stone Pillar. He then took out a black metal box and carefully placed the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal inside. When the black gold box closed, it immediately isolated the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal's scorching heat. Artificial Human 232 then leaped up again, returning to his original position. Lead the way. Artificial Human 232 spoke without wasting words, looking at Sasuke Jinboku. Lord 232, please follow me. Sasuke Jinboku immediately turned to lead the way. Soon they arrived before a military aircraft. The Truth Society headquarters was located across the ocean, while Fuso sat on the edge of East Asia. So Artificial Human 232 naturally had to travel by air to return as quickly as possible. Without hesitation, Artificial Human 232 boarded the aircraft. Several minutes later, the aircraft quickly took off, heading for the Truth Society headquarters across the ocean. Sasuke Jinboku stood in place, watching the aircraft rapidly disappear into the distance, a trace of hope appearing in his expression. If the plan succeeded and Sasuke Gunpei obtained that Molten Flame Spirit Crystal, Fuso would give birth to its first existence surpassing the Yin-Yang Divine Master level. Onto the flight route from Fuso to across the ocean, on a previously undiscovered tropical island. The island was densely forested, and Sasuke Gunpei stood on a large boulder, gazing distantly at the sky. If nothing went wrong, this island was definitely along the flight path of Artificial Human 232's aircraft. More than a day earlier, Sasuke Gunpei had brought people here to set up an ambush, even bringing 10 missiles with 500 kilograms TNT equivalent yield. As long as the target aircraft passed by, they would launch missiles to shoot it down. Given the missile's destructive power, even if that Artificial Human 232 didn't die, he would be severely injured and no match for Sasuke Gunpei. As for the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal, external forces could hardly damage it, so Sasuke Gunpei wasn't worried about it being destroyed by the missile attacks. Ichiyo, you've rendered great service this time. Sasuke Gunpei looked at Chizuru Ichiyo beside him, smiling slightly. I dare not claim great service, as long as it benefits our Fuso. Su Yuan immediately responded. In his heart, he understood Sasuke Gunpei's intentions perfectly clearly. In fact, through the gray mirror, Su Yuan knew all about the schemes of the two Yin-Yang Divine Masters, Sasuke Gunpei and Sasuke Jinboku. As for why he had been specifically brought here to participate in the plan to seize the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal, it was naturally to silence him. Sasuke Gunpei wanted to obtain the Molten Flame Spirit Crystal while avoiding retaliation from the True Society, so he needed to distance himself from suspicion as much as possible. The best way to eliminate suspicion was to ensure Fuso had no motive to do this. Fuso shouldn't know what use the molten flame spirit crystal served, so there would be no reason to risk discovery by the Truth Society to seize it. This was the most logical reasoning that could greatly reduce the Truth Society's suspicion toward Fuso. Precisely because of this, Chizuru Ichio, who also knew about that breakthrough secret method and understood the molten flame spirit crystal's purpose, had to die. Otherwise, if the Truth Society later traced back and discovered that breakthrough secret method, Fuso would inevitably face the Truth Society's reckoning. The reason they hadn't eliminated Chizuru Ichio earlier was because they weren't certain whether Artificial Human 232's aircraft would definitely follow the planned route. If Artificial Human 232 suddenly received orders from the Truth Society mid-flight to change course, their ambush would be useless. Their plan to obtain the molten flame spirit crystal would fail, and there would be no need to kill Chizuru Ichio. By the way, Ichio, no one else knows about that breakthrough secret method, right? Sasuke Ginpu asked. A secret method of such importance. I haven't told anyone since obtaining it. Su Yuan answered according to Sasuke Ginpu's expectations. Excellent. Sasuke Ginpu smiled, his gaze towards Su Yuan deep within his eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Eliminating Chizuru Ichio presented no difficulty whatsoever for Sasuke Ginpu. For a Yin-Yang Divine Master to kill a half-crippled Great Yin-Yang Master, it was far too easy. What Sasuke Ginpu truly valued was that level 2 artificial human. If not for having missiles as the opening move, he wouldn't have confidence in severely injuring or even killing that level 2 artificial human. Without that advantage, Sasuke Ginpu wouldn't have dared entertain thoughts of seizing the molten flame spirit crystal. After all, a level 2 artificial human didn't just mean possessing combat power, rivaling a Yin-Yang Divine Master. Behind them stood the colossal entity known as the Truth Society, trying to snatch the molten flame spirit crystal from a fully operational level 2 artificial human. The opponent wouldn't even need to defeat you, just delay enough time, and massive reinforcement from the Truth Society would arrive. Precisely because of this, their operation had to be swift and decisive. Sasuke Ginpu had already decided to directly employ a life-burning, forbidden technique. He wouldn't give that level 2 artificial human any opportunity to buy time. Ichio, are the missiles all prepared? Sasuke Ginpu collected his thoughts and asked aloud. They're all prepared and can be launched at any time. Su Yuan answered from nearby. To ensure the plan's flawless execution, Sasuke Ginpu had specifically requisitioned 10 military missiles from Fuso's arsenal. Each missile had an explosive yield equivalent to 500 kilograms of TNT. What does 500 kilograms of TNT mean? The explosion's energy level reaches 2.1 billion joules, equivalent to the gravitational potential energy of lifting a 100-ton object to 214 meters height. Simply put, the destructive power of one missile could blast a military tank back into component parts. The shockwave alone could throw 30-ton objects 50 meters high. Within 100 meters of the explosion epicenter, reinforced concrete structures would turn to dust. The residual blast waves at 3 kilometers distance could shatter glass and rupture eardrums. Even beings as powerful as level 2 life forms standing within the epicenter range of such heavy thermal weapons would face extremely high probability of death. The reason level 2 life forms typically don't fear missiles is because ordinary missiles struggle to lock on as such powerful beings. With their instantaneous burst speed, level 2 life forms can easily distance themselves from the missile's core destructive range. But the Truth Society's level 2 artificial human was aboard a high-altitude aircraft, stranded high in the sky, unable to fly or leverage any force for evasion. They would have to directly withstand the missile's full explosive power. The outcome was predictable. Severe injury would be the best possible scenario. In fact, Sasuke Ginpu's plan aimed directly at blowing that level 2 artificial human to pieces. Excellent. Sasuke Ginpu steadied his spirit. With 10 missiles prepared and ready for launch at any moment, this was his ultimate trump card. Searching his conscience, Sasuke Gunpoo acknowledged that if he were targeted by 10 missiles of this energy level while at high altitude, survival would be nearly impossible. Even with extremely good luck managing to survive, he would be severely injured and near death, completely incapable of facing a same-realm opponent lying in ambush nearby at peak condition. Half an hour later, Sasuke Gunpoo, who had been resting with closed eyes, suddenly snapped them open. He gazed into the distant sky at a tiny black that, if magnified hundreds or thousands of times, would reveal itself as a small aircraft. They've arrived. Sasuke Gunpoo felt inner excitement. The biggest weakness of his carefully laid plan was relying entirely on the target, following the predetermined flight route. If they changed course, it would completely invalidate the plan, forcing Sasuke Gunpoo to honestly abandon the molten flame spirit crystal. Prepare to launch missiles. Sasuke Gunpoo immediately issued the command. The dozen-plus Fuso soldiers who had come with him promptly began operations. What a pity. Sasuke Gunpoo glanced at the Fuso soldiers. This operation was top secret. Upon success, everyone with knowledge besides himself would have to die. Chizuru Ichigo must die, and these Fuso soldiers must die too. Otherwise, they would leave traces for the Truth Society to follow back to him. 3 minutes later, the small aircraft entered missile launch range. Aboard the aircraft, Artificial Human 232 seemed to sense something and abruptly stood up. Energy fluctuations exceeding level 1. Missiles. Artificial Human 232 extended their right hand and opened the aircraft's bottom door. Below on the vast ocean, several flames suddenly rose from an inconspicuous small island. An ambush. Numerous speculations flashed through Artificial Human 232's mind. Whoever could accurately target this specific small aircraft absolutely had premeditated this attack. In that split second, Artificial Human 232 clutched the black gold box containing the molten flame spirit crystal to their chest, then used the aircraft beneath their feet as leverage to violently propel themselves toward the distance. As long as they escaped the missile's core explosion range, their strength would allow complete survival. On the small island, Sasuke Gunpoo watched the distant small aircraft. Jumping from the plane early, Sasuke Gunpoo's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated this possibility. In fact, this was the only action available to that level 2 artificial human. Not jump early, wait to be blown to pieces along with the aircraft. Boom! At that moment, 6 more missiles soared into the sky, targeting precisely the direction where the level 2 artificial human had jumped from the plane. Bringing 10 missiles specifically accounted for this scenario. At high altitude, the aircraft represented that level 2 artificial human's final leverage point. Once leaving the aircraft, they would be completely isolated and helpless, unable to evade the incoming missiles. The 6 missiles traveled extremely fast, successfully striking the level 2 artificial human. Boom! Terrifying energy waves exploded outward in all directions. Sasuke Gunpoo faintly saw a black dot falling from the missile explosion direction. Ichigo, wait here. I'll be right back. Sasuke Gunpoo instructed Su Yuan briefly, then headed directly toward the falling black dot's direction. As a yin-yang divine master, Sasuke Gunpoo could easily walk across waves. Understood. Su Yuan watched Sasuke Gunpoo depart. Sasuke Gunpoo was leaving to search for the fallen molten flame spirit crystal, and to check whether that level 2 artificial human was completely dead. Su Yuan understood all this perfectly, even knowing what would happen next. That level 2 artificial human hadn't died under several missiles' power. Instead, half their body was blown away. Upon discovering this, Sasuke Gunpoo immediately employed his life-burning forbidden technique, igniting his life force and soul to reach near-peak yin-yang divine master state. Before the level 2 artificial human could react, he shattered their remaining half-body. Afterward, Sasuke Gunpoo would discover that black gold box containing the molten flame spirit crystal. Su Yuan stood quietly on the island's giant rock, awaiting Sasuke Gunpoo's return. Several minutes later, Sasuke Gunpu's figure appeared in the distance, soon returning to the small island. Compared to when he left, Sasuke Gunpu's aura had weakened significantly. To achieve swift victory earlier, he had used that forbidden technique with severe aftereffects. His power had now plummeted to rock bottom, only capable of exerting peak great yin-yang master strength. It would slowly recover over the next day. Even so, Sasuke Gunpu couldn't contain his excitement. He had finally obtained that molten flame spirit crystal. Next, he just needed to eliminate everyone on this island besides himself. Then deliberately leave traces of Xia country's strong practitioners to redirect blame elsewhere. The future looks promising. The future looks promising. Thinking about his future breakthrough to the yin-yang divine master realm after refining the molten flame spirit crystal, Sasuke Gunpu felt exceptionally joyful. Of course, Sasuke Gunpu was also well aware. Merely leaving traces of Xia country's experts wouldn't completely clear Fusang of suspicion. The Truth Society wasn't stupid. Their first question would be, how did Xia country's experts know about the flight route? The Truth Society extracting the molten flame spirit crystal from beneath Mount Fuji was top secret, and the crystal's formation time was also classified information. Only the Truth Society and Fusang knew about it. So how did Xia country find out? But as the saying goes, these weren't conclusive evidence. Moreover, Fusang had absolutely no motive to snatch the molten flame spirit crystal. Who even knew what use it had? To attack the Truth Society over a molten flame spirit crystal with unknown purpose? That didn't make logical sense. Plus, with Xia country sharing the pressure, even if the Truth Society suspected Fusang, their suspicions would remain just that, suspicions only. As his thoughts shifted, Sasuke Gunpu rapidly released his mental force. In that instant, the souls and minds of the dozen-plus Fusang soldiers on the island were struck as if by a heavy blow, rapidly collapsing. Even though his strength could only be maintained at the peak great yin-yang master level, Sasuke Gunpu could still easily eliminate dozens of elite soldiers. Ichiyo, this matter is critically important. Besides you and me, there can't be any other survivors on this island. Do you understand? Sasuke Gunpu looked at Chizuru Ichiyo and explained. Understood. Su Yuan nodded. Sasuke Gunpu doing this saved him the trouble of taking action himself. Then go throw those corpses into the sea now. Don't leave any clues behind. Sasuke Gunpu commanded. All right. Su Yuan immediately turned and headed toward the center of the island. 10 minutes later, Su Yuan returned. Ichiyo, you've done very well. Sasuke Gunpu's gaze was gentle. He was already preparing to make his move. His earlier statement about no survivors besides you and me was naturally meant to reassure Chizuru Ichiyo. You've done pretty well yourself. Su Yuan suddenly said. What? Sasuke Gunpu was slightly stunned. He hadn't expected Su Yuan to say such words. Before Sasuke Gunpu could react, buzz of vast, mighty mental force swept over him. This mental force was so powerful that it far surpassed even his mental force at his peak. Sasuke Gunpu found it hard to believe. Under the suppression of this mental force, his consciousness began to blur, without any ability to resist whatsoever. You're not Chizuru Ichiyo? Sasuke Gunpu suddenly realized this fact. How could the real Chizuru Ichiyo possess such terrifying mental force? However, upon realizing this, Sasuke Gunpu immediately felt a chill in his heart. If the Chizuru Ichiyo before him wasn't the real one, then what did that breakthrough technique manual the other had presented to him mean? Was it fake, or did it have some other purpose? Thinking of the latter possibility, the molten flame spirit crystal immediately surfaced in Sasuke Gunpu's mind. It was precisely because of that breakthrough technique manual that he had decided to take the risk of snatching the molten flame spirit crystal from the Truth Society. Omicron Thailand bot. So that's it. Sasuke Gunpu's consciousness grew increasingly blurred, but the many events of the past few days quickly connected in his mind. His decision to snatch the molten flame spirit crystal had been entirely driven by external forces, and now that he had successfully obtained the crystal, he was no longer useful. Sasuke Genpu felt only bone-chilling cold. From beginning to end, every step he had taken was what someone else wanted him to take. What was even more terrifying was that Sasuke Genpu had been completely unaware. If the mastermind hadn't revealed themselves at the final moment, he would never have known he had become a pawn. If Blue Star was considered a chessboard, then the mastermind orchestrating all this was the chess player, and their opponent across the board was the Truth Society from across the ocean. Beyond that, whether it was him, Artificial Human 232, or even Fusang Country itself, they were merely pieces on the chessboard. Dark, so very dark. Sasuke Genpu's consciousness completely sank into darkness. His life ended. Su Yuan looked at Sasuke Genpu's corpse before him, his expression calm as still water. If Sasuke Genpu hadn't used that forbidden technique, with his yin-yang divine master strength, even if he wasn't Su Yuan's match, he could have struggled for a while and might even have had hope of escaping. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Under Su Yuan's plan, Sasuke Genpu was bound to use the forbidden technique, and his strength was bound to fall below the level 2 life form tier. Even if that level 2 artificial human had died under missile bombardment, eliminating Sasuke Genpu's need to use the forbidden technique on it. Su Yuan would have created other external reasons to force Sasuke Genpu to use the forbidden technique. Next is setting the scene. Su Yuan picked up the black gold box containing the molten flame spirit crystal. The black gold box didn't have any tracking devices left on it, so no replacement was needed. Su Yuan threw Sasuke Genpu's corpse into the sea. Through the gray mirror, Su Yuan already knew that Sasuke Genpu's body would quickly be devoured by fish, leaving no clues behind. In Su Yuan's plan, the other corpses could remain, but Sasuke Genpu's body had to disappear. Only this way could Sasuke Genpu's theft of the molten flame spirit crystal be firmly established. Otherwise, if Sasuke Genpu died on the island, wouldn't that suggest someone else had stolen the molten flame spirit crystal? Then the Truth Society's suspicions wouldn't be limited to Fusang alone. They would still launch a worldwide investigation. After dealing with Sasuke Genpu's corpse, Su Yuan went to the eastern side of the island and took out a test tube. The tube contained blood drawn from the real Chizuru Ichiyo. After sprinkling Chizuru Ichiyo's blood on an inconspicuous rock near the ocean, Su Yuan returned to the center of the island again. Although Sasuke Genpu had already silenced the dozen-plus Fusang soldiers, the island still contained many traces, such as missile launchers and so on. Launching missiles wasn't simple. It required many auxiliary components. Su Yuan didn't leave those launchers behind, instead proactively cleaning up all traces. This wasn't to help Fusang avoid suspicion, but rather to increase suspicion against them. Through the gray mirror, Su Yuan knew that deliberately leaving traces of missile launches would instead arouse the Truth Society's suspicions, because if Fusang had truly been responsible, they wouldn't have left such obvious clues. The real clue Su Yuan left for the Truth Society was Chizuru Ichiyo's blood. Even if the island contained no other clues related to Fusang, as long as that blood was discovered and DNA testing confirmed it came from Fusang's Chizuru family, the matter could basically be settled. Even if they didn't know what use Fusang had for the stolen molten flame spirit crystal, with conclusive evidence right there, motive became irrelevant. Time to return. After setting everything up, Su Yuan quietly left the island. Next, the Truth Society would discover this island in 2 hours, and within half a day, world-class forensic experts would come to investigate. Of course, none of that concerned Su Yuan anymore. 1 hour later, Su Yuan silently boarded a cruise ship heading to Xia Country and returned to Xia Country a day later. The Ocean Voyager cruise ship rumbled as its speed gradually decreased. On the deck, Su Yuan lightly rested one hand on the railing. He gazed toward the approaching Magic City port. After smoothly concluding his plans, Su Yuan had quietly boarded this cruise ship. Actually, this was also the final step in the plan devised by the Gray Mirror. returning to Magic City via cruise ship. After being away for these 2 or 3 days, the 20-fold gravity chamber should be ready. Su Yuan thought to himself. Cultivation at the level 2 life form stage required a 20-fold gravity chamber. Only such simulated extreme training environments could allow Su Yuan to reach level 3 life form status at the fastest possible speed. Half an hour later, the cruise ship docked at the port. Su Yuan had already left through the ship's staff passageway. Laboratory 7. Sun Xuanli was staring intently at rows of data displayed before him. Gravity coefficient, gravitational index. After a moment, Sun Xuanli's expression brightened with excitement. Success! The 20-fold gravity chamber is complete. After double-checking everything, Sun Xuanli breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Su Yuan had given him 3 days to develop the 20-fold gravity chamber, and he had felt considerable pressure. Now that he'd completed the task in less than 3 days, Sun Xuanli naturally felt much more relaxed. At least he hadn't failed his boss's trust. The 20-fold gravity chamber. Sun Xuanli's gaze was filled with emotion. This was something gravitational physics had dreamed of worldwide. Perfectly replicating high multiple gravity environments represented a truly epic-making research achievement. Just as Sun Xuanli was considering whether to immediately notify Su Yuan about this development, a voice suddenly came from beside him. "Not bad, boss." Sun Xuanli jumped in surprise, turning to see Su Yuan standing nearby. He had been so immersed in his research results that he'd neglected his surroundings, failing to notice Su Yuan's arrival. "I was just about to tell you about this, boss," Sun Xuanli said immediately. "I know." Su Yuan nodded. Sun Xuanli didn't think much of it, assuming Su Yuan's "I know" was just a conversational filler without specific meaning. Little did he know that Su Yuan's "I know" encompassed everything, including the exact time the 20-fold gravity chamber was completed, including Sun Xuanli's current thoughts, and more. "Boss, currently the 20-fold gravity chamber is only in its preliminary development stage. It still needs to undergo numerous data tests and adjustments." Seeing that Su Yuan was about to enter the gravity chamber, Sun Xuanli quickly intervened. "If we don't conduct sufficient data testing and make proper adjustments, using it directly could lead to risks like gravitational instability. Don't worry, I have a feeling nothing will go wrong this time," Su Yuan said. This was also the answer provided by the gray mirror. Su Yuan's use of the 20-fold gravity chamber this time wouldn't encounter any accidents. Boss relying on feelings for something like this. Sun Xuanli felt his scalp tingle. As a rigorous researcher, he was most wary of decisions based on feelings rather than data. But the person saying this was Su Yuan, his boss, the owner of this laboratory, a true elixir celestial. Sun Xuanli ultimately chose not to continue his persuasion. With a true elixir celestial's physical constitution, even if gravitational instability occurs, he probably won't die. Sun Xuanli couldn't help but think. Inside the gravity chamber, Su Yuan didn't immediately activate the 20-fold gravity environment. Instead, he took out the black gold box containing the molten flame spirit crystal. His 2 to 3 day journey to Fuso had been solely for this molten flame spirit crystal before him. Slowly opening the black gold box, he revealed a crystal that appeared like burning flames resting inside. Molten flame spirit crystal. Su Yuan gazed at the fiery crystal while simultaneously sensing the enormous energy contained within it. What a pity! The technology the Truth Society used to extract magma essence is too primitive. It took them 60 years to condense just this small piece. Su Yuan shook his head slightly. 60 years of accumulated magma essence from Mount Fuji could only satisfy half of Su Yuan's energy requirements for the level 3 lifeform stage. One could imagine how much had been wasted. However, after reconsidering, Su Yuan didn't find this surprising. The Truth Society's technology came from alien forces, and those alien forces had always treated the Truth Society as mere lackeys, disposable after use. Why would they impart truly advanced alien technology? If not for concerns that special resources on Blue Star might be accidentally damaged by human activities, the alien forces wouldn't even have imparted these extremely backward technologies. The Truth Society's only use to the alien forces was to protect those special resources on Blue Star, awaiting the arrival of the interstellar colonization ship. Ridiculous. Su Yuan looked at the molten flame spirit crystal. Among the many special resources the alien forces demanded the Truth Society protect, the molten flame spirit crystal wasn't included. The Truth Society went to great lengths to extract this molten flame spirit crystal, whose purpose they didn't even understand, purely to curry favor with the alien forces. Among the various technological information imparted by the alien forces, the molten flame spirit crystal had been mentioned, with its pure fire energy being favored by the Multi-Eye clan. That's why the Truth Society's founder spared no effort in extracting the molten flame spirit crystal. But in reality, the molten flame spirit crystal the alien forces preferred was of high purity and quality, far beyond what this current specimen could offer. Closing the black gold box, Su Yuan began operating the gravity chamber. Start with 18-fold gravity environment first. Su Yuan didn't jump straight to 20-fold gravity, instead beginning with 18-fold gravity. As the 18-fold gravity environment descended, Su Yuan immediately felt numbness throughout all his cells, with his internal organs beginning to bear substantial pressure. 1 minute later, Su Yuan had adapted to the 18-fold gravity environment. He then increased the gravity multiple to 19-fold. Soon after, the gravity multiple reached the maximum 20-fold. At this moment, Su Yuan sat cross-legged, with every single cell in his body being stimulated. The 20-fold gravity environment was already exerting considerable pressure on Su Yuan. Of course, it was only pressure, not something he couldn't endure. Now begin cultivation. Su Yuan immediately started practicing the six-dimensional cultivation method. Whoosh! Blood and energy continuously circulated within his body, while soul power began spreading throughout his entire being. Cultivating under normal conditions versus cultivating under 20-fold gravity were completely different experiences. 20-fold gravity alone could only exert certain pressure on Su Yuan, but cultivating under such pressure conditions was extremely challenging. It was like an ordinary person could easily sit and read a novel, but if you asked them to read while running, that would be difficult to accomplish, and even if they could manage it, their efficiency would dramatically decrease. And the 20-fold gravity environment was countless times more challenging than running. Of course, it was precisely through cultivation in such extreme environments that one could stimulate the body at deeper levels, leading to dramatically soaring cultivation efficiency. Su Yuan sat cross-legged at the center of the gravity chamber, repeatedly circulating his cultivation method. He could clearly perceive that his physical body, soul, mind, and more were all significantly improving. After cultivating for 3 hours under 20 times gravity, Su Yuan finally felt a certain level of exhaustion and voluntarily ended this cultivation session. As gravity returned to normal levels matching the outside world, Su Yuan immediately felt his body lighten. It was as if he had shed a burden weighing 10,000 tons, making his entire being feel like it was about to float away. Of course, Su Yuan understood that this feeling of floating was completely illusory. For a life form to counteract planetary gravity and achieve flight, they needed to reach at least level 5. This cultivation session consumed a total of 38 kilograms of energy liquid. Su Yuan glanced at the row of empty test tubes before him. The so-called energy liquid was created through external means, extracting and purifying the essential energy contained within various ancient and powerful medicines into liquid form. This method was not only convenient, but also easier to absorb. After all, those ancient and powerful medicines naturally contain impurities, and directly consuming them required expelling the waste materials. When he first started cultivating, Su Yuan didn't have the means to purify ancient medicines and could only consume them directly, but now he naturally didn't need to go through such trouble. Absorbing 38 kilograms of energy liquid increased my physical body strength by nearly 10%, and my soul and mental strength also improved by more than half that amount. Su Yuan reviewed the results of this cultivation session. According to the cultivation plan established by the Gray Mirror, during the Level 2 lifeform stage, Su Yuan only needed to undergo 30 such cultivation sessions to advance to Level 3 lifeform. Therefore, each cultivation session provided a quite significant boost to Su Yuan's strength. Speaking of which, my current weight must already exceed 800 gene. Su Yuan muttered to himself. From the outside, Su Yuan appeared no different from an ordinary person, and in terms of body control, he could easily achieve feats like walking on snow without leaving traces. But in reality, Su Yuan's weight far exceeded that of normal people. Even before this cultivation session, his weight was approaching 800 gene, and now, with his strength increased again, his weight must have definitely surpassed 800 gene. 800 gene sounded incredibly unbelievable, but for a life form of Su Yuan's level, it was quite normal. With Su Yuan's current body, he could casually punch through a building, withstand machine gun fire, and at most suffer minor injuries while at the center of a missile explosion. Such a powerful physical body naturally had cellular strength and density different from ordinary people, which manifested externally as weight difference. This gap would continue to widen as Su Yuan cultivated. 800 gene? 8,000 gene? 80,000 gene? Deep in the universe, those unimaginable life forms had weight sufficient to crush entire living planets. By the way, calculating the time, the True Society should have already conducted a full investigation of that small island by now, right? Su Yuan's gaze shifted, looking toward the vast Pacific Ocean direction. As early as when Artificial Human 232 encountered the missile attack, the message had been transmitted to the True Society. However, the attack location was in the Pacific Ocean, too far from the True Society headquarters, plus that small island was quite inconspicuous. By the time the True Society members arriving as support locked onto the specific missile launch location being that small island, 2 hours had already passed. Then mobilizing high-level True Society members, plus top-tier investigative experts, took another half-day, so conducting a full investigation of that small island required approximately a day or so, which would be right about now. The reactions from various parties regarding this matter. Su Yuan inquired with the gray mirror deep within his consciousness sea. The gray mirror surface rippled hazily, revealing lines of text. Xia country authorities detected Level 2 energy explosion fluctuations deep in the Pacific Ocean and intended to send people to investigate, but discovered True Society members gathering there. Exercising caution, they did not continue the investigation, speculating that these Level 2 energy explosion fluctuations were related to the True Society. This matter has nothing to do with Xia country. Su Yuan's gaze remained calm, though this was the result of his intervention. Without Su Yuan's interference, allowing Sasuke Gunpu to successfully pin this matter on Xia country would subsequently face pressure from the True Society. While the True Society didn't dare to initiate full-scale war between nations, they could certainly sanction Xia country at the global economic level. As the ruler of the international underground world, the True Society controlled the economies of multiple countries. The gray mirror surface continued to ripple hazily. Fuso's Inyang Divine, Master Sasuke, Jin Boku feels nervous anticipation, waiting for Sasuke Gunpu to return with a molten flame spirit crystal. Seeing Sasuke Jinboku's reaction, Su Yuan found it somewhat amusing. What Sasuke Jinboku would likely receive next wasn't Sasuke Gunpu returning with a molten flame spirit crystal, but rather ruthless retaliation from the True Society. Pacific Ocean, Incident Small Island. Currently, surrounding this ordinary small island hovered one after another aircraft that surpassed current technological eras. Hundreds of True Society members gathered on this small island, with even more aircraft conducting blockade and search operations around the island. According to the final images transmitted back by Artificial Human 232, all missiles were launched from this small island. A bespectacled Asian man spoke, looking toward the hook-nosed man with a gloomy expression beside him. The hook-nosed man was named George Wallace, a 7-eye level member of the Truth Society. Truth Society member ranks, from lowest to highest, were single-eye level to 9-eye level. Among these, there was only one 9-eye level member, the Truth Society founder. Therefore, 7-eye level members were already considered high-ranking within the Truth Society. George's presence here was entirely due to receiving orders from the Truth Society founder to thoroughly investigate this matter. "How's the investigation going?" the hook-nosed man George asked directly. To uncover the truth, he had specifically invited several of the world's top investigative experts to conduct a comprehensive investigation of this small island. Currently no leads. The bespectacled Asian man shook his head. The enemy came prepared, specifically ambushed here, completely aware of artificial human 232's return route. Under such circumstances, they probably wouldn't leave any useful clues behind. Since they dared to attack the Truth Society, they must have made extensive preparations. Just then, the bespectacled Chinese man seemed to receive some information and immediately said to George, "Someone found a pool of blood on the eastern side of the island. Unclear whether it's from an animal or human." Blood. The hook-nosed man, George's expression shifted. He then immediately headed to the eastern part of the island with the Chinese man. 20 minutes later, the test results for this blood pool came out. The blood comes from a human. According to DNA information, its source should be a level 1 life form. Based on global big data blood sample searches, this blood should come from Fuso's Chizuru family. It's Chizuru Ichiyo. The bespectacled Chinese man immediately reported. "Chizuru Ichiyo?" The hook-nosed man George closed his eyes, rapidly connecting various possibilities in his mind. First, Chizuru Ichiyo definitely wouldn't dare do this. A mere great yin-yang master probably didn't even know what the molten flame spirit crystal was. If this matter was related to Fuso, then only the yin-yang divine masters could be responsible. Plus, Fuso knew the specific flight route of the plane carrying artificial human 232. They set up an ambush here in advance, bringing several great yin-yang masters as assistants. Afterwards, to ensure the matter wouldn't be leaked, they eliminated witnesses. Among them, great yin-yang master Chizuru Ichiyo barely escaped pursuit and elimination, luckily fleeing to the eastern part of the island, leaving this pool of blood. The logical chain was complete, and the cause and effect could withstand scrutiny. Fuso, the hook-nosed man George opened his eyes, his gaze icy cold, having already identified Fuso as the primary suspect and the only suspect. If there existed a God's perspective, one would discover that from the moment the Truth Society locked onto this small island, the actions taken by hundreds of Truth Society members, the discovery of that blood pool by those world-top investigative experts, and the conclusions drawn by the Chinese man, leading to hook-nosed George identifying Fuso as the suspect. Everything was unfolding exactly according to Su Yuan's plan. The Truth Society gathering clues, carefully deducing, and finally reaching conclusions. Every word spoken, every action taken, all fell within Su Yuan's plan. Everyone moved exactly as Su Yuan predicted, just like marionettes on strings. Hook-nosed man George issued the order, "Contact Fuso." As a 7-eye level member of the Truth Society, he inherently had the authority to interface with nations. Moreover, Fuso had essentially been elevated by the Truth Society support. Understood. The Chinese descent man beside him nodded. Shortly after, the video call with Sasuke Jinboku was connected. "Greetings, Lord George." When Sasuke Jinboku saw George's expressionless face, his heart sank with a thud. However, he had been prepared for this. Artificial human 232, carrying the molten flame spirit crystal, had been ambushed immediately after leaving Fuso. Fuso certainly couldn't escape suspicion. Hand over the molten flame spirit crystal, and Fuso may receive lenient treatment. Hook-nosed George stared coldly at Sasuke Jinboku. The molten flame spirit crystal? Wasn't that taken away by artificial human 232? Sasuke Jinboku's tone feigned surprise. Taken away? George sneered. Your Fuso sent people to set up an ambush in advance along the flight path below and stole the molten flame spirit crystal. Do you think I don't know? Lord George, that's impossible. What reason would we have to do such a thing? Sasuke Jinboku faintly sensed something was wrong. George's accusation was too certain, almost as if he was already convinced Fuso was responsible. But how could that be? Wasn't Sasuke Gunpu's plan to divert the trouble eastward, to make the neighboring Xia country bear the brunt of the True Society's suspicion? Could something unexpected have happened to Sasuke Gunpu's plan? As his thoughts raced, Sasuke Jinboku could only play dumb. Admitting to this was absolutely out of the question. Then why was Chizuru Ichiyo's blood found at the scene? George stared intently at Sasuke Jinboku. Chizuru Ichiyo's blood was ironclad evidence. Combined with Fuso's knowledge of the exact time and route of the molten flame spirit crystal's departure from Fuso, who else could it be besides Fuso? Chizuru Ichiyo's blood was found at the scene. Sasuke Jinboku's first thought was, how could Sasuke Gunpu be so careless? How could he leave behind such a fatal clue? Alternatively, hand over Chizuru Ichiyo to us for interrogation to determine the reason? George narrowed his eyes and spoke. This, Sasuke Jinboku was immediately rendered speechless. Leaving aside the fact that Chizuru Ichiyo knew how to refine the molten flame spirit crystal, the simple fact was that he had already been taken away by Sasuke Gunpu, with plans to eliminate him afterwards. Handing him over was absolutely impossible. After all, how could you hand over a dead man? Lord George, some time ago, Chizuru Ichiyo came to me, saying he felt a certain intuition and needed to travel abroad for a period. Sasuke Jinboku could only brace himself and fabricate a reason. So, you're saying you cannot produce Chizuru Ichiyo? George sneered repeatedly. Sasuke Jinboku, you should be aware of the consequences of your actions. Lord George, this is a wrongful accusation. I truly know nothing about this matter. Furthermore, we don't even know what the molten flame spirit crystal is. Why would we steal such a thing? At this point, Sasuke Jinboku could only play his final card, their lack of motive. Then tell me, who else besides your Fuso has the capability to do this? George's tone was beginning to show impatience. Hearing this, Sasuke Jinboku's heart grew cold. The implication of these words was that only traces left by Fuso had been found at the scene. As for the clues pointing to a Xia country powerhouse that were part of the plan, there were none. Wasn't this setting them up? Sasuke Jinboku had already cursed Sasuke Gunpu 10,000 times in his heart. How could he be so foolish as to make such a mistake? Enough. I don't want to hear your explanations. 3 days. Hand over the molten flame spirit crystal completely intact within 3 days, or face the consequences. After speaking, George terminated the video call. Ngoi. Fuso. Sasuke Jinboku's mind was in turmoil. Gunpu, you have brought great trouble upon me. Sasuke Jinboku sighed. He also deduced that some unforeseen variable had occurred in the plan, resulting in Sasuke Gunpu failing to completely erase traces related to Fuso at the scene and failing to plant evidence pointing to a Xia country powerhouse. Wasn't this pushing Fuso directly into the line of fire? If I had known it would turn out like this, I should never have agreed to Gunpu's plan. Regret welled up in Sasuke Jinboku's heart. In the plan Sasuke Gunpu had described to him, Fuso would indeed face some suspicion, but the True Society's primary suspect was supposed to be Xia country. Now, however, Fuso was bearing the full brunt of the suspicion, which Sasuke Jinboku found unacceptable. I cannot let Gunpu continue like this. Sasuke Jinboku steadied his resolve and immediately began trying to contact Sasuke Gunpu. As one of only 2 people privy to the plan, Sasuke Jinboku naturally knew how to reach him. However, a short while later, Sasuke Jinboku frowned. According to the agreed-upon contact method, He had actually failed to reach Sasuke Gunpu. At this moment, the first thought that sprang into Sasuke Jinboku's mind was not that something had happened to Sasuke Gunpu, but that Sasuke Gunpu intended to abandon Fuso to its fate and keep the molten flame spirit crystal for himself. Damn it! Cold sweat broke out on Sasuke Jinboku's forehead. As a yin-yang divine master, he hadn't experienced such emotional turbulence in a long time. If Sasuke Gunpu truly decided to go all in alone, Fuso would face the Truth Society's frenzied retaliation. This was no joking matter. Magic City, Jinshan Villa District. Villa 66. Su Yuan went down to the basement. A world map was displayed on the oversized screen. The Truth Society. Su Yuan looked at the world map. Currently, the world map on the oversized screen was marked with numerous red dots by Su Yuan. Each red dot represented a Truth Society base. The red, near the North Pole, was particularly conspicuous. That was where the founder of the Truth Society resided year-round. The identity of the Truth Society's founder was extremely mysterious. Even 8I level members were unaware of his specific appearance or location. Of course, in Su Yuan's eyes, these were not secrets. Once I become a level 3 life form, I can officially move against the Truth Society. Su Yuan thought to himself. The Truth Society had developed for over 100 years. Relying on alien technology, it was deeply entrenched worldwide. Shaking such a behemoth was no easy task. The most critical point was that the Truth Society's founder possessed the means to contact the alien forces. This method, an extension of quantum field technology, was very difficult to intercept or block. And once the Truth Society's founder sensed that the situation was slipping out of control, he would immediately contact the alien forces. At that time, the arrival of the alien forces on Blue Star would be significantly accelerated. From the Gray Mirror, Su Yuan knew that the alien forces' interstellar colonization ship was currently located 5 light-years away from Blue Star, traveling towards Blue Star at a speed infinitely close to the speed of light. This cruising speed was the most resource-efficient. If the alien forces learned that some variable had appeared on Blue Star, threatening the special resources they desired, they would initiate faster-than-light travel and arrive at Blue Star in a short period. However, faster-than-light travel consumed an enormous amount of energy. Even if they successfully obtained the precious resources they wanted from Blue Star, the alien forces' profits would be significantly reduced. For the alien forces, faster-than-light travel was a last-resort option. January in Magic City, the temperature skewed low, hovering near freezing. People on the streets had begun putting on coats, preparing for winter. Jinshan Villa District, Villa 66. On the balcony, Su Yuan lay back in a reclining chair wearing a short-sleeved shirt. He paid no heed to the cold in the air. In fact, with Su Yuan's current physique, never mind a few degrees below zero, even 20 or 30 degrees below zero would not register as cold to him. Su Yuan could even open his qi and blood circulation, raising the temperature in several hundred meters around him by a few degrees if he wished. Right now his body was like a burning furnace, ready at any moment to erupt terrifying energy. The six-dimensional cultivation method is truly profoundly mysterious. Su Yuan closed his eyes slightly, thinking idly. The more I cultivate, the more I can feel how this method affects my life's 6 dimensions. Su Yuan had been cultivating for half a year now. He was no longer the novice he had been the first time he practiced, and he had developed his own criteria for judging the quality of a cultivation method. But since this is the cultivation method I practice, the more mysterious it is, the better. Su Yuan thought to himself. A cultivation method concerns the evolution of life. The earlier one cultivates a higher-level method, the more it helps one's own development. It's like laying a foundation. The better the foundation, the taller and more stable the building you can construct. Speaking of which, my current strength has already reached the level 2 limit. Su Yuan glanced at the darkened sky. Over the past 4 months, everything had proceeded in an orderly fashion. All matters had been planned, his layout across the world, his own cultivation, and so on. Level 2 limit. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. If he wanted, he could break through at any time and step into level 3. Of course, Su Yuan still intended to follow the cultivation schedule the Gray Mirror had given him. Namely, he would break through in 1 hour, because Su Yuan's comprehensive condition would peak in an hour. That would be the safest moment for a breakthrough, and his mastery over the power would be completed most quickly. When breaking through life tiers, one's personal state is crucial. Many high-level life forms choose to seclude themselves for months or years before a breakthrough, hoping to find their peak state during that time and then break through at the peak. A beta. Su Yuan did not need to seclude himself to search for it. The Gray Mirror directly told him the exact time. He exhaled. After resting on the balcony a little longer, Su Yuan changed his clothes and walked into the living room. Little Blue. Master, Little Blue is present. A mechanical composite voice sounded. How's your learning these past few months? Su Yuan asked. As a true artificial intelligence, Little Blue's greatest strength was its continuous learning ability. Master, at present the Blue Star Network holds no secrets from Little Blue. Little Blue replied. A little over 4 months ago, there were still over 100 places on the Blue Star Network that Little Blue couldn't silently infiltrate. Now, after 4 months of study and probing, wherever there is a network, Little Blue can slip in easily, even take over directly. In other words, across the Blue Star's nations, be it Xia country or the true society beyond the ocean. The things happening on their networks are all under Little Blue's watchful eye? Good. Su Yuan nodded slightly. How's the mining of minerals and metals in the Southern Ocean and other regions going? Su Yuan asked casually. Over the past 4 months, besides the Southern Ocean, Su Yuan had been laying plans in various parts of the world, such as Oceania, Africa, Antarctica, and so on. The goal was to extract the desired minerals and metals to manufacture corresponding technological weapons. These minerals and metals hadn't even been detected by the Truth Society and thus were undefended. Su Yuan had extracted them with ease. Master, the quantity for the first stage has already been mined, and it is currently being transported to the Southern Ocean, Little Blue reported. Su Yuan nodded. Over the past 4 months, with Hiromu, Zhou and 2 other level 1 life forms stationed in the Southern Ocean, that region had completely become Su Yuan's territory. On the surface, the Southern Ocean nations still fought amongst themselves, but with a single word from Su Yuan, they could be unified in short order. Armies, technology, everything could be centralized. In 4 months, the 13 laboratories Su Yuan built had all produced critical effects. Laboratory 1's wireless communication technologies had already been put into formal use. Su Yuan could completely control the Southern Ocean nations. The wireless tech played a major role. Without it, the Truth Society's monitoring of those nations would have detected anomalies long ago, and they wouldn't be this slow to react. Laboratory 4's human modification technology had cultivated 12 Level 1 life forms under Su Yuan's command, and nearly 100 experts at hidden force and transforming force levels. These subordinates have been dispersed around the world by Su Yuan for future operations. And Laboratory 7, responsible for gravity chamber research, had successfully developed a 35x gravity chamber, enough to satisfy Su Yuan's upcoming Level 3 cultivation needs. While Su Yuan was lost in thought, the artificial intelligence Little Blue seemed to detect something and immediately began to speak. Master, you asked me to monitor the Truth Society's movements. The Truth Society is now mobilizing a large number of members, boarding aircraft and heading toward Fuso. Su Yuan's face showed a trace of strangeness. 4 months ago, the Truth Society's 7-Eye member George had directly contacted Sasuke Jinboku, demanding he hand over the molten flame spirit crystal within a week, or suffer the consequences. Sasuke Jinboku had regretted it on the spot, and intended to contact Sasuke Gunpoo to get the molten flame spirit crystal. Unfortunately, Sasuke Gunpoo could not be reached. So a week later, the 7-Eye member George contacted Sasuke Jinboku again. Sasuke Jinboku dared not conceal anything and had to lay out Sasuke Gunpoo's plan in full. Finally, Sasuke Jinboku pounded his chest and promised that he would definitely find Sasuke Gunpoo and would hand over the molten flame spirit crystal intact. Seeing Sasuke Jinboku's sincerity, the Seven Eye member George gave Sasuke Jinboku 1 month. However, after 1 month, Sasuke Jinboku still hadn't found Sasuke Gunpoo, so he requested another month. Although angry, George understood regaining the molten flame spirit crystal was the priority and agreed again. Thus 1 month after another month passed. A full 4 months went by. Sasuke Jinboku searched everywhere Sasuke Gunpoo might have gone and found no trace. By then, the Truth Society's patience with Fuso had reached its limit. They also concluded all of this was just Sasuke Jinboku's stalling tactic. So 1 hour ago, the Truth Society's founder issued an order to begin a purge and retaliation against Fuso. Bring up Fuso's surveillance footage. Su Yuan said. All right, Master. Little Blue answered. The next moment, projected images automatically opened on the wall in front of them. A series of surveillance scenes appeared, showing the area outside Fuso, with aircraft rapidly approaching. The surveillance footage projected came from satellites, making it exceptionally clear and covering every corner of Fuso's border. Master, this time the Truth Society has dispatched a total of 563 aircraft, 53 Grade 1 artificial humans, 11 Grade 2 artificial humans, and 1 Grade 3 artificial human. Little Blue immediately reported. She had already silently infiltrated the Truth Society's temporarily established local network and had complete clarity about the number and levels of experts the Truth Society had dispatched. Grade 3 artificial human. Su Yuan's expression showed no visible change. Under normal circumstances, the Truth Society would at most deploy Grade 2 artificial humans. As for Grade 3 artificial humans, since the Great War Among Nations a century ago, the Truth Society had never deployed a Grade 3 artificial human. At the same time, the commotion in Fuso had also drawn the attention of various countries on Blue Star. Footage of the situation here simultaneously appeared before the high-level officials of various nations. The Truth Society made no effort to prevent or cut off this transmission, as their reckoning with Fuso was not only about revenge, but also about intimidation and showing off their strength. They desperately wanted all countries in the world to see it. Truth Society? Sasuke Jinboku was also among the first to notice. Yet he had no way to stop it. As a defeated nation from the Great War Among Nations a century ago, Fuso simply had no right to maintain too large a military force. Thus, they couldn't prevent these aircraft from crossing their national borders. As for the stationed troops within their territory, those were also Truth Society personnel. Gunpoo, you truly deserve to die. Sasuke Jinboku trembled inwardly, his resentment towards Sasuke Gunpoo incredibly intense. Over the past 4 months, Sasuke Jinboku had exhausted every means possible but failed to discover Sasuke Gunpoo's whereabouts. Even leaving messages using communication methods only the two of them knew about received no response. This led Sasuke Jinboku to conclude that Sasuke Gunpoo had abandoned Fuso to its fate, going all in to use the molten flame spirit crystal for a breakthrough. New. Divine Master. Divine Master Jinboku. What is happening? The many great Inyang Masters were also feeling panicked. Over the past 4 months, due to continuous pressure from the Truth Society, Fuso's great Inyang Masters had instinctively gathered near Sasuke Jinboku. Currently, Fuso's cultivation world had 23 great Inyang Masters in total. Excluding Chizuru Ichiyo, 22 great Inyang Masters remained. The Truth Society has come to deliver punishment. Sasuke Jinboku said with a heavy expression, not hiding anything as he revealed everything about Sasuke Gunpoo and the molten flame spirit crystal. What? He stole from the Truth Society? Gunpoo. Divine Master Gunpoo has lost his mind. One by one, the great Inyang Masters felt their scalps go numb. Fuso couldn't compare to Xia country. Their fear of the Truth Society ran deeper into their bones. What's done is done. Regret is useless now. Let's see what punishment the Truth Society delivers. Sasuke Jinboku sighed inwardly, watching the Truth Society aircraft approaching closer and closer. 20 minutes later, hundreds of aircraft hovered in front of the Sasuke shrine. Sasuke Jinboku led the 22 great Yin-Yang masters out of the shrine, bowing toward the numerous Truth Society aircraft and saying, "We greet the esteemed members of the Truth Society." Given Sasuke Jinboku's status and strength, he wouldn't normally need to show such deference unless facing Truth Society members of 6i rank or higher. But the current situation was stronger than any individual, forcing Sasuke Jinboku to act this way. The 22 great Yin-Yang masters behind him bowed in turn. Whoosh! At that moment, the bottom door of one aircraft hovering high in the air opened, and a figure jumped down from the aircraft. The figure wore black clothing, stood nearly 2 meters tall, and looked coldly at Sasuke Jinboku. Number 329. Sasuke Jinboku noticed the numbers 329 printed on the figure's neck. Grade 3 Artificial Human. Sasuke Jinboku swallowed hard. The last time the Truth Society deployed a Grade 3 artificial human was during the Great War among nations over a century ago. Sasuke Jinboku. Artificial human number 329 spoke in a completely flat tone, his gaze towards Sasuke Jinboku showing no fluctuation whatsoever. Now, announcing the Truth Society's punishment for your Fuso. Artificial human number 329 looked at the 22 great Yin-Yang masters behind Sasuke Jinboku and slowly declared, "Among Fuso's great Yin-Yang master-level lives, only 1 in 10 will be spared." As these words fell, Sasuke Jinboku felt a chill run down his spine. The so-called 1 in 10 spared meant that out of 10 great Yin-Yang masters, only 1 would survive while the other 9 would die. In simple terms, out of the current 22 great Yin-Yang masters, only 2 would ultimately survive. How could this be acceptable? Although great Yin-Yang masters weren't Fuso's strongest combat force, they were still the backbone of their strength. Losing 20 great Yin-Yang masters at once would almost certainly mean that no new Yin-Yang divine masters would emerge in Fuso for the next 300 years. In other words, Fuso would fall into a trough lasting at least 300 years because of this. While Sasuke Jinboku found this unbelievable, the 22 great Yin-Yang masters fell into despair. After all, they're the ones who would die. Now, you may flee. I will take action in 10 seconds. The 2 who flee the farthest will live. Artificial human number 329 looked at the 22 great Yin-Yang masters. Whoosh! As soon as the words were spoken, the 22 great Yin-Yang masters frantically scattered and fled in all directions. Even if artificial human number 329 hadn't said those words, they would have chosen to escape anyway. What a joke! Those who managed to cultivate to the great Yin-Yang master level weren't the type to willingly await slaughter. 10 seconds quickly passed. By now, the 22 great Yin-Yang masters had dispersed and were fleeing in all directions, with the farthest one already 2 kilometers away and the closest over a kilometer distant. At that moment, artificial human number 329 finally moved. Boom! The instant artificial human number 329 disappeared from his original position, a low sound exploded through the air, clearly indicating that his speed had surpassed the sound barrier. 3 seconds later, artificial human number 329 appeared behind the nearest great Yin-Yang master, casually throwing a punch that shattered the man's skull. During this, the great Yin-Yang master had attempted to defend himself, employing various great Yin-Yang arts, but unfortunately, under artificial human number 329's absolute power suppression, these defenses shattered like thin paper. In less than 30 seconds, 20 of the original 22 great Yin-Yang masters were dead. The 2 surviving great Yin-Yang masters were scared out of their wits, and even though artificial human number 329 had already stopped his attack, they continued fleeing desperately into the distance. Punishment completed. Artificial human number 329 glanced at Sasuke Jinboku, whose face was ashen, then returned to his aircraft, after which the hundreds of aircraft quickly departed. Complete silence fell. Not just silence at the Sasuke shrine. All countries around the world that witnessed this scene fell into dead silence. Great Yin masters stood above ordinary people, equivalent to Xia countries embracing elixir grandmasters, Southern Ocean's grand sorcerers, and so on. Such powerful experts, when facing the Truth Society's grade 3 artificial human, were slaughtered without any ability to resist. If this time the Truth Society hadn't targeted Fuso, but instead attacked them, what would the outcome have been? Thinking of this, high-level officials from countries around the world immediately felt a chill run down their spines. Magic City, Villa 66. The artificial intelligence Little Blue was frantically collecting various data displayed by artificial human number 329. Artificial human number 329 speed exceeds the sound barrier, reaching 400 meters per second, with maximum burst speed exceeding 450 meters per second. Each punch unleashes force close to 18 tons. The basic speed and strength displayed above far exceed the capabilities of Grade 3 artificial humans from the Great War among nations a century ago. And according to the abilities possessed by Grade 3 artificial humans during the Great War among nations a century ago, including but not limited to I-beams, freezing breath from the mouth. The artificial intelligence Little Blue was assessing artificial human number 329's strength and threat level. Su Yuan simply sat there without speaking. Artificial human number 329 was a Grade 3 artificial human manufactured by the Truth Society 30 years ago, and its strength far surpassed that of Grade 3 artificial humans from a century ago. After all, the batch of artificial humans that Truth Society manufactured a century ago were their initial creations, lacking much experience. Later, as they manufactured more artificial humans, the ones produced became increasingly refined, and their strength naturally improved and enhanced. After a moment, the artificial intelligence Little Blue reported to Su Yuan, "Master, currently the Grade 3 artificial human dispatched by the True Society has displayed strength that falls into the category of impossible to defeat through force." Impossible to defeat through force. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. As an artificial intelligence, Little Blue had the ability to judge tone, and now she couldn't help but ask, "Does Master have a method to deal with that Grade 3 artificial human?" "Very simple." Su Yuan slowly stood up. "I just need to become a level 3 life form." This was precisely why Su Yuan's plan against the True Society was either not initiated at all or had to completely overthrow the entire True Society within a short period of time, leaving their founder no opportunity to seek help from alien forces. Level 3 life form. Su Yuan felt slightly excited in his heart. Only by becoming a level 3 life form could he reach the threshold to cultivate those truly divine abilities and holy methods from the depths of the universe. As for before reaching level 3 life form, it was actually possible to forcibly cultivate them, but it required paying a certain price. For example, 100 years ago, Xia country's strongest heavenly being, Yi Kunlun, burned and sacrificed everything he had, severely injuring a level 4 artificial human despite being only level 2 himself. Su Yuan could also achieve this by relying on the life-burning holy method from the depths of the universe. Not only could he severely injure a level 4 artificial human, even level 6 or level 7 life forms would die. However, the cost of the life-burning holy method was too great. With Blue Star's resource conditions, Su Yuan might not recover for hundreds or even thousands of years afterward. Based on my current cultivation speed, I could transform into a level 3 life form in 4 months. Su Yuan was in a good mood. Only after becoming a level 3 life form and mastering those several divine abilities and holy methods would he have the means to overthrow the True Society. This was also the first step in his plan to deal with the True Society. Time's up. Su Yuan stood up and went to the villa's meditation room. He began cultivating the star observation method. Compared to gravity chamber training that only happened every few days, the star observation method required Su Yuan to practice visualization daily to temper his mental will. Ingobes. Rumble. In a dazed state, Su Yuan seemed to transform into a star, experiencing the eternally unchanging desolate starry sky and the vast changes within the star itself. The reason this star observation method belonged to the universe's top-tier visualization methods was because its conceptual foundation was so elevated, raising the practitioner to the perspective of a star. This is the majestic power of a star, vast and mighty, endless and boundless. Compared to this power, the strength of a level 2 life form is truly insignificant. No, even a level 10 life form would be negligible before a real star. Really, I really want to maintain this feeling forever. During his practice of the star observation method, Su Yuan inevitably generated various distracting thoughts, even experiencing impulses to remain as a star permanently. These were all tests during the cultivation of the star observation method. Only by continuously cutting off these distracting thoughts could one better understand themselves and temper their own will. One distracting thought after another emerged and gathered. In an instant, they were severed by Su Yuan's true self-will. Each time a distracting thought was cut off, Su Yuan's will improved slightly. However, as time passed, and he spent more time immersed in the star observation method, the emerging distracting thoughts increased, and Su Yuan's speed in cutting them off slowed down progressively, until he gradually became surrounded by distracting thoughts, developing the idea that actually becoming a star wouldn't be bad either. Ding-ling-ling. Just then, the alarm from outside rang. Su Yuan opened his eyes and broke free from the visualization state. Phew! Su Yuan let out a light sigh of relief. The drawback of cultivating visualization methods was also quite obvious. It was easy to become deeply immersed in the visualization illusion and unable to extricate oneself. Of course, this drawback was practically non-existent for Su Yuan. Through the gray mirror, he had already known his limit time for immersion in the visualization method before even starting cultivation. He then set an alarm based on this limit time, using it to interrupt his visualization practice just as he was about to be affected by the method. My will dimension has improved a bit more. A smile appeared on Su Yuan's face. Having strong will provided too many benefits. The higher the life level, the more important the will dimension became. Zhou family old residence. Tang Jian stood nervously by the bedside. Lying on the bed was Zhou Weiwei. Over 3 months ago, Su Yuan saved Zhou Weiwei, who was near death at the time, at Magic City Zhongshan Hospital and established a 10 treatment therapy plan. Today was precisely the time for the first treatment session. Weiwei, don't worry, sir will be here soon. Tang Jian comforted her. The closer it got to the first treatment time, the worse Zhou Weiwei's condition became. Tang Jian had no doubt that if Zhou Weiwei didn't receive Su Yuan's treatment soon, she wouldn't live much longer. Sir, just as Tang Jian was about to go out and check, he discovered that Su Yuan had somehow already appeared at the doorway. Su Yuan walked calmly to the bedside, looking at Zhou Weiwei's pale face, feeling a sense of reflection in his heart. Several months ago, he had gained control of Zhou Pharmaceutical precisely by having the means to save Zhou Weiwei. And Zhou Pharmaceutical had indeed helped Su Yuan save a lot of time. Without Zhou Pharmaceutical, Su Yuan would have had to personally go pick the blood Lingji from the 10,000 mountain range in the southern border. That would have wasted at least several days. Additionally, the establishment of the 13 laboratories around Magic City was also facilitated by Zhou Pharmaceutical's influence. Without Zhou Pharmaceutical paving the way, just the numerous approval procedures for building the laboratories would have wasted much more time. Gathering his thoughts, Su Yuan raised his right hand and gently pressed it against Zhou Weiwei's brow. With Su Yuan's current strength as a level 2 life form, saving Zhou Weiwei naturally didn't require external tools like silver needles. The essence of silver needles was to stimulate the deep acupoints in Zhou Weiwei's body, something Su Yuan could easily accomplish now with his level 2 life form power. Soon after, Zhou Weiwei's complexion regained its color. Thank you, sir. Tang Jian expressed his immense gratitude. The more he interacted with Su Yuan, the more he felt his profound and unfathomable nature. If nothing else, just his identity as an embracing elixir grandmaster was enough to dominate Xia country. Little did Tang Jian know that the current Su Yuan was no longer an embracing elixir grandmaster, but a true elixir celestial, and the strongest true elixir celestial at that. No problem. This was what we agreed upon from the beginning. Su Yuan shook his head. After leaving the Zhou family old residence, Su Yuan came to Laboratory 4. How's the adaptation going? Su Yuan looked at Zhou Yu. Some time ago, Su Yuan had him drink the A-grade gene potion, which modified his genes and transformed him into a level 1 life form. Sir, I feel I've almost fully adapted now. Zhou Yu immediately stood up and spoke respectfully to Su Yuan. Su Yuan nodded. He knew better than Zhou Yu himself whether Zhou Yu had completely adapted, otherwise he wouldn't have come here. Leave this place tomorrow and go to the Southern Ocean region. Su Yuan stated. The local situation in the Southern Ocean was chaotic, and relying solely on aroma alone made it difficult to fully control the situation. Yes, Zhou Yu's spirits lifted. Boss, currently we've produced 32 bottles of C-grade gene potion and 13 bottles of B-grade gene potion. Zhao Yongchun, the head of Laboratory 4, was reporting the laboratory's recent achievements to Su Yuan. It's just that not everyone can withstand the physical transformation from a gene potion. Zhao Yongchun's tone was somewhat hesitant. As the creator of the gene potion, he naturally knew its characteristics and had experimented with it by feeding it to lab mice. Most of the mice died from direct genetic collapse. Don't worry, I've already selected the users for this batch of gene potion. Su Yuan's tone was calm. Even for those major forces in the depths of the universe, they couldn't guarantee that drinking the gene potion would be completely safe. But Su Yuan could guarantee that the users he selected were all people who, according to the Gray Mirror, would definitely be able to withstand the genetic modification.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.